Hello, everybody. It's day 3 of the 6 Invitational here on the bright beaches of Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Intero. I'm joined by Jesse. We did not match today, but we have actually very conveniently worn the same color every single day by random happenstance.
That's just chemistry. That's just pure vibes.
You can't teach that.
You can't teach that.
You cannot teach that. We didn't shoot each other a message and say, hey, what are you wearing today?
Well, it just makes sense. Everybody knows that Wednesday is the white sweater day.
White Day Wednesday.
White Day Wednesday.
Or White Shirt Wednesday.
Sweater.
It's still very early, so forgive me for stumbling on a few things. Here's what I can't screw up on, the schedule for today, because I'm going to read it right off of the screen. BDS and Raza Company Academy, our very first match here on the B stream. DZ, Falcons, Furia, Team Secret, and CAG versus Shopify, Rebellion. Over on the A stream, that's the left side of your screen. We don't care about them because we're not them today.
The right side of your screen.
What?
The right side of the screen.
The left.
The right
A
is the
stream
B stream.
The A stream is the left side of the screen.
A stream is the left side of the
That's
screen.
what I said.
No.
I choose my words very carefully.
Say the left side of the screen.
Left side of the screen. Joel and I'm starting things off. Here are the standings, by the way, for this group in particular, because we're starting with Raza Company Academy and that BDS matchup. You might be a little surprised to see how the standings of this group have shaken out. Dark Zero in second. The old E1 roster now playing under Raza Company Academy in first. Jesse, what is going on?
I mean, Parker, we've had some great, exciting games so far through the group stage. Raza being up top is obviously a big surprise to a lot of people, but I think people that were kind of in the know that were watching Brazil were aware that this is a talented team and they had the potential to do so many great things, and we've seen that so far through the group stage. You and I have casted every single Raza Company game so far at the 6 Invitational.
That's true.
And we will be casting their third game here against BDS.
Do you know if we're casting them tomorrow?
I don't think we are. I think we lose them for the last game.
Maybe we're the magic good luck charm for them, the magic token that allows them to keep winning, because we also casted them an awful lot during Brazil, and you were a huge E1 fan. You loved E1.
I was a believer.
You and Lynx loved E1, and you in particular also loved Fluxo.
Let me be clear. Lynx was late to that train. I was the original E1 believer. All right, Lynx was a bandwagoner. But regardless, that E1 team, of course, now losing their organization, coming in as a Raza Company Academy. They've been playing fantastic so far, but their opponents haven't really had that same level of success. BDS. Many people would say this is the best team in the world, Parker, but they haven't won a game.
No, they've only played one game, admittedly. So, I mean, it's a
Fair.
very small sample size. They played up against Dark Zero yesterday. And midway through that second map, Jesse, it looked like BDS was going to walk away with a quick 2-0 and move on. But then, as you saw, the team kind of imploded.
Yeah.
And the big man himself, Leaky Fact, very vocally got upset with his teammates. The kids call it a crash out.
Mm-hmm.
He was very, very frustrated with the way that the team was playing, and furthermore, the way that the team was communicating and working together. And it kind of lit off a bit of a firestorm on social media, with a variety of commentators in the Siege scene weighing in on whether or not it was justified, whether it was good for the team, etc.
Yeah.
It did not work in that particular match. BDS ended up losing to Dark Zero, but will it have some reverberations here today?
We got to hope they're able to turn things around. That was a 7-1 on the final map against Dark Zero, where they had the team discussion, or lecture you could call it, halfway through after throwing a 5v3 to Dark Zero. So I think they're just going to want to be communicating more, right? Talking amongst each other. It's not about blaming one individual person. It's not about setting up your team for failure or making them feel bad, but fixing those problems efficiently. They're not going to go to Cafe. Thankfully, that won't be repeated. As Raza Company actually choose to ban this map after watching BDS lose it 7-1 yesterday. Instead, it'll be Nighthaven Labs for our first map pick of the series. This is going to be chosen by BDS. Obviously, one of these maps that they did win yesterday. They had a 7-3 game up against Dark Zero. It's the only map that they were able to win in that matchup. And Raza Company Academy choose Bank against BDS. Parker, BDS have not lost Bank since 2023.
That's a couple years ago.
We're on a 13-game win streak on that map. That's a bold pick from Raza Company. We'll get to see that second, of course. And then our final map in the pool comes down to Border or Consulate, and it will be Consulate as our decider. We're casting a lot of Consulate so far here at this event, Parker.
Yeah.
That and Bank have been non-stop, it feels like.
It's weird. None of these teams seem to want to play Oregon.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to do some digging on that one.
Yeah, we'll see it surely.
I want
at
to see
some
in your
point.
fancy little numbers that you got there on your laptop.
Yep.
Bank, a 13-game win streak for BDS, and Raza Company Academy said, you know what if we go there?
I mean, Raza Company are a good Bank team as well. They're on a 6-game win streak. So, both these teams are very good at Bank. That should be a very high-level matchup when we get to it. And Nighthaven, I'm expecting the same. Obviously, we're not seeing as much success. Raza Company Academy, they lost this map 2 days ago to Dark Zero, 8-7. Really could not get a handle on their attacks. So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams adapt on Nighthaven Labs because they've both played it before, because we've got a little bit of VOD footage at this event for both teams. And they actually both played it against the same opponent. Maybe you can read into things a little bit there. We'll have to wait and see kind of how that develops and how these two squads end up battling out.
Now, going into this matchup, I would have said this is probably gearing up towards BDS winning maybe in 2 maps, maybe in 3.
Right.
But with how they played yesterday, I think a 3-map screamer with Raza Company Academy coming out on top is actually quite likely, just based on how gritty this team has been. You seemingly, I guess, write them off because of their lack of experience, their lack of pedigree. The fact that a lot of these players are newer means, well, they're not as experienced. They don't have that same history behind them. You can't just kind of back up and say, yeah, of course they're going to win. Like, the team like BDS, you can come in here, you can put your brain on autopilot, and usually you got a pretty good handle on what's going to go on. Maybe not after yesterday. And I hope the teams are starting to take Raza Company Academy a little bit more seriously because there's a lot of threats on that team. Baseto and STK do very, very well on their roles. Perez has been so consistent for this team. So you've got to worry about these players catching fire. On the other side of the coin, though, BDS are no strangers to success, but they are often the bridesmaids, so rarely the bride. Today, if BDS wants to escape the basement of this group, they need to take on the top dogs. Raza Company Academy enters this matchup as the #1 team in this group at the moment. So BDS, they've got their hands full. Operator bans rolling in, and Raza Company Academy will ban first, and they get rid of the black.
Ooh, Blackbeard taken off the board. Usus has actually been playing a lot of that Blackbeard, I believe, yes. Debuted it yesterday against Dark Zero. Has been looking very good with it, so I like that ban a lot. Could see a Maverick here. It's going to be Monty instead from BDS. The double shield ban from both these teams. I will note as well, there's no HUD bug this time around, so the bans are being attributed to the correct teams. Both these teams have a history of banning Maverick on this map, so I thought one of them might want to take it off the board, but instead it will be left up, and it'll be a zombie for our first defender to be removed from the game. Strongest defender in the matchup, and of course, very, very powerful up on those garage rafters, so it makes a lot of sense to take her out of the pool. Could be a Mira here coming out from RCAC, maybe Tubarao is a strong operator on this bomb site, or on this map as well, but it will just be the classic Mira. That's what they banned yesterday, I believe, 2 days ago, in their matchup against Dark Zero, so sticking consistent from RCAC. We'll start to get into the matchup here, Parker. This is one of those games that I think on paper should be a stand-up, should be a quick one, a simple match for the best team in the world, BDS. But in practice, what we've learned is that RCAC are a fiery team with a lot to prove and nothing to lose. So I'm expecting a fantastic one as we load on in to Nighthaven Labs. Top floor will be our first bomb site, as it oh so often is. Raza Company are going to start off with a couple of wall denial operators here too. Bandit being brought out by Perez. STK rocking that mute. Keeping that IT wall close is going to be of utmost importance. Connector wall as well sees a lot of value there. I'm going to say this top floor, it might be really hard to hold garage. 2 defending operators banned out. Mira and Azami are probably the 2 single best operators for holding rafters. So Not sure exactly what the plan's going to be for both of these teams to lock down this part of the map. We'll have to wait and find out. It might just end up being kind of a loose hole as they're going to be holding down below with a castle strat. This is kind of new.
Our analyst Fresh just walked in, saw the map between the two teams, gave an approving head nod, and then immediately left. So glad that Jack's okay with that.
He was checking to make sure it wasn't Oregon.
No teams want to go to Oregon. I don't get what it is. It's a good map.
Yeah, I enjoy playing it. I haven't seen it in a while. Be nice to maybe have a little bit of a comeback from it. You saw it as well just a moment ago. STK lurking the flash tree. That is an open doorway. And it's early. It's early in the morning. Flash tree's got to wake up. But first round, he'll be sleeping.
God help the players who have to wake up at 7 a.m. for their matches.
Nice shot from Ligifact, to be fair. The upside down repel. They'll swing it again. They've got a drone on this guy. They gotta find this drone, or this is gonna be another easy punish. It's just on the stairs. Sometimes the most obvious drones are the hardest to see.
Well, you've also got the housing blocking it, right? When Perez ADS's, he actually blocks the drone site in front of him. He'll get it this time. I think that was a Rotero drone,
Yeah.
though.
Still on the stairs.
Much bigger, much easier to hit.
Certainly.
Users should be able to get this wall open, no problem. Perez has 2 of those barbed wires in pocket, Jesse, so he could have gone for a trick, but will opt not to do that. Instead, the killing will be done by hand on the Solotov. Goodbye to the Flores. Quick response by BDS as EFAC will use the logic bomb. I think that was him killing Perez under the castle barricade, by the way.
Yep.
Two sentry proximity alarms, sentry alarms there. A little bit over a minute to go, and the advantage right now in favor of BDS. He might have crashed out yesterday, but his mental's very good today. Ligifact with 3 kills at this point. 3-day on the board, so an ace will be denied as Shaiko had fallen just moments before that. Raza Company Academy's been dropped down to just Basetto. They'll need to clutch out on a smoke.
Got great tools. Shotgun, SMG-11, and a barbed wire.
Can't hit a drone.
Okay.
Flashed out and pushed into electrical as he's maneuvered off of the site very adeptly by BDS. Letting one flashbang go by. Diffuser in the hands of Bride as he's now at the halfway point. Basetto wraps around the bomb site. He's going to have no visibility on this whatsoever. They know exactly where he is. Use this, firing a couple warning shots. And now Basetto will move in very gingerly. But Uses had to read the whole time. And while his earlier bullets missed, the later ones don't. First round goes to BDS.
A little sloppy early in the morning from Raza Company. Obviously, he's dropping a lot of bodies up inside of garage, up inside of rafters. That drone that was just sat on the stairs the whole time gave so much information. Looking back with the DMR, was able to just hold the angles, shoot the feet, find the heads. Clearly, the captain woke up early and ready for this matchup. But that's one that, the mistake should be easy to fix from Raza Company, right? You deal with that drone. Maybe you go for a bit of a different setup. Maybe you don't hold rafters as hard next time. There's some simple ways to get around that. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but certainly not the most inspiring first round.
Never noticed those birds before.
You
You hear that when it zoomed out? You heard like little birds
Yes,
chirping?
I noticed this once before. I think it was on a different map.
You didn't tell me?
I think I was streaming it.
You know
and I
my
heard
love
it.
of birds.
It's crazy. It's the little details, again, Parker, that you sometimes just don't notice.
You miss it. There's so much that we're
Well,
fixated on here.
I mean, again, the birds also, they don't come out unless it is early in the morning like this. They rise early and they do their calls. So
The early bird gets the worm, I heard, actually, was what I was told.
I've heard that from
Have
a
you
lot
heard
of
that?
different. I've heard that from a lot of different birds. Actually, it does seem to be true. Yeah.
That's okay, though. Birds aren't real. They're government tracking devices.
The hard support, a BDS, is not named Bird. He is named Bride.
Very close, though.
Very close.
Excellent transition.
New viewers will often mistake that name, and new casters as well
Why
sometimes.
is that guy misspelling bird?
He's going to, of course, be on the ace this time around. Not the most common op that you see for attacking this. We're down in the basement from Usus already. And his shield just barely saves him from that nitro.
The way the shield moved there, I thought he just got vaporized. He turned into a kill feed. Usus is dropped now by the sounds of Perez's MP7. Actually, Flastry's MP7. Oh, there's 2 MP7s.
Uh-oh.
It's double the danger. Usus can get picked back up, and the good news is with an Adrenal Surge, Usus can actually get very close to full HP. He's not going to be able to get all the way there, but about 80-90% of the way is definitely doable. You just got to wait out the Adrenal Surge cooldowns. I think Shaiko already used one earlier on Usus when he was first under fire. They're knocking on the door of the bomb site right now, and hear those birds again. As Raza Company Academy are still holding on very aggressively to this main floor. Uh-oh, here comes trouble. Macedo has to march away as Shaiko gets the leadoff pick. Flastry answers back. He secures the kill on the Usus that dated him before. Shaiko missing a golden opportunity. Perez one on to Solitov. Advantage now for RCAC. Even if Flastry is low on HP, you still have to favor them in this altercation. Shaiko out of Adrenal Surges, so no way if damage is done to BDS to get them back up. EFAC with one on the Flastry. They're in the bomb site, Jesse. Diffuser in hand. Green Day will go about it. The smart goggles do not allow you to see through the floor. Don't know if Live was thinking he was going to get some kind of special bonus with that one. That is a mute jammer. You cannot use that unless you want to throw it at your opponent. STK now being watched from these 3 players. And he's collapsed upon. Shaiko getting the final kill. BDS continuing their winning.
That was a great reset. You know, initially they had all their players down inside of EXO, and I didn't like that push. They didn't have control inside of storage. Of course, getting a plant down EXO door is so difficult when you don't have that level of control. But instead, they went for a bit of a reset. Maybe they caused some panic with Usus on that blitz, and then they rotated back over to Animus. Bride got a perfect plant spot that just was not being predicted by Raza Company. They're going to go down 0-2 early on the defense of Nighthaven Labs. Back-to-back rounds where we're seeing late-round players have a lot of util still in pocket. People like to read into that sometimes. I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world if you don't place down a barb, don't place down a mute jammer, but if it's happening consistently, that might signal that there are some issues going on in the prep phase of these matches. So hoping to get that kind of sorted out in the near future.
Heard the birds again.
Yeah, I mean, it's early. It's like 10 a.m. in Boston, so the birds will probably be around for another couple hours.
In this instance, the birds aren't real. Because they're in a video game.
They probably got real birds to record the sound.
You have no idea where they got that from.
I don't, but I would imagine it's real birds. It's probably harder to fake a bird sound than it is to just record a bird.
Have you ever tried to create?
Nope. No, this is an uneducated opinion. I could be wrong.
We all learned today. You're learning about bird sounds. I'm not really learning anything.
I feel like you were the one who didn't know about the birds to begin with. I think you're learning about the bird sounds.
You think Oregon has bird sounds? None of these teams play it anymore. Never know.
We're back top floor, yeah. This is typically the most common bomb site that we get on Nighthaven, but again, with both Mira and a zombie banned out, holding Rafters is really tough. They tried to do it with the castle last time around. They're going to run the bomb site back. No castle this time. I like the strat a bit better.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
impacts don't really do much damage
no,
anymore.
they just tickle. So, if anything, he's just going to help him open the wall.
Is the wall...
I believe it's soft now.
I was going to say, is it
start to work on it?
Rotero drone is known for clearing out utility, but...
The impact destroyed the Rotero before it could blow up. That was really nice from Perez. He managed to space it just correctly, so it didn't destroy his Banshees, but it did destroy the Rotero drone. That was super clean.
Now that wall has been fully opened up by the Rotero drone, as EFAC have none remaining. Leaky Fac yet to die, by the way, sitting at 5-0 for his scoreline. That's pretty good. He and Bride, actually, so far have been invincible up to this point. Solitov will now hunt through garage. is a dangerous spot for Leaky Fact to play on, but I guess they've got intel that nobody's going to swing on that Rafters position.
Yeah, and it's so hard to hold here. I like that Raza fell off this time. They lost so many bodies inside of Rafters the last time they went to this site. Now they're just going to give it up for free. The Thermite will be able to open it up, and that will be an entry point into site, but still strong positioning from Raza. They're not in a bad spot here.
Everybody's still alive. Breeding, the only one to take any real damage here, Jesse. It's going to be an all-out brawl if you look at the clock and look at the player counts. Oh, beautiful shot by Leaky Fact. He's leading by example. He almost gets another. He'll hug that reinforcement to keep himself alive. Bride and Shaiko die. It's Leaky Fact on the ground. He and Yuzis finished off, and Solotov will need to find his very first kill in a 1v3. Not a lot of time left to go. You know, he's isolated up on Rafters, and they've got enough players there to deal with him. One unaccounted for. Where is he? Who cares? STK gets the final kill. That's a good round for Raza Company Academy as they get on the board.
Seems like an extremely linear push coming out from BDS. Very focused on both IT and Rafters. They didn't have anybody coming through Connector. They didn't have anybody coming in through Aqua either, at least from what I saw from our first-person POV. That straight-up garage-style push, I'm not a huge fan of. I feel it's often very difficult to get the defuse kit down. You know, the best plant spots top floor on Nighthaven are usually by the pillar if you're coming in through Connector, or on the bomb chassis if you're coming in through Aqua. These are kind of the best plant spots you'll see teams going for. You've got to run across a large area of open space to get to either of those plant spots if you're just coming from Rafters, if you're just coming from IT. And so you saw that BDS, they had those two openings. They had the IT door, they had the breach open, but funneling just through those two open doorways while the defense had so much cover to play behind, it just wasn't a recipe for success. Maybe that's got to be the game plan top floor. You know, you don't have a zombie, you don't have Mira. It's going to be really hard to hold down Garage. Why don't you just give it up? Bait the attackers into taking it, maybe waste a little bit of time, but then once they take that map control, you can fight it pretty decently from back of sight. The Raza Company maybe have cracked the code. We'll see BDS in round number 6. They should get another crack at that. The bomb site will unlock for the final round of the half, but for now, they stick to the bottom floor. Some teams like to play all 3 sites regardless. I don't like that strategy on Nighthaven specifically, because the middle floor bomb sites on this map are quite bad. Like, storage is tough to hold, and then kitchen is just, like, impossible to hold.
You should tell the teams that.
Well, the teams already know. They're not playing those bomb sites. They're playing top and bottom.
Do you think it's because you told them?
You know, I think it's likely that the players of BDS came to the conclusion that kitchen was a bad bomb site on their own. I don't know if my input was needed there.
I think you should think higher of yourself.
Okay.
Very curious as to what's going on Unwanted versus Joel on the other stream, by the way. We have been on Raza Company Academy duty, Jesse.
We have. We've not let anybody else cast them. We demanded we must cast every single round that SDK plays a 6 Invitational. That's in our contract.
I don't think that's...
I made sure to put it in there.
Wow, you didn't even tell me about that. IT wall is soft. That gives an opportunity for Shaiko to open it up. SDK was hoping to net 1 kill from that. He doesn't find anything. Leaky Fact, who's been having a great game so far, has a bad round. He dies. Solotov trades it right back and kills his nemesis. That's a nice act of revenge as Perez will die. That's Solus roaming on the main floor. God, that Deimos revolver is just so strong. In the hands of Shaiko, that's a scary thing. Absolutely 0 recoil, and it does an incredible amount of damage. Shaiko gets 1 pick and was looking for the follow-up on STK above. He's finished off by Yuzis. So now there's only 2 that remain for Raza Company Academy. It's 4 from BDS.
Ivan's hunting. He's got to make some kind of a play. That'll do it. Diffuse kit. Still in the hands of Bride, but a pick nonetheless.
He doesn't know how close Shaiko is. He pops up and there's just no chance. Shaiko on a single point of HP. As Basetto is killless at the moment, well below his success that we've seen over the first 2 days of matches for his team. BDS looking at 3 rounds right now. Oh! But Basetto gets a kill with the Nitro Cell. A good call from his teammates sitting on cams. Shaiko hits a goo mine and he is precariously close to death. Both players drop in the same position and will now be hunted. Basetto sees 1 and he has to worry about 2 separate targets. Shaiko will get the job done himself. That's a 3K for Shaiko, is it not? Maybe a 2K.
I think believe it was 3. I believe it was 3.
Maybe it was a 3K. Maybe 2, maybe 3. What's the difference?
The reposition in that late round from Basetto, I think it would have been a nice reposition if the enemy didn't have active pings on him. We would have known exactly where that was. We had attack timeout from Raza Company Academy. We won't be able to hear what the coach is saying, partly because we're on the B stream, partly because they're speaking Portuguese.
I feel like the last one really hinders things more than anything else.
Yeah, a couple of roadblocks there. Basetto getting his first pick in that last round. He was the last player to get off the donut in this game. He's been criticized a bit coming into this tournament. Obviously, their hard support. He never has the greatest of numbers, but he has been phenomenal through the 6 Invitational so far. I think it's really been his turnaround that has led to the success of Raza Company Academy, specifically on defense. He has been absolutely nutty with a 2.00 kill death ratio on defense, top 5 in the tournament, matched only by Live, who's got a 2.17 in this game. We see a lot of good defensive play from Raza Company. Not in this game so much. It's a 3-1 lead on the attack for BDS, but through the last 2 days, Raza Company have been the single best defense team at the entire tournament, winning 72% of rounds that they play on the defense. As the sample size grows, you expect that to normalize a little bit, all closer to that center point of about 55-60% that defense usually sits at, but for the meantime, RCAC hold that title of the best defensive team. BDS are currently breaking it at the moment, though, and I think that comes down a little bit to the bans, a little bit to the map, and a little bit to the fact that you're going against Leaky Fack in these 7-2.
I'm so tempted to directly contradict what you just said,
I'm glad you didn't.
just to make you angry.
I'm glad you didn't.
And then smirk a little bit, and then watch you sit there and go. I guess people can't see what I just did.
No, you just made a face.
I made a face, but it was a good face. Tell the people.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We do see ourselves on storage, Parker. I said this bomb site's kind of bad. It's better than kitchen. And the fact that they've lost basement twice now, I don't mind them trying this one out. I think it's probably the right call here. Basement was not working. They tried a roam strat. They tried a bit of an anchor strat. Neither really came into fruition, so key things for this bomb site are usually open the IT wall, make sure there's nobody below, then jump in plant storage window. Here comes step 1.
Ooh. SDK wanted to bandit trick. He also probably didn't want to lose most of his HP in that interaction. Bully for him.
We can't always get the things we want.
They will open up IT wall. That's EFAC taking that job all on his own. And then they'll go to drone work with 1 minute burned off of the clock. Might be some problems that present themselves for this BDS team. First on intel gathering because of the mute. But then actually getting into the action because of Flastry's Fenrir being all over the map to deal with all those F-mines.
SDK rotated all the way to the basement. He's playing that with a Nitro Cell, too. Leaky Fax is going to go hunt him down through the vending stairs, but with that Logic Bomb wearing off very quickly, he's not going to have much information for that. A smoke gets tossed out. They have a lot more, so this is just a fake. Don't get caught off guard.
Oh.
That deals with the below threat. What did I say? Step 1, IT. Step 2, make sure there's no one below. Step 3, jump in plant storage window. We're on step 3.
What step of the plan is Leaky Fat killing everybody in every round?
That is part of step 2.
Got it. This could have been a botched opportunity. Things got a little scary for Brede as he walks in. EFAC taking no prisoners as well. Perez is upstairs all on his own. This looks like the BDS that we have come to see. Beautiful shot on the Usus as he reads the drop. Perez will have to fight his way out of this position now as he's watched quite intently from top rafters. He loses the fight. BDS continue their winning ways. Timeout called by Raza Company Academy. Not paying off. This is BDS's map, after all, but BDS must be happy with all of the maps, especially that bank map, as you mentioned.
Parker, I don't say this lightly. That might have been the cleanest default storage take I've ever seen. They did everything right. They just checked the boxes, played that bomb site as the book says you should. It went perfectly. I love the blitz to jump on in and take that storage control. They made sure there couldn't be anybody below. They made sure you couldn't deny from above. The cover on IT window lost his fight. He lost his one, but it didn't matter in the end. That fight came way too late, and it was already a 1v5 at that point. Leaky Fat continued hitting the back after he cleared out that basement floor to get a second pick. He's now 9-2. What a great start for BDS. I mean, you really can't criticize anything they've done. The one round they lost, maybe the angle of attack wasn't quite right, but I mean, ultimately, that top floor is a very tough bomb site, even with the bans the way they are, and they've got a third shot at attacking it here. I expect we'll see a bit of a different direction coming from BDS now. Maybe if they want to try to push in through Connector, maybe Aqua. They've got a couple of options, but I assume it won't be solely focused around IT and Raptors this time around.
I don't really know what Raza Company Academy can do at the moment in regards to slowing down this BDS assault. The most noticeable part of this RCAC defense is that they keep trying to match up in opening engagements with the gunfire from BDS. They fall short every single time. Maybe play a bit more passive. Maybe your gadgetry is the issue at this point.
I feel like they're so readable. Like, everything Raza Company are doing, BDS know within the first 30 seconds of the round. Because it's like, they're playing pretty default setups. The castle setup in round number 1 was unique and new. Largely due to how the bans played out, but it wasn't particularly strong. Flores is getting good value despite not finding any intel there. Any bit of util clear there. But BDS are being allowed to grab exactly what they need. They're working for it nicely.
Oh.
And like SDK, like that could have been an opportunity to disrupt the game plan of BDS, but he just can't hit his shots.
Did you say Disrupt Gaming?
Goats.
I remember them.
I loved their branding. They need to be more yellow esports orgs.
I want more pink esports orgs.
Facts.
Give me a pink jersey. You give me a pink jersey, I'll wear it here. Oh my! So moments ago, I said that the problem that Raza Company Academy faced was that they couldn't match up against the early gunfire of this team of BDS. They'll get a secure now. Perez just got 2 kills. STK's felled. Perez goes down as well. Now it's just the support players for Raza Company Academy with a minute to go. Advantage favoring RCAC just based on HP. Uses has a read. There's 1 kill for live, answered back right away. 2v2. 45 seconds left. EFAC has been battling utility outside of that exact spot for so long. First it was the proximity alarms, now it's those F-Knots, the F-Mines, whatever you choose to call them.
What angle do they have to enter? I mean, all the walls are still closed. This is actually a good gap.
Plant going down, so EFAC with his 11 kills will need to hold this angle. Uses gets away with the plants and loses most of his HP in the process. EFAC giving himself away as well. He's going to have to play a completely different angle as they sweep up on him. Firing to draw out the smoke. EFAC taking down Uses as he'd been dropped. There's the pistol. He's got to go quickly. He won't get there in time to stop the counter disable. Flash Street all the time in the world to hop on, and a great distraction from the smoke. Give Raza Company Academy yet another round, but BDS could have easily won that one, and it would have been a 5-1 first half. Still, you got to be comfortable with 4-2 being the scoreline for the former French team.
Yeah, last round could have gone either way. Came down to the gunfights in the end there. Gifac just couldn't get it done. Some rare misses out of him. Settle will reign supreme on the day, but as you said, 4-2 half, you're not going to be upset about that if you're BDS. You got the job done. 4 pushes is more than enough to secure this game in the second half and take the series 1-2. With Raza Company moving on to attack, especially, this was by far their weakest side when they lost this map to Dark Zero. They had just a 29% attacking win rate 2 days ago against the North American squad, so there are some weaknesses in the way that they push this map. I'm sure BDS will have watched that game back and will have some setups to try to abuse those weaknesses. Again, you run into the problem with top floor of how do you hold down rafters. Not a lot of strong operators for that. BDS are going to do their best to keep it secured. You can't give it up entirely, but a lot of teams will, I think in this circumstance, choose to give it up at some point halfway through the round. Just waste a bit of time with it. Raza Company defaulted to towards the end of that first half.
Let's go over towards the stats and look at who drew first blood most often. Well, would you believe it? It matches up perfectly with the scoreline, but not a 100% conversion rate. Rounds 3 and 4, the opposing team that would go on to win the round drew blood first. First blood? Surely there's a more elegant way of saying that.
Parker,
Drew first blood first.
When you talk, it's always elegant.
It's the nicest thing you've ever said. That was a bad C4.
It's tough when there's lineups, too. Because that absolutely could have killed Flashtree. And
Should
kill Flashtree. I mean, I guess there's still ace charges, but like that would have been a massive help for this round.
My favorite part about that interaction was that Flashtree didn't move at all. Flashtree heard the C4 land and just stayed on the wall.
He knew at that point he's going to die getting this wall or not, and it was out of his hands at that point, so may as well just continue doing your job, you know?
I believe they say you let Jesus take the wheel.
Exactly.
Or in this case, Jesus takes the blowtorch. He was a carpenter.
Do they do carpentry with blowtorches?
No, but I think welding's not that much of a difference.
Okay. Sure.
Not a trades guy. I think that if Jesus were to come back and handed him a blowtorch, he would know exactly what to do with it.
I would trust him for sure.
I would trust him too.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're in agreement there.
I like live down below. You've got both Deimos and Buck below the site.
Just like they trusted Flashtree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To get the wall.
Forces here on Raza Company Academy, though, very well spread out, as you were noting. And you've got the Buck in a very powerful position. If BDS does not send somebody downstairs to deal with this, they are going to lose the comfort and safety very quickly. Oh! Shaiko engaging with Live. Live losing very little HP. That's an unfavorable angle for Live to take. All he's going to see is the head. If you miss the head, you lose the fight. Live did not miss that. And he's going to continue to be annoying for BDS down in this position. Shooting away at their feet, shooting away at their calves, keeping this BDS defense on the move. All the while, the remaining players from Raza Company Academy can get closer to the bomb site. It'll be Bassetto holding on to that diffuser. He'll be shepherding it on in. You have to find more picks, though. You can't just rely on the Buck. Leaky Fact taking down Live, and a quick peek in from Perez. He's far removed from the next player from BDS. They trade back and forth. It's all up to EFAC in a 1v2. Diffuser going down. He hears it. But he tries to vault and got baited in. That's tough. That's very, very tough. Right as that disorienting wave was taking effect. It's a final kill from STK. Raza Company Academy are closing this gap.
That's a beautiful push. Obviously focused on that connector. I talked about the plant spots earlier in this game. They opted for the pillar plant spot initially, but their planter ended up going down. So what do? Well, they rotated some players in through IT. They late started to hit that north side of the map, and it really paid off. STK, I think he's got to get the bulk of the credit for finding that gap, walking up the garage stairs as well, providing that second dimension to the push, providing that second angle that BDS weren't expecting. So much pressure from Raza was being shown towards connector, was being shown towards pillar, that BDS were like, okay, this is where the push is. And they did not expect that flank coming in late round at all. Again, that's kind of the power of having two players below as well. You hear the Buck down below, you know he's still beneath you. You can kind of safely assume, okay, well, there's nobody flanking if the one off-site guy, if the one off-push guy is below us. But there was two. And so when SDK ran up those stairs, had that impact, that was massive for Raza Company. Team captain of Raza Company Academy as of the summer. In Stage 1 in Manchester, he was not the IGL. He was not the leader of this team. He took the reins halfway through this season.
It was Arthur, right, who was IGLing on that
Arthur,
old team? Yeah.
Who then left E1 to go to Los in North America, which did not go very well for him, to say the least.
I mean, you go with the big org. You're at least playing in NA, but yeah, I mean, that Los team has very pronounced issues. They're finding their way.
Yep.
I will say, Raza Company Academy are not struggling as much with opening up the windows as we saw from Secret yesterday.
It was a rough final map from Secret against against Shopify Rebellion.
First 2 maps were excellent.
Excellent.
Cinema, as many would say.
Vigil of Leafac down below is being hunted by Raza Company. Got the Ram up above. They've got drones on him too. He's going to be in a lot of pressure here. He knows that it's going to be on him to get these picks by himself. He doesn't have any help around here.
EFAC trying to get his way out of his position, but it's a tough one. He gets hunted down, and Basetto finds him. STK gets another. Raza Company Academy are actually in excellent shape now to put this into a 4-4 scoreline, Jesse. All of a sudden, they're the formidable ones on attack, and this Nighthaven Labs is skewing towards the attackers in a hurry.
Yeah, the attacking lows that we had against Dark Zero just don't seem to be materializing for Raza Company, which is great news for any Brazilian fans. Now with a 2-man advantage, I mean, the onus is on BDS. Do you try to make a play? You've only got one of your Nitro cells that hasn't already been wasted. It's going to be tough to go for a flank at this point. It's going to be an EXO finish coming out from Raza Company, which is one of the strongest plant spots in the map. Intel's perfect. You see the drones lining up too. Shaiko needs to get a pick first.
BDS still has their timeout, by the way. Raza Company Academy burned theirs at the start of this match. So BDS still has an opportunity, if they so choose, to settle this down. Very first kill for BDS comes with 45 seconds left into the round. It's at the hands of the master himself, Shaiko. It's a bit of a quiet tournament up to this point. BDS can send those kills around, disperse them as they see fit. Use this missing an opportunity onto what appears to be STK. The way they're playing this is brilliant. It's like Frogger as they avoid the bullets. Shaiko and Bride now last 2 standing for BDS. Shaiko's in trouble. He might get spotted out. There's the diffuser. Just waiting for the sledge. Shaiko pops up. It was a game of keep away. All he needs to do is live for another second or so. Same with Bride. And the timer will give the round to BDS. I don't know if they deserved it, but they get it all the same. Hiding is not illegal, as we established yesterday. So Shaiko is no criminal. Maybe a smooth criminal with the way he played things out. But the elusive man waits until the dying moments of the round to stop the plant. Raza Company Academy never droned out the back of the site to find Shaiko's position.
Shaiko played that perfectly. He knew that was their only win condition, right? Being able to step up and first get that pick in the 4v5, making sure to make it a 3v4. So that the man advantage just wasn't as tight, and then hiding in the back of the bomb site. We see that play so commonly from teams, but the sledge up above, you saw him, he checked the corner, right? There's 2 positions that you can hide deep inside that bomb site if the main breach is closed. Of course, the first one is in the corner. It's a little bit safer. That's the most common spot because you can't get seen if the breach is slightly open. But Shaiko goes for the second most common spot. Thank you for our observer. Yes, right there on the yellow square. That's where most people will hide. Shaiko went behind the boxes instead. And that wasn't checked by the sledge that was playing up above. So that decision from Shaiko won them the round. I also want to give some credit to the Kaid in that last round, who kept that wall closed. The Seto on the Habana was outside the main breach, ready to make an angle, which would have killed Shaiko in that position. But a late round Electroclaw ended up going onto that main wall. Thank you again to our observer right there.
Our observer, by the way, is Nova. So thank you very much, Nova. Usus was the Kaid as well.
Thank you.
Thank yous us.
Oh, you should be a comedian, Parker.
No, that's, he plays for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Did you see his biceps yesterday?
Yeah, he's getting fit.
Troy's a buff boy. Oh, no. No.
What's the goal there, right? I mean, maybe you can play close and try to get a rat spot, right, if there's nobody holding from the roof up there, but it's not like it's rare to see somebody on the roof holding that line. Like a little sloppy. Not dissimilar to what we saw from Raza at the start of this game.
There's no denial here from BDS, right? So my only guess is that you're expecting them to go in quickly, and you can maybe scare them.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe if Shaiko's lined up, the moment that breach opens, he gets a kill or 2. That's huge value. But yeah, I mean, it's not like you're going to throw down a bunch of Legion mines, and then the wall just stays closed.
Be an interesting way to buff Legion. Not sure that Legion needs a buff.
I mean, he's a little strong. He's a little strong at the moment. His pick rate has been through the roof.
Yeah.
Oh, things go from bad to worse for this BDS team. Half of the round done. Nitro Cell tossed out by Solitov. Reckless abandon! And Perez gets all 5 kills! In the biz, we call that an ace. And it's a flawless bounce back from Raza Company Academy.
Young entry player for RCAC, Perez. Doesn't get a lot of talk, to be honest. More people need to keep their eyes on this guy. Youngest player on the team, grew up in the capital of Brazil, Brasilia, in the center of the country, and then managing to just make things happen over here on the East Coast of the United States in Boston. Always showing up for these big moments. He's been to a couple events before. This is not his first time on the big stage. He's so talented, bro. There's a reason they put him on primary entry. There's a reason they let him run around on demos more often than not. Didn't need it in that last round, but he has just been so good for Raza so far. The first 2 days of competition as well. He put up 46 frags and only 40 deaths. Second most kills of anyone on the team, just after Live.
Perez is a terrific player. 14 kills. Good Lord. Leaky Fat came off a little hot at the start of this match, and then he's cooled significantly, Jesse. He broke 10 kills many rounds ago, and now he struggled as a defender. And I mean, this is an attacker-sided map at the moment. The way this is played out is very heavily favoring the attackers, which is good for Raza Company Academy. It was a bit odd since BDS picked this map. You'd think that RCAC would have started on attack unless neither of these teams expected this to break in favor of the attackers. Fun little tidbit about Nighthaven Labs that we bring up quite regularly, and if you've heard us cast this, you've definitely heard it before, is that for a long period of time, over the last, say, year or so, this was statistically the most balanced map between attackers and defenders. Lately, it's skewed towards the defenders, but you're still going to have your games where the attackers triumph. We're witnessing one right now. That is a worrying predicament for BDS. This honestly could be a 5-4 game for Raza Company Academy, were it not for the game of hide and seek that Shaiko played.
Let's get into this top floor. STK is finding a lot of resistance. I'm not sure he can continue to push this. And you don't need to full clear top on this bomb site, but it can certainly help, especially if you want to go for a more control-focused execute. You got a great drone in sight too, so why not try to take advantage of that? Won't stop STK from going down first, though. That utility will clean up on the blitz. Makes a little bit awkward now. Another for Leaky Fact. My God. Just as you talked about him.
I cast her cursed him.
You did.
But the other way.
You cast her blessed.
I cast her blessed him. Cast her cursed or the broadcast bless. Which one is it?
I like the broadcast bless.
We gotta get a little alliterative here. Leaky Fact is obviously feeling it because he's fishing for another kill. Down inside of storage. You got Brede for backup. He's flashed down. Flash tree's on the ground. Shaiko's there for insurance policy. Can we see another flawless round? This time for BDS, though. Yes, we will. Solitov taking an awful lot of damage, but ultimately persevering on those rafter stairs, and it's map point for BDS. What do we talk about? We talk about how attacker-sided it is. What happens? BDS wins as defenders. We talk about how Leaky Fact's gone kind of quiet. What happens? He gets 2 kills. And they're the two probably the most important that knock Raza Company Academy off stride. Every single thing we said went the complete opposite in that round.
BDS will do that to a caster, especially when you're trying to talk negative on what is arguably the best team in the world. Back-to-back major finalists looking to make a deep run here in Boston. And now, despite their rough start yesterday, having a pretty good start early in the morning in game number 2. For the primarily French squad. One more round is all it'll take, and they'll get to go to the 2 best bomb sites. They can go basement and then straight up to top floor for the final round, if they do need so. That last win came on storage, which is, again, kind of a tough bomb site to win sometimes. But with it off the board, it locked for the next couple of rounds. They can kind of go to the more favorable sites to try to end this game quickly. Last time their basement roam got annihilated. It was Leaky Fact on the Vigil that found a lot of problems. Solitov went down right after him. They've swapped the ops a little bit. Solitov picking up the Vigil and gonna rock the Boss G despite the nerfs. We do see teams still trying to run this operator. The Boss G is a very good gun if you're talented.
Here's a fun little quirk of this match, Jesse.
Tell me.
Of all 4 rounds that Raza Company Academy has won, they have all been on the exact same site.
Really?
Command center and servers on the top floor. RCAC won it twice when they were defenders. They won it twice as attackers. That's the only bomb site that they've been able to win. Every other site that's been played has been won by BDS either on attack or defense. That is quite a sobering statistic if you come to think about it. Now up to BDS to just simply not go to that bomb site anymore.
Comes down to the bans, too, again. I mean, I keep bringing it up, but Raza Company had the final ban. They chose to take out the mirror. They probably predicted the Islami ban from BDS.
Another Perez ace, by any chance?
We're 1 kill in. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
I choose not to count chickens to begin with. Hatched or unhatched.
You've been big into birds today. I don't know what you, Parker.
I do love birds.
Yeah.
One day you don't care about birds. And then the next day you're walking through the woods and you go, is that a red-breasted warbler?
What happened to you?
That is exactly what happened to me, yes. I was on a nature walk in Vancouver. Down goes Solitov to live, and this is a great start for Raza Company Academy, now facing a loss here on BDS's map.
3v5 man count disadvantage with Shaiko alive on the basement of Nighthaven Labs. Surely there's no way this could... Ooh, wait, happened last time?
It did happen last time.
Uh-oh.
Uses his flanking now. Uh-oh, you got to go quickly. Nice pre-fire by Flastry. He seemed to have a premonition that one of the defenders was nearby. Now, intel will be hacked by the Dokkaebi too, so with the nice 1-2 punch here from the Brazilian team. And Shaiko, just as it was before, on this bottom floor to hold off. Thing is, they haven't done a single point of damage to Raza Company Academy. Nitro Cell gets shot away at by the Buck Live guys shortly thereafter. Hold on! Oh my, they almost clean up more than one. It's up to Brede to clutch. For the longest time, he was the clutch minister. Does he have what it takes still? He's given his position away. Attempting to soften up these players. Seto gets diffuser down while STK and Flastry distract. Brede's got the right read. But he's going to rely on Raza Company Academy to peek him. Flastry does. And wins the round off of it. One more of regulation. Jesse, we joked yesterday that every single match we've had has gone almost all the way. Feels like it might be happening again. Is this a timeout by BDS? Yes, it is.
Out time. Obviously, match point is secured, but they don't want to have to face an overtime up against Raza Company. They'd likely be starting on the defense, and this game's been somewhat attacker-sided so far, so makes sense to call it now, try to get the job done. You got a bit of a question mark on your hands. You don't want to go to top floor because it's the only site that RCAC have been winning consistently. You don't want to go to basement because you've just lost it in the previous round, and your roam game has been getting annihilated the both times that you played it. So you can't go to storage because it's locked. And kitchen is just a terrible site. So you don't have many good choices here if you're BDS.
Well, you can't go to command center servers because prior to that round, it's the only place that RCAC had won on.
Yeah.
That eliminates that right then and there. Damn, I lost the rest of it. I was gonna copy everything you said just to get under your skin. This was a great play by Flastry, by the way. His utility, his objective work, his droning, and then his follow-up in the post plant was extraordinarily good. He and STK played that perfectly, showing just the right amount of patience to frustrate Brede, who knew he had to go to the actual objective. Oh, no. Jesse, what bomb site is it?
I mean, it's top, and again, like, they had no good options. I think this is the right call. Kitchen is so bad. And the basement, the roam was so bad. I mean, you've got to do this. You've got to commit to playing top again.
Kitchen was not played, by the way, by either of these teams so far today.
It's not a fun decision to make if you're BDS, but I think it's the right call. I think this gives them the best chance of success. They're going to rely on Brede playing the Clash to try to turn the tides. I don't believe they had this previously. He tried to hide throughout the prep phase so he couldn't get droned out. Would be a big moment for him to step up and slow down the Raza squad. They really heavily focus that connector side of things. Putting a shield on this. This is an interesting place to put a deployable shield. The room
Does he know if you can? That's the
Not sure
question.
if you can. I've never seen it.
He destroyed all those electronics for nothing.
Making a mess.
We are eco-conscious here. You didn't even recycle them. Look at all those lithium-ion batteries discarded into the regular garbage.
All the digital birds are going to be in such a tough spot now.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, they will be. Oh, my. Live at the read on Leaky Fact as we now turn our attention towards this matchup. Coming to potential conclusion. Deimos has a read on 4 of the 5 operator identities. As Leaky Fact collects kill number 15. He and Perez both tied at that number. Terrific performance for both of them. Leaky Fact's job will get a little bit harder now, as he'll be watched by STK's Deathmark, but there are mute jammers scattered around the map. Some solace here for BDS.
Nope, no solace.
That's not how I use the word. You know that solace is S-O-L-A-C-E.
I can't spell. Talking about Rainbow Six
Actually,
Siege
no, you
caster.
cannot spell.
Man disadvantage. You've got to find a pick at some point if you're Raza, especially with that clash on the board. Getting some good util or some intel from this IQ down below. I'm a little interested to see STK still sitting on the roof with that Deimos. Usually it's not, but you'd see go on the bottom floor. He's got pings on all 5 players, so he could track anybody in the server. He thinks about rotating below, still considering it. I don't love the idea of walking into a shotgun held by Uzis, so I really kind of hope he moves down below. Could also jump in the window, I suppose, if they want to focus more on the Raptor side of things.
STK finally got his man. EFAC dies. Shaiko trades out Bassetto. Things not great at the moment for Raza Company Academy. You've got 2 players now stacked up side by side on rafters. This bomb site has a 100 success win rate, or a 100% win rate, and a 100% success rate for Raza Company Academy. What a time it would be for BDS to break that trend line, and it looks like they just might do it, Jesse. It's all up to Perez, who's been simply fantastic, but he had too many foes to fight through, and he cannot get the job done. BDS prevail on their own map, but RCAC made them work for it. The European squad up 1-0.
Good things happen when you listen to your captain. Leaky Fact, a fantastic game here, especially in that first half, getting the early lead in for BDS. 15-8 is his final stat line. Shaiko steps up big time at the end to really lock down this one and make sure overtime is not on the cards for Raza Company Academy. That was their map pick on the side of BDS, so it's not a devastating loss from RCAC, but Bank awaits us on the other side of this break, and that is a scary map to play against BDS.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother. Into red time we go. Where's the response? The jump was through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Daz. It is, and look at the cover. J9 is not a back room. It's killed 4. This is it. You look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up. Gets slippy.
No.
Finds himself a second, Daz. Making a third. It's a 3K.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target.
This can be made successfully. Information from the bees. It goes deep. Shotgun.
He swings on to Dodes. Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees. Information. Shaiko pushing for it. Nath is there.
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Reaps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Reaps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
And runs with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets the headshot kill.
But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know! The 1v2!
BDS wins their own map, as a lot of us expected. Now the question becomes, what does Raza Company Academy do on their own map of Bank? That first map, though, of Nighthaven Labs went the distance. It was a 12-round screamer, Jesse, and back and forth contest between both teams, just as we expected. But BDS was the better team. Leaky Fact was quite the monster on the side of BDS. As for Raza Company Academy, the man of the hour was Perez. Try as he might, he couldn't will them to a victory. What's your takeaway here on that Nighthaven Labs we just witnessed?
My takeaway, Parker, is that BDS are just a better Nighthaven team. You know, their pushes, especially on, a map like, or up on site like Storage, were better put together, better fundamentally. We saw some good stuff from Raza down in the basement and on the top floor for sure, but round after round in the clutch moment as well, BDS played some great Siege. It did come down to a couple of scary moments. Shaiko had to save the day on a number of occasions, but he stepped up and he saved it when he had to. Early round, as you mentioned too, Liquefact, absolutely a hero in this game. So map number 2, I think, should be a closer affair. It was chosen by RCAC. We talked about it a little bit in the map ban phase, but I'm going to reiterate the stat that I mentioned. It has been 2.5 years since BDS last lost this. I guess 1.5 years. I can't count. 1.5 years since BDS last lost Bank. They're on a 13-game win streak on this next upcoming map. It's going to be a tall task, but Raza Company think they're up for it.
Think they're up for it? What? You ended on a high note, which makes it seem like you're going to go somewhere else. Like there was more to
Will
come.
they be up for it is the question.
There you go.
Just a pause.
It's like that scene from The Office where Dwight gets concussed.
You're saying I'm concussed? I might be.
I mean, sometimes when I listen to you, I wonder. What was this man talking about?
Bank
I
won
was
by
talking about birds earlier.
Labs won by BDS. Bank hoping to be won by Raza Company Academy as it is their pick. Consulate would be up on deck if it ends up being a 1-1 series. And I think you'd expect a 1-1 series coming into this matchup, just given how good Raza Company have looked throughout this tournament thus far. They're obviously undefeated so far. Not in maps. Of course, they just lost, but they've lost maps on previous days of SI as well. But 2-0 as far as the series are concerned. BDS 0-for-1 to begin the tournament. We've got a bye upcoming from Raza Company. Soon to be, I'm not sure if it's tomorrow
They
or the
played
next
3 days
day.
in a row. They've got to have a day off.
Yep. Maybe they're the one team who play 5 games. They play a special bonus team.
I don't think that's true. I don't
think
so
either.
The real Raza Company shows up.
The main team from Raza Company.
They get helicoptered in.
I mean, Raza's here with a couple of his buddies. I'm sure they could put together a 5-man stack.
True. I saw some chatter, by the way, about... Oh, BDS is gone. I saw some chatter, by the way, about the choice of music. Boston has a great jazz scene. And going on with the Roaring 20s Art Deco style that we've got, which honestly I think is one of the best styles that we've ever had for any event.
Yep.
I love jazz.
Yeah.
I love it. I like funk. I like jazz. A little bit of blues, a little bit of soul. Reminds me of the band Wolfpack.
Yep.
This does sound very Wolfy. For the dozens of people currently watching, hopefully one of them appreciates Wolfpack. His live album, Clarity of Cal, actually just came out a couple days ago.
Shout out.
Shout out. They don't pay my bills. I'm just a fan.
The players, I do not believe, get to enjoy the smooth jazz that we get to enjoy.
I don't think they hear it.
I know
Could you imagine if this music was piped in while they were gaming?
Well, listen, they pipe in white noise through those over headphones when they're on stage at the very least, that you can't hear the crowd giving you call-outs and such like that. So what if they just replace the white noise with smooth jazz?
This is my favorite part. This is my favorite part of the song.
If RCAC
It sounds so good. I'm just enjoying the music right now.
win this matchup, they are almost guaranteed to be first place in their group.
Production, could you turn the music up a bit?
There's no way they're gonna. You're unbelievable.
I'm vibing. You hear that saxophone?
I can't lie, the sax goes kind of hard.
Finally, we agree on music because you listen to AI slop.
Do not listen to AI music. You can't keep saying this on broadcast like it's a fact.
It will eventually become true. This part right here. It's the best part of the song.
BDS not quite in danger of being eliminated. Obviously, they've only played one game. But
And they're leading this series right now.
I know, but they are 0-for-1. They are at the bottom of their group at the moment, so that thought starts to creep in a little bit. If this game goes to a third map, I don't want to overhype it. Remember, only last place in the group does actually get eliminated. The top 4 teams from the group will go to playoffs. How it works, if you get first place, you get a bye after the first round. If If you get second place, you get to choose your first round opponent out of the third place teams. And if you get fourth place, you go to playoffs, but you start in the lower bracket. So you're in a very scary position. You only have one life.
And if you finish in 5th place, they shove you into a cannon and shoot you back to your country.
What if their country is the USA? Back to your state, I guess.
I don't think anybody's actually from Boston.
I don't think anybody's from Boston. The players filled out a survey letting us know where some of them were from before the game.
I mean, even if they were from Boston, I suspect that a cannon could probably get you to your place pretty quickly.
The one player who I wasn't sure on, the one player who answered the survey in the most annoying way was Yaga, who said that he was from the town of Marion. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but he didn't
How's
say
it
what
spelled?
state the town is from, and there's like 9 Marions in the USA, and one of them's in Massachusetts. So he might be a hometown hero. I can't confirm.
Have you consulted with his Wikipedia page?
You think that says hometowns on it? I promise you it does not. Otherwise, there's definitely no other players who answered who
Where is
are
Yaga from?
a near location.
Where is Yaga from?
Parker, I got great news.
The game is ready.
The game is ready. We don't have to talk about where Yaga's come from anymore on this game of Raza Company Academy.
Hey, it's not about where
BDS.
Yaga's come from. It's where he is now.
Okay.
Where he is now is competing at the 6th Invitational. Our second map is ready. We were waiting on BDS to get back, and they finally did. It is time for us to get into Bank. BDS with quite the commanding lead through the social vote.
Raza Company will get the first ban, and they've got a couple of options. They banned the Blackbeard on map number 1. I would kind of expect that to be repeated here on Bank. They've banned Blackbeard previously on Bank. And again, BDS are a great Blackbeard team. We saw that yesterday in their matchup against Dark Zero with Usis debuting that operator. So I'm going to predict the Blackbeard ban. How does he do it? He looks at the numbers.
You're so good.
For BDS, they've got a lot more options. I don't know if they're going to go back to the back-to-back shield bans. I'm thinking maybe a Ying would make sense for this. I think this is the hardest ban to predict. Because the BDS play this map so often. They ban so many different operators. It's kind of ridiculous. It will be the Ying, though. Okay, I'll take that. 2 for 2, then. On defense, Valkyrie is always a really strong ban on Bank. We could see another Azami ban coming through, as we did see that banned out in the last map. Valkyrie be my pick if I've got to pick something. Kaid could be banned as well, although Raza tends to ban Kaid on this map, so it kind of feels bad if you take that ban if you're BDS. To go for the Azami. I mentioned her, but she wasn't my first pick, so I won't count that as a correct prediction. And then Raza Company, I'm going to lock into Kaid here. That tends to be the operator that they ban on Bank. They take the Valkyrie. All right.
While we get underway with this, just for those of you wondering what the landscape of the groups look like, these teams are both in Group C. Raza Company Academy is actually at the top of their group right now with 7 points. BDS only has a single point, and that's because, unfortunately for them, they only mustered up a single map against Dark Zero yesterday. Raza Company Academy is a 4-1 map score at the moment. At the bottom of this group is PSG Talon. And unfortunately, they, along with Scars and Team Joel, are 3 APAC teams that are all currently in the elimination section of their groups. Now, still plenty of time for these teams to get out of the basement. Team Joel has their hands full against Unwanted over on the A stream. Unwanted is the team that was once known as Beast Coast, then was known as Cloud9 Beast Coast, before being released from their roster. Beast Coast merged with M80, if memory serves correctly.
Yep.
Scars is Scars. You know them from Japan. The only other APAC team that is here is Kag Osaka, CAG, a.k.a. Cyclops. They're in second place in their group. 1 point back of FaZe Clan in first. It has been quite the event so far for CAG. BDS very good on this map. We've talked about it many, many times. How do things start for Raza Company Academy?
They start as a basement defense, as they often do. We've got a bit of a roam game, though, coming out here, which could provide some early action. STK playing top floor alongside Live and Perez, who are remaining on these staircases. They brought the castle barricades to try to maintain control of open area for a little bit longer. Often the goal for players inside of open on this roam is just to shoot some drones and waste a bit of time, show a bit of presence, make it so it's not completely free to clear out the top floor. But with the Castle and a Jaeger on the board, that's two operators that don't really have any way to deny the plant. Paras and STK could choose to get aggressive because if they're just sitting back a site, they can't get much done. Did STK just replace up that castle barricade on the printer door after Solotov destroyed it with the Flores drone?
I mean, you got 4 of them. Why not?
I guess big things come from
really
bold
wanted
decisions.
it there.
He did.
I mean, it is actually kind of smart if you think about it. If somebody destroys something, then you immediately replace it. Are you going to necessarily keep that in your mind when you go to take a part of the map? No, not necessarily. You shoot an EDD off a door or a Capcan trap, and then somebody replaces it, or you throw a Valkyrie camera in a position after it gets shot by a Twitch drone. You're not going to think to double-check that. You're just going to assume that the job has been done.
Well, it goes unpunished, so no harm, no foul. Smoke inside of elevators, drops out live. Knows better than to lose his life here on a roam. The Jaeger goes down, okay. The castle goes down, okay. The smoke goes down, uh-oh. Everybody gets back to site, though, for Raza Company. A lot of these hatches left soft, so Liquefac on the sledge, a rare operator coming out from him. We'll get to do a lot of the work on these hatches. That mirror window is going to make it awkward to breach into sight. I think Usus on the Maverick should be able to get it done. But you're a little bit exposed when you do that if you go for a server plant. They've also got a lot of can openers, though, so it might end up just being a hatch drop. They might not even enter into server the whole round.
Some expert work being done here on the hatch. Live sustaining quite a bit of damage from Liquefac. Do not want to lose your smoke early on, especially with all 3 of those toxic canisters in pocket. This first round has gone by so quickly. Final 30 seconds for these two teams to wrestle with one another. All 10 players still alive in the server as well. Grenade will go out. I think the ADS caught both of them, so for the time being, SDK will be fine inside of red. The dance that we talk about is happening. I don't know how BDS wins this. They're going to have to run right in, take a lot of damage. There goes EFAC, there goes Shaiko, there goes Solotov. Breede getting the plant down, Uses as good as dead. It's all up to Breede in a 1v4, and he dies. Yeehaw!
What are we, Cowboys?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Hey, it was a good
There
setup.
was a hoedown in the middle of the server.
It was, Parker. It was a great setup from Raza Company. They clearly knew exactly what BDS wanted to do in that round. Those ADS is set up so perfectly. Must have come off a bit of border view. Again, BDS play this map all the time, so it's somewhat easy to read into them. I say that. They've got multiple strats on multiple sites, so it's not like it's free, but even still, Raza Company setting up those ADSs, keeping that mirror window position safe. I felt like BDS really relied on clearing that out because that player behind the mirror window got so much good work in round number 1.
Sounds like Joel and Unwanted is in the first round of Cafe, at least what we can hear from Xenox on the other stream. Yeah, I mean, when you're attacking that bottom floor, Jesse, there's a lot of things that you need to do that BDS fell short of. I think you covered it pretty well, but to me, I think BDS was hoping Raza Company Academy would give them more of an opening. I don't think they expected a 5-man bunker defense. And, I mean, if you get a bit restless as defenders, you might overextend. We saw that there was a roam for Raza Company Academy, but like a lot of teams, you're going to hold the middle floor for about a minute and a half, and then you fall back. Excellent timing by the Brazilian team. BDS just had nothing to answer it. Ultimately, it was a very good round for both teams. Raza Company reacted effectively to BDS. BDS couldn't really do much, and defenders are in such a strong position more often than not. And that's just the way she goes.
It's going to be important to get an early lead here on Bank, obviously, on the defense for Raza Company. This is where they want to grow that lead. Although their attacks were pretty decent on that second map, I got to say. Yes, they went 3-3 on Nighthaven Labs earlier today, but could have easily gone 4-2 and forced an overtime if Shaiko didn't get a massive clutch down on the basement. So this game, it is absolutely close. Good work from Liquefac on the Twitch. Well, I say that. There we go. Cleared out the Electroclaw now. A second one gets placed down from Flashtree, though. So, yeah, more work to be done on this wall. They really would like to get it open. It creates a great angle if you can breach it with a Habana or with an Ace. You can see all the way down the hallway from the lobby rappel. Super common setup that we see from a lot of attackers, and uses a setup straight to do that. But he can't, as long as that Kite Claw is sitting on the cancel wall.
I'm not usually a fan of call-in, call-outs by players' names, but I still refer to that as Kanto as well, just about how memorable he was in that position when he was with G2 on that Echo, and he double reinforced and then put up yokai drones, so he was quite well protected. That should take care of the Electric Claw, but the thing is that the Kaid was actively holding that position. With none in pocket, Flastry has to scamper away. That should get the wall open more than enough. They'll force those defenders in the hallway out of their position as well. STK roaming down below, he might catch them off guard. But his main target's going to be Amonti, and that Boss G will do nothing against the Mountain Shield. Flastry eliminated by Uzis. BDS striking first in this round. After how poorly last round went. You gotta find some footing for BDS. They do just that.
This is not easy for STK.
I don't even. What do you do here?
He's just going to try to rant. There is a guy over ATMs. It's going to be Lickback. He doesn't seem to know that this player is here, though.
They're like, he just hasn't gone. Okay.
This is such a ratty play.
I would be furious. He gets both! Excuse me! An upside down repel from Uzis in an unconventional spot as Brede is taken out by the flank of STK. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaiko is just, he's something else sometimes. He and Uzis making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaiko. I don't even think he knew what happened. The only thought going through his head was in the form of a bullet. BDS tie the game.
Shaiko is so good at playing Deimos.
Dude,
walking
I know,
in top
right?
Square. Yeah. I mean, even when STK goes for a... You good?
You put your mic close to your mouth.
Goes for a crazy flank inside of lobby. I mean, we get to see a round that should have been Raza Company's. They have this massive advantage. But Shaiko walks in, it's a 2v3, it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He's going to take these names all for himself, and there's a reason he's often considered the greatest player who have never won a hammer. So consistent, so talented. He's been their best player through the tournament so far. He continues that streak here through both maps 1 and 2. He was the second highest fragger in map number 1. Map 2, he's making the plays that are winning rounds.
I hope at this point in time in the event, teams aren't sleeping on this Raza Company Academy roster. I feel like they, Joel, and Unwanted are given a little bit less respect because of their org situations. Raza Company Academy used to be E1, Joel used to be Bleed, Unwanted used to be Cloud9 Beast Coast. Unfortunately, they were not able to secure organizations as quickly as, say, Shopify Rebellion were when Sonics dropped them just a couple months ago. It doesn't change their ability to win games. And I feel like because they were E1, because of their lack of success at the Manchester Major, because of how stacked Brazil is, a lot of teams were looking at Raza Company Academy as a freebie. That's obviously very far from the truth here. Not only is this Brazilian team that came through the LCQ and first in their group, they almost stole BDS's map away from them. And this could be a 1-0 for Raza Company Academy if a round or two breaks differently on map number 1. Obviously, that's just theory crafting because it's not the case. BDS is in the lead, and BDS winning 2-0 is still very much in the cards. But time and time again, I wonder if teams discredit the potential of this Brazilian squad, and it's to their undoing. BDS, though, taking matters seriously on this round. Adrenal Surge goes off, and Brede will look inside of Janitor. He missed out on the mute. As a Nitro Cell goes up towards the door, Flastry dies to Solitov. Brede thought he had an opportunity. He misses the fallback. And has now cleared out some of the top floor with Leaky Fac. On shield as well, hunting down these players. It's got them on the run. That's a great roam clear for BDS.
Yeah, really fast to force those players out. You don't lose anybody. A little bit of health on Solitov, but you'll take that. Good blitz work from Brede, of course, playing that really passive. Doesn't want to overextend himself. Doesn't want to commit to that play just to try to get a kill. He knows that he's more valuable alive so that he can get that information for his teammates and keep causing space. 2 shields, by the way, on this top floor after Raza banned out the Blackbeard. Lickifac and Brede both bringing these. It's rare to see Lickifac on a shield, but on the Monty, he can still he can really focus on IGL shot calling. for the team. So there's a lot of value in that, and he's got the defuse kit too, so he can put down that kit when he wants to. 5 hiding in the smoke. It's going to be a stock drop, and they don't have a ton of time to do it. One more smoke on Bride. As soon as that comes out, that will likely signify the play, but STK might have just thrown a wrench into this plan.
Well, that flank through main lobby was the problem that the Nanti had to deal with previously. LeakyFac having a very bad start to this matchup. Shaiko with one more Adrenal Surge to get Bride back to half HP, or at least as close to it as possible. Vigil was a major thorn in the side in the previous round. Now it's Live's turn to do some serious damage. Staring down open area, not quite in the bomb site just yet. Uses is going to be very vulnerable now as he goes for a vault in over towards Printer. They'll have to cover Bride with Diffuser. Solitov and Bride both slaughtered by Live and Perez. And for the third round, we're going to see BDS wrestle with the clock. They were much better with it in round number 2, but rounds 1 and 3, just a bit too slow. And honestly, credit again goes to the Roam of Raza Company Academy. The Roam in the previous round was great. It didn't obviously pan out for them. Round number 1 was a bunker strategy where they held long enough to get back to the bomb site safely. This time, they assembled their forces all over the map. 3 very separate defenses from the Brazilian team. It's going to keep BDS guessing, and you can see the frustration on some of their faces. EFAC in particular, with 0 kills at this point. Well, after his performance in map number 1 and after his comments yesterday on broadcast, you got to know this might start to eat away at him if he's not able to hit the scoreboard soon.
Even still, though, I mean, I feel like their roam clear with the double shield, they got that space with decent time, 1:30. They just sat still with it. How long were we watching Bride just sit on those main stairs playing on that blitz? It didn't feel like anything else was really getting accomplished, and it's not always easy trying to convert down onto that open area bomb site, but you've got to be able to get it done. We'll see that again likely in round number 6 as Raza Company go down to the basement for the second time. Similar setup, almost identical with these castle barricades being set up by Flash Stream this time around. And Perez using those Jaeger ADSs down on that bottom floor. STK will be bringing the Tubrau, and he's likely going to try to use that first Zoto canister to just stall out the clear of open area. That stock hatch can often be the target for Tubrau players that want to extend open.
I do like Tubrau as an operator a lot. I like what he brings to the table. We saw EDS play this operator twice. The very 2 defenses that they had on Nighthaven Labs, but that was the only time he popped up. Tubrau has a good place on that map because of all the exterior walls that need to be opened. The Zoto canisters are excellent at impeding the movement, not just in terms of breach potential, but also just the general movement, because it slows you down, shows your footprints. Freezes you out. Makes you cold, makes you shiver.
Does make you a little chilly, you know. It kind of slows you down in that sense, too. You've got to put on a coat, your mittens, your boots before you can keep going through the rounds.
Actually pause the game so they can do this.
Yeah.
Get a live tracker on the Tubrau. Shaiko's been loving this Deimos operator. Thing is that the track works both ways. STK knows the general whereabouts of Shaiko. With how well these teams know the map. Right now, being inside of Archives, you know exactly where he is. Wall into the bomb site being opened up down in servers as we hit the halfway point of round number 4.
Wasn't reinforced at all, which is somewhat interesting. Wasn't reinforced, wasn't opened up, but able to be breached by Bride just the same. Those X-Kairos will go off and create that plant position from Breed. Breed. Bird?
Not Bird.
No, as we established in map 1.
Birds aren't real, but Bride is.
This
is a nice long line of sight that Uses has.
Yeah. Be a standard old push here. The Toxic Babes start to come out. We play this game, Parker, that we always love to play.
Rainbow Six.
Nope. Stall at the utility. But also, I mean, fight these roamers. STK and Perez are still top floor.
For what it's worth, STK is the only operator with a Nitro cell. So we talk about this dance to get the diffuser down. The fact that he's nowhere near the bomb site, that's bad. Perez is going to get caught out on a flank. The ace of LeakyFac not looking in his direction. No! That one's going to haunt him tonight. Shaiko dies as well to STK. They were fighting each other above. The back in from Bride to get Diffuser down. Basetto and Perez are the two that should be near the bomb site as long as Perez can drop down. Nobody's watching Basetto. He army crawls his way to the kill. That's Diffuser surrendered as well in the middle of the bomb site. Uses fires back, but the last two players from Raza Company Academy just need to sit and wait. Can they get the kills in time? They don't have Diffuser on the 1 second mark. It's Perez coming back to the site, but Uses with the sidearm gets the job done, and BDS wins a head scratcher of a round.
Jesus, Uses, what was that? Moving all around the bomb site to make sure that the fuse kit went down. That's problem solving 101 at its finest from BDS. It was not clean, it was not easy. Raza threw so many wrenches into that plan, and it didn't always look like BDS were ready for them, and they didn't always have that catch to be expecting it every single time. But Uses stepped up big time in that 2v2, found the final frag with the pistol, got that trade onto Basetto, played so well start to finish in that round. That's impressive stuff. That is how a player plays when they can make a deep run at an event like the 6 Invitational.
Very impressed with Perez, but Basetto has very sneakily been my favorite player on Raza Company Academy. Yeah, he's had some rougher games, but on the role that he plays, this middle floating flex, sometimes follow-up entry that we see him on, he doesn't necessarily need to gain a lot of value in kills. But he repeatedly does. Whether it be on a secondary hard breach or on attack, whether it be now on that support-oriented castle that we will see him play, he's a glue guy. Holds the team together.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, he's been fantastic. Even in the categories you don't expect him to be fragging off, especially on defense. 2.0 KD ratio, as I referenced earlier on. Basetto's been a real team player for Raza Company, and he's a big reason why they're 2-0 so far in the group stage. Gonna have to see some big stuff out of him on defense now. He's 5-2, definitely putting up the numbers, but they will need more out of him and the rest of the team as they go back to the top floor. This was a really nice clear from BDS last time we got to the site. There were some shenanigans with the Vigil down in lobby, but beyond that, it was pretty textbook from BDS, with Shaiko having some big moments on the Deimos.
You got it.
I got there.
You got there eventually.
I like this positioning from Liquefac as well. He's down bottom main stairs. Could have a huge impact if he walks up that staircase late. Don't expect it. Goes for a track with that Jackal too. Can get some extra information.
Lots of drones on the side of BDS. Not only do they still have 7 regular drones remaining, but those Twitch drones and Rotero drones are going to do an excellent job of gaining some information. At this point, they are all out. They'll have to rely on regular drones, but still, tons of info that BDS can play off of. They've also got the Jackal. On a map like Bank, with how big this map is, you need information. Every map needs information. Let's not fool ourselves here. But on Bank, where teams can put roamers in positions you don't expect, where they can drop hatches and go for late flanks, and teams will regularly do this, intel becomes the name of the game. Shaiko on that Flores is having a bit of a slow start to this series. He wasn't great on map 1, and he's less so here on map 2. Raza Company Academy absolutely dominating the kill feed right now. Jesse Bride and Solotov will join Shaiko in the afterlife. 3 players in the grave. Leakyfac can use this to try to clutch this out. Leakyfac still searching for his first kill, by the way. He has yet to get one here on Bank. Uses his outside, and with 40 seconds left, I wonder if he's going to take a tactical timeout up top. I think he must know that this is incredibly hard. First opponent, inside of stock trading. Oh, maybe. Wait a moment. 30 seconds left, and he's in a 1v2. This is now winnable. Very, very winnable for Usus. Much more winnable than it was moments before. We've complimented Raza Company Academy on their patience an awful lot. Usus has lots of information, but now he's running out of time. He doesn't have intel. And the last player of Flastry, who makes him pay for it. Very nearly a 4K for Usus, and a round that could have swung in BDS's favor because of one man's heroics. It wasn't to be, though. And in the first half of their map, Raza Company Academy take 3 rounds and have an opportunity to take a 4th.
Uses one of those guys who can take any round and make it look winnable. Close, but no cigar. It was STK that was the real MVP of that round. A triple kill, of course, being put up by him, the captain of Raza Company. Some big moments, some good adaptations. They were much more ready for the square push that came out from BDS. That's what they went for last time with Shaiko having such a huge impact on that part of the map. This time, Raza were a bit more set up for it. They were aware that there could be a big, heavy presence over by square, and so stepped up, took those fights, SDK in particular. Managing to get some great impact in that round, as I said. So they will at least tie this half. They were looking for a 4-2 as well. And since BDS won this basement site, they can try to run it back. And Parker, I gotta say, not having to go back to open is going to be a bit of a blessing for Raza. This is one of those bomb sites that can be very strong for the defense.
Completely agree. This is a very, very bad showing by EFAC at the moment. He's having very little value in terms of utility. He's having no value in terms of killing. He's got 2 assists, so he's at least been involved to an extent in the gunfights. Uses is just dominating in kills. Brede not on the score sheet. EFAC not on the score sheet. Shaiko and Solotov combining for 5 kills. Uses doubling that. It is a very, very bad start for some of these players on BDS. And yet, Jesse, they are still in a position to tie the first half. That is what is quite staggering.
Get off your drone, Flasher. You've got a gunfight coming, and it's going to be against a Glaz with a smoke grenade.
He's still on the drone, but nope. Now he's off. Ooh, he was spotted for a second. Is he moving too much to be able to see through it? Yeah, he is. I was going to say, Solotov was kind of messing up how Glaz works there. If you're unfamiliar with Glaz, he has the ability to see through smoke. He turns people yellow. But you got to stop moving for his gadget to work. If you're moving the way Solotov was, you're not going to be able to recharge that ability. You're not going to be able to see through the smoke. Solotov effectively wasted a smoke there and hoped to bait out Flastry. Solotov was moving too much to gain any value from the gadget.
Yeah, I think it was a very readable play, too, Flashy. You see a smoke grenade at the start of a garage like that, and there's pretty much only one off that could be on the other side of that smoke, so Flashy very patiently just plays behind those cars, too, making sure he doesn't give up any angles.
Yeah. Bassetto's tossed a nitro cell down at the top of blue and was playing that with the shotgun in hand, very close quarters, but he heard the shield and decided to get out of that position. I don't blame him for it at all. As we said with these bottom floor bomb sites, Jesse, you want to hold the map outside the bottom floor for about a minute or two, see how long you can get, and then fall back. BDS really struggled with the clock the last time they tackled this bomb site, and now they'll find themselves down a player very, very early into this execute. I say early into this execute because we got 45 seconds to go. BDS have to wait out all these flames, all the smokes that are going to come from the pocket alive. He still has all 3 gas canisters.
I don't really know where SDK is. His flank could be massively impactful if they're not careful on the side of BDS.
First kill is going to come in, and there's STK eliminating Leaky Fact, who will go the entire first half without a kill. STK was the difference maker from above. Collects a dozen kills in just the first 6 rounds. That's quite sensational. Brede will now need to keep the Brit safe. As Shaiko dies, Nitro Cell could possibly come out. Hopping off. He gets the kill. Perez with 1 as well. That's 2 kills so far for Perez in this round, and Brede will go killless too. Raza Company Academy so strong in this first half. 2 players on BDS unable to muster a single kill in the first half. That is dreadfully bad for a team like BDS.
And obviously a lot of shield play from these players, but still.
They're mad.
Okay. Not as mad as we saw them yesterday. They got 7-1 by Dark Zero on map number 3.
It was Solotov who was mad today, admittedly, not Leaky Fact.
True. We saw a lot of conversations about that moment on social media. I think my favorite take that I saw from anybody came from Pojo, former coach of TSM.
Pojo Man. Love that guy.
Who said, that there were a lot of people that were kind of almost justifying that moment to just be toxic.
Yeah.
Who like to scream with their teammates and think that it's, helpful, but the key thing that what Liquefact was able to do in that moment was he didn't blame anybody. He wasn't yelling at specific players. He wasn't trying to just get anger out. He just really wanted them to listen to him. He wanted them to communicate. He just needed to make it extremely clear what the team needed to do. And I mean, it did to an extent work. They won the round immediately after Liquefact had that moment with his team. They lost the map 7-1, so it didn't work in the long run maybe, but it did at least result in one kind of bounce back.
I think a lot of it also really just boils down to respect. Right? If you respect your leader and they show an incredible amount of frustration and disappointment, that will impact you in a certain way where, oh, maybe I could dial in a little bit better. But eventually, if you're always shouting at your teammates or shouting in general, speaking of Liquefact, he just got the very first kill of the second half, so he has broken the goose egg and is now on the board. But eventually, you start to lose the room if you're just always shouting all the time. Meepy also weighed in on it, basically saying that, you know, it's good to show that you care. It's good to ask for accountability. The game is about communication. And if you are not communicating and problem solving, you are losing. It doesn't matter how good you are. Liquefact was begging for them to communicate and problem solve, and you're right. Well, it helped in the immediate. It did not help long term, but at least it was something that the team could focus on and air out those frustrations in the game and not leave anything on the table.
Raza will leave all of the top floor on the table for BDS to take as they all retreat back to the boards. Sorry, BDS will leave it for Raza. As BDS leave...
Swapperoo, that's all. It's just swapperoo.
I know. Round 7. Leave the top floor so that Raza can take it. They say minute 30 is good enough time waste for us. They've got a lot of util down the site for BDS. Brede with 3 Toxic Babes, of course, and Nitrocell being held by Uzis. Goyo Canisters is surely set up by Solotov. It'll be the work of STK to pop some of those Goyo Canisters if he hasn't already. And then Flastry's the guy I'm looking at, both right now on the screen, but also late for this execute. Where do those smokes go? Where do the fire grenades go? That's got to be your main tool to pop some of these, or to block some of these lines of sight so you can get that plant down.
They got one Goyo canister with a minute on the clock still to go. That's excellent. Next one will go. So Raza Company Academy setting themselves up timing-wise for a pretty good ability to get that plant off. Those Goyo canisters last for 20 seconds. Brede will have all of his smokes in back pocket. Brede has been largely ineffective on his role, given that he's the one that will be helping either bring in the diffuser himself or shielding the person that does that. Will he find better success as a defender? Usually he does, but we will see. Beautifully timed for these Toxic Babes, by the way. Nitrocell will claim live from Uzis, and BDS certainly has a pulse. As down goes STK from above, Basetto huffing in too much of that gas. It's Flastry to drop through the hatch, find 2 quick kills. Brede eliminates him, though, takes down Uzis in the process. And hilariously, Brede is the only member of the team left standing, as Liquefact is down but not out. The round is saved by BDS, but that got real ugly real quickly, and still should not be something that they are particularly happy with. There are serious issues that BDS needs to work through.
Yeah, I mean, they get the job done eventually. Had a bit of a man advantage, but I said it was going to be Flastry, the guy to watch in that late round execute as he dropped him through the hatch. He absolutely had that momentum with him. If he hits one more quick shot, if he's able to take down Brede, that's a completely different ball game. We're sitting at a 5-2, but that is not the case. It's 4-3. BDS have started to mount this comeback. Both of their players who didn't get a kill in the first half managed to find one in that round, and a half swap will do that to teams. You know, sometimes a game looks so dominant on one half, and then round 7 comes along and everything changes. Siege truly is a game of 2 halves, as some of our co-casters like to say.
First half of the first half, second half of the second half. We'll divide them into quarters. What if we divide them into sixths?
Divide them into 12ths. Big.
Oh my god, that's one round apiece. It's always 0-0, Jesse.
Always 0-0. That's what Super was saying yesterday.
And if Super says it, it must be true. Well, not only did BDS win the previous round, but Both Brede and Leaky Fact getting on the board is a huge mental hurdle that they have now managed to get over. I will say, the way that BDS plays now puts a lot less stress on Brede to get those big clutches that we have known him to do for so long. See, the reason why is that if you've got a weaker front line, you rely an awful lot on the back line to do more work than usual. If you've got 4 great offensive threats, then Brede saving your bacon is not anywhere near as important and probably won't happen as often as in previous iterations of this lineup. So something that we discussed, actually, if you recall, in Montreal, was that Brede was often left alone as a defender in a lot of their early matches and was failing to clutch. Well, the problem is that BDS would fall apart so quickly that Brede would be left in a 1v3 or a 1v4, and you're just not able to isolate the attackers at that point the way that Brede wants. Speaking of, he takes a bunch of damage inside a Janitor and now needs to get out of that position. That was from the repel windows. So Brede was exposed in that spot. He's at risk of losing his mirror windows. There goes one, it looks like. Raza Company Academy really putting a lot of pressure on these defenders.
Yeah, but so far, no cigar. I mean, they've wanted to find a pick, but they haven't been able to do so. They've gotten a lot of good Yutso cleared out. A lot of these mirror windows have been dealt with now. We saw that from the Ash charge of STK. Uh-oh, didn't see Saltov, though. The long angle with the DMR, that is so strong.
That's such a long angle. With a holographic sight, that's actually very impressive.
Oh, yeah.
I have to imagine he probably plays stretch resolution, so the targets will appear closer than they actually are. Last tree will die too to Leaky Fack, who already is significantly better as a defender than he ever was as an attacker on this map, but he dies to Basetto on square stairs. Leaky Fack was peeking for information. He might die, but at least that's valuable info for the rest of his team. Got Brede down below with a Nitro Cell as well, playing the long game. So if Basetto is able to walk that diffuser in, Brede can stop it in its tracks. BDS have fallen back. They're going to allow them relatively unimpeded access to the bomb site, but Shaiko was ready for it. Shaiko picks up 2, Solitov 1. And can you believe your eyes? We got a tie game, Jesse.
We do, Parker. Second half, a whole different ball game. Basetto goes quite deep with that defuse kit. I don't think it's the wrong decision, simply because if he had planted default on the desk there with Brede down below, he likely would have been an easy Nitro Cell kill, but walking into the crosshair of Shaiko, never a smart idea. Shaiko will hit that shot 9 times out of 10, as he did in that round. So some clean play from BDS. Very conservative, keeping their lives alive, making sure that they do not go down, give up anything for free. That's what they've got to do against a team like Raza. This team's going to fish for those picks. They're going to be hunting for an opening. You've got to make sure there are no gaps in your defense, and for BDS, there were none.
I think we've been a bit critical of Raza Company Academy for not playing the highest brow Rainbow Six Siege in previous matchups. And I mean, they are not a top 5 team in the world, so you don't expect them to play like a top 5 team in the world. They are steadily improving as this goes on and are surprising us map after map. As I said earlier, I hope that teams have stopped sleeping on them, because they're at a point now where a lot of these players are capable of having great games. The issue that I see with Raza Company Academy is consistency. Live has had quite a weak game so far. He was terrific yesterday. He's arguably been their best player.
Yeah.
And if he falls off, you need to ensure that the rest of the team can carry that weight. Right now, so far, so good. But almost every player on this Raza Company Academy team has had consistency issues over the 3 days that we have seen them play. Thing is that there's never really been 2 players that have had a bad game. And that's really what the difference is. Keep in mind, BDS has 2 players having a pretty bad game right now.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to matter. Of course, Brina's back to an overtime. Brede no longer having a bad day. How about that? Opening pick on the live. STK down 2. Oh. They're all falling apart, Parker.
Oh my goodness. Blastry looking for one. He finds it, narrowly avoiding a flawless round.
My classic. Well played, guys. Let's go basement.
Leaky Fack is insane. He just screamed like a barbarian and then giggled and followed up with, let's go basement.
He's a bit of a silly guy.
I would have burned down your houses and end your bloodline. Let's go basement.
Well, it results in a round win in any case, man. I mean, whatever gets the job done, however Licky Pack wants to communicate with his teammates, it seems to be going a little bit better today than it did yesterday. Obviously, a very quick round from Raza Company in that last one. I honestly didn't quite catch exactly what was going on there, but literally was some kind of a fast hit, whether that was top floor or site, resulted in BDS standing strong. And I mean, we talk about just a moment ago, BDS not leaving any gaps in their defenses. Raza, they're desperate to find something, find some way into the site, find some opening pick, but it's just not coming.
I don't like this song as much as the other songs. It's still good. I just don't like it the same. Start to worry about Raza Company Academy losing the plot on this map. At this point, I don't know. BDS on defense so far have looked quite indomitable. They've picked it up. Their support players are playing well. Uses is continuing to do so much for this team. Dare I say it, 2 of the 3 rounds that we saw where BDS did better than expected on the first half. They only ended up winning 2 of them. Uses was the reason. Very crucial round, though. Very, very crucial round. If Raza Company Academy falls short here, it's BDS on match point, series point. Which, I don't know. With a team with this lack of experience, I'm not sure if they'll be able to come back or not. I highlighted Basetto earlier on, and boy, oh boy, has he been finding good value across the entirety of this map. Not him that they need to rely on, though. The player that I think needs to come alive here is Live. They'll do discovery work with 1 minute now off of the clock. It's a good roam. Map control being held right now by BDS, who have extended outwards. Raza Company Academy will have to fight right through this right now. Default cam's still up, and Solotov playing a strong position on the elevator. He's actually very close to Flastry, but I don't believe the main lobby cam is up. I think the jig is up, though, on this position. Flastry was doing some work with that blowtorch, and unfortunately, it's killed an awful lot of time. And now they'll scamper around. Basetto over towards Square. Live now linking up with Flastry. BDS holding this map excellently, and now they have fallen off. They've done so with plenty of time still left on the clock. Flastry may be a bit slower on the torching than we expected. For the second map in a row, a Nitro Cell is botched, and Flastry manages to get away quite safely. This time he actually did run away from it, though. I'll circle over top of servers. If you recall, BDS struggled with the clock on this exact same bomb site. Perez, though, finding Shaiko is an opening, and it's on the stairs, so a back site hit is possible.
Time, though, I mean, we're so low. 30 seconds, Parker.
They'll answer back, though. EFAC with 1 pump from the shotgun, and Live is the opposite of his name. I mean, you're going to lose the buck on this one. That's tough. You're going to lose another active player. A drop into server. Brede was ready for it. Greets Basetto at the ends of an SMG-11. He gets a read, but a knife in the back from Perez amidst the smoke. BDS attempting to get out of this position. A Nitro Cell will stop them. Now it's STK's turn. Flastry the only coverage, but Uses with 2 big kills will push BDS to series point.
Time and time again, Uzis is the hero. My God, he's playing fantastic today. The one Brit on this team, making sure he gets it done, and he's been consistent all throughout his time on BDS, through regional leagues, through big events. You know, I think a lot of time on this team, Liquefact gets a lot of the spotlight, so does Shaiko, but Uzis, when he needs to, my God, is he insane.
Really excelling across the field, Uzis with 12 kills through the first 6 rounds, and now adding 4 kills as a defender. But the bigger story is how everybody else on BDS is showing up. Raza Company Academy continue to exceed our expectations, and they sit at the top of the group at the moment, but it was only a matter of time until BDS found their groove. You don't go to the grand finals of the most recent major, and I would argue be one of the best teams in the world over the last calendar year, and then just suddenly forget to play the game. The meta has not shifted enough for me to think that BDS are not among the favorites. Yeah, they had a rough go of it against DZ yesterday. Leaky Fact's frustration might have proved to be a motivating factor for this team, as while there have been hiccups so far, this looks like a rejuvenated BDS squad here against Raza Company Academy. And we could be only a couple minutes away from the first loss at SI for the Brazilian SI Last Chance Qualify winning team that once played under that E1 banner, now goes by Raza Company Academy.
An honorable team to lose to, though. I mean, BDS, you said you would call them one of the best. Many people call them the best, even though they lost that last major grand finals. Their
That's phase erasure. That is phase erasure.
Phase are great, too. I'm not saying that.
Phase erasure.
In any case, BDS have put up such an incredible season. Nobody would deny that. Back-to-back major grand finals, but typically the BO5s are where they haven't been able to get it done.
Very curious if that Evil Eye spotted both of the players dropping outside on patio. It's hard to tell. I don't think they got that. I mean, when the Deimos hucked the nade in, that you know that at least one player's in the vicinity. Not the greatest start for Raza Company Academy. They seem to have so much control over this map. They've been in free fall since 4 consecutive rounds, 4 unanswered rounds from BDS, and the first kill in which could be a series-defining round for BDS. Things are going great for them, and they've taken care of Perez, who throughout all 3 matches that we've seen of Raza Company Academy, he's often been that standout performer.
And this is where, if you're Raza Company Academy, you cannot stall out. You cannot afford to sit still against match points. You know, this is exactly how teams die. If you fall apart now, if you can't get some other type of pick, and it seems like they're just sitting around, Parker. They got players on window, players on square. They've got to find an opening. There it is.
And it's live of all people. He struggled to find the scoreboard throughout this contest. You know that his potential is much higher. He finds another onto Leaky Fact inside of Janitor, as the giant Frenchman again goes for an ego peek, maybe even for intel from that same spot. It allows Live to move up very cavalierly towards this bomb site. Uzis, wisely, with 30 seconds left, has removed himself from the vicinity. He's going to go onto those Evil Eye cams to try and deny the plant. Another kill comes in from BDS as Uzis guns down. Blastery, the flank from Shaiko will get 1. Live inside of Janitor's doing all the work himself, but the Turkish terror, Solotov, will send this map into the history books. A 2-0 for BDS as they seemingly are back in fine form. Raza Company Academy, it's their first defeat here in Boston.
BDS fans were praying for a comeback, and they got just that here in game number 2. Cleanly does it on 2 of their best maps, Nighthaven and Bank. It was a bold choice from Raza Company to choose this map into BDS, but they learned the hard way why BDS are considered to be the best Bank team in the world. They'll extend their win streak to 14 straight games in a row on Bank.
Yeah, if I was BDS looking at the map pool, I would have been pretty happy. You and I discussed that, actually, about how it definitely benefits the European team. BDS picking up some big points today with a 2-0 clean victory over Raza Company Academy. We'll break down this matchup after the break.
back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up,
Back it up, back it up, back it up.
take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold. It's all falling apart here. A 5 versus 3 goes awry. The map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking. And Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills. Tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and Doom, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. Doom has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both bird.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, caught it.
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets a lot. Oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of zero. Way! What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around. Oh! And he misses his shot. The box is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, he praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is.
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
He's getting it down. The punch. Gavin through the wall. From zeros to heroes. And now to a grand final. KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Hottencoat looking away at the Romardans.
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds. We predicted at the beginning of this matchup that it might be a BDS 2-0. The only real path to victory we foresaw for Raza Company Academy was grinding it out through 3 maps. And would you believe it that the European Super Team did not let them get there? Bank just simply too good of a map for BDS, Jesse.
Yep, excellent to see them bouncing back after yesterday. All things considered, you look at the game as a whole, yesterday's series against Dark Zero wasn't that bad. It just ended in a disaster on the final map. So to see this team bounce back, that's what you expect. That's what you need to see from a team of this caliber who have high expectations here in Boston. They want to be making it all the way to the grand finals. They want to be lifting that hammer at the end of the day. So getting their first win here in group stage has got to feel good as the first step to that journey.
No, absolutely. I mean, and BDS needed a big bounce back after yesterday. Frankly, for the way DZ played in day 1, I'm sure BDS were feeling a little embarrassed with their matchup yesterday, especially after the anger that was directed towards the team in general, not any one particular player, but the team in general. You need to be able to show that you are not defined by that one outburst. And BDS were certainly not defined by it at all. The team came in today fired up, ready to win. Usus in particular having a terrific second map. EFAC at the bottom of the scoreboard on Bang, but he was a huge part of why they persevered on Nighthaven laps. So some ebb and flow between these players, but at the end of the day, BDS just has so many tools at their disposal that when one person has a bad day, it doesn't really matter. An impressive 2-0 victory for the team that's looking to go back to the grand finals. If you didn't follow along the Montreal Major in November, it was BDS losing out to W7M. And the major before that, it was BDS losing out to Cloud9 Beast Coast. They want to make it back to the grand finals, but before they do that, they got to get out of this group. Raza Company Academy playing as well as they have. Spanner in the works. BDS picking up the 2 wins today, 2 maps today. Bolts them up the standings, as you can see on your screen. Still trailing Raza Company Academy, but the real story in this group is PSG Talent. They're at the bottom, and unfortunately for them, the climb out is going to be almost impossible.
I believe they also don't play today, so
Correct.
they are going to stay down at the bottom of the standings no matter how today goes. And then tomorrow they might end up in a difficult spot. Our next game on the B stream, Parker, will be Dark Zero versus Falcons, which are the other 2 teams in this group. They will be trying to chase both BDS and Raza, who sit in those top 2 spots on the standings. Whoever loses that game between Dark Zero and Falcons is starting to get in a precarious spot where they could still get eliminated if PSG Talent pop off and go on a run for these last couple of days.
On the other stream, on the A stream, Unwanted, formerly that Cloud9 Beast Coast roster, 2-0ing Joel. That's the former team of Bleed. They are 0-3. Really, really, really tough to imagine how Joel manages to make it out of that group in a positive way. They unfortunately at this point have all but guaranteed that they will be the team going home. I mean, the math is obviously still there, but it's gonna be a dogfight. They have G2 and Team Liquid up next, so 2 very good games. And then VPW7M after that on the A stream. You and I will be doing Furia versus Team Secret.
I can't wait.
Neither can I. And we've got the great Jazz again. Isn't that wonderful?
It is, Parker, and I mean, it's good to be a good day. We've got 2 O's only so far on both the A stream and the B stream, so maybe a quick day? 6 Invitational?
It's 2 zeros day. So far.
Something tells me, though, that might change up.
I think so as well. Shall we let the next group come in and do the second map?
Sounds like a plan, Parker.
Second match. I gotta stop doing that. I keep saying map, match, and they're not interchangeable. They're different things, man.
Okay, get it together.
Second match. You remember the teams?
Dark Zero and Falcons.
You got it. It's almost as if the schedule was on the screen. We will be back for matchup number 3. You're in safe hands, though. We'll be back after this break. See you soon.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
In your team, despite only being together since December after a few unfortunate events. Do you agree? How is this helping you?
I mean, helping, I don't know yet. We'll see in the future, but I think our communication is definitely good. You know, me and Spirits were a lot of our communication before on the past team, and then Adam's a quiet guy, so nothing really changed there. And then Mitch is Mitch. You know, he always keeps the vibes up. Communication's great.
Cool, that's what we heard from our analysts as well. Really good callouts coming out there. Now, you are familiar with being on the same team as Mint. You guys are on the same team together. How is it having him coaching you now in this event?
It's a lot different having him as a coach because, you know, I played with him for like, I don't even know how long, like 5-6 years of my career. He ended up cutting me. No, I'm just kidding. But it's honestly really good having him as a coach. It's nice having a lot more structure to the team. Before, we were a lot more loose and didn't really have a pure game plan going into the game. So it's been helpful.
On the subject of forgiving and forgetting, we have to talk about you guys' game tomorrow. There's been so much talking about playing against M80. A lot of things happen behind the scenes. We are aware of that. Still, things are good with the players you're going to play against, right? Do you want anything to say to them for your match tomorrow?
The only thing I have to say is, Sean, I know what you do, buddy. You better change it up. You better be changing things up, because I know what you do. No, I mean, there's no beef. I'm excited to play those guys. You know, we've scrimmed them a decent amount before we knew that we were in their group. So it's going to be a fun match.
Oh, well, awesome. We'll look forward to that, and best of luck with prepping as well.
Thank you.
Some very clear words coming out from Hot and Cold there about the game tomorrow. But first, let's talk about their game today. 4 welcome points for Unwanted, especially after a good start on Cafe. Having to start on the difficult side. Attack is not easy, but a 4-2 split to end that. It's a dream start.
Yeah, I think we did expect this result, right? We did expect seeing Unwanted beating Liquid yesterday, seeing Joel struggle. We knew there was a difference in level between these two teams. I think it showed today overall, and they can be thankful for Gavini as well. These highlights literally look like, honestly, a frag movie. Let's be real. Everything was working his way. And yeah, overall, super surprised with Unwanted. I feel like they, just like Beast Coast, after a quick roster change, they can be ready within a few weeks.
They're putting in performances that have a real level of maturity to them, I would say. It looks like a roster that's been together a long time, that's operating at a high level, and that's 2 performances now. One against Team Liquid yesterday that was maybe a little bit more unexpected, but one against Team Joel today that's a completely different opponent, and they had the pressure today of being the favorites, and they've passed that test as well. They're looking like a real roster and a real contender, certainly inside of this group so far.
Looking great for them. Definitely exciting stuff to see here. Now looking at the map summary as well. I feel like a player that has really stood out to us. We'll talk about him more in just a bit with a bit of highlights as well. But looking over on the side of Unwanted, Gavini had a great game.
Yeah, and he's a terrific player, I mean, obviously on Dark Zero back in the day, probably, I would say, actually very unfairly dropped. Came back with that Beast Coast roster, won a major, and has carried on going from strength to strength inside of his career. He was actually at 100% cost for most of that game, and right towards the end of the game did drop down, but I'm sure he's not going to be too worried about 91% cost.
Yeah, overall, incredible performance, of course, for him. Across the board, also for his teammates. Hot and Cold, leading and playing on the flex support operators, still dropping great numbers. Dream didn't have the best game as a support, especially in the entry department. I know I praised this guy early on, but you know what? He was there for the vibes, and it still worked. A bit disappointed, right, on the side of Joel, especially in mentalists that keep struggling in terms of statistics right now.
Now let's zoom in on those attacking rounds a little bit more, because a 4-2 attacking split on Cafe is not very common, but there was a way how Unwanted were treating these rounds in regards to the pacing that really held for them.
Yeah, so the first 3 rounds they played a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical. And after winning the rounds 2-1, Corey took a timeout, and immediately, look at this, Mint and Hot and Cold talking about how they're going to change it up, because Corey in his timeout and Team Joel are going to be assessing based on the first 3 rounds. They change it up. They go rush strategy. They go a horrible attacking lineup of Lion, Dokkaebi, Blackbeard, Blitz, and Deimos. There's nothing worse. They rush, and they get this round over in 30 seconds. A complete change of pace in round 4. Joel will not have been expecting that whatsoever, and it just compounded the problems further and further, because suddenly, Joel have taken this time out. They're starting to think, hey, we can get a grip on how these guys are playing. Let's do this, this, and this. And suddenly Unwanted change it up immediately and drastically.
For anyone that wants to reproduce this at home with this very toxic lineup, all you have to do is have one guy rappel on dining window, because most of the vert will be on library side. You just bring everyone through the white stairs up from garage, and then you just have one guy waiting on the snow balcony and backstabbing the reading side. Very easy to reproduce in ranked if you want to try.
I felt like I was listening to an ad at the beginning of when you were explaining that, but hey, great idea.
Free hello ad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, very welcome, of course, for all of our viewers in the Twitch chat to try this out. Now, we talked about one player in specific to our fellow analysts as well on the Unwanted roster, and we knew the pressure was on his shoulders, not only for the entry, but also to perform. That player, Gavini.
Yeah, Gavini in the fragging department. He's the most important one with his new roster. Mind you, they lost Gunner and Diffuser, so he's the one that had to step up. Look at him covering the Diffuser.
This is nuts.
Hot and Cold loses the Diffuser. He gets the trade on the dining long angle, reloads, gets prone, back to Diffuser, and triple kill here with a 180 to then go back and defuse. Same different round here, round 2. Gets rid of the bulletproof and is actively, look how aggressive he is. He's trying to pick players before they can see the diffuser. As soon as the diffuser implanted, let's go safe, let's get ready, reload again, and now I'm gonna go aggressive one more time with my teammates' pressure from the window. And just another example of how confident he was. Look at Dream here, spotting a player outside on that snow roof. Look at Gavini's incredible confidence. No one will do this at any level. He jumps out here, takes the gunfight, and injures the player on the roof. That was crazy to me, and if you need one example of the sheer confidence this player had in this map, that's this clip.
For me, those 3 clips are like the perfect blend of risk and reward, because in the second clip you see him, he could have very well swung when it's in the post plant. He didn't. He shot the proximity alarm, allowed his teammates to get out, and then played it from there. And in the third clip, obviously, he's feeling himself, and that's where he can take that little bit of risk, and he gets the reward back from that.
The third clip was the stupidest clip I've ever seen, and it like 99% of the players would have died there, and everybody would be mocking them. But when you're feeling it, nothing can stop you.
I mean, that's the scary thing, right? Once you get that confidence, it kind of starts to snowball. And if you have a player like one of those pillars on Unwanted, kind of enabling someone with the information from the Echo drone, that's a really scary thing to go up against. The C4 surviving that, he was floating, I guess you could say, at one point with an insane KD in that game. But for our blacklight detail of this match, we'll go back to the first map. We talked about it in the post map for that one, but the Ela play that we saw on the Armory plans still was something very special.
Absolutely, and this is just a little token that you can take into your ranked games at home. Play Ela on this Archives Armory bomb site. You have the impacts to deny any kind of OSA plant attempt, as we see here, but the key thing is you also have the Ela mines, 1, for whenever the attackers try to enter in to get that Archives push off, and 2, you can actually hold Ela mines in your pocket, as we saw there, to then deny and throw the Ela mines in if there's smokes and yings and all kinds of things going on. The Ela mines will deny the plant as well.
It's a sound cue. It's a stop for any blitz that would be rushing you when they try to rush the plant on Archive's balcony. And it's also a denial of plant, just like Jack said. So for all of these reasons, Ela, good takeaway from Armory bomb site when you play ranked on border.
I know how it is for you two, but like seeing this, hearing this, all these like tips and tricks you can do in your own ranked games just makes me want to play the game myself. But I feel like we should leave that to the professional players, and especially for our next match coming up, because this was our must-see, the game that you should have your eyes peeled open for. G2 and Liquid after the break.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Loira has to make a deep rotation, finding one though on the J, what a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Loira finding 3!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That's the Bresser's dome. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god!
Good for one here, and should be onto Bowen. Getting that plant down, Alan out to the bottom. For the yellow pig as well! Yikes for Alan!
The Psycho kill as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But one versus one with the team!
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Flaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give them the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in.
Do at this point. Can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
Shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
Two people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6 ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. Meu nome é Júlia da Silva Rocha Ribeiro, eu sou do Itaim Paulista, Zona Leste de São Paulo. Eu conheci o R6 através de uns amigos meus, quando eu estava na minha depressão pós-parto. Meu cunhado me emprestou o PS4 dele, eu adicionei uns amigos e eles comentaram sobre o jogo. Na época eu não fazia ideia do Rainbow Six Siege, já tinha jogado Rainbow Six, só não o Siege, e aí eu conheci o R6. Eu engravidei em 2020. Em 21 de novembro de 2020, eu entrei em trabalho de parto, mas o meu filho ele não veio à vida. Então foi um momento muito difícil porque eu ainda era adolescente, eu tinha 16 anos, era pandemia, já estava difícil enquanto eu estava grávida. Aí chegar no final da gestação e perder o meu filho foi uma das piores coisas que aconteceram na minha vida.
Muito difícil, né? Dada a pouca idade que ela tinha. Então não é fácil, né? O luto não é um momento fácil para ninguém. Quando você não tem uma preparação, uma maturidade emocional, se torna mais difícil, ainda mais na fase da adolescência, que é aquela fase realmente complicada, né? Tá se descobrindo, tá criando essa maturidade.
Eu tive muito apoio da minha família, pai, mãe, irmã, que eram as pessoas que moravam comigo. Tudo que pudesse ocupar a minha cabeça era melhor para eles. Ela tinha muitas crises noturnas, esse terror noturno, ela acordava chorando. Ela acordava gritando e eu não dormia, ninguém dormia. Eu tinha que sair de casa para chorar. Então, quando eu peguei o videogame, foi uma forma de falar assim, bom, vou jogar com a minha irmã. Eu pensei numa dupla, né? Não para ela jogar com outras pessoas, eu pensei em momentos meu e dela. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar o Siege e de primeiro momento eles acharam maravilhoso.
E ela foi se aprofundando nessa coisa e aí eu já vi a mudança de postura dela, a mudança no pensamento, nas falas, e eu vi que isso realmente é uma coisa que transforma mesmo a pessoa, entendeu? Que transformou ela. É surreal isso que acontece, esse vínculo que ela criou, né? Na verdade é um vínculo que o R6 está associado a uma fase que ela passou e graças a Deus ela conseguiu superar.
A história do cosplay veio porque em 2021, quando eu ingressei no Siege, quando eu conheci o jogo, teve a final do Brasileirão, Liquid e NiP, e aí eu vi o Léo Bianchi, apresentador, anunciando 3 ingressos, da seguinte forma: por qual motivo você deveria ser convidado? Pensei, eu preciso pintar meu rosto de caveira e eu vou gravar o Stories. Nisso, eu peguei meu celular, apontei pro meu rosto e falei, Léo, se você me der esse ingresso, amanhã você tem uma caveira na final desse Brasileirão. quando eu me vesti de caveira, o pessoal me acolheu muito bem no evento. Eu falei, meu Deus, é muito legal dar vida a esse personagem. Ela deixou de ser uma personagem e passou a ser uma personalidade. Ser a caveira é uma das melhores coisas que eu posso ser na área do videogame.
Estamos ao vivo com a grande final do Six Invitational 2024 em Itaco. Face de um lado, W7M do outro. É hora do show! Felipox de um lado, rende do outro. Tá, C4 lançada, passa no vazio, troca do KDS. Atenção agora, Felipão! A FaZe não quer deixar o overtime acontecer! Casey! Vita ainda tenta brigar! Cai! JV e Neide!
E eles continuam vivos na disputa!
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6, ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6, ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. O R6, de coração, ele é uma das melhores coisas que aconteceu comigo.
Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Ah, tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Já? Vai mesmo, pô. Não vai passar a jogar no 5 minutos.
Mas ele joga até quanto?
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão! Eu sou o Bruno Pascoal, do Nascimento Coelho, sou daqui do Rio de Janeiro. Eu atuo aqui, principalmente na área do Complexo do Alemão, como produtor cultural, né? Principalmente voltado para a área do esporte. Eu já estive ativo em vários projetos sociais aqui na região, porém foi na área de esporte na qual eu encontrei um espaço que estava carente e na qual eu tinha possibilidade de conseguir fomentar um criativo, um movimento, justamente para os menores em desenvolvimento nesse mundo, já que o mundo gamer é o futuro, né? O espaço que a gente está aqui hoje, aqui dentro do Complexo do Alemão, que é a nave do conhecimento, existe uma pluralidade de entretenimentos e aulas, né, para as crianças, adolescentes, inclusive adultos e terceira idade, que é onde vem ensinos sobre audiovisual, fotografia, temos também robótica, informática e temos também a área de esportes, né, que é onde temos ali 10 computadores, né, com uma qualidade na qual os jovens que vierem aqui para jogar têm uma experiência que um gamer teria se tivesse esse acesso. Desde a área do streaming, ao criador de conteúdo, ao próprio pro player, ou dentro da área do audiovisual, que são áreas que vêm crescendo muito com o meio digital. Além da gente trazer o mundo e o esporte para eles, a gente também vem com informação, educação e muitas das vezes o trabalho de pedagogia e psicologia. Para quê? Para agregar, além do esporte na vida dessa criança, mas a vida social dela em geral, como o cotidiano. Vai lá, cara, daqui a pouco tu volta. Ele... Ah, me quebrou, calma aí. Ele é o menor com a padrinho. Ah, ele é o menor? É o Felipe. Então, eu ajudo ele tanto a parte social dele quanto a parte familiar, acompanho toda a vida dele. Ou seja, projeto social que ele tiver, eu vou lá, visito. Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta do Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Ah, tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto, vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Já? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar a jogar no comigo?
Mano, joga até quanto?
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão! Então, tô muito ansioso pro Six Invitational, porque assim, foi o maior corre pra mim conseguir comprar esse ingresso. Imagina se um evento de Rainbow Six Siege num estádio gigantesco, o maior evento do mundo, aqui no Brasil, em São Paulo. Pô, ver o Iconic, o Vita King, poder, tirar foto com esses caras, ver os times que eu tô torcendo vencer. Eu fico imaginando aquele estádio cheio, barulho, bateria, gente gritando, tirar minhas fotos, fazer meus vídeos. Pô, é óbvio que eu vou trazer pro projeto, eu vou trazer pros menores pra eles verem a possibilidade de gama que a gente pode chegar. Não é só isso, é muito mais.
Agora sim, galerinha! Último mapa dessa grande final! Eu preciso somente o Cadece! Eles vão pro plant, Cadece não viu e é finalizado! O que a W7M faz nesse jogo estará marcado pra sempre!
Eu encontrei o R6 no espaço, não só social, como terapêutico, onde eu pudesse me concentrar, focar, conhecer outras pessoas, interagir com o jogo, colocar um pouco pra fora aquela minha ansiedade, né, que eu tinha. E devido a todas as circunstâncias, né, dificuldades que a gente passa regional. Boa! Caraca, pai, toma! Muita gente desacredita do mundo dos games como acesso, como ferramenta de mudança de vida para jovens de periferia, mas eu sou o próprio exemplo o quanto isso pode agregar na sua vida. Não te altera apenas quando você está sentado no computador, mas a educação, inclusive, e a comunicação de quando você leva para casa e a influência que você vai causar a partir disso. Quando esse jovem chega em casa e ele, às vezes, ele tem a possibilidade de ir para um mau caminho, ele não vai. Ele escolhe não. O que eu vou perder indo para esse lugar é muita coisa. Ele tem algo positivo na vida dele na qual ele possa se agarrar, sonhar e construir algo. Então, tipo assim, a representatividade que o Rainbow Six tem e trouxe para mim é, inclusive, o que eu tento repassar.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée.
G'day guys, welcome back to the Six Invitational B stream here for another match in Boston.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say Montreal for a second there.
Normally that's what we're out for, SI, but
I actually went for a little stroll this morning and holy moly, it's freezing. I would believe that we were in Montreal. Why do we keep having this in really cold places? At least Sao Paulo, we had a little bit of tanning
it's
weather.
very warm in Sao Paulo.
It was, maybe a bit too warm. Maybe next year we'll find somewhere that's a nice middle balance. But already we've had 2 matches go down today, 2-2-0s, one on A stream, one on B stream. Nick, nothing surprising, unfortunately, so far today. It's been pretty cut and dried.
No, the only surprising thing I think is unwanted. They've been looking really good. The 2 against Joel,
I don't think that's gonna be like, wow, amazing team because Joel's been struggling so far. But generally speaking, the way the ones that have been playing, I quite like what I'm seeing from them. And I mean, upcoming match G2 Liquid on the A stream. I mean,
oh yeah, that's going to be huge. But of course, on the B stream, we've got DZ versus Falcons. They're both here in Group C. If you looked at these standings before the tournament had started, you might be thinking, what the hell is going on at Six Invitational? And yeah, Raza is all the way at the top of the standings. Of course, it's still early days. PSG, unfortunately, Nick, at the very bottom.
Not doing so hot.
No, they're not doing so hot. Same can be said for most of APAC at the moment. I think the biggest surprise in what's happened in Group C so far, BDS losing to Dark Zero. That was a huge surprise. DZ had a lot of criticism coming into this event, and yet they're playing today against Falcons, coming off a huge win over BDS, one of only 5 teams in the last 12 months to take down the French behemoth. These guys are looking red hot at the moment.
Yeah, not just that, but DC day one, they were looking, it was a stinker. They were not looking like they were prepared for this event. And you're thinking, what's the best kind of bounce back for them? There was stuff like lack of leadership, right? With Canadian being gone. Kobe had a very individual, lackluster start to SI as well. But then they go up against BDS, and it's almost like all the stars align. But I think the real MVP was actually not in the server. It was Kangaroo Kenny, the coach behind the PlayStation camera right now, jumping around, screaming, energy. And Darkseer, who's known as a very timid, kind of sheltered, internalizing team, they looked like they were outgoing, they were laughing, they were smiling, they were having fun. And I think a lot of that goes thanks to Kangaroo Kenny. So I think for them, good vibes, good focus, mentally stay in it. And of course, we gotta talk about the opposition in Falcons.
Absolutely. Team hailing from the Middle East. These guys have had a few splashes on the international stage, but also faced their fair share of criticism. They've reached some serious heights in the past, but recently we've been wondering what's been going on with these guys. In Montreal, they did make top 8, and with this roster, with Robbie joining in, the Italian player, a little bit of a kind of the odd one out. Yeah, right. These guys have had some good moments, but recently we're not really sure what to say about these guys. They beat PSG Talon on their first play day, and since then we haven't seen them play as of yet. So there's a big question mark hanging over this game.
Yeah, I think, because obviously teams don't choose when their day off is, but every single team, they have a day off during this first phase. And for Falcons, it was after their first match against PSG, like you mentioned. You've then been sitting for a full day, practicing, getting ready, of course, watching the games. But meanwhile, that's going on. DC went from struggling to getting better and better and better. And now Falcons up against a much stronger opponent because of their day off. And they haven't had that same LAN experience just yet. So, could be a bit worrying, perhaps.
Very much true. But of course, this is also a rematch from the Montreal Major. These teams played in the group stage. And Falcons managed to defeat Dark Zero 7-4 on Border. And that's actually where we're going to be going for our very second map as well. So, DZ saying, look, we remember what happened just a few months ago, back in November in Montreal, and we're ready to do you one better.
And before that, of course, we saw Falcons pick up that Nighthaven Labs, a staple map in North America's DC. They actually were one of the teams that played it so frequently domestically. See what we can do here on the international stage. Consulate will be our deciding map if we need to go the distance. I don't think there's anything crazy out of the normal expectations here. It feels pretty logical, I would say.
Yeah, we were having a little brief chat before we walked over to the castle desk today. When we were talking about map videos, we're having a little squiz, having a look, Labs, Border, Consulate, and you said something, you were saying something, I used to really focus on the map video. These days, not so much. You're really focusing on the form of the teams, and sometimes it feels like the maps in a way don't matter as much as sometimes we harp on about.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we've had most of these maps for a very long time, 7-8 years, most teams, if not all, can play them at a certain level. The big difficulty, of course, is with a 9-map pool, you cannot be excellent on all 9 maps, so you will have a permaban. And because of that, we just see the same kind of, Falcons play the same 4 or 5 maps typically, same for most of the teams. You're only gonna play maps that they do good on.
Yeah, very true. DZ have already played Nighthaven Labs twice so far at Six Invitational. They go back to back again on this infamous map. Falcons have picked it, but DZ has still won your hearts at home with the social predictions going squarely their way. 3/4 of you favoring the American roster. But of course, Falcons didn't fly all the way here for nothing, and they're looking to make a splash in their first big challenging match here at the Six Invitational. They take on DZ.
Oh, let's see. Maverick being banned to start things off. I love that. It's just gonna complicate the hard reaching on a map like Nighthaven Labs, which does have a fair bit of hard destruction on pretty much every single bomb site. to create an entry pathway. Dark Zero banning off the Deimos. It is a phenomenal vertical operator where the beams in the floor they go from north to south, means you can really cut off a lot of bombs of verticality with an operator like the Deimos.
Yeah, very powerful operator. Tuberao ban. I like this. We've seen a huge amount of Tuberao. I'm going to be real, Nick. I wasn't expecting to see a lot of Tub these days. He really came into the meta massively when he was introduced, and then there was a series of nerfs that kind of changed the way that he interacted with electricity, and he very much fell out of favor. Now he's back with a vengeance, and it has made hard breaching an absolute nightmare.
It has. We've seen too many rounds, okay? Too many rounds where a Tuberao Kaid just completely blindsides a team here at SI25. And the thing is, when Maverick is open, you can always crouch that operator to like deal with it. But when you see a Maverick ban,
you got to get rid of it.
You gotta get rid of the Tuberao Kaid.
That's right. The Goyo to round it off as well, a little bit of a surprise. That's a little bit more of a pocket pick. It was Dark Zero that banned it. Dark Zero banning the Mav and the Goyo, in this case Falcons banning out the Deimos and the Tuberao. We talked a little bit about these pocket bans, right, Nick?
Yeah.
A lot of teams tend to just go for like a big hitting operator. Very rarely do we see something like a Mute or a Goyo, a more niche operator ban. Like, it's not like that completely changes the landscape, but Goyo has a huge impact, and I think that seeing that ban is going to change how these late rounds play out massively.
Oh, for sure. I mean, also with flexibility in operators, right? When you see a Goyo being open, you're always going to think to yourself, Twitch seems pretty good right now, right? You can sap those Goyo canisters early, then buy the time later on. But you don't really want to bring out Twitch unless you're dealing with mirror window or a Goyo canister. But that's where you got the Ashen stuff for the mirror here when it comes to Falcons. We saw Dark Zero hiding two separate defending operators in prep phase, trying to avoid those drones. That was the Mirror and the Bandit. They're both hiding by the IT breach, trying to not show Falcons too many of their operators. But I think Falcons, despite not finding all five, have done a pretty good job here. Thatcher, Dokkaebi, Blackbeard, Ash, and the Ace. You can do kind of everything with this lineup. You're not going to have a ton of weaknesses. The only thing they might be missing is smoke grenades or like a bomb set execute operator like a Ying or a Grim or a Capital. But knowing Falcons, they're going to play for kills. If they can find those kills instead, that shouldn't matter.
Guards here is tempted to make something work. Brought out the Ash breaching round for a second as if he was to try and rush the Rafters position. Wouldn't recommend it. There's a mirror window holding it as well from inside of the site as we do finally see a breach go on out. This impact might actually juggle that. I think it did successfully destroy that Selma. Meanwhile, Guard is tempted to use his breaching round to destroy that mirror window. The head of Bolo spotted briefly, and we see Falcons start to encircle the site. Robbie, the Italian stallion, to be the first one in the building for Falcons as he peppers a few shots into the site, but doesn't find anything as of yet. Dark Zero peeling back.
This is risky. Diffuser as well on the roof of Falcons. Robbie finds that first kill rather pretty early on against Bolo. Asami off the board, that could be a very big deal here for Falcons. Mind you again, Diffuser on the roof. You gotta get somebody up there to pick it up or just play for 5 kills.
So where do we sit here? The DZ holding their positions. J-Lad on the Blackbeard. He enables the information. He baits out the peak. Guards finds one. Robbie, his second of the round. It's up to Kobe now. The newest addition, and he finds 2 nice headshots. Nafe joins the fray. Both low HP players here. The Dark Zero, as Hasham is on for a flank from the top of blue. Dovahkiin as well from the other side. These two Falcons players have to work together. There's the first for Hasham. Dove to find the final one. Falcons have flown into the server.
Really good use of space there as well because, you know, Falcons didn't know exactly what kind of info that Dark Zero had, so they kind of just very slowly move forward. And when you get that first kill in the 2 versus 2, the distraction game, you peel back, your teammate jumps in, gets the second kill, not risking those 50-50 gunfights. That was a little bit too close for comfort though. It was a 5v2 heavily favoring Falcons, and then they gave up those free bodies. Mind you, when the round ended, Diffuser still on the roof. Not sure if that was intended or a mishap from Falcons, but either way, they did get those 5 kills. There's a great start to this first map for them because once they build momentum, that's when they're gonna get scary. In my notes, I was like, the one way I see Falcons falling flat is if DC gets like a 2-0, 3-0 start, and Falcons mental boom themselves out of it. So this is like best case scenario. They got momentum, they got the round, and they did it pretty effortlessly.
Yeah. It's great to see the confidence come through for Falcons. It's a very different beast playing up against DZ compared to PSG, their first match. Yeah, and you've got to have that confidence. And there's definitely like a subtle subconscious level of confidence that you're going to have, knowing that you're playing against a much weaker team in PSG talent. I think Falcons just going to feel real confident, right?
Yeah.
And then you see, oh, we're playing against Bolo. We're playing against Nafe. NJR, one of the best players in the tournament so far. Suddenly that subconscious sets in, right? And Robbie's no longer got the confidence to find those entries. You're just hesitating a little bit more. Your mechanics maybe not as sharp as they need to be. So I'm really glad to see that we're seeing Falcons already in peak form, looking solid. Attacks at Nighthaven can be deadly, and they've already started this half looking solid.
Now it's onto the roam clear. I find this to be relatively tricky sometimes, especially with Deimos being banned and Falcons are not playing something like a Jackal or a Dokkaebi. They gotta do a great job now with the drones instead and sending a drone in with a gun in front of it, take map space and just work the map. Dark Zero, they play a very classic, what I call like North American playstyle. They love this like 2 guys in the bomb site and 3 guys deep roaming elsewhere. In this case, it's only 1 person of NJR playing the site alone, as the Asami actually, with 4 other members spreading thin across the map, trying to see where they're attacking from. They're gonna kill a couple of drones, fall back, kill drones, fall back. Dark Zero's game plan here, like to get all 5 players back to the bomb site within the next like 30-40 seconds.
A lot of mobility afforded to these DZ roamers. Bolo, for example, he's got so much versatility. He's got that shotgun secondary he can use to create vertical angles. If Falcons decide not to take control of the top floor, he'll be able to have an impact vertically down below. If he does jump down below, he can also always retreat upstairs, up the hatches, as he is Oryx.
And interestingly enough, Falcons have done a very limited top floor clear. It's actually Dark Zero with control over the vert of the bomb site, of the breach, etc. So Falcons have cut the map in half, vertically speaking. They've not cleared like, most of top floor. They've barely entered the first floor besides kitchen itself. And time is not taken away. DC are standing their ground upstairs.
Oh, what?
Wait, there's a site!
Dove! He's
Ow.
just dove into the site and found 2 kills. Ripped the rug out from underneath Dark Zero. Bolo, he doesn't want to leave his position because he does have vertical angles all the way from down below. JLab with Diffuser, he just passes by Kobe, who's made his way down the stairs. Dove has found his 3rd on the round. He is the hero. He is the chosen one here for Falcons. DZ now with just Pamba and Bolo. They're still on the top floor. What is Bolo doing, bro? What are you doing on the top floor? He's just baiting him out. Pamba is toying with him, but the joke's on DZ. Falcons are in a winning position. Now Pamba uses his C4 to retreat back to site. Spotted, but he finds Hashom nonetheless. This would be a monumental clutch, but Dove says absolutely not. Serve him up. Come on. Give him the shot. JLad steals it. No ace today. But the Dragonborn has certainly risen above.
What's going on for Dark Zero? You have 2 players on site, 3 people roaming, you have verticality, you know exactly what's clear, and yet there's a gap being created out of thin air by 1 silly RAM operator. That shouldn't be happening, especially if you're playing a team like Dark Zero where they usually don't have those gaps with a bit tight formation.
Yeah, wow, that was
a timeout, by the way.
Yeah, a very early timeout. 0-2 down on their opponent's map pick. Now, look, DZ, we know that they're not perfect here on Nighthaven Labs. They were pushed really deep by Raza. They won it, but it was an 8-7, and then they lost it to BDS yesterday. So clearly there's been a target here from Falcons. They got a lot of VODs. They got a lot of material here on DZ. What's Kangaroo Ken even be saying to the team now? You've already mentioned he is instrumental to the success of this roster.
Yeah, and it's kind of low energy right now for Dark Zero, and this is the thing. Historically, I know it's a different roster now without Canadian and such and without Mint, but they've always been a slow team to start in a best of 3 and a best of 5 situation. So seeing these first go rounds go the wrong way, not a huge surprise, but we gotta see them kind of find their footing within the next round or 2, especially given that that's a tactical timeout burst from Kenny. And in Booty, it was just a matter of guys like prep work, remember this or that, etc., because they just have some gaps in their gameplay. I wouldn't be too worried. It's also Falcons map pick if you really want to copium it up, you know. But it is worrying that Falcons are already finding these open engagements so effortlessly because that's when they're their strongest. They can play the 5v4, the 5v3, and I mean, you saw them. Once they got the first 2 picks, they didn't stop pushing that bomb side.
That's right. And it's one thing for Falcons to be up 2-0. It's another thing for the nature of how these rounds are going. There's 2 times now that we've seen a single Falcons player go for some form of a backstab and DZ be caught with their pants down.
Yeah.
In the first round, it was that late flank from, I think it was Dove who did it as well.
I think it might have been
from
Dove,
top
actually.
blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a huge impact, and DC had no idea there was presence on that side of the map. And then he did it again on the basement. DZ really need to get their affairs in order, and quickly, because the more that this kind of unexpected playstyle keeps happening, the more DZ are caught unawares, the more tilting that's going to get. And that may well bleed into the second map.
It's also why, like, if this keeps becoming issues, I mean, they're playing Melusi right now and Kobe, but Melusi, Fenrir, Ella, all great operators, like, stop the entries from Falcons. I know Legion is a great operator, second a shotgun, the T5 primary weapon, and it's great to deny, like, window vault-ins because you get stuck in the goo mine. But for doorways and entry, which is what Falcons do, where they're finding their success, the goo mines don't typically do a whole lot. We'll see. We'll monitor it. Kobe is a Melusi. You get those 4 Banshees to slow things down, give you a sound cue. And Falcons, with that also, slow things down. They're playing Nomad, they're playing double Heart Breach, doing their 1-2-3s of Siege right now, getting the primary wall of IT, rotating over, getting the other wall across the bump side. I hear a C4 being pre-placed, but where is it?
Is it just above the doorway, I think? It must be
be.
Panbers.
And then you play off the default cam, maybe?
I think it's been shot now as guards has... Oh no, he's gone around. Where is that C4? I'm not sure who we got on obs today. It might be
Surely
Nova
it's gone
again.
by now.
I think it was just above the door. Yeah, it is Nova today. If you find that, let us know, Nova. Otherwise, looks like Falcons have started to walk into some goo mines. Hashom does pull that out. Still, DZ playing very passively. Falcons have yet to make huge headway on the side.
Yeah, the big win condition right now for DC is going to be Bandit tricking that wall right next to Pember to his left right now. He's replaced both Bandit batteries, so if this snake goes south and finds them both, there'll be no way to trick the wall. There it is.
Too easy.
You can try and impact deny this, or impact grenade deny, but there's also a thermite worst case, so I feel like DC right now, they're giving up a lot of map space unnecessarily, but a great shot from Bolo finds one, so he dove off the board. You gotta get J-Light now, rotate over to thermite, and get that wall actually opened up.
Yeah, this is really nice here from DZ. Bolo's had a huge impact. The buck down below could certainly rattle DZ, but he himself has been forced back. The vertical holes working in favor of the defense, but out of nowhere, Falcons have found their picks. Kobe forcing himself back to site to try and support as these picks have come through. Oh. What are these over picks here from DZ? It's all up to Kobe now. He's got impacts to work with. He doesn't seemingly need it to deal with the Blackbeard. Robbie is low HP, and he's seemingly aware of this potential flank, but Hashom nails him straight between the eyes. Falcons dismiss DZ's tactical timeout and find their third round on the trot.
And they even made it hard for themselves because J-Light, the thermite, was in the IT breach. He didn't feel like he had the time to rotate back towards where the A died and open up that wall properly. They brute forced that single door. That was it. They didn't even get the breach. And you said it yourself, DC, what are these overly aggressive swings? It's so uncharacteristic for them. They're challenging the same door before Falcons are walking on in, before the Banshees are activated, before the crossfires are established. They're just taking 50-50 ego challenges. Falcons, you can say, they're a meta team and don't have the experience and they're not the best players in the world. But maybe strategically, DC is a better team. But in 1-to-1 gunplay, you cannot underestimate APAC or Falcons in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. DZ are known for a lot of these players having insane mechanics. I mean, Bolo, of course, infamous for it from the get-go. But Falcons are not just keeping pace. They're looking like the better mechanical team. And they're knowing when to go for these lurks, when to go for these backstabs. It's beautiful to watch. And it's certainly restructuring the story. What a turbulent group this has been, by the way.
Back and forth.
DZ taking down BDS. Raza showing up far better than anyone expected. Yeah. The only unfortunate one, I guess, is PSG, who have yet to make a splash.
But that's not a surprise either, right? Like, that's kind of like...
Oh, dude, that's a bit harsh coming from you,
no,
mate.
But,
Don't let them hear that.
Be honest, I mean...
Say that in Korean on the stream, I dare you.
Oh, I would never. If you saw my predictions that I made on the Ubisoft website for this event, yeah, PC doesn't make it out of this group.
You would have got fired if you showed your bosses that.
It is what it is. And right now, you're right. It just sets this big question mark on this group. What is actually going on? And I have my concerns for Falcons. They had a day off. Didn't play yesterday.
Oh, wait, what's this?
Wrong yellow ping. He's not in that corner, my friend. This is so risky.
What's going on, bro?
Hashom is ice cold, by the way. He's just tanking it.
There's 2 players hunting him down. How does Hashom find him? What on earth is going on? Hashom's got a feeling that these guys are hunting him down, and eventually they do. Fortunately for DZ, after a bit of an embarrassing exchange, they do find the numbers. As I say that, guards will finish off Kobe. What a mess. What a calamity.
We played 3 rounds of a scrim. Now we booted up rank for the rest of it. There's a TDM brawl on the primary floor right now, and I get it. Dokkaebi, Jackal, DC, they're fighting back, saying, hey, Bombshot's kind of weak right now. We gotta take the gunfight, but these 50-50s are so risky.
Trapped in the corner. Bolo finished off. Nowhere to run. NJR and Pamba now in the 2v2. DZ trying to force the issue in the early round. They don't want to allow Falcons to go for a backstab, go for an execute, go for a map clear. DZ want to fight every inch of Nighthaven Labs. And it's left both of these teams bloodied.
I don't hate that choice, though. They tried to slow way the right way. It didn't work out. They're down 0-3. Why did they try and match it? Gain that confidence back. NGR, the only guy on the server right now, kind of falling behind the curve, right? 0-3 to his name, playing Asami. He's anchoring with Asami, which is also a bit unusual. Falcons at a 2v2 right now. This can get difficult. Mirror windows, they have no smoke grenades, only 2 flashbangs in the pocket of guards. And they've split up. One by breach, one by exo stairs.
Flash goes out. NJR yet to find a kill. The best DZ player so far at 6 Invitational. Yet still sitting on that donut. Guards to take down that mirror window. As Dove has made his way inside, and Guards might be able to go for this plant. But he has to worry about the exo flank! No. What are you doing, NJR? Caught with the knife in hands! And Dove finds both of them! Take a stand, Falcons! You're absolutely destroying Dark Zero!
The first gunfight, okay, whatever, I'll take it. But the second one? He's vaulting the box, can't even ADS back for the gunfight. It wasn't even fair. And yet, he wins. No need for the second player. Plant doesn't even go down, I don't think. There's no utility, there's no Dokkaebi because they had no Samba charge. The mirror window is still alive in front of him. And they keep a barrier that NGR, that Dark Zero, the defending team put down, aided Falcons massively in holding that line. The worst part is, they could have just shot it, but they didn't. That's brutal.
Wow. Oh, it's dead silence from Nath and the DZ boys.
Not even Kenny's excited anymore. Yesterday he was jumping up around and saying, oh, let's go, boys, let's go.
We're
One round at a time.
We were talking about how much he was a supportive coach. And
So much.
Very much like different trains of thought, different schools of thought. And Kangaroo Kenny was very much of the, it's okay, guys. Like, we can come back. He was very, very encouraging, very commiserating. And it's just dead silence from DZ today. I think they know full well they're being embarrassed right now. Falcons are playing so well, so out of their mind. And DZ, maybe they got a little bit cockier after taking down the French Kings yesterday.
Yeah.
They're playing against a far lower rated team. Falcons right now are playing the best we've seen them in a hell of a long time.
They are, and they're changing their playstyle round by round, right? They tried to backstep, they tried direct take, they tried to roam clear. Now they're doing what I call like the rat play. They gotta show him on the Nuke, and I think Nuke's pick rate is so low that it often kind of goes unnoticed by a lot of teams. You don't think about this being a possibility. Walk up this hallway, drone comes through. If any defenders check those default cams, they'll say, hey, it's clear, guys, don't worry about it. But Hashom is waiting. He's lurking downstairs. He knows that Nave is on this staircase. If Nave doesn't read this, or walks the wrong way, he'll just die for nothing.
He's on cam now.
Waiting game. Oh, see, they check the cam is clear.
Yeah, but those cams won't see that knock. Hashom's gone down.
He's dead.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Pamba has gone for this flank. Well played from DZ. Early 2-player advantage. I wonder if there was information how Hashom did get spotted there by Pamba. Maybe just good face checking. Regardless, DZ have established themselves a really solid advantage. I mean, they surely can't lose it from here. If they do, if they do lose it from here, that could well be the game. Like, you can't lose from this much of a winnable position. Pressure is now on DZ to hold firm in the 5v3. They don't need to overbake this. They don't need to overcomplicate it. They've got so much map control. Just try and trade things out. They've got a 2-player advantage. You really can't lose that.
I mean, it's great. You got Bodo in the basement, C4 for a plant denial. You got Nath on site with 2 toxic babes. You got Ella Mines, Mute Jammers, those stupid phone calls. They have everything that the recipe requires for success. All DC have to do is what they're known for. Hold on, play numbers, and don't lose discipline. And when I like this, they're just holding their angles. They're playing the sound cues. They got the cancel barricades for cover. And when Falcons start peeling things apart one by one, that's when DC can make their decisions. Do we aggress forward? Do we fall backwards? For now, just hold on.
Moment of quiet now. Castle barricade spotted. Kobe finds Robbie. There's really nothing left for Falcons here. Wings clipped. DZ now look to finish this off with a bit of a whimper. No need to overcook this round. No need to go too crazy and hunt for kills. Just sit back and relax. Guards and JLad will go fishing and won't find anything. Pamba needs to be careful not to overpeak this. A little bit of an info peek. Kobe wants to swing on the back of it as well. JLad jumps on down. The Jordanian making his way into sight, taking out that bulletproof camera. Got a good gun for it. And he actually might be able to potentially try and contest the plan. Is there information from below? There is the C4 and the spray from the SMG-11. Too easy to lock in the round for DZ. Finally on the board, but in a flawless fashion.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, there is some life. Let's go. That's good. They got that first final, or they got their first round, and I gotta say, opening kills could be the solution here. Falcons, when they get that first kill, they fire up, they keep going, DC they fall apart. This was the first time where DC got a significant, uncontested opening kill, 2 in fact, in that 5v3, and Falcons didn't have a clear, hey, plan B, let's do this, let's push over there. They were just fishing, hoping for DC to make a mistake somewhere, and they didn't. So I kind of want to see Dark Zero play maybe a bit more sheltered roles, play behind utility, mirror windows, deployable shields, and just kind of try and play for the 5v5, either burn on time, or really try and play for that opening kill, and then relax.
There's one last round and a half here, Nick.
Yeah, 2-4 is the best you can do.
Yeah, 2-4 is the best, and it's not terrible. This is a funny map. I feel like Labs can sometimes be really defender-sided, like we saw at 6 Invitational Grand Final last year, right?
Oh, boy.
And sometimes it can be really quite attacker-sided.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a resurgence from DZ in the second half. But Falcons here have a chance to do what very few teams are capable of, which is going 5-1 on their attack.
Yeah.
And that almost means GG for the map. GG go next for DZ, try and come back on border, which is possible, but yeah, focusing up on Labs here, I think Falcons have really done themselves a huge service with this early lead, and it doesn't take much to then finish this off. Pamba, I think, has just heard that early entrance. Was that the Buck rushing inside? I think it was.
That could be as well.
Hashom just around the corner.
Uh-oh, standoff.
Pamba knows this.
And Robbie's also getting active.
Oh, he's going to drop. The
Behind
Blackbeard
the
sees him.
perspective.
And the perfect timing there from Robbie. He's so happy about that. Kobe goes down early. And so does Pamba as well. Hasham eventually wins that stalemate upstairs. 2-player advantage. Very similar to what happened last round, Nick, but with roles reversed.
Yeah, and it seemed like Pambasu lost the game of patience because he pushed down that staircase. And I love that mini execute by Kitchen where Falcons have Blackbeard staring down a defender of Kobe, and then Robbie jumps behind him. It's a great 2 versus 1. Even if Kobe gets one of those 2 kills, he's not going to get the second. That's nearly impossible. Falcons, they've done the best thing they could have possibly done to get that opening kill. DC now bleeding out in another round, and this looks very much to be a 5-1 half on the attack. And again, Falcons, they slow down. Guys, we got this round, don't throw it. Don't throw it. Don't risk anything. Drone everything, get the safe entries. Gala gets a third, that's Nave, Ninja and Bolo against the world, 2v5.
Simple from here for Falcons.
That's one.
In theory, unless if Bolo can pull off a Bolo play, Dove goes down. He's been a bit quiet these last few rounds after a phenomenal start. Nades go out. The pressure has to come here from the Blackbeard. It needs to be guards to stand forward and try and locate these DZ players and put the pressure on. He doesn't need to play aggressively. NJR looking to get active. He's got the Vector in hands. Slow operator. He does find a head. It's all up to Bolo. Robbie finishes him off with the pistol. 5-1 half on the attack from Falcons. DZ are shaking in their boots.
What do you do now? You just gotta believe in it, right? You're down 1-5. It's fine, guys. We know the attacking strats, but this is also where I feel like this is where you want Troy to be in that roster. And I know this story, it's been spoken of to death, and like Troy was there for a long time. Nave came in. They got rid of Troy, so he's in Shopify Billions now as well. But like the leadership, when backs against the wall, things are looking tough. Do they have what it takes? I know they can go overtime. I know they can play very long, brutal series. but can they pull back their mental game in a 1-5 deficit on a map that, yeah, it's Falcons, but we know DC, they tend to love this map domestically.
Yeah, DZ, you need that leadership in the squad, right? Like, we've had huge changes to this team in the last 6 to 12 months. The face of that roster for the longest time, Canadian, of course, being dropped. Yeah, even Mint, who's been coaching this team since DZ first acquired that super old, I think they weren't called Flipside at the time. They were called Flipside originally. They went to SK. I can't remember what they were called just before they got acquired by DZ.
Yeah.
But he's been with them since the dawn of time, right?
Yes,
he was the longest remaining OG member of that squad, and he's gone. And now we've got Kangaroo Kenny, who's been great, but he's used his tactical timeout 2 rounds into the game. They were 0-2 down. They then lost the round following their tactical timeout. We need leadership in the server. We need one of these players to step up and say, guys, I'm going to be the one to tell you what to do, to get that energy back, to get some positivity and optimism back into this roster, because that's sorely what DZ needs right now. And when you replace the most experienced player in North America, in Canadian, with a rookie like Kobe, you don't have that. Now NJR, the top player so far at SI for DZ, is taken down, and DZ are on the ropes.
And a fuse left wall, thermite the right wall, one of them will go off, and you can thermite a second time around. The issue is, because NJR died, you can't get... You don't trick this, surely. Oh boy, he might die for it. Doesn't mean take damage, actually, okay.
That's so ballsy.
So they lose both exothermic charges. NJR died to a jump out, that's all the Selma charges. They have no heart breach.
Wow.
This is a disaster of a first attack run. I mean, okay, you got the can openers, that doesn't count to me as heart breach, because like this is gonna be a tiny hole in the wall, but that's all they're gonna get. They can't get cross map. We have to go with Garage, IT breach, maybe go Aqua Stairs. Very not ideal for Dark Zero. I like the Bolo's in an upper like Thermite, where like he maybe be more of a leadership figure. He's very experienced. He's older these days. Or a father, by the way, very soon. Right after SI, I think.
Yeah.
So I like what Bolo can take this more of a leadership figure role, but we need players to also just step up mechanically. NJR is 2-6. That never happens. Kobe's finding himself more and more 6-5. That's okay. But there's no outliers saying, wow, this guy's popping off right now. Plus, strategically, Falcons are picking them apart. Got this 4v5 favoring Falcons. It's a minute to go. Toxic Babe's going out, and you see how aggressive they're being on these swings. They want to fight for map control still.
Swing from Nave. Oh,
no.
It doesn't land the shots needed. The aggression, though, eventually met. Dove goes down to Bolo, who finds his second. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope for DZ to stave off map point. But J-Lad, after juggling all the hard breach utility, he comes to life with the MP7. And him and guards now hold fast inside the A bomb site, seceding B over to Pamba and Bolo. With the ability to retake still available. Pamba makes his way inside. Bolo's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Pamba spotted for a brief moment. The C4 is going to be the death of him. It's up to Bolo now in a 1v2. And Falcons are not going to give him an inch. They hold. They will continue holding. The first with the pistol. And now Bolo's got to finish him off. Guards and Bolo, 10 seconds to play. Information on site in abundance. The yellow ping, the nitro cell. But Bolo is going to have time to get that plant. And the C4 to miss. Now Bolo has the advantage. And in this post plant, he will fall back to connector. Guards, exactly his position is known. Bolo still holding on. This MPX doesn't deal a lot of damage, but it's one bullet away from killing Bolo. The pre-fires to come out from the American, but Guards continues pushing the info and the pistol kill!
You are so fucking good!
You all know his name! And he's gonna let it ring through the server! Bolo to clutch up 2 kills with the pistol and keep DZ's hopes alive!
When does Bolo play, James? Right now, in that round, to start things off on Dark Zero's attack, that was a disaster from the very moment that round started. They had no heart breach, they had no smoke grenades. Why did that 2v2 look so goddamn difficult? Because they had 2 doorways to walk in, the C4 goes out, Bolo had 1 HP since the very beginning of that round. And yeah, 2 pistol kills. We saw in that 1v1, Guards was Jiggle peeking the door. Bolo had 9 bullets, 8, 7, down to his last. It missed. Has to pistol whip.
2 pistol kills, by the way. Both of them with that pistol. God damn it, Bolo. He's back again and he's better. Like you said, he's 23 years old. He is one of the oldest players in the server right now. Falcons is actually the second youngest roster at the event after M80. We've got a 19-year-old on the roster as well for DZ and Kobe. Bolo and Nath, both the oldest players in the server at 23. This is a fairly young match, all things considered.
It actually is.
It's wild to think that Bolo, once upon a time, he was like the under-18 king, right?
He's literally 14, I think.
Yeah, and he was a god at the game.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, okay, who's going to pick him up when he finally hits of age? And then he won a bloody world championship with TSM.
Yeah.
Now he's back. He's hungry for more. Falcons were giving DZ a run for their money, and Bolo says, not today, son.
Oh, I love that. And I mean, that's the momentum swing that can happen and kind of start things getting to go in the right direction for Dark Zero. Bolo goes from the Thermite duty to... I'm going to put the F2 on Twitch now, by the way. I'm feeling pretty good about this. But it does leave the supportive work on Pambasu now. Kind of changing those operators around. Nave on Blackbeard led to like IGL and Intri better inside the building. And I like this. I think it's going to give them more of a direction in this round. Good little mini Intri there, looking for someone upstairs. There is someone right around the corner. I don't think DC know this just yet, so this could get very tricky very quickly if they don't join it out.
Hasham looks pretty clueless too, though. He's not moved for a long time, and the audio there from the Logic Bomb actually might expose his position. Hasham has still not been found out. Pamba's right around the corner, and as you said, he is the primary hard breach. He's about to start droning. Is there a Mozzie Pest on this door? Will Hasham remain undetected? No, he will be spotted, and he'll decide to fake falling back and then re-peek. Pamba needs to win this fight. He's got all of his utilities still in pocket, yet to have been used. Meanwhile, Nave's taking a hell of a lot of damage elsewhere. But Kobe goes down to J-Lad here on the stairs. Storage. Pressure from Nave as well, but he's taken a bunch of damage. And even with that shield in front of his face, he won't be safe. Another spray from J-Lad. And a Goomine to follow. Upstairs, eventually NJR goes down to guards. Pamba will trade, but it's not been nearly enough here for DZ. They're on the ropes again. They put some pressure on the side, but poor Pamba is now trapped here.
This is so messy. EC, not the usual structured ways that we see from the men Falcons. They're happy to match those gunfights. Look at this, the swing comes out.
No.
Enjoy Blackbeard.
All he needed was a bullet to the feet, and then Nafe went down. Bolo's been finished. Pamba, the last one remaining. The first of four found, the second. Perhaps a little bit more as the pistols come to life. But J-Lab with the shotty. Falcons on map point.
It's a simple game plan if you're Falcons. Figure out where DC they are in the map and start running in their direction with 2, 3, or as many as 4 guns. I love it. It's such a simple playstyle. And I gotta say, I think this is all on DC to problem solve this correctly. They're fighting that staircase on cargo stairs. Very like simplified. There's soft construction at 4. There's the hatch angle. They can do a lot more just walking down, taking those gunfights, but they're trying to oversimplify it almost, or I don't know. Just being happy to take gunfights that are extremely risky. Guards, send an in-game chat. Imagine we are BDS, you can come back. Why is Guards motivating Dark Zero?
That is actually motivating though. That's not even like smack talk.
No, he says
That's
you can
crazy.
beat us.
Dude.
Pamba said, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm loving the energy. I can't believe Hasham is the quietest on the Falcons roster as well.
He's chilling. He's so chill.
He's a little demon, that guy.
He's just like, he plays Nuke, and like when you play too much Nuke, you become like, if I'm really, really quiet, nobody will know that I'm here, and you'll get something out of it.
I'm loving the energy we're seeing out of Falcons here. These guys have seriously shown us a new face of this roster. Of course, Montreal, we saw a flash of that, making it to top 8, but the conversation was then very much about Robbie because of how insane he was at that event, right? This is not a carry. This is not a single-player carry. Yeah, Dovahkiin's had some incredible rounds, but this is a well-rounded effort from Falcons. They are looking like the better team, as a team, than DZ.
Right now they are, and I gotta see, it's a best of 3, so things can change, but next up, if we gotta go there, which, I mean, we have to go there actually, Border. You take this Falcons against this DC on Border. I don't see division. 1-for-1 trade. I guess that's fine for Dark Zero because shotguns really like Robbie. Losing just Nave, who's 2-8 on Blackbeard. That's good. They get map control, but can they now stabilize and find more?
The clash here was assisting a little bit of an aggressive play up the stairs, but Not to be for now. Falcons decide to cut their losses at a 1-for-1 trade with Robbie.
Thing is, I think this kitchen bomb site, it's terrible statistically speaking, but they got the clash, and I think that's a huge win condition. Sure, there's a lot of soft destruction here. You can play in the hallways, retake the staircases, only because you got the clash. But they're fighting Dove upstairs, actually. He's not falling back off his position just yet.
He's been drone. He doesn't actually have an ability to retreat. Is guards there with him on that clash? I think he might be playing together.
Oh, he's downstairs.
Oh, he's downstairs. The hatch is open, so there is an ability to retreat for Dove back towards the site. And should he go downstairs, he's got the clash to scout for information, so he knows he's not immediately dropping to his death. DZ focus up on the vertical aspect of the site. A lot of work still to be done.
Yeah, so DC, they're playing flash moves on Bolo on the Thermite, so no smoke grenades. And because Nave died on the blind, you also don't have the ability to get the diffuser into the site, I guess, in a safe manner. They're gonna pop the hatch. Got those EMPs in pocket of Pambusu, the last one spent. And this is where Falcons start feeling that pressure. The only safe player in the server on defense is going to be guards and Clash walking around. Everyone else, they have to be fearful of all the angles, the windows, the hatch traps, etc. The big question mark, Dove is still upstairs in servers. Is he going to go for a flank? Is he going to fall back? That's the big question that I have. We see Nave watching the flank drone in top floor electric, right where Dove is watching. So we know DC is prepared for a flank.
On side as well, Hashom was playing an aggressive position near the window. Pamba is tempted to try and peek it. Do they have information? This is such an off angle, but Pamba seemingly ready for it. Furia gate burned. Pamba will jump straight on inside and begin to plant here. This is going to be an impossible retake here for Falcons. They're going to have to win it before the plant goes down. Control above now taken by J-Lad. He's got very little ability to do anything else now. He could try and make a rotate outside and jump down the hatch, but he's going to be too slow. He will be detected, and there's just no way back into it for J-Lad. Piece by piece, DZ are working their way back into this map.
This entire round, though, so much more like old school DC. Didn't take a lot of fights. Only one against Robbie. Soft destruction, hard destruction, EMPs. Bomb goes in the bomb site window, and you stop planting. That's it. It's simple, it's clean, it works. But this is one of the weakest bomb sites across all the maps in pro play. It's like you're guaranteed to win on attack statistically.
Yeah. J-Lad is just going to wait this one out. W beta, says Kobe.
Okay.
Well, you do have to get back into it somehow. DZ may be starting to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Come on, Kobe. Come on.
Bro, come on. Don't leave him hanging.
Please, man.
Don't leave him hanging.
It's getting embarrassing.
Bro. Dude, I thought he was going to do the prank.
He almost did. Good.
Falcons don't seem to be rattled yet. They are looking very happy, very confident still.
Yeah.
They still have a 3-round lead over DZ. 3 match points remain, or map points rather.
And I know they can just go through bomb set rotations. I mean, you lose the 4th bomb set option in priority. That's fine, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You gamble it. The thing is, if it worked for Falcons, they get some good experience on it, and they can look like a strong bomb set for them against future opponents.
Yeah.
Now they go top floor. That doesn't work. You go basement. That doesn't work. You still have another attempt.
Still haven't even tried control room, by the way.
That is true.
So a lot of options here in the back pocket for Falcons. I sure hope they have a control room defense.
Surely you have one of them if you have kitchen.
Yeah, not many teams would be prioritizing kitchen over control room unless if they're really good at kitchen.
Is there a bomb site that we don't see played almost ever that you feel like deserves more recognition on any map? Because I have one that comes to mind immediately.
I was thinking Bar Club, but
exactly that.
I feel like it's not as good as it was once. I feel like people have figured it out.
I think of Berlin Major, Rogue Face. I'm just like, I love that bomb site so much. And no one has played it since, basically.
That was the grand final point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like max overtime or whatever, and like they go bar. And it's like the dumbest, craziest, most brutally ridiculous thing in the world.
And it works.
Yeah.
That was Echo Diff, that entire event.
That was Echo Diff.
Deepak was nuts on that.
Deepak, my goat. Yeah, but kitchen is one of those. It can work. If it does, great for you, but you really don't expect it to. And DC, they're a formidable team. They know this map quite well. They are an S-tier organization, S-tier players. They can pick that apart. Great job there. Ash charge below. Selma goes out. Pre-fire to stop Jenna from tricking the wall, even attempting it, feeling too much under pressure. And because Kobe's on the Thatcher with the EMPs, Hashom couldn't kite clock trick it either. This is taking a lot of utility, time, and effort for Dark Zero, but it's all worth it because for the first time, 5v5, all the walls are opened up in this top 4 defense, and instead of playing Blackbeard and Knave, they got Munty, who's so much more difficult to kill in the server. So all of a sudden, DC, they have a good foundation to work off of.
And cast your mind back 3 rounds, Falcons denied pretty much all of the hard breach on this map and wasted a huge amount of utility and got a 2-player advantage. DZ only won it because of an unreal clutch from Bolo, which he's unlikely to be able to repeat. But you compare that to now, DZ are looking so much more comfortable. They've ticked off a lot of the hard breach boxes, and they've got that Monty, as you said, like just a phenomenal operator to brute force these positions, much more powerful than the Blackbeard.
All DC have left now, utility-wise, they have 1 Selma charge in the pocket of NJR. We see catwalk walls fully reinforced off as they've fallen back towards the, the bomb set itself. No extension now from Falcons. We see NJR rotating over and pop that wall. And when they do, that means every single wall will be opened up. But I spot a bandit with 2 bandit batteries. If he's ready for it, yep. So they don't get 3 out of 3 walls. But they have gotten 2 out of 2. IT breach and connect the wall. That's a good enough start to work with. And with the opening kill for Dark Zero, they have numbers advantage. All they gotta do now is pick up, which attack will they go for. It's gonna be Aqua Stairs, will it be Catwalk Garrets, for example, and just send a lot of bodies in that direction.
What's more, they also took down the smoke and the top fragger from Falcons. So when it comes to countering that Monty in the late round, you're relying on 1 remaining C4 that's now been taken down. Kobe and NJR find picks to reply now. Robbie and J-Lad have to stand their ground, and Robbie finds on with the Deagle. He's so low on HP, and J-Lad is feeling the pressure. Knave to ADS, and the gamble is rewarded. A 1v3 now for Robbie on low HP. The tied best player at the entirety of the Montreal Major now stands up against the might of DZ, and he can't get it done.
What he said?
I thought he said no.
No walls round 1?
Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I don't know. I heard.
But they got the walls. No, I don't know. Maybe that's not what he said. DC playing
Maybe
much
he
more.
meant that they didn't breach the site wall, like,
Yeah,
internally,
but they played slow, they played strategic, they played a very stable round of Rainbow Six Siege, and that was the best round for DC on the attack so far. And that's what I want to see more out of them. Falcons called their tactical timeout because they said, hey, the gig is up, okay?
Yeah.
We've lost the last 3 out of 4 rounds. We gotta start winning this upcoming one. Falcons against PSG, while it was a very one-sided affair, and they were up like 5-1 or 6-1 on both maps, they were struggling to close out the series. Map 1 went like from 6-1 to 6-4 or 6-5. Map number 2 went to max overtime. Or the other way around, either or, but that was a max overtime round. Falcons, they can build the lead, they can't quite finish it.
Yeah, and this is really where Mad Skills as a coach is tested as well. There's been a lot of conversation since Eden was brought onto the roster, obviously coaching in Europe for the longest time. Let's go. And coming on to Falcons as an analyst, people have wondered, is that the perfect position for him? Mad Skills, formerly a player in the MENA region. Is Eden the one that should be staying behind the players, like happened at previous events? There's been a transition for Falcons into Mad Skills being that primary player behind the primary coach behind the players.
And language barrier, right?
Language
Poor
barrier.
Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie does not speak Arabic. Falcons are comming in Arabic. Mad Skills is talking to the players in Arabic. Robbie himself as an Italian, not picking that up. We've had quite a few cross-language teams now. In Korea, I forget the name
Mir?
of the... Mir Gaming, that's right. Yeah, with...
You actually had Jax who went to Furia.
He was trying to learn Korean, wasn't he?
He said in his resume he spoke Korean, and then when he moved to Korea, like the transition period started, he realized he needed a bit more help.
Right.
Because it's a hard language.
Yeah.
Didn't work out in the end, unfortunately, with visa issues and stuff, but they tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20
times.
Yeah, well, this is where Falcons are tested because they've had, how many, 3 match points now.
Yeah.
And they've fumbled all of them from a 6-1 lead. Surely this can't be a full reverse sweep. Bolo's got an early advantage. Robbie feels the need to force the issue.
This again, if you get that first pick, Falcons might feel a bit desperate. Now DC again, just hold right click on the mouse, expect like this, expect aggression, expect a stupid swing. I really wanted another multi-round from Knave instead of Blackbeard. I just feel like he's been so unsuccessful in the operator. He gotta die, 6 lot of damage, and Blackbeard isn't as safe as Munty as an IGL, which Knave is. When you cannot get killed as a Munty, you have so much mental space to call the shots. J-Lad finds Bolo though, so that 1 kill's been traded back to an even numbers, and that's also the only heart breach from Dark Zero. So this is kind of slipping away with that death.
Yeah, and this is an instrumental moment as well for Falcons, as that basement bomb site tank assembly has finally been re-unlocked. It's the only defensive site they've won so far in the 5 rounds of defense that we have played for Falcons. 4 rounds of defense that we have played.
And Bolo didn't get the exterior walls on the side before he entered the building, so there is none of those walls opened up. This will be a less than ideal attacking DC, walking down a staircase, forcing exoplant, maybe something like that. I want to see them not just take this gunfight like last time and die, but again, the vert pays off, Pemba finds J-Lad, and that's what I'm seeing DC. Get the flank drone set up, use the ram effectively, try and get maybe one more pick, then go for a plant. Flank it might actually be the play after all, because you have a good gun on that shield operator.
Numbers advantage. Good drone work here from the Flores. Not really prioritizing the explosive aspect of the gadget, but more the information gathering. And it does clear that last little room next to the bomb site. Nave can drop and start to threaten a plant position here for DZ. Yeah. He's so close to being in position to go for a plant. A nade to go out. A gas is not going to affect him, and now he knows that the only player that can swing that is the smoke. The coverage from NJR. The plant going down. Now confirmed for Nafe. But Dovahkiin has found a pick, and Nafe has been taken extremely low as a result of a good spray from Dove. Kobe, though, to find Robbie finally, and Guards is forced to rotate upstairs. A Smoke Babe still in pocket, but not able to have an impact as of yet, as him and Dove try and get into it. Nice shot! But it's a 1v2 for Guards. Surely not a 4th match point fended off by Dark Zero as they reposition, and this is nigh impossible for Guards as both of these players are together, and together they will stand. Another nice shot there for Kobe as DZ are making this comeback dream a reality.
They're finally looking more alive. Besides NTR. Everyone's celebrating, they're getting amped up, etc. And DC are problem-solving rounds that are much more difficult than before. Losing Bolo early, not having hard destruction. They had a solid plan B. So, like, vert destruction, find the killer 2, rotate to the hatch, Blackbeard drops down. It's a very, again, simple, clean round. And DC, they are actually problem-solving. It's happening in front of our very eyes. They had a slow start. They've gotten us to the max regulation rounds that we see. Now, if this goes overtime, then we gotta go map 2. The longer this goes on for, the better off DC will be, because they are the kings of long series, of overtime matches. They love doing this. Not by choice, but they find themselves at almost every event in most of their series with at least one overtime map in a best of 3. It hasn't been any different this event so far.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw overtime on Chalet yesterday against BDS. We saw overtime against Raza on this very map, Nighthaven Labs.
Exactly.
They ended up winning 8-7 in their first play day. Now they're going up against another underdog team in Falcons. And I mean, Falcons looked so good. They made such a statement. 6-1 advantage, and now fumbling 4 opportunities to close this map out. DZ have stolen that momentum. They're looking like the better team now. Things have flipped, and Falcons are starting to rattle. Both teams having taken their tactical timeouts. There's nothing but the 10 players in the server to get this game done.
Look at the entire defender lineup. They have said, let's just flip the script. Mossy, Maestro, Echo, Solus, Valkyrie. This is insane amount of intel, counter intel, plant deny, time stalling, drone killing, drone hunting lineup, but there's no wall deny. They don't have smoke on the board anymore. We'll use ban from the operator ban phase. So while they're getting stronger in one aspect, they're also kind of missing out. That was risky.
Very risky.
Glass on the board, smoke goes
Oh
up.
no, but that's way too early. What are you doing? Exposed though to the glass, allows Hasham to be dispatched with Bolo forcing that plant down. Aggressive on the breach. What? Here comes the kill onto the glass.
No.
And the smoke no longer works in favor of DZ. Falcons have made this retake happen. And out of nowhere, they do put the final nail in the coffin. 5th time is the charm, as Falcons have taken an early lead in the series, stealing Nighthaven Labs from DZ.
What a disappointing finish to such a close map. It's a Thermite Nave, I'm so sorry, man, sprinting in before the smoke pops, and he dies way before the execute. Small things going the wrong way there for DC in the final round, but they were looking a lot more alive in the tail end of that than how they started off. That sets up greatly for a second map of order, because if you're asleep on that map, you're going to have no chance at winning it out.
Bit of an awkward finish to the map for DZ, but Falcons finally get the job done. Let's see how the story continues on Border after this break.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns the answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade.
Oh, shuts down his brother!
Into red time we go. Where's the response? The couple's through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des!
It is, and look at the cover, J9 is in the back room, it's killed 4!
This is it, you look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, make it a third, it's a 3K!
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
This can be made successfully.
Information from the bees, it goes deep, shotgun! And he swings on to Dodes! Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees, information. Shaiko pushing for it, Nafe is there!
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Creeps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Creeps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
He and Rhymes with Buck. They will get the flanked out leader. Again, taking another 1v1. He knows the plan is close and he gets the headshot kill.
But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reeps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know! The 1v2!
Welcome back to the 6th Invitational. Falcons have taken the first map off of Dark Zero as Group C continues to boil. DZ had a few good moments, staving off 4 match points, but Falcons off to an early lead and able to close it with a counter rush.
Yeah, it did take a little bit of time, and for a second there, I started getting worried for Falcons because you can't close out a game against PSG. How are you going to close out a game against Dark Zero? Well, they got it done. DC helped them a little bit with that final round going sideways. But yeah, I think this start to this map was a huge surprise to me how one-sided things were until this 5-1 round count. Bolo started clutching up, and then DC showed up afterwards. We gotta see DC come out hot on that from the beginning. Otherwise, I fear for this series.
DZ have a long way to go to guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs. While they did beat BDS, they really suffer after losing to Raza in the opening play day. Today's match is so important as they only have 1 remaining match tomorrow against PSG. So the stakes are high. They need to at least get a map out of this game for that extra point. But going for all 3 points remaining up for grabs would be, pardon me, massive for DZ. Falcons, though, what a game that was from them. The 7-5 scoreline really doesn't reflect how dominant Falcons were in a lot of those rounds.
No, when we opened, I was like, should we say that, hey, hello, Dark Zero fans, this was a 5-7 loss, or is this a 1-7 loss? Because, yes, it felt like a 1-7 loss. I think, look at the scores right now, no, like, massive outliers. Dove popped off in a couple of rounds, getting a multitude of kills. And then Nave on Dark Zero, as well as NGR, very slow starts. Like NGR was 0 and 4 before getting killed. Nave was playing Blackbeard almost every single attacker round, except for like a few multi cases. And they just weren't finding a lot of individual success.
That's right. Even though Pamba was technically the MVP, I feel like we didn't say his name nearly as much as we said players like
It was all on the last couple of rounds that he picked up kills on the Ram.
Yeah, very much so. Bolo did have a clutch, and he had a huge impact. Yeah, massive clutch that was kept DZ in the game. But, of course, Falcons now winning their map pick 7-5 opens the gates to Border, where DZ will attempt to make their resurgence. They've had a little bit of a chance in the break between maps to talk with Kangaroo Kenny. We've talked so much about how there's been a leadership shift in this roster, with Canadian leaving a couple of months ago, and then, of course, with Mint taking a step back and allowing for Kangaroo Kenny to come in as coach. That is where he needs to have a big impact. Reset this roster and say, guys, GG, go next. Border is ours to take.
I'm going to have a lot of my brain power focus on Pamasu here on Border, because on Night Even Labs defense, he got a total of like 3-4 kills, I think. Whenever I think of DC Border, I'm thinking Pamasu unleashing a dog instead of Office, swinging the road to the east staircase, getting a bunch of kills, jumping out windows, and making these massive plays. We need this guy to start the party and get things going for DC on the defensive side at least.
A big conversation as well for this roster has been Kobe, who has had his fair share of good moments as well. I mean, yesterday overall against BDS, he had a reasonably middling performance, but on the first map of Labs, funnily enough, he was insane. He had 123 EPS. He was the highest rated player in the server, despite his team eventually losing to BDS. And he had a few good moments in that round as well, being the youngest player in the server today, being an up-and-coming rookie. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he has been a real topic of conversation.
He has. And I mean, beautiful thing about best of threes, about having, 4 best of threes to play in phase 1, you can actually kind of fix your mistakes, right? You have a really bad first day, it's okay, you got tomorrow, you got a long season in front of you. Because if Kobe goes in, has a stink of a first match, and then you're out after the second or something like that, it's like, okay, have fun, good luck. I mean, going home.
Yeah.
But they're in it still. And Kobe has more time, not just today, but also tomorrow, to kind of say, hey, I am a legit player, I deserve a spot here, I am good enough. Because people will start saying, if you underperform, what's that about?
Yeah. I do think that pressure is on DZ for this match, though, after dropping the Raza game, winning against BDS. It's not the be-all, end-all, right? They've got to win here against Falcons, and then tomorrow when they play PSG, we're talking about a PSG that has everything to fight for.
Yeah.
They've been doing terribly so far, and if DZ, if their confidence is rattled after losing to Falcons, a team they no doubt would have expected to take down, then I can't imagine what will happen when they go and play against PSG. But of course, DZ, it's their map pick of Border. The stage has been set for a banging series, and And already DZ's lead with you guys has started to slip. Falcons conjuring up a little bit of the social vote at home as we head closer to an even Stevens. Falcons 1-0 up in the series. Can it be a 2-0, or will DZ fight back as they did yesterday against BDS? Let's dig into it.
Arbiter Bands, what are you thinking? We saw some glass from Dark Zero. Yigen's quite good on border. Valkyrie, Mira, Asami.
Azami's a huge
right
one
now.
for me for holding on to CCTV.
agree.
Do people still really do that? Okay, Deimos is
Okay,
a great one.
Deimos.
Since Vert Nades got removed, like Deimos is the main way that you kill players in those hard positions from below. Buck is another one, but Deimos has just got such deadly power.
Pure ban.
DZ getting rid of the BB. That's a bit of a surprise to me. They were the ones that use it all the time. If anything, though, banning it means they're going to use the
I
Monty
think
more.
they overruled Nave on this one. Said 4 against 1 Nave, you're off the Blackbeard. Play the Monty, my guy. It's not gonna work. Valkyrie, there's the upper that I mentioned earlier. But yeah, I think Deimos makes sense if you're target banning it. But I always feel like Deimos is one of those against bad Deimos players. It's completely whatever. Against a good Deimos player, oh no.
Good Deimos players terrifying.
Yeah, they are.
That pistol can be deadly in the right hands. Mira, Azami, what are we looking at here? Another pocket pick like Goyo, I find unlikely.
Echo, actually.
That is a bit of a pocket pick.
Yeah, okay. It's funny because Echo before SI25 had like 0% pick rate. Nobody played the operator. Nobody banned the operator. And already now on day 3, we've seen it banned in 2 separate games. When Unwanted played, I think it was yesterday, it was banned against them on 1 map as well.
Interesting.
And it's one of those, if you don't want to deal with Echo, you shouldn't have to. You can ban it out. And by both Echo and Valkyrie being removed from action, you have no reason really to play IQ. This will free up your operator selection on the attacking side. And Border is a map where you can do funky, Blast, Ying, Blitz, Monty, bomb site rushes. And by not having to deal with like an IQ because of those cameras, you can afford to do more crazy funky stuff.
That's right. I wonder if we'll end up seeing more Maestro in the absence of the Valk and the Echo, just in terms of that plan style information. Yeah, Maestro's had a few buffs and really hasn't snuck into the meta as a reliable operator. It was present in the very last round of Labs, but is not here. We actually do have 2 bulletproof cameras on the table here and the Warden, which are the main repellents to that glass, which has now been picked off of. But Naif, as you said, overruled. He's made that Monty reappearance here on Border.
Bolo on the Ash, take the back. If you have watched Bolo's YouTube content much throughout his career, every single Border clip he had before joining DC, he always goes break room door, and he kills the guy in CC, vaults the half to the right, and kills the second player. I can name you like 7 different Bolo videos that happens. Quick entry from Pampisu in main door, up the middle staircase, looking for a kill.
This is very ambitious. Oh, but there's seemingly
Oh.
information. He's going to jump straight into side. J-Lad aware of it. How is there information there for Falcons? DZ had no idea. And now J-Lad is watching the ladder, hoping, praying that there's going to be a peek here. NJR, though, cautious of the position. A few bullets exchanged, but no damage dealt.
I like the energy from DC, though, with that aggressive play. It's risky, sure, it didn't work off. Fair enough. But still, that they're going for it, that they're willing to take that risk. Now it's plan B time. That's Monty, Nave, East Staircase. Gotta go in, make the entryway, get that bit of information. Photo on that door I spoke about. He's gonna get a kill, jump over and get another one right here. That's the half wall. Shotgun swing. That's so disrespectful, Robbie. What are you doing? It works out. Photo on low HP. It's a Claymore now, though. Shouldn't be able to do that again.
Huge amount of damage dealt. Ooh, look at this. A flank from the bottom of the yellow stairs. A gas. And this Monty's going to take a ton of damage. Between the barbed wire and the gas, Naif is down to half HP. Robbie still being a little terror inside of break room as Bolo eventually puts him back in his place. Half the round done, DZ have equalized.
I don't think they opened the CC window yet because Robbie's walking around like that. And the reason why I'm saying it is Border is a very long-angled kind of map situation. More windows and doors you open, more pressure upon the defenders. See it right here. I mean, Dove has like, okay, so Monty, I gotta run away, but there's nobody really fighting him. So it's a free run back. With a minute to go, the EZ have just entered the building. Nave, Bolo, about half or less HP. They can still go for penalty because they got that Monty. There are 2 toxic babes. There's 1 C4 defenders. But outside of that, they're gonna be A-okay.
How's DZ planning to execute this, though? And look at this retake from below from Hasham. This can deny a lot of the default plan positions. Meanwhile, yeah, a flip of the switch. The back of Fountain reinforced does mean DZ have to force their way in through officers. They do find the pick required. So many of these players from DZ are on low HP. That's the big pick that was needed by Bolo and Kobe as well to join the fray. Up to Hasham now. Has he got the information needed? That's the diffuser down, and the smoke might make this nigh impossible. But unfortunately for him, DZ have managed to reposition into a safe plant position. There's no way to win this with plant denial now. And NJR on the hatch will finish off Hasham. DZ are back into it.
Really good bounce back after that early death from Pambasu, and it took time. But they had plenty of it.
What's going on
I
the
was
A
trying to
stream,
figure
bro?
out crazy.
Our games are almost synced if the rounds are ending at the exact same time.
Yeah, right. Gotta check now. I like that from DC again. It's stable, it's consistent. I say Bobby. I always call him Bobby. Robbie swinging out so aggressive in CTTV in break room. I get the aggression, I get the confidence. It worked so well 9 hit laps. You gotta take risk in this game. But you look back in hindsight and go, what happens if Robbie AFKs in break room and doesn't give Dark Zero a way forward in the round? Because the second he died, there's a dominoes effect. They break the wall, they take CC, Dope has to fall back because his partner has died, and it's kind of built from there. Falcons, when they are in numbers advantage, when they do have map space, I think they should consider standing still more, holding angles, and letting DC walk into like, difficult to clear areas, than just taking those brutal gunfights like we saw on 9 hit laps. Different map, borders more hard to defend.
And it can get very claustrophobic if you don't win those aggressive fights. Yeah. I liked what Falcons did at the start of their round. Didn't work out in their favor. DZ recomposed. They know when to change the pace and play a little bit slower, a little bit more punishing. How's it going to change this round? Talked a bunch about operator lineups for Falcons on the first map, right? Now we've got that Solus, we've got the Vigil, and the Mute. There's a lot of information denial.
You know, speaking of Lion as well, you know when you play Lion, you have that big drone in the sky?
Yep.
Yep. You can actually check if they play Lion by checking the skylight and office, and you can see out the little window slits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back in my day when Lion first came out, you couldn't ban the operator. My coach Chaz, on every single Pro League map, figured out a way to see if they had Lion or not when the round started. You wouldn't do it today because like Lion isn't that prevalent and you're not going to bother checking every single round, but one of those fun small quirky things you can do in Siege that nobody really remembers or bothers with these days. Not that you should.
Oh, people get really into that.
There it
is. The skylight.
There's the skylight.
And there is the Lion ringing on out. This looks to be an Archives poised push.
I like that. We don't see this all that often, but it's highly effective. It is very nasty, long outside, all throughout Archives and Armory with that single Selma breach going off. Monty with the secondary EMPs, great combination of course. Falcons playing these very, you know, anti-drone operators, the Solus, the Vigil, the Mute. You're not going to have necessarily the best guns for long-range combat, no ACOGs, all SMGs and whatnot. They gotta start taking some fights if they can. But as long as Nathan Monty leading the charge...
Oh, that's awkward.
What? Okay. I
So,
didn't even see him.
From the window, his
window swing, okay.
His gun barrel was covering the position. So yeah, that was a bit of an off position from JLad. Not a good spot to play. DZ has so many options now, especially with this Monty up.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got a breach on the Archives wall. Now they've got a breach on the Armory wall as well. There's nothing really in it here for Falcons. DZ just have such a good position. Guards finding NJR is something. The problem is the Monty is deep in the site, or in the top floor rather. And that does mean top floor control has been handily taken. And immediately another pick onto Robbie. I thought perhaps a late round bit of information onto that diffuser could have been garnered with the Solus, but not to be. DZ are looking in control.
Yeah, they are. And I love the Monty, how it's being utilized right now by Nave. I mean, again, he just walks in, he takes the space, guns behind him. There's a counter being done right now, 25 seconds left. DC, yeah, we're a little bit low on time, but again, they have the Monty. They can always just go diffuser into the bomb site itself, and that's the hard part usually on border. They should be fine here. He can drop some intel, go for a plant. The cover has to be good.
That plant will have definitely been heard, but Kobe up above. He's on Overwatch.
Cover?
Pamba does take down Dove after the plant is denied. It has to be reattempted, and so Kobe will go for it. It's all up to Harsham now. Is he in position to try and deny this plant? It's all he's got to do, but the air jab covers off the position.
Yeah, I'm sugar clutching that shit, I'm sugar clutching that shit.
Exactly what was needed from Kobe. He's fired up. He's got that plant. He covered himself with the air jab, and he's fired up in the server.
I love that. A good little air jab clutch. I was getting a little worried there. They were just sprinting through the bombs. I'm thinking, where's the cover, Dark Zero? Not again, surely. I mean, if you get the trade again, they build early man advantage. Once he gets injured, they get a kill forward, and they just keep maintaining that lead. I don't see much reason to go off the Monty. Nave did, as I said it, but now it's going back to it. It's one of those, if it keeps working, why go off of it? We need to see Falcons make a conscious, active decision to say, okay, Monty's a problem. We can start playing like Lesion, LS, Smoke, C4's below, something of that liking. Even Maestro's pretty good to sap the Monty when he ever turns aggressive. But I don't know about this lineup. I don't think this is a Monty specific. Maybe they don't believe that Monty's actually the problem is also possible. But DC will stop being out there with those flexible operators. Bolo gonna be sticking to glass here, it looks like. Saw that, what, twice? Oh, it's off it. Why bother? Why bother saying things like this? There was 5 seconds left.
There was a bit of a tease there of an interesting lineup with the Amara and the Glaz, but no, it's more or less the same kind of thing that we've seen so far from DZ. The Dokubi's new, though. We haven't seen that so far, if I'm not wrong. That does allow for a little bit of, I guess, the nullification of the need for drones, especially on such a small map.
We saw it on Labs, we haven't seen it on Border.
That's right, you pop the logic bomb, and it makes it easy to just get this information by face checking or ear checking, if you will.
So you know that they nerfed Dokubi?
They did.
They did. Do you feel like that was impactful or no? Because basically,
I haven't noticed, to be honest.
It's like, so you don't get the first Dokubi call until 30 or 40, forget, 30 or 40 seconds into the action round. So like in a few seconds right now, call will go through. Okay, it's 40 seconds in, I guess. Or 50 seconds in. There it is.
There you go, 45.
45.
Yeah, I personally haven't really noticed it being much of an impact.
I feel like it's like, usually you're not in the building that early anyway.
First 45 seconds is usually getting to the building and starting to check what rooms are clear. You're probably
Right.
not activating that Dokubi call
Unless
yet.
you're rushing.
Yeah.
Well, outside of that, I feel like it's one of those. The nerf was great because it is a nerf, but it hasn't made the operator unplayable like Solus.
But I like this. The Dokubi call and
this.
the E1D. Bolo to make his way forward. And Robbie goes down. Great job from DZ to force that player to drop down the hatch in CC and have Bolo there, the anvil to the rest of DZ's hammer.
Yeah, and look how they're doing it. They've been doing the same thing for 2 rounds now. Round 1 and 2, Monty goes in, that's the main push. This time, on the 3rd round, Monty goes in one spot, Bolo rushes another, and they apply that split pressure. They try with Panda in the opening round on the middle staircase, but that didn't really go anywhere. Didn't have Dokubi either, I don't believe. But this is a much better look. Nave now sees the mirror window. They just walk up, punch it, shatter it. These Lion scans are finding so many players.
Is he going to know there's a player behind? Yeah, he is indeed. Ashom wants
Mira?
to try and find something. Dove finds 2, and Hashom takes down Naif. A very ill-advised ADS move. Another kill perhaps for Hashom. No, Pamba finishes him off, but the rest of DZ have fallen. It's all up to Pamba now. J-Lad right around the corner from him. Just needs to land a bullet. And he does. First round on the board for Falcons on Border.
I think Panda might have dropped out diffuser even. I didn't double triple check, but I think he says, you know what, I'm gonna send it, take the gunfight, look for the kill.
45 seconds to play, by the way.
Yeah, 45 seconds to play.
You were like covering it. I didn't want to shoot you. Fuck.
You know, that's fair. I don't want to team kill either when I play the game. It's, in hindsight, when you play that round back, I saw Nave being a little bit stressed there in his facial expression, like grabbing his head. He ADS'd, asked the Monty to try and win a gunfight. The same second the Panthers got a kill, that was going to get him in trouble as Ulrich was flanking him from behind. In hindsight, it's like, if Nave does an ADS with the kill, and just 2v1s the guy in Fountain with Monty plus Pambasu, that round is probably like guaranteed over, like for DC. But when Nave made the decision to get aggressive, he thought it was going to be the end of all. If he doesn't go ADS, he's going to die from the flank. If he does ADS, maybe he gets a kill. It just happened that right when that occurred, Pambasu saved the round. Oh, saved Nave at least.
Yeah.
only to get in trouble right after.
Very awkward. Yeah, Dove, I don't know how he just
finds gaps, man.
Swings in office and finds 2. Definitely a turning point for the round there for Falcons. And they're into it. I thought maybe that this was going to be a bit of a runaway for DZ.
I feared so.
It looked like it in those first 2 rounds. That said, I mean, you can kind of write that one off from DZ. That was just a bunch of calamitous engagements that did not go their way. I don't think they need to overthink it too much.
No. Not at all. Also, if you're Falcons, Border has always been attacker favored, and it doesn't have to be every single map, every best of 3, every scenario, but more often than not, it will be easy to attack on this map, the nature of how it plays out, the meta, the Lancer side, the bomb sides, etc. Emersu is downstairs as a sledge. And
love sledge, by the way.
You can sledge the ceiling on 2 separate spots because you're on the table. You just plonk in the ceiling. But look at this. Nathan's dead inside. I heard a C4 rip. Nothing happened.
Oh, awkward.
Wait, it's gone? What happened to the shield?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it got destroyed, but it did somehow. There's the second C4. And the Nitro does claim a kill. No more remaining, but it doesn't seemingly matter. A lot of that util expended. This attempted rush has fallen flat. NJR's at least found a pick, but this round is a long way from being a done deal for DZ. I don't know why Robbie is still peeking that. Unnecessary. And it's going to be a hop reach from Bolo. He's straight into sandwich, into lockers, and he's looking for a little something in the middle of the site. Somehow Dovahkiin's headset's been turned off, or for some reason he hasn't heard that Bolo's repelled in right behind him. Gets out the stim pistol just to see Bolo running away with that diffuser.
They're going to think it's clear now, though. They're not going to expect this.
What is happening? Dove needs to get his ears checked, because that's 2 separate occasions. He hasn't heard what's been going on. A spray through the wall.
What?
Hashom's 1-2 fights that he had no right winning. And now it's all up to Kobe. He finds the first. A bullet straight between the eyes. Diffuser back in pocket. Up to guards now. No C4 to work with. He doesn't have information on where Kobe is. Plant going down. Faked again. Guards doesn't want to overpeak this. Beautiful spray. And they're fired up again as this game is tied.
What happened that round? From the very beginning, Nate walks in, Oshio goes down, and it just disappears on my screen. Like, maybe the C4 was like right on the edge or whatever. I don't know. I didn't see what happened to it.
I thought the C4 got EMP'd.
That's what I thought too, because I didn't see an explosion, but the shield collapsed.
Yeah,
so unless the massive weight of the C4 that landed on the shield broke it, I don't know.
The shield decided to ult M4.
Yeah. And then second shield goes down, C4 kills him, Nate that is, and then has shown winning these ridiculous gunfights.
2 kills through that tiny crack in the wall, by the way.
Dove and Armory right next to Bolo the entire time. Doesn't hear anything.
How is it that Dovahkiin looks like the best player in the game on Nighthaven every now and then, and then he just looks like that sometimes? Like, kind of botted out, not gonna lie.
And then I'm thinking, okay, Dove through the round, great. DC wins it. Guess what? Somehow Falcons to win regardless. It's one of those rounds where things just don't make a lot of sense, and I'm there for it. Border has to be chaotic. It's the best version of itself when it happens to be that way. Same with Coastline back in the day when that was in pro play. It has to get funky.
How good is it that we have real diversity in our map pool, though? Like, I want to have maps like Clubhouse where it's really hard breach-centric. Yeah. I want to have maps like Border where it's a frag fest.
For sure.
Like, I want that variety in our map pool. If everything is the same, it's going to get old real quick.
Imagine you had 5 borders, like 5 like TDM. Panba. Bail out on the main stairs.
Where was that from? Where?
I think it was just like when you shoot this default cam. Yeah. We can prone bottom middle stairs, look through the barricade kind of thing.
I can't see his body personally.
Oh, you can all see.
Did he try and go inside?
Oh, he went in actually. Oh,
yeah.
I didn't realize that either.
How did he get in? Did he?
He sledged the soft wall in GL.
Okay, sledged the tension and then straight in to passport.
Okay, I thought it was main door spawn because it happens all the time, but alas.
Well, here's a good drone. I don't know how Nafe's gotten away with this one.
I like that Nafe is watching it despite Pamba's being dead. It's like, I don't trust Pamba to do this job, you know? I watch the cam, I call
Pamba's watching the customs drone. You got to give him a little bit of credit.
Oh, he is, he is.
It is a good bit of information, especially as the bomb site is downstairs. So customs is one of the main thoroughfares.
Yeah, this guy's here.
He's enabling Bolo as well.
Hey, Bolo is clear. Take it. It's cool.
They got armory cam, they got a customs cam, and they've got a lobby waiting room cam as well. That's a ton of information for Bolo to enter this ground floor while the rest of the team starts to put pressure on the top.
That's the thing. I don't really see the pressure upstairs. So far, every single attacker's on the primary floor.
What?
He fell off the roof.
Dude, that's awkward.
Yeah, I think he fell off the roof.
No thinker on the board for the remote res as well. Nace found a pick on the J-Lad. Don't keep ADSing, bro. This is hugely risky, but Hasham's taken a hell of a lot of damage. Goes for another one!
The flick.
Nafe wins the fight somehow anyway. 3v3 as Kobe's been picked up. Time to redeem himself now on low HP.
Did you see the cheeky, like, the flick upstairs or flick up to the ceiling?
No, I
It's
didn't.
to cover the shield angle headshot thing. It's super funky. I see some Blackbeard players do it as well. Sometimes it works. In that case, it did. But the fact is, with Kobe getting injured that early on, took a lot of time away from Bodo, had to sprint out of the building, revive him, that's in a Guman, getting shot, getting chased down by Robbie. Robbie doesn't
What is
stop.
going
He
on,
wants
bro?
to kill.
Robbie,
They're planting.
he's gone for it with the ITA.
Wait, the distraction, this might work.
Diffuser is going down.
They don't
Is there
know.
information? There aren't enough holes in the floor. Damage taken from out in offers. And now Falcons know where these last two remaining players are. Nafe, though, he is going to have that Monty shield, but he goes down. The pressure mounts on Kobe. And Falcons have taken the lead on border. DZ, once again, the life slipping out of their lives.
It's so close. The last 3 rounds, 1v1, 1v1, and now 2v3. If one gunfight changes, goes in a different direction, DC, they would have stolen this like 5-0. And yet they find themselves now playing from behind on the attack inside. I don't think they're doing any massive blunders or they're misplaying. Okay, falling off the roof could be a blunder.
Okay, yeah,
we can
that
go
was
that
not
far.
great.
And the issue isn't so much like Kobe falls off the roof, is that somebody has to go and retrieve him, or you say, too bad, just lay there for a bit and just like bleed out. Bolo spends like 25 seconds giving up customs, running over, reviving, just to die shortly after as well. And you see players like Robbie, maybe this is like a stylistic change, right? You talked about it earlier. With Matt Skills being behind the players and coaching them in Arabic instead of in English like before, it feels a bit more to me that Robbie is like a +1.
Yeah.
He is always
Left to
playing
his own
alone
devices.
completely. And he's playing this overly aggressive role, kind of like Joystick back in the day where he was Empire VP. They had a 4+1 strat, they had 4 people working together, and they had Joystick who do whatever he wanted to do. Shanko back in BDS stage before they had Breedy and like this really solid roster, also similar story. It feels like Robbie's just go do your own thing, go hunt for kills. If you get them, great. If not, we're fine. And it has been working out. Robbie right now on Boulder sitting 2-4. Not amazing statistically, but he has been finding some valuable kills like Bolo in that previous round.
So last round of the half, DZ really need to even this up here. They've switched off of that Monty for the first time, electing for the slightly more aggressive and more risky blitz. And I'm not sure if this is going to be the magic ingredient to try and bring things back for DZ. I'm not going to be too optimistic about that.
We've seen the Monty, we've seen the O7, we've seen the Blackbeard. Nave, 4 out of... He played Fuse as well.
He did.
He did. He's played every single shield operator with this good pick. And I mean, I get the vision. You have good gunners. You want to IGL, feel safer, get the entries going as well on your own behalf. But the only issue is on border, when you're playing a shield operator, you can't typically ADS. So you're not really a gun at all. You're just a shield that is hard to get rid of. So I mean, you gotta see the other players of DC step up now and find these kills.
He's about to spot the blitz. There's the shield. A lot of damage done onto Nafe. Really feeling that pressure now. Flash out from Bolo. He wants to try and march on forward, but there's not enough space, not enough information. NJR to take one down, traded back again. And these reinforcements are going to, fortunately for Pambo, restrict his mobility as well. A smoke grenade. Oh, Nafe needs to not stand on those stairs. The elevation will mean surely he will die. Robbie, again, putting pressure on DZ by peppering bullets left, right, and center as Nafe begins to make his way upstairs to hunt him down.
This is where you feel the bug nerf. He lost the hard-breach canister, so you can't do self-destruction and hard destruction on one single up. And this is turned into a bit of a clown fiesta. All of DC spread thin, all of Falcons as well. Gonna be 50-50, 1v1 gunfights across most of this map so far. Falcons still got presence on these stairs, playing side, playing bathroom. DC don't know this necessarily, but Kobe's been on that window the entire round. Finally finds a pick. give Dark Zero a man advantage.
It was a game of cat and mouse upstairs with Robbie finding picks and eventually traded. And now we're sitting in this space where DZ are just waiting for something to happen. And Kobe, his patience rewarded, as you said. But Hasham and Dovahkiin now. Eventually, Dove is spotted up in office. He has the ability to drop downstairs. He doesn't want to do so too early. It's up to DZ to decide where they're going to push.
We know, though, he finds gaps, he finds kills. Kobe goes down, seeing that out of nowhere. Didn't have information. They assumed it was clear. They drop down the hatch. They're going to look for the side player.
It's going to be a free kill for Hasham. He spots Pamba, finds the first one. Bolo can't refrag. Team Falcons, they close their defensive half 4-2 and are edging towards a victory here in the series.
So many things right now that I think Falcons doing so well, and so much of it relies on a single player. It's Dove. He's playing Castle. He played Office the entire round. Then he finally falls back, takes down Kobe. And because of that Office pressure, we never saw Pamasu of Bach walk into vertical destruction to bathroom. And because there's no bathroom verticality, Hasham can stick in the bathroom stall and just get those 2 kills. So there's these small things that Falcons are doing really well that are punishing Dark Zero. And Kobe walking in, expecting these stairs to be clear. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Why would there be a gap there still? You have 2 attackers right next to him. But the lack of intel in the drone game from Dark Zero, likely because they're hoping to use Nave on the shields instead of actual drone work, it's punished them. They're down 2 and 4. They gotta step it up. They had a slow start, not even laps. On board, they start off with 2-round victories. Now they've lost 4 in a row.
That's it. Terrifying kind of events for DZ now. It looked like they were just going to run away with Border. Falcons have made this map their own, and now they themselves switch onto the attacking side. This is where they can build up that momentum. This is where, in theory, Falcons should be feeling so much confidence. DZ are under pressure.
Under pressure.
I love me some Freddy.
Right?
Nothing like
pushing
Freddy
down on
and
me,
David.
pushing down on you. What do you think is the most pressured player on the server right now, if that's the case? Who is the guy who's feeling it?
Oh, it's got to be Kobe.
I think it's Kobe now, the individuals?
In terms of individuals, I feel like Kobe's got to be feeling it.
Okay. I'm going to go with Nave.
You're going to go with Nave?
I think he's very hard on himself, and I feel like he is going to blame himself on the shortcomings of some of these rounds, even if it isn't his fault specifically, and things just don't go your way. And I think, looking at Dark Zero, like, if I was the IGL, if I was Nave, I would try and take as much blame upon myself to free up Kobe, Bolo, and JR, Tanban to do their things. So guys, this round's on me, don't worry about it, follow on the next one. I'll focus on the next one.
That's what a good leader does. Allows the weight to be shifted onto themselves instead of the rest of the team. Nath no longer can hide behind a shield for the rest of this game, unless he's going to pick the clash, but wouldn't recommend it. He's on that mirror now. He can hide behind a mirror window instead.
Bolo.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot for Bolo to be playing as the smoke. SMG-11, here comes the Grimm's Bees, spots out his position. The Dokkaebi call rings on out. J-Lad the first to fall, but a good trade comes through so swiftly. From the top of the east stairs, Robbie's taken this control. R4C in hand. He looks for more.
What did I say? Dark Zero border, what I think of? Pamasu on that rotate getting kills. He got one. Not a ton, but it's something. This main staircase should be a freebie. Kobe gets it. Hasham in the grave. No more Dokkaebi. Can't hack the cameras. Falcons, much like outside stock. Can't quite get inside the building right now.
Good usage of that Azama keep a barrier to try and lock up that position in the 90 hallway after it was breached by the Selma from Dove. Robbie's made his way into office now. But this is a real standstill. Falcons have not managed to find control of CCTV. Still that pressure from Bolo and Kobe holding onto the position. 50 seconds to play. DZ are sitting pretty.
I like this. They're just waiting. You know, they got good position, security, fountain, one guy at each bomb site, no gaps being left open. C4 found Robbie. Dove guards, an ace and a grim. What can you get done? No utility, no hard destruction, just pure raw gunfights.
Bolo doesn't need to move, doesn't need to expose himself at all. There are 2 players watching his position. He's spotted for a brief moment. Eventually he goes down, but not out. Almost a shot there onto NJR in sight as Kobe is also spotted. 18 seconds remain. And DZ have pulled back. They're not taking any chances as C4 pre-ripped by Nath. Kobe to try and bait out these positions. He spots one, finds him, but the C4 from Nath to close. Bit of life back into DZ as they find their first defense.
There it is. Few around. Well played. Great start for them. Comes down to, I think, just opening gunfights. If you take away 1 or 2 players of Falcons that can attack from everywhere all at once, slow down their momentum in the individual rounds, that could be the way to win. The Falcons, despite losing that round, still big smiles on their face. I mean, they feel very much in control, I think, and I don't think they feel too bad about Border being picked by Dark Zero.
No, not at all. Be up 4-2 at the half, even losing the first attack round. On their opponent's map pick, I don't think they can kick themselves too much at all. DZ just need to slowly but surely, 1 round at a time, build up this momentum. Down to Tellers now. I like the Oryx pick here from Nate. He is really let off the leash now. No longer tethered to a shield, no longer tethered to a mirror window. Is he going to have the confidence to be able to play the loose roam that's needed on this bomb site?
It's funny because whenever you think of like a Munty or a Blitz, you think Oryx counters those operators so easily, man.
Yeah,
But
easier said than done.
yeah, exactly. It is one of those. Now, Oryx is kind of useless. That's kind of what they think.
I was looking at your face, and like the cogs were wearing. You're like, how can I say this nicely? Kind of useless. He got buffed recently, actually.
He did.
Very minorly.
And I tried it out, and I was like, what's the difference? That's how I felt. Like, he basically recovers faster when charging a player or a wall, I believe.
Yeah.
Like the ADS speed is reduced, so it's faster. But if you're gonna Oryx dash someone, you're gonna die regardless of how fast it is, I think, at least right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Oryx is nice. You can make a lot of rotates very quickly. Secondary shotgun, the T5 is a great weapon, and Pemesto's already got Legion, so if you're on the T5, you gotta go Oryx. In case a shield gets brought forward, of course there's some counterability in that scenario.
I think the real use case on Border is to jump up hatches and retake the top floor.
Yeah, it's true. You can hold them back. It happens sometimes. Okay.
At least the threat of it. This is beautiful. Kobe, you gotta move, dude. He was worried about dying to the player pushing out the hallway. Ironically, despite the keeper barrier, he dies anyway. A little bit of levitation happening from Robbie, but Bolo's not a fan of his Richcraft and will take him down. Numbers even again.
Standoff once more. 1 fire spin by guards, 1 more in pocket, and you know, push out 1 more DC player from their safe corners. They love to play break room, they love to play security, and we saw last time, DC aren't going to fall back from these power positions unless you force them out of the spot. Falcons haven't done a whole lot so far in the trying to do that. They have a grenade, they have 1 more fire. The CC window hasn't even been opened up just yet, so curious what their plan is. They're leaving Bolo alone right now, the looks of it. As I say that, Bolo just swings him.
He will die. Hasham in position, spraying down Nave, and he will fall back as a result. 3 left on the defensive side, and this is a nice position now from the Ace, who's gotten deep all the way into Customs. I think it's him who's just found a pick. Good trade, though, from NJR. A minute left. And NJR still has this position to hold any entrance from Customs, but also the mirror window looking towards Vence as he holds onto the site.
Another very close round, down to a 2v2. But this time around, so much utility. Fire, smoke, soft breaches, EMPs. Falcons have so many different tools to deal with this. The only thing that might be hard to conquer that mirror window. But verticality, the name of the game. You gotta drop in front of it instead, punch it out. 50-50 gunfight. Both members of DC are so spread apart. 1 by side, 1 going for the flank.
Oh,
the wall bang!
Nafe has been worth his weight in gold in that position, making this a 2v1. Now Dove, he's so far from the side. He has the diffuser, but he's got a long way to go to get into a position to plant it, and he's got to deal with Nafe first, who continues to play aggressively. Nafe goes down, up to NJR now to clutch, but there's no time for Dove to get into sight. The spray down, but nothing else needed from NJR.
Nice! Come on!
Damn, I heard that fist bump slap.
That was crisp.
You gotta be careful, Kenny.
Ooh, look at the spins. The mouse spins from NJR.
You know,
Dude's got it.
Bolo started that. NJR thinks he's so cool, but he didn't start it.
Oh,
See,
Bolo's doing it now.
Bolo's clean with it, though.
He's so crisp.
And he's like, they should have Bolo closer to the camera at the end of the table, because then you could see it in all its glory. Now you see his pretty face, not the pretty flicks.
Yeah, damn. What we really care about is the flicks, the guy's mechanics.
So you know, there's all these sayings in esports, right? Like the wife buff. Like you get a wife, you get like a buff in game, right? So Bolo's in a very interesting spot in his career by my means, okay?
Yeah.
He's about to become a father.
Yeah.
So right now for this event, he's got the about to become a daddy buff.
But that's different to the dad buff.
The dad buff is a dad nerf because you get no sleep, so much stress. It's a big change in your life. Right now you're fighting for the future. I think he's having a daughter, if I recall correctly.
I think
You're
so.
fighting for the tuition money. You're fighting for the college degree. You're fighting for the food on the table, right?
Yeah, because Bolo's really strapped for cash.
I mean, probably not. But more is more, baby. So this is peak Bolo before he's gonna show up with like the darkest circles below his eyes. But, oh, sorry guys, I had 2 hours sleep last night. And then like 2 years from now, he's back in his prime.
Yeah, well, I know when Xenox, one of our fellow casters, when he had a baby, it was actually kind of perfect that he was already on gamer hours from being a bit of an esports degen, because his wife could be on like the normal hours shift and then he would do all the night shift.
Okay.
And it actually worked really well for them. So I don't know, maybe that'll help out Bolo as well.
It's weird though, right? Like I've known about Bolo since he was accused of being this like 14-year-old cheater and PC ranked, floor banging people left, right, and center.
The accusations because he was just so damn good.
Exactly. And then
Bolo.
I played against him at the Raleigh Major back on G2. I cast him winning SI. I cast him against Empire winning SI. Then we saw him retire. Then he came back as a player for Dark Zero. And now he announced that he's becoming a father. And like we've been there for all of that since he was a tiny boy.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Amazing.
Then you got Canadian, who's the same guy as 10 years ago. He's just playing the game, yelling at the monitor, and popping off every now and again. He was on fire yesterday.
Yeah, he was. He had a great interview as well.
Oh, I didn't see that. No.
Oh, there's a great quote. I'll have to show you later.
Okay,
I can't remember
gotta show
exactly
you.
what he said, but I'm not going to try and butcher it. You just have to watch it.
Okay, no, I had
It's
to.
on Twitter.
I just saw after they won, he was like screaming at the camera
Dude,
and the whole
he was
thing.
so into it because the other team was smack talking him, and he had a few choice words to say in response. So we were into a tech pause. Now we're into a tactical timeout for Falcons. By the way,
We haven't forgotten you guys.
It's 4-4 at the moment. The scoreline, Falcons have let their lead slip just a little bit, but yeah, there's still a ways to go.
This was Falcons tactical timeout, correct?
Yes, that's right. I did have a question though about
Yes.
we're talking about parents in an esports league.
Okay.
So has any parent ever won SI? I don't think they have. So like, because we've got a few parents in the game now, like players who are dads or mums, but
we might not
because we've got like Leon's got a kid. Leon Gids has a kid. Nesk has 2 kids, I believe.
I think he's pregnant with the second.
Oh, okay.
I
Second
think.
one on the way.
Yeah.
Bolo about to be a dad, but I don't think any of the champions
It's a very
have won
interesting point.
while having a child. Like, for example, the former W7M current Furia roster. I don't believe any of them.
G2 didn't, CTM didn't, TSM didn't. Might be
NIP?
right. Not that I know of.
I'm pretty sure. Not
That was a
that,
long
not that they
time
know
ago.
of.
Not that. Whoa. I think that's a really cool stat though, but I think you might be onto something here.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, are there any contenders potentially for this year that could be
Nesk?
dad
Nesk.
champions?
Come on.
That would be insane. That would be insane.
So,
Imagine
no,
Nesk is the first
worst
dad
thing,
champion.
The worst thing about Liquid winning SI is that it gives all the reason for Nesk to retire.
Yeah,
It's like,
true.
It's like he's fighting for that title and he's still just staying strong until he gets there.
Can you imagine him not retiring if he wins this SI?
That would be dank.
I feel like he would surely, I don't know, stay a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Hopefully win something in Brazil.
I think
yeah, that would be the dream, right? Win a championship
knowing
in
that
Brazil.
you've succeeded and you've done it might be very relieving for him because he's been chasing that high forever.
Yeah.
So I could see that.
I wonder if we see a player like Nesk, who's been gunning for it for ages, win an Invitational, and then he just suddenly gets unlocked into like the I don't care anymore demon.
Taking it back in time. Here we're kind of back into what we've seen before, but from the opposite team of Dark Zero. The Monty into East Stairs, leading the way forward. I like the Falcons are playing around the Monty here. The floor is shown for utility clear. Of course, Togepi and Hard Destruction right behind him. They want to go for an office take by the looks of it. There's going to be some mirror windows, castle barricades in their path. And there goes the castle and the mirror window. Great stuff and utility clear from Falcons.
Good control, great usage of those Roteros to clear out these castles. But still, the setup is in abundance here for DZ. Those mirrors being slowly dismantled, the castle barricades the same. And for what I believe is the first time we're seeing Falcons bring that Montaigne.
Ooh, still not Didn't get
managed
it.
to dismantle that bandit battery, and no breach on this wall as of yet. 2 Selmas in pocket, but how are they going to actually enable that breach? They're going to go for the side wall instead.
I feel like Kobe could have definitely tricked that. Bandit battery in pocket, was ready to be safe. Regardless, 60 seconds, falling back down is not a bad idea. C4 downstairs has shown finds NGR, mirror off the board, and just like that, out of nowhere, Falcons are in the lead in this round.
Yeah, but can they take the lead in the map? Guards is repositioning now over to Armory side. An exchange elsewhere leaves Dark Zero worse for wear. Falcons now encroaching on this position up above. Nath can't stand alone. Kobe and Bolo downstairs. Dove has made it a 4v1 now for Falcons as the newest player on Dark Zero does his best to weather the storm. Doubling back now after his first kill, looking for a second. MP7 in hand, and Doverkin finishes him off. Falcons just 2 rounds away from putting DZ down.
Oh, and this is the thing, like, we see Falcons playing so close together. 2-3 guns, Dark Zero, it's 5 individuals on the map. They can't trade, they can't get the C4s out, they don't have verticality. You gotta play a little bit closer together. Border's a very small map. I always say it's kind of easier to play together because you can't play that many positions, but DC very spread apart. I love the smiles here. They just... not a care in the world.
No, they're so chill. I mean, there's so much to be said for being able to focus and being in the right headspace, but not being like stressed out, not being like caring too hard. I feel like I talk about this book on cast all the time. But Mandy introduced me to this book that I've been rereading it recently.
The Inner Game of Tennis?
Yeah, that's right. I actually have it if you want to borrow it.
I have it. Are you
kidding me? You bought it?
I bought it.
After we talked about it?
After we talked about it.
Did you read it yet?
I read like 75% of it.
There's also a great audiobook, by the way. That's how I fell asleep the other day when I couldn't sleep because of jet lag. I put it on and it sent me to sleep. Not in a bad way.
Okay.
Very comforting voice. Anyway, a huge point in that book is that the key to success in any sport, and not just in sport, but in esports, or even like we can apply it to our own work as casters, the key to success in any performance-based activity is in not trying too hard. You have to achieve this level of focus where you're just in the zone without actively, consciously trying. You have to leave the job to your subconscious, because our subconscious brain and our body is so much better at actually doing stuff than our conscious brain that's saying, oh, don't talk too fast, don't aim too hard, don't aim too slow, make sure my crosshair's here. No, our conscious brain sucks at that. Just let your subconscious take over, don't try too hard, and you can take it from here. And I feel like Falcons have kind of achieved that headspace in this game.
It does certainly seem like that. Been looking so good at Nighthaven, slows up the border, but they're finding their footing and adapting well against Dark Zero. We see Naval Score being brought out though to try and slow things down in case of a rush on that Archives bomb site. Falcons, they don't want to rush. Nice and easy. Got the Munty, got the Twitch. You can set things up, take it step by step. As long as guard goes uncontested, and with the fact that there is no C4 from Dark Zero, only a smoke and a flare of fire, you should be pretty safe in this round.
Continually running out from Bolo, aggressive, and DZ come to life. Eventually a trade. Dove has taken down that key player inside of CCTV and finally put Bolo down. A retake now of the CCTV position from Robbie. Taking that control on the back of that E1D. The Dread Mine, but still no cue from DZ to push. NJR takes a lot of damage, goes for a swing, deals a little bit back onto guard. There needs to be some support. But Kobe as well holding the line from Fountain. With support as well from Pam, but makes this awkward for Falcons.
But look at it, Dark Zero, they're playing 2 guys Fountain, 1 Army, 1 Archives. Everyone in close proximity with crossfires. They can rotate and help each other. They're not isolated, and they're fighting back in numbers.
And that crossfire works to perfection for Kobe there. Guards eventually does something with that Montaigne, but it's all up to Dove now in a 1v3. 2 players low HP, but he's not checking the right angle for Nath, who will spray him on down. And DZ are not going to call it quits. They're going to keep fighting tooth and nail to push us to Consulate.
Is that Kegger Kenny yelling in the background?
Oh yeah, dude.
I heard her gassing up Nath, and I was like, whoa.
Gangrel Kenny has the funniest rest. It's not resting something face that I won't say. He's got resting like I'm really concentrating and I'm kind of pissed off face.
So he looks like such a sweet kid. Like he's like a small lad, but then he yells and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, he's got like the nice guy face, and then he's got the like, who let the lion out of its cage?
I love it though. In terms of the scoreboard from both teams, it's very even across the board. Nave 2-1. He had a rehost. Yeah, he crashed earlier. That's why we had to take his shoe. But even on 9 even laps, I feel like there's nobody stealing the show and falling massively behind. Sure, Nave had his individual like low KD numbers. Like I think it was 3 and 8 on 9 him. He was making shields all the time and stuff like that. It has been a team effort from both sides of the coin. Robbie, of course. A lot of expectations, I think, on him.
Roby's actually the lowest rated player in the server right now. Down at 66 EPS. That's 1 round behind the stats that I've got. But, you know, the whole rest of the server is above 100. He's like the only one playing below average right now.
He used to get like 2 kills around the average, and now he's like getting half a kill.
He had a 2.0 KD at the Montreal Major for the whole event.
Exactly.
And they made quarterfinals.
Yeah.
How do you achieve that?
And I mean, that's not realistic. You can't do that every event. No one can. But I do think that Robbie's gone in a little bit quiet into this event so far. Not too worried, but certainly has been a big change up. I think how Falcons play, the language barrier, etc. And DC now falling back, not fighting for security, not fighting for break room, kind of giving this up happily and gonna play elsewhere in Armory, Archives, in the first 4.
I like the deep long angle from Dove all the way out of break room, through beepers and into lockers, putting that pressure. Cut the top floor in 2. Guards on the blitz. The first time we're seeing it out of Falcons. As he starts to march on forward. He's got diffuser, so he needs to be careful not to die. He is going to walk into a crossfire to try and contest these players upstairs, but already in numbers advantage. Falcons have to figure out how they're going to deal with Nate here. He does fall back. Ooh, C4 could be perfect!
Oh, no.
Look at that position from Hasham! Unaccounted for. The bottom of the main stairs, he finds his pick, and Falcons continue to extend their lead.
The good thing is Bolo caught guards in the blitz as well, so it's a 1-for-1 trade in that regard, and blitz being down means the entry is much more difficult. Bo can trick the walls, got the mute jammers as well, got the support from Pambasu. They should be sitting pretty in this corner, but the Twitch short finding so much value. Oh, it doesn't say that. This is kind of falling apart.
Well, it does manage to juggle one of those walls, but it's not going to be enough, and he's feeling that pressure from every which way. He'll find a kill regardless. Robbie's woes continue. 3 players aside now as Falcons look to eventually hunt down the millionaire player in office. And he's put down. Bolo eliminated. Bullet between his eyes. NJR and Pamba now to stave off match point.
They're both downstairs. Pamba dropped as Bolo died. You can hack the cameras maybe. Not a ton of intel, but those people cams still finds another. The blind angles here working in favor of Falcons. Pambasu 1v3 to stay away from being down on match point.
Ah, Dove finds another one. How does he keep getting this? The Kuwaiti player is on fire today, and Falcons have done what nobody expected. They're on the verge of 2-0ing DZ. The same DZ we saw topple BDS yesterday. Where have they gone?
So by my calculations, DC beats BDS, and Falcons beat Dark Zero. That means Falcons are the best team in the group.
Falcons are the best team in Europe and North America. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, that's a little bit far, I think, there, buddy. Okay, a little bit far.
I think Falcons may win 6 Invitational.
Now they're not going to win.
Sorry, I'm capping.
Now they're not going to win.
I'm capping.
Now you've
our producer is laughing at me through the comms. That's BM, guys. These guys are playing out of their minds.
Right now, what's Kangaroo Kenny saying with those arms? What does that mean?
This is a sick dance move. I love how he's moving his knees as well. We call this the
Italian hands. Italian hands. You get it?
Ooh. We call this the kangaroo back home.
The kangaroo.
Yeah, we do this all the time in Australia.
Big fist bumps. Come on. Bang. No?
All right, match point. Yeah, no fist bump before the round.
That's weak.
They're really digging into the strat book, trying to figure out what setup they're going for in this round. On the defense, it's not DZ that get to dictate the pace, but they do get to dictate the setup, the environment of this map. They're going to go down to Vent's Workshop for this one. Armory Lockers, Archives still locked up, and Bathroom Tellers just failed to be defended successfully. One last chance to push into OT.
The longer I sit here and think to myself, what could have been different for Dark Zero, I start getting this really bad idea that playing the mirror windows, but supporting them with either Jaeger, ADS, or My Dish could have been a decent shout against Falcons. Sure, by running mirror, you're always fearing they're just gonna play the Ashe, then we can't do anything about it. But almost nobody plays for My Jaeger in the current meta. I do feel like there's a way where you catch opponents by surprise and can make that work. It's a gamble, yes, sure. But there hasn't been as much utility as I would have liked to see here. No Maestro from either team. I'm such a Maestro shield. Like, I would have been like, guys, spam the damn Maestro. It's so good. Not many teams agree with that. That's okay. And Brava is a bit of a problem if you do bring out the Brava for Falcons. I get that too. But DC are struggling to find their consistent stride against Falcons. They have moments, they have rounds. But stylistically, the Arc Zero haven't changed too much from their play style. It's been mostly the same here on Border. Hamasu now in Solus. Can find some drones. Can go for a flank, deny a plant maybe, who knows. But the issue is, when Falcons get to the bomb site, it's usually 3-4 players of Arc Zero are in the grave already. MTR with a barricade wallbang gets Robbie. That's a huge pick, Ashe. Imagine you had the mirror now. Those mirror windows would stay alive. That's hindsight talking. It's all down to Dove now, the gap finder of his team, to create another space for his. A guards in the Muncie to walk on in and take some control.
The second E1D to ring out. Still no real ground taken. A loose nade finds very little. The peak tempted here as NJR finds another one overtime. Looks to be on the cards. Hasham, a logic bomb to detonate, but he needs 5 kills, and this ain't happening. DZ have played this game of attrition on this round, and with only half the timer subsided, they find themselves in an unlosable position. It's going to be OT here for the Americans. Hasham needs to decide, is he going to actually try and play this one out, or is he going to sit back and just talk to the team?
He owns the bomb site. He won the round. If
Is that how it works? Where's that diffuser, by the way, Nick?
No, if you stand on the bomb site as a sole player on attack for 20 seconds, you win the round.
This is not secure area.
Oh, is it not?
We actually play bomb game mode.
Have you always done that in Pro League?
I don't know. I'll ask someone that played in the Year 1 Season 1 Pro League Finals and get back to you.
Let me get Canadian real quick.
Kobe says keep baiting.
Oh! Okay.
Oh, look at Nafe, dude. He's so tilted. He's like, how do I even lose that one? A very peculiar way to hit overtime. But DZ are on their way to a comeback, but they need to finish it off here in OT. Back onto the attack now for the Americans, as Falcons need to be sure not to let their wits fall down to the wayside. DZ could well and truly make this comeback and send us to map 3. Falcons don't want to let that happen.
I feel a bit bad for Nafe. That guy's been struggling in a couple of his gunfights.
See the frustration in his face, dude. That reaction was
I feel
hilarious.
like he's been grabbing his face with his hands a couple of times by now. It's like, God damn it, man. It's funny though, because sometimes you'll have a game, which I think Dove is having, where you feel like everything you do is going to work out, no matter how silly it is. Then you have Nave, who's like, I just want to get 1 kill, man, without dying, and he just can't get it. Like every player goes through those motions where you feel on top of the world, unbeatable, and you feel the opposite of like, I cannot buy a kill.
Yeah, he's been struggling in this map.
What's his overall stats do you have so far for
So
Nave?
he's 7 and 8, which I believe this is about 1 round delayed, so I think he'd be 7 and 9.
Okay.
Which does make him the lowest rated on his team, but he's doing far and away better than Robbie, who's 4 and 10 right now.
I see you.
Oh, 5 and 11.
I don't know with the live score, yeah.
Yeah, live score. Yeah, he's doing a lot better than Robbie, which is surprising considering Robbie was my best player in the Montreal Major.
Yeah, Nave is IGLing, playing shields, all that stuff. Robbie is literally a roaming gun for hire.
Doesn't even talk like to the rest of the team. He doesn't even speak Arabic.
He's just there. This is risky,
What is
by the way.
this? J-Lad's in an awkward spot. Is he able to find this kill?
Oh, the drone.
Yeah, he's been
Up
spotted.
high.
He is playing this so well, though, not to pop up his head and expose. As I say that, he's tempted to do that.
Oh.
Please don't die to Pamba here.
Dancing.
He's actually going to try and use some smokes, considering drone is still there watching his position. Some good drone work here from DZ. First time in a long time that we see the Americans back on the attack.
They lost half the drones. They got the Monty. Remember last time they were on the attacking side, they were lacking intel at times. Fast quick entry on Armory side. Did they find something?
Oh, Robbie finds his 6th kill and his 7th. He comes up when it matters, it seems. NJR to trade, but I don't know if Falcons are really dismantled, dislodged out of their positions as of yet. They still hold on to Office. They still have Fountain. A lot of work to be done for DZ.
Actually, just press left click as you hover your mouse over a guy through a wall. Just one tap him. Oh. Because Dove is in Office on the window with a softball next to him, I believe. So that could have been a nasty one tap.
What potential.
Got it. Spencer drops downstairs. No semblance in mind. Rotate on site though. There's a path forward. There's a way in.
Is this winnable? But not sure if he's afforded the ability to go for a play. And NJR is working together. Guard's looking for a flank, but he goes down. And now the site has been taken by DZ. Hasham from over in Ventilation Workshop. He does find one. Dove as well. And overtime kicks off with Falcons again. On the defensive side, they found themselves a 2nd match point.
It's looking so good for Dark Zero, though. They had the opening kill. They had the opening kill. They died to Robbie early on, but it looked like they were going to get a free opening kill. He was spotted. They had a drone. They had a cross. They had a Monty. Again, they fall apart. Right there, the 1, the 2. Robbie swings for a 3rd and dies. And then we see Dark Zero in the middle of the site out of nowhere. Couldn't plant, though. Diffuser was dropped by Nave upstairs, I believe. Nobody picked it up. Nobody was there to do it. Dark Zero on defense now, with a very similar lineup to in the past. Lane 2 trap over a 3 with Count Legion. Milusi, the Fenrir, the Q mines. We want to try and weaken Falcons' gunfights when they get close, and of course, close those gaps in the staircases, the flanks, the backstabs. Falcons, what are they going to do? We see a Flores come out, with Ivana. They're going to keep bringing that Monty. I think it's been a wise choice. Both teams doing a good job with the shield operators, I will say. But at the same time, neither team doing a whole lot to stop the shields from working. We've yet to see like vertical C4s, for example. In this round, not a single C4 in play.
It's true, and those C4s have been struggling a little bit because of the lack of information on account of the Echo Valkyrie bans. We've seen a lot of bulletproof cameras, often 2 played each round for either team on the defensive side. Pamba and Bolo have brought them here. Easy need to keep their heads above water, back on defense. We've seen a few good defenses from them, but Falcons got the 2 attacks required in regulation. If the stats continue, DZ should be able to push a 15th here.
So the thing about overtime that can change a lot for some teams is that risk assessment will change. When you're playing 0-0, you can make that risk, take that swing, go for the clutch, be crazy about it. When you're up or down 6-7 overtime, that play you might make with 0 hesitation at the beginning of the game, you might not go for it anymore. Dark Zero, they are the kings of overtime. They are on familiar territory. Over Falcons, sure, they've been there before, but can Robbie make that crazy play? Can Dole find the flank? Because if he goes for it and it does not work out, DC goes to 7-7 and they go back to the attack inside. That's risky.
Kobe on 12 kills, tempted to go for an aggressive run out here. Rotero exposing his position, taking out that keeper barrier, and NJR's found his pick on the Dove.
Huge start. And now DC have 2 options, right? Either you stay aggressive, stay on the front lines, but you kind of peel back towards the bomb side border. They are not known for the sides to be strong. Gotta hold security, gotta hold the extended areas. Bolo's taking his ground right now in that corner.
Jayla's taking a hell of a lot of damage. There's just no teeth to this attack. Falcons cannot get their talons into this game. It's 5 match points so far, 5 map points. We've seen DZ win out against them. Now Falcons trying to convert again what they have struggled to convert all series long.
It would be a Dark Zero Classic to take us to next level time, though. It's meant to be. It's gotta be. Smoke goes out.
This is good.
A lot of damage.
NJR still not traded
Dead,
back.
actually.
How does Guards die there? He didn't get out of the smoke in time. He falls. The Monty nullified. NJR very happy with that one.
Creation doesn't stop. And put a big run out. Get back inside the building, my friend. 5 versus 2. Kobe's on the ground. You can sacrifice him. That's okay. With 4 defenders alive. Diffuser on the ground. 35 seconds. Robbie has shown a near impossible task, but not impossible in front of them. You gotta find 4 kills, though.
That diffuser is down at top east, though. I'm not sure if DZ are aware of it, but it does restrict Falcons' options. 20 seconds to play. DZ lie in wait. Nafe on the side. He's had an unlucky game so far, but he finds the kill he's been looking for.
7-7.
Confidence is back. We will need the full 15.
I like that shit. 77, bro. Come on.
Who's excited about 7-7 like Kobe, bro? He loves this. He's he's locked in.
He's so into it. I love that energy, though.
Yeah.
It's what we need. We've seen him pretty demotivated at points. And now, if anything, it's Falcons looking deflated.
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing less smiles there. Guards, the man that we just saw there, has been so smiley throughout this entire series. And one of the first times where it stopped.
Where's
I think
this
they know.
energy?
I mean, they're struggling right now. Sure, Falcons have found success on border, but a lot of it comes down to, again, we've had 3 separate 1v1s or 2v2s play out. That could have been Dark Series' rounds, and then they take it in regulation. Instead, we find ourselves on a classic 7-7 scoreline. With Dove not finding the gaps recently, Falcons are starting to get into the building safely as they're falling apart before they can get there.
It does feel like most of the rounds that Falcons are winning, it's because Dove has just found someone facing the other direction and he's got a free kill. Often that turns into a double. DZ have been much more wary and much more proactive as well. The way that they used that smoke last round to take down the Monty, I really like that proactivity on the defense, taking the fight to Falcons, not hyper-aggressive, just a smart amount of aggressive to keep talking up the pressure.
They're both fighting for opening kill right now. And, I mean, what's the Toxic Babes going to do if you're a 1v4 on the bomb side, right? You might as well use it earlier on, get some value, get a kill. The thing is right now Darkseer will be attacking. They got to force the problem. They need to force the opening. It can be Bowl on the gun. It can be Pan by Kobe, NGR, or Nafe on Monty. They have options, they have solutions, they have self-destruction. And nothing's going to really stop them right now in this round. The Miranos can be problematic, but both Ash and Ace, I think they'll be okay.
What's the play for DZ? Top floor, Armory Lockers, Archives is the bomb site. Falcons, no pressure down below as of yet. Holding onto these key positions on the top floor. Break room, 90 hallway. It's Robbie playing break again. I think he does see the Monty down below in Passport.
I'm not liking this. I mean, if you're Monty, you can go east stairs, you can go security door or window, you can try and take some of that map control, because going downstairs, you got the verticality. We see Robbie with the line of sight, the Guman's coming out as well. The longer you wait, the more troublesome this will get with both the Asami Q barriers and Guman's, you know, charging up, if you will. I like this more. It took us almost half the round to get there.
Here comes east stairs from Nath. Looking for a little bit of something. There is a player in the hallway just patiently waiting. That's Harsham as Bamba finds the opening kill. It has been instrumental for him. He's doubled down, sneaking up the stairs. Dove does eventually finish Bolo. Here on match point, DZ stand tall. Another kill now for NJR as Dove floundering over on CCTV. Can't find a damn thing. DZ nowhere near the site, but it doesn't seemingly matter.
The bait and switch game. Hey, I'm over here. I'm the Monty on these stairs. That's not where the strike is coming from. Now we see DC rotate once more together. Get behind Nave. Get 3 guns facing the same direction. You can go for a simple armory plan here if you wanted to. Nave has diffuse on pocket. There's a soft wall though. Has shown Asami knows he fought no impacts. It's gonna be a tough one.
I know where he is. Information from that drone as well. DZ have full awareness of where these 2 remaining Falcons players are. Nave finds his pick. Another one for Dove. And it becomes a 1 versus 2, but he needs to finish off NJR, the deadly player, with that 417 DMR. Nafe now on site with that Monty, an aggressive run out from Dove, and he comes through looking for this last player, the Monty on site. NJR's gone below. How do you win the fight against that Monty? As the Aruni, he doesn't have any gadgetry to assist him, and he has to try and bait out these shots. He has to win against NJR, but he's not going to be given the opportunity. NJR's giving him nothing, and he knows he still can't fight Nafe. The game is surely over. DZ have weathered the storm. Time after time, 6 map points against them. They stand tall. They will not sacrifice anything in this series, and they will push us the distance. Consulate is calling, and DZ have dialed the number. Falcons cannot hold on. It will not be a 2-0. We're going to need a third to settle this.
Oh, we so are. I love the next summertime. DC keeping their fans and their hearts racing as you're watching these matches. There's a slow start. There's a fast one on board, or slow one on not even laps rather. Kobe's fired up, and every single player on the server putting such even numbers on the kill board as well. Everyone is committing to the same objective here.
DZ refused to let go. Doesn't matter what kind of a lead their opponents have. 6-1 on map 1, and they still made it a close affair. On map 2, 2 opportunities for Falcons to finish off this game, and they're having to laugh. If you don't laugh, then I guess you're going to cry. DZ are certainly making a statement here. It's 1-1 on the series, and we're going to settle it on Consulate after this break.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold. It's all falling apart here. A 5 versus 3 goes awry. The map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking. And Joom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills. He's tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and Joom, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. Joom has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, called it.
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets, oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around. Oh! And he misses his shot. The Pants is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, we praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is.
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
He's getting it down. Punch. Gathered through the wall. From zeros to heroes. And
that plant down. It's up to Huttenko looking away at the Remarmans.
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagona's holding diffuser, but it's Dance Gavin Dance, he's won all 3 rounds!
Everything we knew! They are your Manchester Major Champion!
Oh, it's time for map 3. Dark Zero have pushed us the distance. Falcons were looking pretty damn good on Nighthaven, even on border with 2 match points. But DZ would not give in to those opportunities. And so we go all the way to Consulate. DZ looking to make this quite a series. They will not go down so easily.
No, and I mean, the thing is, I've always believed this. The longer a series goes on for, the better Dark Zero gets. Not necessarily in terms of like the round-by-round numbers, but we've had like, you know, a 5-7, not even laps, max OT border. It's been a long best of 3. They have so much experience on this territory, Falcons. They might run out of steam, might run out of solutions, strat depth maybe, or ideas for the table. So DC and Consulate, I hope is starting to go for them.
DZ really need to win this one. They only have 1 more match tomorrow, whereas Falcons still have 2 to go. Both of these teams are on 4 points in their group. And of course, we know how much it matters. You get 1st seed compared to 2nd or 3rd or 4th seed. Even if you're guaranteed to get out of this group, it matters massively. Now, both of these teams have come away with a guaranteed 1 point out of this match. There are 3 more points up for grabs for the winner. Oh, well, 3 points in total, 2 more points up for grabs for the winner of this game. That map was a little bit all over the place. NJR had a pretty good one. Pamba looked really solid, but Dove was the best player on border.
Look at Dark Zero though, 14 kills on top gunner, 9 on the bottom. 5 kills separate the bottom to the lows to highs of fragging. It's entirely in team effort. Bit of a bigger gap there for Falcons, 16-7, but still every single player in the server is working together at such a high level.
Robbie was real my concern though on border.
Yes.
7-14, a 0.5 KD, quite the departure from the 2.0 that we've seen him achieve in the past. We know what that guy's capable of. We know that he can't contribute as much in the comms and the supportive department because he doesn't speak Arabic. So he does really have to have an impact in the fragging. If he's not doing that, I don't think the Falcons are going to be able to compete at this level. So we move to Consulate, and we need to see a little bit more out of Robbie. Otherwise, DZ may be able to make a comeback here.
I can see a world though where Robbie can pop off on this map because there's a lot of movement to it, especially on defense, right? You can play a Lesion or a Vigil, run around top 4 in a basement defense, then you go down to the first 4, and either you fall back or you just fight for your life. Either or, I think there's an angle to be worked here. We could maybe even see some funky bans here if DC get concerned, right? Whether it's going to be the Vigil ban coming out to make the room clear better. Deimos has not gone through the operator ban phase. Like, he hasn't survived it. He's been banned out both of the maps so far. Maybe he goes through. Because when you go to a 3rd map, that's when some teams will try and go for a change play.
Well, both of these teams played Consulate in their first play day. Falcons beat PSG on this map. Dark Zero actually lost it to Raza Company 7-5. So, and that was actually with 2 shield bans, Monty and the Blitz. So a lot in it for DZ here. We have to see a little bit of improvement. I've no doubt, especially as Falcons had the day off yesterday, and they've got 2 support staff. They've got Eden assisting Mad Skills. So there've been plenty of time to go and analyze that Consulate game that we saw DZ play against Raza, start to look at those weaknesses and formulate a game plan to exploit them. So I do think that in a way, Consulate may favor Falcons.
You have starting side, I can see it. So Falcons starting on the attacking side, Darkseer on defense. I overheard a conversation as I was getting my tea.
Ooh, really?
And I don't know how to understand it. Either Falcons were saying how they're expecting to go 5-1 on their half, or they said they're okay with going 1-5. I couldn't quite tell which version they meant.
Well, I'm gonna guess that it's the latter because they're starting
okay
on
with
attack.
going weak side.
Yeah, because you do have to have that attitude. Like, I think Falcons have shown to be a little bit of a mental team. It was a bit concerning what we saw on Border. I mean, even just on Nighthaven, right? 6-1 up, letting it go to a 6-5.
Yeah, can't close it out.
Even though they close the game out eventually, it's a huge red flag if they will let it slip that deep. And the same can be said for Border. 2 match and series points available, both of them fumbled. 3, in fact, actually, because there were 2 in overtime.
Right.
So Falcons really have proven that they cannot be closers. And this series has gotten extremely close with the social prediction. 56 in favor of DZ as they look to make this run it back a reality. As we go to Consulate, DZ have the momentum on their side, but Falcons are snapping at their heels.
All right, let's see. Will Deimos survive the Arbiter ban phase? We'll see anything funky like a Mute, a Mossy, a Vigil getting banned out. We'll see a Muncie getting banned, maybe.
I kind of want to
Both
see the
teams played
Muncie
it.
ban. DZ were much better at it than Falcons, in my view.
I don't disagree.
Blackbeard.
Okay.
Dude, DZ kind of sucks
DZ
at
were kind of
Blackbeard.
trolling on the Blackbeard. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd be getting rid of that Monty.
Yeah, I mean, maybe DC, they will do it instead. Let's see it. Deimos.
As you
He
said.
will not survive. So
Blitz.
3 for 3.
Listen, Monty still making it through. Yeah, I feel like if I was Falcons, I would have been getting rid of that Monty here.
Yeah.
I think that DZ are going to be able to use that really well. Yes, there's a lot of ways to kill a Monty on this map, a lot of vertical potential, but I just
Great
feel
operator.
like DZ is going to be in a really good stead if they can use that to brute force these positions.
Yeah, and I do agree with you. I do think that Nave got more value out of the Muncie than Guards did for Falcons, but not like a massive difference, but certainly one that matters. Hide and go following through. Okay, we can still do some stuff around the two-brow if we really wanted to, but those time-wasting operators have mostly been removed from play now. I love the kite band specifically. It is such a bother to deal with that on Consulate. They can be above, they can be below, they can be on the sides. You don't want to bring out a Thatcher because CBA. We gotta get more flexible operators available to us. Easy side on defense though. Very comfortable statistically. That is the favorable side on Consulate. In the opening round, they will bring out an Ella. Now, I'm a huge fan of Ella in the current game of Siege. The gun is hard to play. It does -5 damage unless you hit the headshot. Has a
It
ton
gives
of
them
recoil.
HP with every
It
shot.
actually heals them when you one-tap them with a headshot. But I do think the Ella Grismod mines are still something that's kind of underrated. They're super annoying, especially against shield operators.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the rework to the guard break on the
Right.
shield operators, which this is the first event that we're really seeing that come into fruition. There's a huge shield nerf coming through. We're actually going to see a bit of a repick from guards. I assume he's going to stick this. No, he's going to change it. Never mind. There was a blitz teased out for a brief moment. We're going to go with a no-shield lineup here for Falcons to kick things off as they attack the top floor.
I actually like this. I like when you're starting off on, like, let's say, an average round outcome. You're not going to play like your rush, and you're going to play like your shield operators. Just to get what's the feeling right now that DC is giving us, and how do we want to adapt to it going forward. If you start the shield setup and DC plays into it, you're going to feel like DC was, you know, over-prepared for the exact situation. So, just a normal start here. Last inch by Hashom, thrown by his feet. Lightly waiting for the Doka to be called to progress further. Looks like Falcons want to go for a full map room clear, top floor, first floor before going downstairs.
Under 5 seconds, and Hashem will have that Dokubi call available. I wonder if he is going to bomb it straight away. There it is, available, not used as of yet. You can see DZ are seemingly aware of that rush. Hashem has snuck now into Piano. What's the play here? This is very pacey from Hashem, but I'm not sure exactly what the execute intention is from Falcons as J-Lad's in the building.
Hashem can cover C4s downstairs. You use the Grim Beast and Seer Repel to get any of the red pings. You can Repel in, go for a plant. Thing is, 3 Toxic Babes, 1 C4 in pocket, and a Griswold Mine can stop the plant as well. So, if they're burning too many Bs right now, they won't have enough to, like, sustain the round.
Oh, opportunity goes begging there for J-Lad. Kobe's found 2 kills. He was fired up after map 1, and he's already started hot here on Consulate.
Strat's fallen apart. You've lost, I mean, 2 of your players, 3 of your Bs, 1 phone call left from Dokkaebi. Hashom is very passive this round, just waiting in piano, and DC, they're nowhere near that area of the map. They're holding up top, closing those stairs. That's a shoddy. No way you lose this, right?
It's impossible. Physically impossible
Physically
to lose
impossible?
this fight.
Okay.
Even with the Ella Mine rather going off onto guards, NJR wins this fight. Hashom and Dove now to try and pick up the pieces. Dove is in an awkward position all alone, just baiting out shots. And Kobe is just waiting for him. Perfect 90-degree crossfire here with him and Bolo. Easy 3rd kill of the round for Kobe. Hashom got in the building in the first 15 seconds, and he has done absolutely nothing. It's perfect. To kick things off for DZ, nothing from Falcons in that attack.
We often see teams go for those CEO direct plans, and it's such a bait because it's something that I feel like shouldn't actually work. This round, C4, Bristled Mine, 3 Toxic Babes, that's like a pretty normal thing to happen, but if teams really want to deal with this, play Tashanga. You can stand in meeting and shoot those fire Molotov and deny for like 2 full minutes straight, and we see so often teams be like, let's just go see your window, wee! It's not that simple. And the thing is, it gets overly forced, and I feel like in this round in particular, it was the exact same scenario. Because there wasn't really any point in this round where you think to yourself, that might have worked.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have. EC had the right operators for it, as a team should. That was that.
Falcons' refusal to actually take ground on that top floor was their biggest demise. They didn't look to attempt even admin at all. They got Hashom in the building so early, and he had no impact.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, you need piano control, so take it early. It makes sense, but if you're going to sit there the entire round, and you don't do anything with it, if he was a Deimos...
That's what I was going to say. It's different if he was a vertical operator.
If he's Buck, right, he can actually do stuff from downstairs, but instead he's a Dokkaebi. It's like, great, you have a global gadget, but you can't do any vertical destruction or distract the enemy players or get a kill unless they come to you. I love this bomb site, by the way. It's the only split bomb site in the current map pool. We used to have more of those back in the day.
What are the ones in the rest of the map pool?
Sorry? The rest of,
I'm trying to think, what else? What
Yeah,
other
like
split bomb
Castle?
sites in the map, in the game? What other split bomb sites are there?
Now you put them in the spot.
Because there will be some on like the really casual maps that nobody plays.
Sure.
Like, on ranked maps, but I actually
House? We have pool table garage. Oh, that's old house. Like,
That's old house. I don't think that's in the game
That's
anymore.
not the game anymore. No, it's not.
Yeah.
What else do you have? Now I'm getting
I remember when they
confused.
introduced this bomb site, because this wasn't in, I mean, even in old Consulate. Consulate only launched with 3 bomb sites. It was lobby, garage, and top floor. And then they added the 4th one. Same with Clubhouse.
Oh!
Wait, Clubhouse has a split bomb site? No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
That was just told to me by my producer, but that's wrong.
There's server, I think that was actually.
Is
Either
that
or,
Nova?
we're getting distracted now.
Anyway, you know what's happening? A game is being played, and Hashom has once again snuck his way into the building, quite far from the bomb site, however. He's in the top floor. And as you said, it's a split bomb site.
Trying to figure out what other split bomb
You're
sites
obsessed
there.
with this now.
I am. I'm actually trolling so hard.
You're insecure. You're
I'm
like,
so
dude, I thought I
trolling
knew this game better than anyone.
I had it, then I lost it.
There's a bit of a standoff here between guards and Pambazoo as well. Side of admin. Robbie is looking to push from the other side. A jump out from Panba!
Okay.
What is that? And meanwhile, Robbie has died in the hallway on the top floor as well. Dark Zero are looking very comfortable on this defensive side. Falcons, try as they will, they found nothing so far.
What about this, though? Oh, the nearsightedness. You can't quite see your opponent, but it doesn't stop him from getting the shot. Bolo goes down. 3-on-3, and again, Dark Zero, you gotta hold on. You got those man advantages. Bolo was alone upstairs. Nobody could help him. He chose to take that gunfight, and with that, cams will get hacked. Bulletproofs and defaults to be taken on the side of Falcons.
So what info is there now? Robbie's flicking it all. There's a teller's camera that's inside of sight on the first floor. There's a yellow stairs camera. There's a garage camera. This is a huge amount of information. Even Spiral on the ground floor. So much info. And a shot there from Dove. Beautiful drone work. It's now a 3v2 as the advantage has well and truly flipped.
They didn't need to flank though. I'm thinking about it. 30 seconds, 3v3, split bomb site. They're looking pretty comfortable.
Info
Risky
again!
play. Oh, Naif?
The lobby camera spots Naif, but he still wins his fight onto J-Lad.
No.
Hashom does get him through the floor, even though Naif Peppered through a few bullets. Now it's up to Pamba. He already got his jump out in the early round. Now he's got to fight off too. Hiding in the ground floor, but he's not visible from that camera. Time is ticking away. There's no diffuser. They have to go for kill. The swing doesn't land the shot. Where on earth is the diffuser?
They left it in lobby.
Is he getting a warning from the admins? Is that what's happening? That looked like he was getting like a warning
He's
from
like,
the
yo,
admins.
Kenny, chill, dude. He's like, thumbs up.
Dude, that's awesome.
And so Jayla had in lobby. So Nave sprints through, dies to showing the vert, no one picks it up. Let's go.
What the hell, bro?
What are you doing?
Laxing's just walked over to watch us at the caster decks. Lax, you definitely want to go and watch Kangaroo Kenny. The next time they went around, he went nuts, and I think he got told off by the admins. I feel like I'd be able to hear that from the next room. If I wasn't casting right now, I'd be sitting there just watching him.
You know, on my time off, I gotta bring my camera out and just photograph Kenny popping off.
Do it.
With a victory roar
Emmy's
photo.
been running around with an old film camera as well.
He has. He's gonna get the film developed and get us the photo.
Oh yeah.
Imagine that.
Love that.
I mean, DC right now is starting out 2 for 2. That's gonna feel so good. That split bomb side can be hard to play, and I do think DC found a lot of struggle in that previous round with making the right decisions, but they still get the round victory, and that's all you need really. Falcons, I want to see them go back to more default kind of punch that it takes. I did overhear one more thing when I was making my tea, and they were saying how they were a bit worried about having shown too much in the previous games, maybe. That they didn't have as many one-off ways to play the map right now, so depending on those like default ways of approaching it, but they haven't played default rounds yet. First round CEO brute force doesn't work out. That previous one, it's either brawl top floor, brawl first floor, very messy, very spread apart. For this basement attack, I would love to see them just kind of do like the top roam clear, the first floor roam clear, vert destruction, hit that 5v5 bombs that execute. And all you really need right now, because DC aren't roaming all that heavily, is time. They gotta be a little bit quicker. But as I say that, Ember finds a kill, Dove is dead, it's gonna be Hibana, that's not.
It's an aggressive run out from Visa as well. I'm inclined to agree with you here, Nick, because the Goyo and the Kaid ban lends itself to having more time. Going for that map clear, you're able to breach quickly because that Kaid's banned. You're allowed to execute in the late round without having to wait out Vulcan canisters. You don't have to waste time with a Twitch channel. Falcons have taken a bit of that top floor, but I think this is a little bit too slow, especially having already lost a player. Guard's now uncertain of where he wants to drone from. He's worried about being run out upon. Hasham's made his way down Spiral, looking to try and cut the map, but there's still no pressure on this basement as of yet, even on the server side of the map.
Yeah. With DC getting that kill, they're just gonna sit pretty, just like on Border. They're so good at playing a disciplined game. Robbie knows that player downstairs, but as this is happening, Bodo gets another kill. So Robbie can wait all he wants. It's only gonna get worse for him. If Bodo's in trouble right now inside that closet, just jump out, stall for time, stay alive. Bodo's about to be surrounded, most likely. Nate's in the pocket of J-Lack and force his position out.
Should be a free kill. Nate goes out. He's going to force him to go downstairs, but he's just going to rotate all the way outside through the garage breach, which is open. It's being watched from above by J-Lad, but Bolo knows he doesn't have to move at all. This is now forcing the bait here from Falcons. They have to have one player watching this vert from above, and the other one has to go and push Bolo into the site. I mean, this should be a free kill, but Robbie has to find it. Eventually, he drops down. He's got wall hacks onto Bolo because Bolo is still outside. The nades go out. Bolo's still tempted to try and win this fight. He almost gets it. Time is wasted. Another good shot, though, from Robbie. Maybe this is winnable with less than 10 seconds to play. The E1D goes out. The logic bomb to detonate, but the shotgun up in Hasham's face. The plant going down, but the coverage is not going to be there enough. Robbie forcing it down. J-Lad to find Pamba. There is a trade now, as Robbie has to find an ace to keep this game alive. Nate finishes him off. And DZ continue their reign of terror on defense. 3 rounds on the trot.
Oh, Bodo with the amazing play. They're getting the kill, getting out, staying alive for as long as possible. Robbie, though, when he actually gets going, when he's activated, he is doing so much work in the server. I mean, he almost single-handedly won them that round. DC, they made 2 small errors with a massive punishment. With that lead for Dark Zero, Falcons will call their tactical timeout, talk things through, and kind of settle the nerves here because those smiles are long gone and they were so close to being on border and they couldn't finish the job.
Tactical timeout called for Falcons. Much needed. 3 rounds down. What's Mad Skills going to say to the squad now? Where's the energy gone? On map 1, Falcons had so much of it. You were mentioning guards before as a particular player that was so energetic. And I'm seeing none of it now. Is Mad Skills even saying anything? Barely talking.
Doesn't seem like it a whole lot. He's actually sitting down before the timeout is over.
The contrast between Kangaroo Kenny playing behind these players and Mad Skills trying to support Falcons.
Almost had that deflected, but the drop shot was great from Robbie.
Damage was done. I mean, Robbie would have needed to do something insane to make that possible for Falcons.
Nave is yelling. That's actually shooting.
Nave's got his confidence back. Dude was looking rattled on border, and now he's back into it. I feel like the momentum, it's perhaps irreversible now. DZ have stolen the show, and Falcons are looking a shell of their former selves.
This is kind of how I expected the match to play out when I was thinking about it this morning. As I was in bed, I was like, these Cs were going to be like in the driver's seat, just like playing a disciplined style of Siege.
Hasn't been the story until this
map. It hasn't been the story at all until this very moment, and that's what's catching me by surprise. It feels a little bit like to me that DC, they start off with like the newer, more aggressive, loosey-goosey style of Siege, and the more it doesn't work out, the more they default back to old semantics of how to play the map. They're playing very disciplined, barely moving, not making a lot of decisions. And I mean that the most positive way possible.
You don't need to on this map right now. The way Falcons are taking it.
But then you look at 9 even laps in border, and it's almost like they're overcomplicating things and making some, not blunders, but definitely mistakes of significance that I wouldn't expect from Dark Zero, that we haven't seen from them a whole lot in the past. But the fact that they're able to adapt and overcome time and time again is obviously a great look for them. And for Falcons, they do just lack some experience in very long series with strategical depth, adaptation, energy levels, etc. because they're kind of just falling flat on Consulate so far.
Perhaps it'll change as we go to a different bomb site. Now we go to press room. Top floor is the point of contention now for Falcons. A breach on the external wall of meeting, forcing NJR back. Amber still keen to play quite aggressively around long desk though. Drones spotting him. Hasham also keen for a bit of a backstab, but he can't march too far forwards. He needs to time this with the rest of the squad. Falcons continuing to try and march on forward here on the top floor. Almost an opportunity there for Robbie. We need some more pressure here as Bamba is forced back. His retreat covered by that keeper barrier.
Monty is so good here, taking space. Yellow window gets a kill. Freebie onto Pambasu. Bathroom window, should I say. It looked like it was yellow for a second there. Now you got the opening kill. That's the hardest task on Consulate because it was so hard to find those openings. Are you fighting Ghost? Oh, he's out of there. Okay, I see. Running away. Again, not risking their life. They got the advantage. They got what they wanted. They got to work around the Monty now. Like, guards leading the way. Roam clear top floor. Do a bit of vertical destruction. Set up the bomb site for later. And you just got to go downstairs into lobby. Hit the plant spot. That should be it.
NJR is going to have to try and retreat outside. I don't think there's anyone waiting for him. He is going to be able to get... Oh, no! Hasham's backed out again and still ready to try and receive NJR on that retreat. Dove has also found Bolo. The DMR's come to life. And it looks like Falcons on the back of that tactical timeout may be on the verge of something new.
Change the pace. The Monty is so good just pushing back those defenders. As Showman Yellow's there store as well. They're coming for him. They want blood. They want the kill. They're gonna get it. Robert with the shotgun confirms it. Nathan a 1v5.
So the shotty comes out as well. Here's round the corner Robbie with his own secondary shotgun. A shot to the face. The Italian gets that kill. Finally the energy is back for Falcons.
So are the smiles. You break that cursed 0-3 streak, and all of a sudden things look a lot better. Now going back to the one thing that I spoke of, it sounded like Falcons said that they're okay with going down 1-5. They've got their one round. So by worst case scenario, we're looking at that 1-5. They said they're okay with it. Once they go on defense, they'll figure things out. sometimes it is like that. Back when old theme park, or I guess current theme park was in Pro League, back when Villa first came out, they were extremely defender-sided. Current Skyscraper, still a massive problem, of course. Speaking of split bomb sites, old Favela had one.
Oh, yes.
It did. It had one with a hatch that connected the two. It was completely nasty.
I just say I miss old Favela. That was the worst map in the best way.
Agreed. There was 20 walls to reinforce. You had 10 of them. You had to pick like what's gonna get funky here.
I love that map. Bring it back, please, guys. I miss it. My favorite thing was just to do that really cringe prone angle from outside Weed Room where you could look through the whole map. You open up the wall on Buck and you could literally
see the whole thing.
Cut the whole map in two.
No, the
I
map
miss
was
that
cooked.
so much.
I enjoyed it though, because again, it was just crazy daisy. You had to force play it in ranked sometimes as well.
Yeah. Imagine that with the amount of destruction that we have these days. Imagine playing new Tachanka on that map.
It was it's fun fact for the people that don't know that are watching now. Every single map that came out used to be in Pro Play. So like Old Favela, Yak, like all the maps, House was in Pro League as well. It's after a couple of years, we were like, okay, not every map is Pro League viable. Let's like put a quarantine on it, see if it's good, then put it in. Oh no, we did play those maps once.
I remember that.
Plain.
Plain.
My Pro League debut map was Plain.
Yeah.
Terrible, we lost.
Remember that Kickstar 1v5 clip on Plane?
Yeah.
Good times.
The fastest A's at the time.
Yeah.
So you got the plaque there now on the wall.
Yeah.
Memory of it.
Beautiful.
Remember when it happened, everybody was like, look at this. This guy's the best in the world. And I was like, no, he's not. No, he's
Your
not.
ego is getting hurt.
I want to be the best player. And then we became friends and, yeah, worked together. All time flies. Nate goes out. Rappel on in. Robbie on a heater now, getting the 5th kill. Shutting down Bolo once more. I like that Bolo is still finding himself in these early aggressive fights, because when I saw Bolo being put on Thermite a couple of times in this tournament, I'm thinking, he's not old enough for full support yet, right? And he's still got that early fight in him. Doesn't always pan out. This time it didn't, at least. The Osa advances forward. Dove on a more front-centric operator. Can't quite backstep and gap from the Osa. We can try and get down a plant later on.
Yeah, the Osa's a great pick here.
Yeah.
I mean, all the shields are available except for Blackbeard, and yet the Osa, perhaps they just want a shield for face checking, but also want the rifle. The only two options for those kinds of operators. Dove, as you said, usually the backstab player is going to be the tip of the spear this time around. This is a very peculiar set of keeper barriers. And Robbie will find his nade kill onto Kobe himself. Ironic.
Don't see that all that often with the inability to cook the grenades anymore, but this sets them up greatly. No more Grim Beast though. Last snake goes down in the pocket of Dove at least. Now you can get that Oza forward. If you clear Inja's position, that could be a free plant.
Shotty in hand, that smoke to try and enable a little bit of a peek, or perhaps just to try and quench this push. NJR and Pamba both find kills, one of them which is traded, and it leaves Falcons better off. NJR holding onto his position in meeting. He's been forced back away from the door. His last gas babe to subside. The default plant position, still 20 seconds to play. After it will have finished, but he finds the headshot he's looking for. And suddenly, the pressure is back on Falcons. Naif holding his position. What are Hashaman guards doing? It's been far too late. Naif on the long angle. The Scorpion, a volatile weapon for it. The Elamine to detonate. Naif is right here. He's in position. Is there coverage from guards? There is. The first. The second comes calling. Naif finds it. He gets the double. He silences Falcons. Puts them back in their place.
It's been a lot and lot of rounds for Nate, for he has fallen short of being off the timing, not finding the kill, not finding the clutch, but now in a very pivotal round to continue that lead for Dark Zero, getting the 4th off their own to a 4-1 lead. The pre-fire on the first and the second, they're practically running to his bullets right here. Beautiful. Not taking the 50-50. Did you say woof woof?
That's dog.
But the real thing is, the real hero of that round is NGR. He held on for so long, he hit some nasty shots with SMG-11, and in the very end there was a red ping on the right-hand side of top spiral. So in his mind, that's where the player was. When he turns his back to the left-hand side and dies, he got baited by the ping. He literally didn't make any mistakes in that round. But the one area where they did have like great intel, Nave steps up instead. Beautiful stuff.
Exactly what DZ needed. 4-1 now. You said that you overheard Falcons perhaps saying
something 1-5-5-1.
Something along the lines of, guys, we can go down 5-1 in the first half. It doesn't matter. We can come back. Attack on Consulate is not easy. So DZ, they really should be gunning for the 5-1 here. It looks so achievable. And just imagine the confidence that that would give them in the second half moving on to the attack. I've no doubt that DZ will struggle more on the attack than on their defense. How much remains to be seen? My question, if Falcons can finish off this half by conjuring up a second attack round, will that give them the belief in themselves to push the gap and come back in the third map? I feel like it is possible, but there's a lot of pressure on this round right here.
There is Bravo being brought out. Very decent, I guess. Valkyrie cams, default cams. Two primary things to hack, most likely. Very passive approach. Like Monty plus Bravo plus Dogebi. Not a whole lot of intrigue abilities. Means again, more pressure on Robbie and Dove to find those kills.
Ooh, Hasham's in for another backstep. Robbie is back on it as well. Robbie's been hot this game. Much better, 6-4. This is the form that we need from him. Not at all like last map where he went for a 0.5 KD. They need to not push this too early.
Nave was screaming on his microphone. I think he's got the read on this right now, saying, guys over here, they're over there. They're going to go for backside take. Like, really? Rotate. Help me. So the funny thing is, if they overflow the site and catch Nave for injury out by surprise, once they're in, they'll get that bomb down immediately. So DC cannot get caught by full surprise factor. We see the outlines though. They're so ready for this. J-Lad actually above almost into the side, the upstairs bomb side too. There's going to be a gap here.
J-Lad's going to spot the player. Kobe goes down. And suddenly the dominoes begin to fall. Bolo holding onto his position. NJR spotted. And taken down by guards. The Monty worth his weight in gold. And these DZ players are dropping one by one. Bolo steps up. But Hasham for the backstab. Doubles down. Pamba in a 1v4. Nothing to play for. There's no way into it. The Monty securing that diffuser. Shield back up again. And Falcons, they've done it. They've exceeded expectation. And the energy is back into the team. 2-4 in the half.
They said they're okay at 1-5, having a 4-2 instead. And just like that, the most convincing round we've seen from them in a long time on the attacking side of all things. It just looked like it was thought of from the very beginning. The spawns, the drone positions, the operator selection. I was thinking, what's the take gonna be with a Monty and a Brava? Kind of contradicting operators, if you will. Well, backside, front side, downstairs as well. And just have that one flanker above. J-Lad on Brava. Found the opening kill. Just sent him into the bomb side and just take full control. Nice!
I can't tell if that's a sigh of relief. It feels like it. Falcons surely feeling a lot better about themselves and about their position after getting that second round. This is like par for the course on a good day, and Falcons had even set their sights lower than this. So to exceed expectations surely fills them with a little bit more confidence. Moving now onto their defensive side, we go to the top floor. This is where they're going to be sitting pretty. This is where they can dictate the pace a little bit more. DZ have so much work to do on these consulate attacks, clearing positions, taking ground. And Falcons, assuming they can repel an early execute, assuming they have a response for this Monty, which we theory crafted, Falcons may have wanted to ban, then they should be pretty comfortable. But how much have they prepared for it?
Falcons a good start. Get the cams, 2 C4s, toxic babes, they got options. Like to think of him Pambasu though. Having the ability to revive someone that's injured on the map and just heal them up with a bit of health, stay in the fight. There is a fair bit of chip damage. You get wallbang, talking still with C4, impact grenade. I think it makes life easier. If Nave wants to go killing with that pistol on the Monty, of course, fast ADS speed is always nice to have. Bolo was hovering a couple different operators, settled on the buck. DC very much is sitting up right now, go to the roof, open up the windows, find all that phantom pressure, just like this. Gonna make Falcons unsure where the attack is coming from until DC decide. The only big tell they have, well, Nave. If Monty shows somewhere, it's likely going to indicate what's about to happen.
Still tossing up where he wants to push at the moment. There's information. I think Pamba is so tempted here to just jump in the window. Maybe NJR is going to be the one to do it. They can't. Azami's watching. Now the drop in from Yellow Stairs. Guards goes down. Good entry from NJR, but still this position with the shotgun and the shield. Well defended by Dove. He almost finds the Monty as well. Nafe goes down. He's worth so much value in that position, but still DZ able to recompose as C4 doesn't find anything, and it doesn't look like the kill onto the Monty has been confirmed. The revive comes out from Pamba on the Finker. The perfect operator for it. Oh, lands enough shots to finish off Nath. Does Hashom. Robbie on the site. 8 kills so far in the first 5, 6, 7 rounds. Pamba and Kobe now. Information on their position thanks to those Valkyrie cameras as Hashom has made his way back to site and looks for something. The red pings, the yellow pings, in abundance for Falcons. Information on their side, but time on DZ's. The plant starting to be forced down the back of that Finker charge. The shots don't land!
What?
Robbie with the pistol! Kobe hasn't confirmed it. A loose nade, and he finds the first kill, but he's got there from a shot! Falcons firing up as they bridge this gap more and more.
Robbie with the pistol, sprinting through the room, practically going for what looked like a hipfire kill onto Pamba. The Finger came out huge, the revive, the healing, the stalling out things. The only thing I think Darkseer could do a little bit better of a job there is I want to see Nave get more active to Monty. When Falk approaches a shotgun operator behind a shield like this, Nave should unextend the Monty shield to a plan that has ability of meleeing the mute or going for an ADS swing. Otherwise, it's a Buck 1v1, and it's a Monty 1v1, in both of which Dove, of course, come out victorious.
That's the energy we need. Falcons have bridged that gap. One more round to close the distance. As we go over to press room, DZ, they had such a good in, they had such a good idea. That shield position, that yellow stairs, was so good, and Dove played it so well. Even with that Monty, they weren't able to clear it. I feel like maybe if it was a Blackbeard, they would have been able to nade out that position.
Hey, a blitz, you flash
a
it.
blitz, yeah. So well played there from Falcons. A good setup. Ooh. Tempting some aggression as well from guards. Keeping that pressure on.
I hate spawn peeks, I gotta say it. I'm such a hater. Like, spawn runouts like that, if I die something ranked, oh, I'm so pissed. I really am. Makes me tilt.
I miss... I'm not a spawn run out, but like mid-round Valkyrie jump outs.
Oh, yeah?
That was my
like,
bread
you chuck
and
a
butter.
camera and just go for
Dude,
it?
I played Valkyrie every single round of concert. I had all 3 of my cameras outside.
Don't give me memories that. Like, old Valkyrie and old Concert was the most
I loved
broken
it,
thing.
dude. It was so much fun.
There was this really good meme we had on Twitter with like the most lethal Valcam ever. Like this video of a lineup or whatever. It's, I don't know.
Yeah.
Back.
Oh, the lineups on Concert were so good.
Nowadays, with the Valk nerf, you can still throw them outside. They last for 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, I'm still doing that. Don't you worry about it.
Oh, you're still... Oh, you're crazy.
Nothing's gonna stop me.
Phone call out. Guman in the toe. Gotta pick that out first. DC and a quick intro right now. Trying to set the pace and the tone of this round. Run.
I like that from Falcons. They've put some pressure on. They've shot a number of drones. Half remaining now for DZ, and then they've fallen back. We know how much DZ love flicking their drones in the mid-round as well. At the moment, it's all gun up. But Falcons have that solace available to try and look for flank opportunities, figure out where these drones are and aren't being held. At the moment, DZ starved for information, though.
Yeah, they were so quick to be in the building, and now it's kind of stalled things out. Second call comes through, but they're all standing next to each other, so I don't think they hear these calls going off. Maybe they did. 3-5 towards the yellow staircase. There's a shotgun player of J-Lat waiting right around the corner. If he goes undroned and you swing that, you will probably die.
Tempted to go for a swing here. It's so unnecessary, though, from J-Lad. Don't lose your life.
Yeah.
The 5v5. Keep forcing the issue here, especially with that C4 in pocket. The only one remaining for Falcons. Force DZ to keep whittling down this timer. Minute left. Just less than. J-Lad almost loses his life to the vertical from Nafe. But the onus is now on DZ to form up some kind of a plan opportunity.
Yeah. They have Solus and Garage right now. I can see what the plan is going down. If you plan on a vertical area of the floor, I can shut it down to the shotgun. Behind the piano, though, inside the bomb site, is a safe area from Solus. No vert can be done in that position.
They've lost their last C4 too.
Exactly, good point, actually. So if Nave can get in, he can go for a plant, but there's no smoke grenades. There's no shield operator. If any of these angles being held, it's going to be very difficult. Oh,
Flash to go out. There's the long angle from guards. J-Lad finally finished off by Kobe, but it might not be enough here for DZ. They haven't got themselves in the building. That diffuser still on the ground where Nafe did lie. Kobe's got it back, and he's snuck on through for a plant opportunity. Hashom, though, if he's still below, he could have denied it, but he's gone back up again. He's not got the angle. It's a 2v2 now in the post-plant. Kobe, having finished off that diffuser, looks to reposition as Bolo is upstairs with the vertical opportunity. Falcons now have to figure out a way to get this disabled. Robbie is forcing the issue. Has Bolo got the time? He doesn't! And the clutch is too easy! Falcons are firing up! Robbie's just clutched it for them.
They had it. That was Dark Zero's round. The bomb goes down. They have Bolo up above. They must have miscommunicated where exactly Kobe planted because Bolo looked a bit starstruck, like, what am I supposed to be watching right now?
That is a tilter.
It is, and also because a good 10-15 seconds between the bomb going down and Falcons closing in happened. And during those like important seconds, you gotta think to yourself, what am I gonna do in these specific scenarios? If I get flanked, do I kill the planter or do I just kill the flanker? Where's the bomb planted? How do I cover it? Neither attacker was in the spot to do anything about that defuse.
Was so well played from Falcons, though, as well. Like, Robbie, once he realized he had this position, it was up to, I can't remember who the last player was, I believe Hashom, to just sprint upstairs. All he had to do was force a gunfight. Doesn't matter if he dies. He's done his due diligence. He's distracted Bolo. Now we're back at an even scoreline. Falcons, it seems like their confidence in their defense was well-founded. Doesn't matter if we go down 5-1. That's what we think they said in the break. And they've made that clear already. We're back even again. DZ have some nice ideas on these attacks, but they can't quite get it over the line.
I still just want to rewind that round and say, why doesn't Nave drop the piano hatch into sight? There was no rotate on the wall. They hadn't opened up anything. Like, it felt so safe to me, but maybe I missed something. After Nave died, that's how Kobe got in. And he got down safe. He sprinted through pretty safe and got the bomb down himself. Small errors. For Nave, for Dark Zero as a team. Falcons, they punish it. And I think if you're Dark Zero, don't feel too bad about this. Don't change anything major. Like, things were and they are working out for you. You just gotta be a bit tighter in those last dire moments.
Hunter's on upstairs from Bolo. Two drones were onto J-Lad's position. The Jackal and the Dokkaebi. But Bolo's now position revealed. J-Lad does go down eventually. Good start from DZ.
Important frag, of course, with this Valkyrie and Echo both in play. J-Lad becomes a sixth player, just watching all those different cameras. And Dark Zero, they have Kobe in the IQ. Scanner active right now, looking for that intel. And he's gonna have to spend at least half of this round just looking for those cameras, because if Yokai or Valcams go undetected, it can really start swinging his round back in Falcon's favor.
We saw both the Valkyrie and the Echo banned on a previous map. Now both here in full force. Kobe forced to use that gadget. Nafe as well perhaps is going to be able to hack the cameras. I don't believe he's done so as of yet. And somehow Hashom does find NJR. Didn't manage to see where that went down as he sneaks back from lobby down into the basement in server. Kobe trying to pepper some bullets also Robbie's way, but no exchange as of yet. Robbie just waiting. Is someone going to go meet him?
This is crazy. The Echo iron-sighted shotgun on spiral stairs and Constellate 4:40 minutes ago. If anyone goes there, easy kill, but what does Robbie do if nobody meets him there? Drone comes out. Oh, the
So
timing.
suspicious of his position. I think they know. There he is.
He's nothing to do.
Spotted.
You don't want to fight that, Bolo. I know you're a great player, but that's not a fight that you want to take, my friend, against that shotgun, but you might have to.
Flashes. Now sneaking back into sight. Pamba's found Hashom. On for the backstab. The flashes start to come down.
I told
but
you.
Robbie wins it anyway. Looking for a second one. He trades. But DZ snuck into the side and finished him off.
Let's go, Nick.
Time to get on your bike. DZ are looking solid tonight.
I told you about that shotgun, man. You called flashbangs. I said, hey, Echo shotgun is nasty. They get it done, though. You gotta admire players who are willing to take the risk, knowing that, hey, this is a really bad idea, but my team needs me to do this, success or not.
The second kill got the trade. That was all they needed.
Yeah.
And if anything as well, just distracting that Echo to get off of his drones certainly is of value. DZ, the closest they've been so far from finishing this game off, just 2 rounds away.
Yeah.
They made a comeback happen against BDS. They failed to have that comeback against Raza. DZ, they've been fighting tooth and nail in every bloody SI match they've played so far. They've gone to the distance, all 3 maps for all of their matches so far. And this is their second last game here in the group stage, looking to guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs, ideally in that upper bracket.
EC came out of the same streak of similar kill tallies. 8 on Top Gunner in GR, 4 on Bolo by the bottom. And no massive outliers. Robbie is actually awake for once, sitting on those 12 kills and 6 deaths. Finally finding himself in... I was kind of predicting like Robbie on a map like Constantly can move around a lot. He's gonna find success. But he's been great so far. And we see Dark Series beat up with Jackal previous round. And ultimately pretty quickly trying to shut him down, find the roamers, etc. Again, I think this really comes down to open and kill engagements. Find that first pick, slow the game down a bit. Opponents is gonna make a couple of mistakes. That's all you need. So if DC gets it, they can just slow things down in drone. Falcons gets it, they can fall back, close towards that bomb side.
He's spotted by the Grimsbees. He's been hot on this map. 12 kills. Only 6 deaths. Back into his peak form. MJR's in the building, waiting for a C4 to sail on over. The Lion roars, and Falcons continue to retreat back towards that bomb site.
Ooh. Imagine, right?
Is there information here? Do they know that Hasham is still roaming down below? Because he's about to meet several players. If he makes his way up towards Tellers...
Risky. Again, risk assessment, right? Does he have the balls to go for this? You're down 4-5. You make a mistake in die right now, your team might be staring down that match point on the 3rd map. You don't want that to happen.
Nafe is flicking drones, but I don't think there's one in Visa. There's definitely a chance here for Hasham to go for this flank, but it's a lot of legwork to get there. Hasham does find it. Nafe goes down, and now all he can do is watch cameras for the rest of his team. Hunted now by Bolo. Hasham holds on for as long as he possibly can. But DZ, they've got to focus up their attention on the site. Meanwhile, look at Dove.
I like this so much. They
He's doubled down.
Got a second flanker trying to assist Hasham, and DC are looking to fight, challenge it. Maybe, maybe not. This is definitely favoring Falcons.
Diffuser's still down. Nate's had it the whole time. It's dead at the bottom of Visa's stairs. And look, Kobe's got to go for a huge run around to go and get it. Bolo wins his fight against Hasham, but Dove is still alive and keeping that diffuser from being recollected. Kobe finally gets it. The time is delayed, and there's still a player here in the hallway. Robbie goes down. And DZ have come to life. Another shot required. Guards eventually dispatched with. Bolo's firing all up to J-Lad. And they know exactly where it is. Shotty comes out. Kobe doesn't let it happen. Match point for DZ.
Let's go, dude. Come on, baby. Let's fucking beat these.
And Jared, a massive slap to the mouse pad on the desk saying, oh man, so close. Every single round, so many times, over and over, again and again. Going back to border, there were 4 separate 2v2 or 1v1 encounters, and so many of these rounds on Consulate could play out to either side. The flank was good. Falcons rotating so effectively around it, but in the end, it was DC really firing their guns from every single player. Nobody failed to show up in that round.
Falcons, for the first time, are staring down. Match point for DZ. On their defensive side, they looked solid for the first 2 rounds. But since then, there's been nothing. A nice flank here or there, but DZ always having an answer, having a response. Now 2 match points for Dark Zero. The winner of this game jumps up on the standings, potentially to 1st place. Falcons don't want to be left in the dust. They're looking for that upper bracket run in the playoffs.
I think we're seeing some of the most Solus play in this best of 3 so far, and I don't know if Solus has been massively impactful, but it has that potential, that factor of, I know where you're planting. I can go for a safer flank. Thing is, DC, they've been getting flanked a couple of times now. Even that previous round, they should be ready for it, expecting it, perhaps even. Perhaps it could be a bit of a cheese play. If anybody drones outside the softball, you can shotgun it open, go for a swing. There's a shotgun to be found. But it's Bolo. With the trusted IQ scanner, saying welcome here, welcome there. Yeah, that with a C4 lineup, waiting for a sound cue to be heard. This is again, neither team wants to surrender an early death. You know how pivotal this opening can be. Kill that drone, fall back a bit further is JLat. Kobe droning downstairs. DC getting that drone network going. Only 4 dead, 6 left alive on the map to be found right now. Air jabs and pocket of NGR. They are playing a safe and sound round.
But on this entry upstairs, bearing 9 in hand. A lot of ground just given away for free by Falcons. Are they really just going to go for flanks? Is that their way of trying to contest map control? Because there's nothing early in the round. DZ might have used half their drones, but they've been barely pressed in taking this map just a minute and a half.
It's just about not getting caught with your pants down if you're Dark Zero. No surprises, no guys hiding in corners, no backstab flanks, nothing like that. It's soft destruction, it's hard destruction, it's map control. Deny those Valve cameras. They grenade the Valve cam instead of walking in and risking it dev. It doesn't get it. Okay. But they're fearing a pre-play, or not a pre-play, if C4 that could kill them, take them down. There we go, they finally got it down. 60 seconds though. Plenty of time, and again, the IQ of Bolo finding so much value in the intel game. You see that soft wall by bottom yellow staircase with a hole in it, so that hedge drop might be impossible. This could be DC having the same problems as previously. They can't get the diffuser safely into the bomb site. Where is the plan going to be going down? Nave jumping outside. Gotta go piano closet window for an entry. But again, where's the coverage? Will he be found out? Will he make his way into the bomb site?
Still no picks, 36 seconds, and there's 10 alive in the server. Falcons
he's in.
Not forcing the issue. Plant going down on a safe spot.
It's so
Does
free.
Guards have information?
No.
He could see for it, but there's no info. It's going to have to be a retake now. Jayla jumping outside, but he's been caught out. DZ are on the verge of a win. 4v3 now, all they got to do is hold their positions. But Robbie, you can't count him out until the game is done. But a way out may well be over. The GG is called Kings of the Comeback. That is the face of True Grit. Never count them out. DZ, they overcome and they overrule Falcons.
And in a classic DC fashion, yeah, they got the end, sure, they got to win the end, but they had a max overtime victory, of course, to get us that third map where they take things into their own hands. Falcons, I will say, they impressed. They showed up more than I expected from them, but they still got a bit of ways to go, especially in these long, dragged-out series where they start losing their pocket strats and they don't have that strategic depth to reach into.
It certainly looked like Falcons were flying in the first map. A monumental comeback from DZ to have the grit to keep pushing after 6 match points against them. They stand victorious. A massive game from DZ. Falcons got a lot to think about. They got 2 more matches to come. DZ just 1 left, and we'll break that down after the break.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Loira has to make a deep rotation, finding one though on the J, what a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Loira finding three!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That's the presser show. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Bullet. Getting that plant down. Alamance for the button. For the yellow pick as well! Yay for Alamance!
The Psycho kill as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But one versus one with the
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commit.
That was quite a series. DZ losing the first map, but overcoming Falcons on 2 and 3. Consulate really told a very different story in the first two maps.
It did. It showed us that there is a team in this series that is consistently better. And it ended up being Dark Zero, but it had us worried for a second. There are so many rounds where DC would actually build an advantage, like this one we're watching right now. It comes down to like a 2v2, a 1v1. Happened way too much on Border. Only happened a few times on Consulate, but NGR, he was my MVP personally of this final and third map. Such a good anchor player, staying alive, finding kills, stalling out Falcons.
A lot of impact from NJR, 12 kills at the end of it. A few good moments from Nath as well. We saw a clutch earlier on Ella. I thought Falcons had really done it. Rounds like this, Robbie, I love that. The Italian hands. Beautiful work from Falcons to bring it back on their attacking side to win a second round, but then their defense ended up lackluster. Dark Zero winning 3 attacks in a row to finish off the map, and therefore the series. A great one from DZ, a huge morale booster after what looked to be a bit of a disappointing start in this series. Coming off the high of beating BDS yesterday, a lot of expectations on these guys, a lot of expectations on themselves, no doubt. I'm just glad for them that they can say, look, yesterday wasn't a fluke. We might have looked a little rocky against Falcons. We definitely looked rocky against Raza, but we're back and here to play.
I think a lot of people, they look at performance as like a very like linear trajectory where EC was bad first day, good second day, they'll be great in the third day, right? But success and victories is a lot of ups and downs, highs and lows, and yesterday was not that DC was fluking it out, it was a really great day for them. Today, more of a okay day, average day. I think they can do better, I think they expect more. Falcons, I just want to see a little bit more strategical depth, adaptability, changing operators, changing playstyles, because once they got stuck on Solus, Lesion, kind of running around, that seemed to be their only way to play a lot of these rounds on Constellation Border. So more flexing from them I'd like to see.
So let's have a look at the standings for Group C as it currently is. The round difference we're not entirely sure of, so it actually may be, I believe Raza is above DZ as it currently stands. Doesn't really matter in the end because I'm sure that things are going to change in the next few play days. Raza, of course, yet to play their last match against Falcons tomorrow. But yeah, this is how it currently sits. DZ are likely going to be battling, I believe, BDS for that spot in the end. Of course, BDS are below them at the moment. It's in a way still a 4-horse race, though. It could be any of these teams except for Talon that ends up on top. Talon's still not eliminated, of course. They have quite a few matches to go. And yeah, this is the schedule for today. Man, do we have some bangers coming up, by the way.
We do, actually.
Here on the B stream, Furia Team Secret. That is a huge one. Team Secret had a really tough loss against Shopify Rebellion yesterday.
Yes,
They'll be looking to bounce back from. Furia have had some losses as well. VP versus W7M, definitely my match of the day as well. We also saw, spoiler alert on the A stream, G2 took down Liquid 2-0. G2 looking...
It was close, though.
It was. G2 looking really solid this tournament.
They are, and I was walking by, so Team Liquid was like right behind us, like all the support staff watching the game, and I walked by and I was like, what's the score again?
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, Liquid's leading. I thought I saw.
Yeah.
Came and back and I spoke to the analyst. I was like, oh, Liquid won the first map, right? They're like, no, they lost. And I was like, oh, G2's owning. Okay.
Wow. Well, we're going to go on a little bit of a break now, but the games will continue. The day is not done yet. We'll be back for another one, Team Secret versus Furia, after this break.
Day. You know, we had a very early start. I have one of the earliest starts. Me and Anna and hair and makeup at 7 in the morning. And then since then, we're still going on. How about your day, Rob?
You asked me how I'm doing?
Yeah,
I'm doing fantastic. I'm living the dream. You guys did the Joel game earlier, didn't you?
We did.
We did.
With bad
Xenox.
news, right?
You guys did the IGL
yeah.
game as well, right? I was watching that. I thought Fox should have easily been in the S tier.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know why. I don't know what
I'm
tier.
really glad he said that.
I will say, I was
feel like we were a
in the
little
green
humble.
room. I'm just going to throw somebody else under the bus right now. I was in the green room when that was happening. Leo saw that you'd been put in A tier and was like, what is this? Why is Fox in A tier?
Okay, you know what? I'm so
No
sick
way
of
he
hearing
said that.
He did.
I'm sick of
Leo, I'm
hearing
coming
about
for
this
you.
guy.
I
It's
know where
time-
you are.
It's time for us to get underway. Enjoy the matchup. This should be a banger.
It will be. I really hope so, because on paper, this game has everything that we want from this, right? W7M, you know, Hammerlifters, major champions, on a hot streak, battling. Virtus Pro, a team with huge history that was the furthest distance. Last SI, here to see if they can get even further this time and this time and this time. You know, everything is potentially magic. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it might.
And of course, the semi-final for the Montreal Major between these two teams went to 3 maps. One of those kind of games, though, where the individual maps themselves, they weren't the most competitive. Like, they were relatively one-sided, 7-3, 7-4, 7-3. It was one of those kind of series, right, where, like, you knew who was going to win each map, but it went to all 3 maps, and I felt like it was a really good series, especially the cafe performance we got from Virtus Pro was sensational, but W7M were just clearly better. We get 3 new maps, though, for this particular matchup, though. Clubhouse, Skyscraper, and Border, if required. Virtus Pro defending first up on Clubhouse. It is their map pick as well, Emmy. I was looking at the map veto bans as well, and I'm not going to lie, I really like it for W7M. I think they've actually done quite well out of this. I mean, the fact alone that they've got the Skyscraper in here, which is the hard ban of Virtus Pro. Been a long time since they played that. We'll touch on it more in the second map when we get there. But even Clubhouse, I mean, VP's only like a 2-2, 50% win rate record on this particular map. W7M, 4-1 record on this map. Although admittedly, they do ban it quite a lot, but when they do get to play on this, they are quite successful. So I'm very curious to see if the map veto process is going to work out for VP, because I do feel like it has swung in favor of W7M.
In terms of the bans, obviously, we find ourselves sort of breaking things down. Capitao pretty frequently removed against Virtus Pro. I think it's like the second highest ban percentage of operators that are put into their
It's also
pool.
strong on club.
It's strong on club for sure, but maybe it's just the map pool that they sort of play themselves in terms of the sort of depth and the stretch of it. You're looking at heavy play on towards the hard walls itself, the Thatcher versus the Tuberel. They want to try and keep it a little bit classic, a little bit mavericky, a little bit burning their way through, seeing if they can make the usage there, but yeah, instantly dots. I love it. It's one of those little side things, although it's slightly different now. It always looks like the horse logo of Dots currently is like holding the kit like in its mouth. That's just a little fun fact for everybody at home. But it's one of the situational moments, right? It takes us back to a classic form of Siege on a classic map.
Yeah.
You have a team that really enjoys that. For Virtus Pro, coming into this sort of game style with these bans, it sort of elevates their history play, their style of play, how they get themselves into it, and it, you know, whether it's something that W7M, obviously they'll be prepared for it, they'll be happy to go to it, everybody knows it, but let's see if it's something that Virtus Pro know just a little better.
The other overarching storyline into this matchup in terms of this group, or Group D, Virtus Pro currently atop the group, 7 points. I mean, if you win this, you're not guaranteed for first, but you're probably 1 foot in the door because they only play one more series after this, which will be tomorrow against Scars. And they would definitely go into that as favorites, win that in any kind of fashion, and you will secure first in the group for VP. That would be a significant start to their campaign at 6 Invitational, but they've got to get through W7M, and by no means is that going to be an easy task.
No.
This is a roster fresh off of winning the Montreal Major. Hasn't quite been a super fast start for them. They've only played the one series against Oxygen, got over the line 2-1. After losing out on Lair, they responded 7-5 on Border, 7-3 on Cafe, and they return after their day off yesterday, attacking first up here on Club.
Ooh, there was something that just got taken out on there. I'm not sure if it was stat Reddit. They obviously burnt the line and got rid of the first bandit battery. They've reapplied the second. It's taken some of the utility. I think it was an exothermic
Well, you got
in the pocket of Dash.
got 3 hard breaches.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, you know, it's limitation. It's pulling things away. Shepard going for the bandit trick as well in that sort of situation. It's a bit of a risk, but this is what I mean about the classic playstyle, about how it might be able to operate at some of a sort of cost-spend basis. Now, as the pressure comes around on towards CC, they've been able to clear out some of these spaces. Jacuzzi walls open, but you still have to force the players to move. And the Clash of Always is going to make that a little bit stickier.
Yeah, and speaking of Always, the highest rated player in the tournament so far, 133 EPS, despite being a pretty heavy Clash user as well. So he's still getting frags despite spending a lot of time with the shield in his face. Minutes ago, Deathmark goes out. Loaded onto Dan. The opening kill though for Joystick, but Dots and Dash find 2 at the exact same moment, and within the span of about 5 seconds, we lose quite a lot of players within the server, and it's all going the way of W7M on the attack. VP's defense just gets absolutely shredded, and the only one left is Always on that Clash. Tries to go for the little 180 flick, but a great start for W7M.
Nice guys, caralho! Vamos, porra!
Strong start and a great take as well. I sort of proposed the question of, right, they've done all the starting work, how do they start getting control? And the answer was, let's just shut it down. That was so quick. They threw themselves in on towards Khan. I think there might have been a drop onto Logi Hatch that didn't quite go their way, but because they had all these options, because they had the gym windows prepped, they had themselves obviously putting pressure on towards Jacuzzi as well, it was just a flood in, and it was something where you could see VP were trying to sort of get themselves a position where there might be a back to a player, but here's the perfect example. They're right in the middle, the core of the hold itself. There's the hop in from the gym window I talked about before as well, and the down player from Logi Hatch, but my word. Is there anything more terrifying than having an entire W7M just charging towards you?
Yeah, I think W7M have done a tremendous job there, but you have to question VP's defense. I mean, you're playing Clubhouse, Gym Bedroom, and you've just been absolutely slaughtered without much of a contest. The Clash as well, backed in towards Logistics, is, I mean, intriguing because you kind of want the Clash on the front line. You want it blocking doorways and positions. Of course, it's in Logi because it can block technically 2 entry points, the hatch drop, and then, of course, push through from Con. Great start for W7M. And again, in terms of, like, touched on what this particular matchup means for VP and that first place in the group, well, it's just as important, if not even more important, for W7M. You win this, not only it's first, then still a realistic possibility, but you're probably then all but avoiding the bottom two, which is featuring Oxygen and Scars right now. So that would put a bit of that comfort blanket on them. To the Montang this time for Volps. No clash in response for Virtus Pro. Of course, they head down to the basement. Church at Arsenal for the second round as VP scurry on down. All 5 members at the basement level, although Dan on the water does go drone hunting. Finds a couple, 5 drones remain. Really Nitrocell pre-placed by Dan. And blows it for nothing.
Up as well, yeah. I mean, it was a very quick breakthrough here, and you're thinking about how some teams will take ages to get the full control here. And Virtus Pro are a team that often, you know, they can play that stressed on the top floor game, rotate back down, but they know W7M are just going to try and cut that in half. Lobin starts the stuffer from the fight up against them, but otherwise they're not quite internal yet. You can see some of the motions of the Virtus Pro players, again, just angling themselves, trying to see where the front of the push is. They've got keen eyes on towards Dash, who's holding on to Blue on the back end. Lobin wants to get themselves above the hatch, but it's this prep work from W7M. It keeps Virtus Pro rotating, changing places, getting. You can see Shepard is now the one that's moving up in towards Dirt. They're pulling themselves. Maybe the chance at C4 is a bit closer towards the fight itself, where they can do exactly this as always. Has taken up this mantle, this power position, down towards the bottom of main stairs, but W7M, they're giving themselves options. The kitchen hatch is maybe the last point of ingress they haven't got from this angle that's pretty easily solved here. The Kaid to Pasha not trying to trick against it.
Well, he's in a position to more so throw the Nitro, I think, for an eventual drop if it comes through. They've actually double stacked in towards Church for that double Nitro. Always can throw bot main. Pasha can, of course, throw towards the default if there is a kitchen drop. And they've also then got just good position. If they go for, say, a moto drop, then they can contest that pretty nicely. 45 seconds. W7M have still got that Montang, which I think is going to be a threat through Dirt. Volps can get some information. The idea here is, can they clear out Shepard over towards the back of Arsenal? He's going to get the block, of course, with the Keeper barrier. That's where the Montang can be quite strong. Volps needs to be aggressive here on the Montang.
Behind him, though, the pinch is coming through. It's going to be pressure over the shoulder. There's Dash and Volps, able to break their way into the site itself, but he's quickly traded out by Joystick, and Pasha kills himself in the chaos. Disaster has struck, so now Always and Joystick have to try and bite their way through to the planter, but the cover is so good. W7M once again encircle and surround Virtus Pro, and they just could not find a route that wasn't contested.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Montang through Dirt was probably their best option. They take it, and they do it well, successfully. Good play from behind the shield of Volps, who, again, has to be aggressive. He's got to be clearing out the Keeper barriers and then push through the doorway. He obviously wants to get the plant down. Does actually end up dying. Good recovery mission, though, for W7M to get the kit, get the kills. Don't know what happened with Pasha. Just blew himself up in the midst of all the chaos, which is not ideal.
I mean, there were flashes. Maybe they were flashed. Maybe it bounced off of the shield.
We didn't get to see it, so it's hard to comment. But
yeah.
I felt like Virtus Pro were well positioned, but that opening kill from Dash really just changed things up. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That probably makes a bit more sense. It's just, again, that chaos, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot going on. It's all fast-paced, but that's exactly what W7M want to do. As we've seen through now 2 rounds of action, when they hit the site, they do so in sync. All 5 players have a goal, have a mission, and they all execute it very nicely. They all understand what they've got to do. Volps pushing in on the Monty, Dash playing in from behind, and they get kills. They clear out backside. And to be honest, it's not even like they played into a lot of the conventional tropes of basement on Clubhouse. There wasn't moto pressure. There wasn't even really bot main pressure. It was kind of like kitchen Dirt, and that was really about it. But the power of the Montang facilitates that.
W7M off to a bit of a flying start here. Everything has felt active. The motions towards just clearing utility, getting themselves these options as well. You can see them consistently and constantly whirring, and they're playing like a team that's won a major and taken out their opponents in that journey here. The Talon Shields with a slightly deeper deployment so they can play against the wall that they're not going to mess around in. The quick break onto CC is not put against it, but the first and a very early smoke canister, maybe expecting a rush to come through.
Yeah, I love this lineup. So the Volps sends RAU can block off a lot of the sight lines in towards CCTV, both ways, of course, because of the RAUs. You can block off Rafters, you can block off Cash, Red, and you've got the Blitz that can kind of just then send it in. They've got smokes, they'll look for a plant. I'm actually genuinely curious as to see how they're going to execute this, because if it's done correctly, I mean, I don't know if VP's got enough firepower to disrupt it. Only the one Nitrocell on joystick, that's going to be a big factor. One of the ROUs has gone up right now. Here's the push in towards Garage, but up close and without realizing it, was always does go for the run out though, looking to compound more onto that kill, ended up losing his life anyway. In towards the site, Vops will go down. VP have actually been able to do a decent job in finding these kills at the moment where W7M wanted to attack into the site. VP pounced. They actually got moving at the right time, and Loban's by himself. He's not really going to have much of an opportunity to close this one out. And over towards Cash and CCTV, Virtus Pro are going to find their first round.
They were very close to getting the plant secured as well. They had the coverage of, as you said, the ROU. They had the smokes popped off. They were drawing attention elsewhere. There was the coverage on the run out the door, but it was just one VP player paying keen enough attention to be able to remove the player, stop the plant, put the kid in, and suddenly you have to sort of make the decision. Do we pull back, try and reevaluate the take, or do we full send it? It's sunk cost fallacy, and unfortunately the only thing that was sunk was W7M's round. 48 seconds. So, I mean, it's not impossible, but Loban would need a fair few gifts here from Virtus Pro, and it doesn't feel like they're in a very, let's say, charitable mood with their lives. They're happy to let this one play out, and we find ourselves 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I love the strategy and the idea of W7M. You have to give them credit. They've cooked up something very nice. I do wonder if maybe they should have put more pressure on the Garage side, clear out rafters first, and then go for the execute. They kind of left too many pieces on the board for VP to still deal with it. And I love that always got aggressive over towards Garage, got a really big kill at the moment when W7M probably was starting to push in towards Garage to clear out rafters, to help with that push into sight. They lose that battle. VP then have the numbers, and yeah, there's the push from always. Talk about timing. Dash is the one that needed to push into Garage. He tried to do that, always meets him at the doorway. And yeah, at that point, it becomes a disjointed attack. You no longer have the Garage control if you're W7M, and you have to still worry about all that cash and top red pressure, for instance. So yeah, really well defended from Virtus Pro. And so far, we're seeing between these two teams, no surprise, Emmy, some really high-quality siege.
Oh, it's all you want, right? As I said, you know, we've had teams overperform, underperform. We've had a lot of mix, but these two teams on a decent day of siege that they can play is going to be competitive. It's going to be quick. It's going to be fast. It's going to be exciting. And that is all we've got. And I really hope it's able to continue the distance because, well, to be honest, why wouldn't it? Both these teams very experienced at playing these sort of longer games on the big stages.
If you had a bag of names of teams at this event that could
shaking the bag up,
win the hammer,
yep,
these two names are in there.
I'll reach 10.
I'm not putting like an order on anything, but I'm just saying that if you were to say, who do you think could win it? They're both in that contention. They're both in that sort of bracket. I think VP coming into this event is maybe slightly underrated too. Obviously, if W7M, having recently taken out the Montreal Major, no such expectations at a similar level to VP. There are high expectations for this roster. They get the kill onto Dan, which is straight into the Izami, taken off the board. They follow it up with the kill onto Always, who highest rated player of 6 Invitationals so far coming into this game, begins at a 1-4 stat line. At a start to this 4th round that has W7M licking their lips because they're in a very good position to find a 3rd attacking round here on Clubhouse.
Well, probably not going to go for the trick again. At this point, it'll get itself popped open, but even when it was an even man count, you still had W7M scream their way into the side at this point. There's a couple of positions to delay. Obviously, you've got the Fenrir mines around, you've got yourself with the Goyo canister, so you can try and rebuff whatever the approach is, but remember how W7M have been playing this. So systematic. We saw them going for the Logi control, the CC pressure, then they instantly pull themselves off. Here they're onto Jacuzzi. They give themselves all these options. Then they're just going to recheck in, realize where the 3 remaining people are. If they get the read that one of them is hanging around in CC, they then get the choice. Okay, do we just try and cut our way through onto the 2 players, or do we force out Shepard, find this fight elsewhere? You can see them actively droning it, working it out and running the numbers right now. It's so well played and placed and shows why a team like this is so good and so dominant, because they are reading what their opponents are doing and then working out how to shut it down.
And most importantly for W7M, it's not as if they get a little bit blood hungry. Yeah, you got 2 kills, but we still got a checklist to go through, get the fundamentals down pat. They do that. Shepard knows he has to get aggressive now towards CCTV. Does swing, gets one. Had he got that kill out onto the balcony exterior of Con, it would have made it a 2 versus 2. Pasha caught, top logi hatch. That is a wonderful one-tap headshot from Pasha. changes the complexion of this round now with 40 seconds left from what looked like a potential comfortable round for W7M. It has completely fallen apart. Shepard and Pasha on the site have been able to manage this round perfectly. 30 seconds left and Dash brings it back to a 1 versus 1 as Shepard lies waiting con and makes the push into Logistic. Dash has to stick to plant and Shepard will have to play off of this noise.
Rotating his way around towards the fire, but it's going to get stuck, so he might just move into it. Pre-fires Jim, thinking he's on the other side, and the flashes will come out. The power has now entirely flipped into Dash's side, but he's stuck in the middle of the fight, and the pings are on their side. Pulls himself back round. He knows he needs to be a bit aggressive here. He needs to force and hope that his first tracer is the one that makes the connection as Shepard goes in deep, gets the drop. Unbelievable play and hold on to there for the two VP players that really stuck it out. I said they had some options of delay, and we saw them work as best as they can. The Goyo canisters caught in the Fenrir mines, just those little points, those little executes of pressure that forced W7M to have to second guess, reevaluate. It brought them pockets that only world-class players can then exploit. But as you said, this whole server is truly world-class.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fundamental siege from Virtus Pro on the defense. You lost 2 very early. We didn't quite get to see those kills. We will now. Okay, so a long-range sight. Cheeky peek from Dash. Gets one nice and early. They get a second pretty quickly after that. It's a 5v2 at that point when they get the kill in towards Logi. So an incredible job from Pasha and Shepard to be able to hold down the fort, considering how outnumbered they were, and yet still, by bringing it back, it became 1v1 post-plant. W7M still almost had a good opportunity to finalize the round that they arguably should have won, but that is a huge swing of momentum towards Virtus Pro to win a round in that fashion, really highlighting the quality of the players in this server.
And a break. A brief moment here as whatever tech problem will be resolved as quick as possible, but it's almost like we've just hit a bell. This is a boxing match. They've traded a few blows, they've started to work each other's bodies, and now they're in each other's corners, and they're just staring each other down right now. And that is almost everything that I want from this showdown, right? You want these two teams to excel, regardless of which one you're a fan of, who you want to win the whole tournament. If you want to watch a performance, you want to watch the top teams play to a top team level.
Well, that's why I love Club as well. I mean, it's at the moment at 6 Invitational, 39 rounds played for a 51-48 split. So it's just very much even as you go, depending on the sites, of course, yes, but it is pretty 50-50 when it comes to defense or attack. And I think you're seeing that firsthand in this particular game to showcase that 2-2 after 4 rounds. I mean, sure, W7M probably should have won that last round, but I mean, credit to VP, especially Pasha and Shepard, for what they were able to do as a duo. In theory, it was a 2v5, and that is the kind of round I probably was not anticipating for W7M to throw away, because they actually played that well. They got the first 2 kills, and then it's not as if they went hunting. Exactly. They still went back. They still went through the game plan. We've got to get Jacuzzi. We've got to get compression. We've got to do this, 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 and this, and they did so in a pretty timely fashion. I mean, it's just some amazing shooting, though, from VP. I mean, that's really all it comes down to. That one tap from Pasha. I mean, that's
I'm still thinking about it.
I mean, that
still
is
thinking about it.
The
Still
kind
there.
of play that is required to stop that push from W7M. They had to rise and elevate to a high level. It wasn't necessarily that W7M, dropped off in level. It was just VP, and those two specifically found a way to pull that one back. So it was more to do with them than it was for W7M. That is just a great round of Siege. I want more. Can we resolve this issue?
It's being resolved. The issue is being resolved.
Well, actually, it's been worked on.
Okay, listen. I only go by everything that is on screen. Okay? I have one rule.
Well, I mean, we've got a second monitor here.
We do have a second monitor. I have one rule.
They've all just got back into the lobby, so I don't think we will be too far away.
I'm one of the people. You know?
You are a person.
I'm a person. And we'll hopefully be back in. But the players want to get back in as well, because it's not that either of them want to break right now. Sure, it's been 2 traded pairs of rounds, but it's not that anyone is lacking.
I don't know. I feel like if I was them, I wouldn't mind a little 5-minute breather, to be honest, because the first 4 rounds have been quite hectic. These two are playing at a very high level.
It's going to continue.
Like, this is groups, and this is, though, what these two teams are capable of and why there's expectations.
It's groups, but you could imagine this being a final.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it was a final a couple of months ago.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah, well, yeah, another one. For SI. Yeah.
I mean, hey, you've got what? Technically, the org of the previous Hammer, obviously very different roster, entirely different roster even. But then you've also got Virtus Pro, who were one of the only teams to actually make any segue? No, that's just transitioning from one side to the other. Make any headway in towards the actual live stages at Brazil, surrounded by 11,000 Brazilians pulling out wins.
Yeah. Back underway. Basement we go. 5th round, 2 more to go in the first half here for what's been a very enjoyable half of Siege. Clubhouse can provide that. I mean, Club sometimes gets a bit of a bad rap because it's quite defaulty. All of the teams know how Club is going to be played, but every now and then you do see adaptation and teams looking to implement new styles as to how they want to attack it or defend it. I think this particular round is shaping up to be rather conventional, especially from the defensive approach for Virtus Pro. Depends on how aggressive they may want to get if they go for a roam with the castle barricades, block off bar, get main stairs control. I can't imagine it'll be too aggressive. Double hard breach. It's an early push in towards dirt from Dash, and that's a Vulcan canister popped early, incredibly early.
It seems like this is one of the slower approaches, but there's actually pressure being put against them. And is it going to be shut down? No, around the side of the bar, Dan pops his head up, gets those, and is able to almost escape.
God,
no! Oh, that is a gift. And he has not wasted it, Monty. He was applying some breach on towards it. If he'd have been a step, a half second later, he would have lived. But, hey,
it's the power of the castle barricade still being up. He has the information that he knows he's safe. He can play left side bar coming in from stage, and he knows that if someone pushes it, he's going to probably have them dead to rights. And then when he sees Volps just on the other side of the castle barricade, it's a free kill. Just a free kill. He knows he's got the position in the map that it's safe. Now that you've got those 2 kills, the beauty of Church Arsenal is you can just send all 5 back down below. It is incredibly difficult for the 3 attackers to pull this round off. I mean, we saw, I know, a 2v5 in the last round, but that's a different story.
I mean, and that being impacted off as well now, by the sounds of it, that's a hatch that's going to stay solid because what do they have? You know, they've got a man who can try and burn through it, but it's so risky, that hatch. If they just try and peek up, your legs, your body, everything is on display. They're still having to face check the top floor this round.
Well, we're just over halfway through the day, and we've got a battle of the Titans. Team Secret from EU going up against the defending world champions of Furia, Jesse. Are you excited for this game? Are you stoked for this game?
I am excited, Parker. This should be 2 really good teams going back-to-back. Obviously, everybody knows how good Furia were. They were the world champions at the last 6 Invitational. They made a pretty deep run at the first major of the year in Montreal as well, getting top 8. For Secret, a lot of people, I think, discount this team more than they should. They've had back-to-back top 8 finishes. They looked really good in the Swiss phase of both majors this year. They had a couple of rough games against BDS in both quarterfinals, but they're still a very scary team, and we got to watch them play yesterday, you and I, in their match against Dark Zero. And while map 3 of Lair was not great, everything else in that series looked very, very good. Team Secret were looking like a fantastic high-level team. That was against Shopify, not Dark Zero. So really excited to see Secret out of the gate swinging. Obviously, they are still looking for that first win, but I believe in them. This is a really scary-looking team.
I'm glad that you believe in them, and I believe in them too. I think that they've got tons of potential, but the only thing about Team Secret that I am worried about would be their fragging potential. Yesterday, they needed a superhuman performance from Virtue. They had Joom doing Joom things, and then Savage had a couple good games as well. But when you've got Groovy and Adrian way below their expectations, trouble might happen. And on this team, you've got Furia, who lately, KZ's looked a little bit slower. You've also had JV92 struggling in some of these games. Furia themselves are hurting when it comes to their superstar fraggers. You need these players to be able to show up. Now, both of these teams have a ton of potential. Obviously, as you mentioned, Team Secret, constant top 8 finishes. They are the real deal. They're one of the best teams in the world at the moment. Furia was the best team in the world for probably the last year and a half. But then the Montreal Major came. They got stunned against Team Liquid. Manchester Major came. Or the Manchester Major came. They got stunned against Liquid. The Montreal Major came. They didn't even make it to the Montreal Major.
They got stunned by Nuxka and Guto. in the LCQ.
That is true. What a result that was, right? So Furia have some work to do to gain back that prestige that has followed them for the last 2-ish years. Team Secret picks map number 1. We're going to go to Consulate. Secret will be defending first, it looks like. Clubhouse, it'll be Furia. And is that correct? Furia will be defending first as well.
That means that both teams chose to start attack, which is going to be a tall task, especially on Consulate and Clubhouse, 2 very defender-sided maps. I'm also flabbergasted by Furia's decision to ban Lair after what we watched yesterday out of Team Secret. But sometimes there is something to bouncing back on a map after you've put up a poor performance. Maybe they've been scrimming Secret in the back lines. Maybe they know that Secret are a better Lair team than what they showed yesterday. In any case, it's not going to be part of this BO3. Consulate first, Clubhouse second. No border.
Wanted border. Skyscraper. Give me Skyscraper as the decider. Give me it.
It's going to be Sky or Bank. And it will be Sky. Congratulations, Parker.
Skyscrape R.
Skyscrape R.
Skyscrape R.
Yeah, they've renamed the map. Obviously, it's just a Skyscrape, and then R is its last name. We don't know the full extension, but
Mr. Skyscrape.
We still got some great matches coming up. Obviously, Consulate, Clubhouse, Skyscraper, and for the final map, looks like Team Secret did choose to start on defense, which makes sense.
Oh, that's nice.
Skyscraper is thought to be the single most defender-sided map in the game. Consulate is a close second, usually when we look back at tournaments. So we will likely see a very defender-heavy series, and that was actually not the case yesterday when we watched Secret versus Shopify. Both teams ended up having some really good attacks, especially Team Secret on Clubhouse, which we got to watch in their matchup, and we'll get to watch again. So excited for that one. But a bit of VOD still from Furia to be watched on the side of Team Secret, because they're going to have watched that matchup yesterday and should know approximately what Team Secret will have.
Speaking of Team Secret, yesterday in the matchup against Shopify Rebellion, it was Team Secret's debut here at the 6 Invitational. And boy, oh boy, it was not the result that they wanted. Obviously, those first 2 maps were exhilarating, both of them all going all the way, needing all 15 rounds. As you pointed out, that Lair was kind of a dud for Team Secret, and frankly, does turn down the dial on how great the overall matchup was. If Lair had gone the distance, I think it would have been a riveting best of 3 that we could have put in contention for the best that we've seen so far. Adrian and Groovy had a bad day yesterday. Groovy in particular went -12.
Yeah.
And he should be on one of those entry rolls. That basically means that you are not doing your job at getting into the building, making space, getting kills on defense. It means you're not killing utility. You're not killing time. You're not dealing with drones. You're not getting picks. And again, it falls back to making space for your team. Groovy getting kills is more important than Adrian, but Adrian also had a quite bad major in Montreal just a couple months ago. So Adrian needs to eventually start putting up good LAN performances, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian, obviously, youngest rookie at this event, just 19 years old. Youngest rookie is important. There is a non-rookie younger than him. That's Ambi, who is attending his second 6 Invitational. And Team Secret, for their part, are attending their second 6 Invitational. Despite that fact, they are still looking for their first ever SI win in history, because when they went to the 6 Invitational in 2023, they lost every single game. Then they lost yesterday, so they are 0-5 lifetime at the 6 Invitational. That was a mostly different roster. I think Savage and Groovy were still there. But still, you know, this is a team that I think has higher expectations this time around than they did back in 2023. It's not going to come easy in this group. This group is so difficult. But against Team Furia, who are looking a little bit vulnerable at the moment, might just be their opportunity to bounce back and grab their win.
Furia played against CAG Osaka. That's the Cyclops team that many of you know. And boy, oh boy, was that an unpredictable matchup. That was on our first day of matches. CAG toppled Furia 2-0. And I've put Cyclops in a position where if they fail to make it out of the group, it would be the worst performance in history for a team that has succeeded at 5 points. Now, what does that mean exactly? It means once you hit 5 points in the group stages, you have always qualified for the next stage. CAG Osaka, they got 5 points. They're in good shape. As for Furia, bad performance from KZ and Nade. They're going to need to bounce back today. Both of these teams performing below their standards. Who's going to win? We'll head to Consulate first. Furia and Secret on deck.
An important note right before we get into things, because Team Secret are starting attack on the orange team, this ban overview is going to be flipped. So ignore what's on the screen. Furia will ban Blitz to start off this series, and that makes a lot of sense. Furia struggled hard in the shield meta over the last 6 to 9 months, and they really fell off largely because of that meta. Secret thrived. They became the best shield team in all of Europe, so it makes a lot of sense that Furia would take one out. They'll probably be banning shields all series long. Team Secret will answer with a Deimos ban and a Kaid ban, both extremely powerful operators here on a map like Consulate. Kaid very good for that basement bomb site, of course, inside of Garage, and then Deimos just always a powerhouse. You like to see a lot of players on Furia bringing that operator. It's been mostly JV92 through the tournament so far that's been bringing that Deimos, and hasn't had the most amount of success with it, but still can be a menace. And I'm sure Herds KZ would like to pick up that op as well from time to time. Furia finish off with a Valkyrie ban on Consulate as well. A common ban for them, but also an op that they do play quite a bit as a team, mostly just in response to how Secret like to play, I'm sure. So, all ops off the board. We'll load into Consulate. This is one of my favorite bomb sites in the entire game, Parker. I would say this is my single favorite bomb site in all of Rainbow Six Siege. It's console office and meeting room, and the reason it's my favorite bomb site is because Tachanka's viable. It's not the only reason, but it is one reason. The amount of op variety that we see on this bomb site is much larger than the other sites that you tend to see. Leapox will likely be playing up on that top floor inside of CEO, using those fire grenades to stop a CEO plant or stop a meeting plant that walks in through admin. Do a lot of cool stuff with this Tachanka. Bringing out the barbed wire this time around too, instead of the shield. Nade will be on the Clash, which is another unique operator to see being brought out in Rainbow Six Siege. Again, can be really good to cross the angle inside of CEO, cross the window to get into a better spot to deny the plants. Can also be really useful over here in the vending hall where Nade currently is to stall players out, make sure they can't get past that choke point that is so powerful on this map. And Team Secret answer with a Sens, a Jackal, a Dokkaebi, Thermite, and Capitao.
I fixate a little bit on that Tachanka. I don't want to fixate a little bit on the Tachanka. I should specify, but he's an operator who doesn't really seem to get a ton of potential or really live up to that potential that he has. Just lost the HUD there for a second, but it's back. Very good. Welcome back. Welcome back to our HUD. Lots of smokes here, lots of disruption from Team Secret. Nuisance operators, as they're referred to as. Jackal, Dokkaebi, Sends to a certain extent. Nitro cell tossed out to the window. Herds misses that opportunity.
Great forward defense from Furia. They're taking a lot of risks. KZ bottom yellow. Herds here at the top of yellow. They're hunting for a pick right at the early part of this round, which you don't see often on this bomb site, just because it is often quite favorable for the defenders. They don't need to get aggressive early to get that pick, but Furia are confident.
Both of these teams swinging for each other, but nobody's walking away with a kill, at least for the time being. Herds wanted to slow them down on the top of yellow stairs. Had that shotgun out and ready.
Nobody's in the basement. All 5 defenders are top floor, so June is flank watching for nothing at the moment. They're maybe paranoid on the side of Team Secret because they saw so much early aggression, but all of that early aggression immediately ran back to site. So there's nothing to worry about in terms of flanks.
Very slow execute right now, and as you pointed out earlier on, there's a lot of ways to go about cracking this nut that is this bomb site. Groovy on the board first. How about a second for Groovy? He sprints past Long Desk, now heading over towards the A-bomb site. It's just him and the Lord. Leapox gunning one down. He's got his gadget in hand. He'll have to bank it because the diffuser is being planted. Virtue taking some damage from the fires of that Shamika launcher. 2 kills to his name, but the upside-down rappel is now the bigger issue. This is so challenging to deal with. Leapox trying to long-arm it, but he's still going to be visible. Oh, maybe not.
Is he?
Maybe not. Maybe not. Excuse me?
No.
What did we just witness?
That's a troll. The plant spot was so far to the right. Usually it's tucked right up in the corner.
Yeah.
Between, you know, the wall and the bookshelf, because that's where it's going to be, that you can't disable it without being shot. Honestly, a gift as Philippox swung around and saw where the defuse kit was planted. And he knew he's got the sound cue if they did repel at the time. Recognizing that repellent was going to be far too late. Beautifully done. Bit of a troll from Virtue in that round, of course. He's usually thought to be so good and such a great support player, and he is, but mistakes happen, and at the biggest level, the very first round up against a team like Furia, you're going to get punished for that. If it's a 1v4, 1v3 technical for Philippox, beautifully executed. That's one secret they're going to want back.
I'm just flabbergasted at that one.
There was no pressure, right? I mean, they knew the last guy alive was Tachanka. There was no reason to plant so far away from the wall.
2 of them were on rappel, but where was the third? There were 3 bodies still alive for Team Secret, at least if my count is correct.
I think he was last seen on balcony because he shot the camera. We saw that from Philippox's POV.
Right.
So he might have rappelled up the roof, might have been trying to go down below. Tough one.
Yeah, that's gonna haunt them if this ends up going in favor of Furia. Boy, oh boy, you can't be letting rounds like that happen. Certainly not, especially when the structure from Team Secret was just so much better, but they bottle it at the final seconds. Philippox was the only person to get 2 kills. That was it. Nobody else on the team was able to get on the board, and man, not just 2 high-profile kills, high-impact kills, and then the counter disable. Great round for the captain of the team. No way.
Joom's getting pretty deep here. Birds is over by lobby. It's probably the closest target. That's the outline.
Got droned in as well. Logic bombs go off, and we can't hear a peep.
There's 2 in the basement, 2 above him.
Fine as a church mouse.
It's going to be hard to do anything off of this, even if he finds a pick, because there's so many players up above.
JV92 is staring in this direction, by the way.
Yeah, JV should get this kill.
Oh, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. The moment that Joom leans, though, JV92 will hear this. Like, JV92's got to know somebody's there.
He's suspicious for sure.
The question is where did they get that intel from? Is there a default cam that was up? Herds dies to Adrian. AZ firing back. Nobody, though, from Secret taking any damage. Look at that. Blackbeard is off to the races. We are just stuck on one perspective. JV92 finds 2. Oh, my goodness. It's the Furia show at the moment. We thought Joom was going to be able to accomplish something. No. It's like swatting at flies. They annoy us, bat them away. Furia takes 2 in a row.
Yeah, very little map control. Obviously, the Nook was walking through part of that map, but for the rest of it, it was largely based on the main breach from what we could see in our first-person POV. Did feel like maybe a little bit more could have come out of that Nook play spiral stairs. Obviously, JV92, his laser was seen on the wall. So that might have been able to prompt like a swing out with a pre-fire. But again, I think JV92, I think he was likely suspicious of the spiral because maybe he just knows that that's a gap in their weakness and that he needs to be watching that just in case there's a rush play or a Nook play. And then he probably heard him at some point going for a lean or something. Well done by JV92 to lock down those couple of frags. Now Furia get a pretty comfortable lead. We should mention once again that Consulate is a very defender-sided map. So a 4-2 would be kind of typical to come out from Furia. That said, the way Secret have lost these rounds have been maybe a little concerning. The second round was quite dominant for Furia. The first round was kind of, it was better for Secret until one fatal blunder. So as we head to this piano bomb site, the tertiary site, just keep an eye out for Secret to maybe bounce back, grab their first pick in the quarter. First round. Would be nice. 3-0 means a full site rotation, and that's always unfun.
Oh, it's hard to do. Look at numbers on Furia before. Yeah, KZ going 14 and 22 against Cyclops is just flat out not going to be good enough.
And it's in the world beater.
It was Shoe Reap.
It was Shoe Reap, yeah.
Shoe Reap was the god that day. CAG Osaka will be in action against Shopify Rebellion. I can't remember if it's on this channel or the next channel. I think it's on this one. I believe so. I'd have to check.
Well, it doesn't matter because everybody is currently watching both streams at once.
Right.
So,
of course, how could I forget that?
I don't know how you wouldn't.
What if you're on a phone?
You have 2 phones.
That seems like a very sensible purchase.
Yeah, well, I mean, how else are you going to watch 2 Rainbow Six streams? You got your A stream phone and your B stream phone.
You can
set them up.
Dual screen phones, can you know, where it has 2 apps open at the same time?
Yeah, you can.
Twitch on one, YouTube on the other.
But what's that resolution going to be like? You know, you got to get the 2 phones set up. Otherwise, you're not a real viewer, really.
Get an HDMI cable, put it on a dock, put the cable into a TV, watch it on your TV in the hotel room.
Okay.
Look at us. We're developing strategies here that, you know, modern science really allows us to develop. It's quite the thing. BMWs don't have turn signals yet, but we're able to watch multiple streams on a hotel TV. Isn't that crazy? They're off to the races, by the way. Leapox with the very first kill. It's onto Groovy. There went the logic bombs, and there goes the Dokkan who's controlling the gadget. Now it's Joom taking damage, same with Savage. Herds also softened up. Right now, Furia just looking like they cannot be stopped. This is Team Secret's map, so a terrible start for the hometown team, if you want to call them that. Joom's got that diffuser. Adrian annihilated by JB92. Nitro Cell goes off. Joom survives for the time being. He will rely an awful lot on Virtue, who's still looking for his first kill. Opportunity to take out KZ, but it will evade him for the time being, and now it's Virtue inside a closet taking down Hertz. Thank goodness that thing has 900 bullets. Herds and KZ will both die. Herds will need to ace, or Virtue will need to ace clutch after killing Herds, as the last 3 that remain are all on Furia, and there was nary a kill from Secret before that.
Frustration.
Look at Virtue's face. He's dialed in. He's dead. Jinx, you owe me a cola.
Okay.
You don't get to talk until I say your name. Well, Jesse, that was quite the round, wasn't it?
Yes, Parker, it was. Back-to-back rounds, we've seen Team Secret go for a very kind of shortcut style push. In round 2, they mostly focused on the breach and a pinch-down spiral to have the bomb site go their way. Then on Piano, instead of full clearing the top floor, they did their best to try to toss in the Candelas, distract the top floor players, and then just hit the site direct through the front door. And these are both good strategies on Consulate, right? I like both those styles of push. We see them work from time to time. They're not bad strategies. They're also not working against Furia. And at some point, you got to recognize that. They tried it twice. I think this tack timeout where we're probably going to get to see Team Secret discuss things a little bit about how that style of push wasn't really working for them. Maybe go for a bit more of a full clear next time they end up on Piano, next time they end up on Garage. We'll go back to the top floor for round number 4 almost as a guarantee, although Split Site does see a bit of play here in competitive. But it really does feel like Furia's anchors are unmovable objects. They cannot get destroyed. They cannot get moved out of position. They just seem like rocks in the server, and so it's going to be really tough for Furia, for Secret, to get past this at some point. The world champs are just looking like world champs.
That's quite the greasy play from above. Furia was always bound to bounce back. This team has way too much talent on it for them to not excel. This really depends on their opponents. I don't think anybody saw the 2-0 victory for KAG coming at the expense of Furia. That one was an absolute stunner. And dare I say it, is the most lopsided and unpredictable matchup that we've had so far at this event. Would you agree?
Definitely. It's upset of the tournament.
So far.
Until KAG beat Furia in the grand finals, yeah.
I'd like you to repeat what you just said.
What?
See, I heard something in my ears, but I don't actually believe that that's what you said.
I said the world champions are looking like they're back, I think, a while ago.
I think you said when KAG beats Furia in the World Championship Finals, Grand Finals.
Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah.
No, KAG is going to beat Raza Company Academy in the Grand Final.
You're right.
Chat, would you like that? KAG versus Raza Company Academy is the SI Grand Finals. What do you think?
Listen, usually it's bad if you don't have a regional representative in the grand finals, but KAG are kind of the people's team, you know? I think the viewers would get behind that.
I am very excited to see a lot of friends, and dare I even say it, family in our Rainbow Six scene here in Boston. It will be good to have another event in America, I'll tell you that much. Atlanta was the last event that we held here, and then before that it was Charlotte. Great crowds.
Great
That
crowds.
Charlotte crowd was excellent.
People talk down on NA crowds, but American crowds, they stand up.
The reason why they talk down on NA crowds is because they only chant the same two things.
Okay, well, they chant them loud, and that's all I care about. Let's go X, and what's the other one?
Defense. Oh, speaking of defense, Adrian striking through KZ, and the defenders have suffered a huge blow. Immediately, Adrian responds with an adrenal surge. Still 2 more of those abilities available for the Finka. It's a double shield stacked up over towards Yellow Stairs. Savage and Groovy working together. As that one pick is just enough as they now maneuver elsewhere. Herds shifted off his position inside a bathroom as grenades go flying in, but he lives.
You're getting ready for another plant, too. These shields trying to make that space to enable Virtue to jump on in, cause this chaos. Ruby and Savage, this is the one thing that was really stopping Furia through the second stage. First Firebolt goes out, answered with some more utility.
Nade and Felipox both gunned down. The only player from Furia on the board at this point is JV92. It was also Felipox's first death. JV and Herds, last 2 standing, and oh my, take the battle to him. Keep going. Nice play by Herds. Punished by Adrian at top Yellow Stairs. JV92 will now need to confront the Monty, who will keep him as far away as he can from that diffuser. Monty dropping the shield, and it's a missed opportunity for JV92. Honestly, looks like he ran out of mouse pad on that one. He pivoted and look, he just missed it. Monty getting the job done, and Team Secret are on the board.
And we saw it through the wall. We saw the outline. Much better plant spot right in the corner. Virtue, that's good to see. Cleaning that up. Again, on the top floor, the gunfights definitely go the way of Team Secret. I don't think we'll see Furia run that bomb site back. It seems like the only one with a... Maybe you're just a little too obvious on their positioning, right? When there's no map to clear, when the bomb site is the top floor, Furia can, or Team Secret can get in very together very early and start working those picks rather than having to worry about finding those roamers, and that seems to be the strong point from Team Secret. Beautifully done again, causing a lot of that chaos, being a big distraction with the Blackbeard and Monty. You saw in the 1v1 against the Blackbeard in Bathroom, even though Blackbeard lost that fight, he wasted so much good time just because it takes a long time to kill a Blackbeard. You got to walk up to him, you got to punch him, hope you can hit the head. You can't, punch him again, hope you hit the head. It's the same for every single one of our shields. Even if you can win that 1v1, it's not always simple, and the trade came out immediately from Team Secret, which was excellent to see.
I think the scoreline kind of papers over the fact that Team Secret probably should have won round number 1.
Yep.
And we're in good position in round number 2 until things then fell apart very quickly. Much closer than the score would suggest, and that goofy long arm by Felipox is something that will be replayed over and over again. I'm certain of that.
There's nothing to hack here. You look at the default, but otherwise, other than Banshees, unless you can hack a pest or goo, I mean, I don't think hack goos is not really going to go their way.
It costs you a little bit of a utility, that's all. Brava is an operator who, in response to certain gadgets, though I will say that even just hacking default cams and the odd bulletproof camera can prove to be incredibly valuable.
For sure.
Just depends on whether that value is more than another operator. For example, you look at this lineup from Team Secret, you could add potentially a Buck here. You could potentially add somebody with more soft destruction than what they're looking at. You could add a Capitao to this lineup. There's a lot of flexibility. Yeah, I mean, you could add a Twitch to this lineup. It's strange that there isn't one. See, it's a little odd. Herds with the leadoff pick onto Oryx, who's, oh my, being brought, as I would imagine, a response to those shields that were used in the previous round. Oryx getting a significant buff where he pulls his gun out much faster. Herds finally finished off by the para of Adrian. That kill will need to be collected as he's bleeding out on the floor. Felipox is just waiting. I don't think he's going to go for the jump out. No. He returns fire over towards Piano. His position known. KZ dies, and it's a 3v3. Well, it's a 3v4, but Herds at the moment is completely immobile. Felipox worried down inside of Piano as to where this target is. Nitro Cell goes out. Adrian tucked away. There goes Herds. And Philippe Hawks completely bottles the fight. Adrian with another kill. Adrian with 5 so far. Groovy with 3. Both Adrian and Groovy well ahead of their tallies in their previous matchup against Shopify Rebellion. That's a good thing for Team Secret.
This nitro from Nade might be a big problem as our observer shows us that a Fuse Kit is down by bottom yellow. That will need to be retrieved. They've got a bit of util on the side of Team Secret as well, though. 2 flashbangs and most importantly, 2 smokes. If Adrian goes to pick up that defuse kit, which it looks like he is, he could try to plant underneath that smoke while Joom covers either from above or from the breach. He's actually going to hit the back instead, as this bulletproof camera will see him. This jig might be up, Parker.
He's being completely watched by this, but he doesn't care. He's fearless. Running in, absorbing an awful lot of damage. Adrian has to step off of the plant, but he gets the kill. JV92 will now fight for his life, eliminating Joom. Can he catch Adrian before the diffuser gets planted? Adrian hops off, and JV92 wins it. The T5's doing all the work on both the Oryx and the Legion. And what a gun it is. Furia goes back to their winning ways. 4-1 so far through this first half.
Elite Box early in the round might not be able to hit the shots onto Adrian, but JV92 absolutely can. Beautifully done. Down there on the 1v2, I suppose. Taking out both those players on the bottom floor. I was a little nervous with Joom getting red pinged constantly, but he did do his job more or less. He got the 1v1, and then just a really tough decision from Adrian at the end there. He was so close to finishing the plant. Look how close that was, but I do think if he sticks, he loses the round. So pulling off probably the correct call there. Just didn't quite have the time to hit his shot. So unfortunate from Adrian. 4-1 now is the scoreline. JV92, an excellent clutch. He was their best player yesterday with a 1.12 KDR. Fantastic play put together coming out from the Brazilian player. Often thought of as one of the most ridiculous players on Furia. JV92 is the guy with the personality. If you ever get the chance to talk to him, he's a clown, but in a good way.
Look, as somebody with big red hair who's been called a clown many times, and maybe not in a good way, just immediately hear that term and hackles go up. So.
JV92's
he's a good guy.
He is. They're popular.
I do like him. He's a good kid. Honestly, the Furia guys they were easy to hate at the beginning because they came out of nowhere. They were so good. They were so strong.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the whole issue with Charlotte came about where they were, I think, rightfully upset about the ping situation, but then maybe got a bit too upset. And unfortunately, their fans dogpiled a bunch of people at the actual event. And that's figuratively dogpiled, not literal dogpile. There weren't fans throwing their bodies at players. But
nor were there literal dogs.
It's correct, except for the new op that's coming out, which is a dog, I'd like to remind you. Anyway.
Don't just lie on broadcast. What not seen the last time we casted.
The new operator's a dog. It smells. They send you a device that allows you to smell at home. That's how you control it. Anyway, just in case anybody's curious, I'm leaking it here live on broadcast for you. I have no fear. What are they going to do? Sue me?
Your ex isn't here.
That's true. I do have no fear. X.
We had a point at some point in this conversation.
Yeah. Ooh. Nice shot by Herds. I completely forgot. Oh! Joom with 2. My point was that it was easy to dislike this Furia team at the beginning when they played under W7M, but honestly, if you spend some time with them, you'll very quickly realize that they're all really, really nice guys. Philippe Hawks in particular might be one of the nicest pro players I've run across. An excellent entry by Joom and might have just won the round for his team. Pulverizing that Mozzie and the Legion. Now the assault on the top floor begins.
Joom's not been very nice.
Oh my. Excellent recoil control by KZ. Shoot away at the legs of the Black. Ruby also dying means we're right back to a 3v3. Philippe Hawks and KZ joined up side by side. Keep in mind the bomb site is not upstairs. It's on that main floor. Team Secret had hoped to wrestle some of that control away from Furia on the top floor. They've not been successful in that endeavor. That was Joom's main focus. 3 players from Team Secret will now need a bit more of a head-on execute instead of dealing with the other parts of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming around front door here. This is going to be where the plant comes down. 0 pressure up above. They just got to use these Capital bolts and pray that that's enough to stop a plant denial from the vertical. But watch out because there's a lot of Furia players up above.
Here go the smokes. You've just got to start shooting bullets into the places you can't see. Great shot by Virtue. KZ had eliminated Savage earlier on. There goes Adrian, and it's Virtue all alone. Same bomb site. It looks to be the same result. Virtue, man on an island. Maybe not anymore. He's not in Australia. He's here in America. Get it? A man on an island. Australia isn't an island. He's from Australia. Don't you like how all those things go together? Isn't that great?
No, it was great, Parker.
5-1 Furia.
5-1 Furia. Tough attacking half coming out from Team Secret again. That is to be expected on Consulate, but 5-1 is still below expectations for Team Secret in the first half. Of course, on their map pick as well. So this is going to be one where we want to start seeing, a better defensive half. It's tough to be losing so many early picks on the side of Furia, but still not be able to convert if you're Team Secret. They had such a great entry from Joom, and they just started bleeding bodies. Then all of a sudden, they didn't have time to clear that top floor. That mid part of the round, after between the opening picks and the execute, just was a complete disaster where they didn't take any space. They didn't get any extra picks. They ended up losing too many bodies. And it's just awkward. The last couple Furia members able to rotate back to site and win the 2v1, finish up the clutch. Only 2 attacks will separate Furia from winning their opponent's map pick and sending us to Clubhouse with a 1-0 lead. I think heading into this tournament, people probably would have said Furia were the favorites. It's tough because they had such a bad stage 2. So I think, honestly, you could go either way with this. They're certainly the more experienced team and historically the better team. But after yesterday, I honestly thought Secret might come into this and just have a fantastic time against Furia. It hasn't happened.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's easy to rest on your laurels, especially if you're Furia. You've been the winningest team over the last 2 years in Rainbow Six Siege. Nobody's really been able to slow you down, except for maybe yourself. Though FaZe came pretty close. They did lose to G2 in SI 2 years ago, but this event, just as we say with G2, seems to be something special for this Brazilian team. Team Secret's just another obstacle for them to get to the finals. Herd suffering a little bit of damage with the very first interaction. It's a cheeky little drone by Nade, but it's spotted by Joom. Herd's taking care of Savage. Opening pick for Furia. They have been absolutely phenomenal when it comes to this map. Best part is for their fans, they've got Clubhouse up next, Jesse. So you go from one good map to 2, just as we saw in the BDS game that you and I casted earlier. It's like both maps are beneficial for one of these teams. Joom trying to take care of KZ.
Oh, awkward for Furia. They want a CEO plant, but they can't get a pick, and that makes it even harder as Adrian steps up to the plate and shuts down Herds. There's still a Goyo canister on the CEO window, too. They weren't able to destroy it with their one and only grenade, so they're going to have to bait it out with this Amaru. It's going to be so awkward to get this done. Amaru just went to the roof. They're actually going to slow this down a little bit. Usually you see Amaru with the fuse kit on this map, but Nade has it instead.
KZ's HP means he's not going to be able to get in and plant. He will almost certainly die.
For sure.
A single hop of the toxic canister from Adrian will kill KZ, so you got to make some changes. Give it to a different operator. That's exactly what they're doing here. In the midst of the smoke, Joom trying something. They're going to run each other over. Groovy and Virtue with 2 very big kills. It's all up to KZ and Nade now. Furia hoping for match point. They're very close to it, and it might still come, but it might take a while. Now Nade punished over by Yellow Stairs, and it's all KZ with 35 seconds and 8 of HP. He'll repel in towards top of Visa Stairs. Position's now been given away. Team Secret doesn't need to move a muscle, and they won't. Barring a disaster from Team Secret, KZ will win this engagement. Oh my. Oh, okay, I was going to say. Once he got that down, the last 2 players were very low HP. It was winnable. But how about a big round from Groovy, a player I was actually going to highlight as not again performing up to snuff. Only 3 kills when that round started for Groovy on your screen right now. But the 2K, 5 kills through 7 rounds. Still below where he on his role should be, but I think that's a far better performance than we saw from him yesterday in his matchup against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and swapping a defense can make all the difference for certain players. You know, if Groovy's going to step up on the second half, that could be huge. was actually his weaker half yesterday against Shopify Rebellion, where he put up a 0.47 kill-death ratio specifically on the defense. Furia in that last round didn't really feel like they ever had their util clear. Players ended up going down one by one. You saw the Dread Mines that was still effective at the top yell that got Virtuous second kill. Oyo canisters dissuaded a plant on the CEO window. The Toxic Babes were impactful. Everything that Secret brought, Furia didn't seem to have an answer for, so kind of how that top floor bomb site goes sometimes. It feels like both on attack and defense, Team Secret are the much better team on top floor. I suspect if we head to overtime, won't see it from Furia, but will from Secret. We'll also certainly see it in round number 10, assuming we get that far.
I lost track of rounds there, and I was like, wait, why would we not make it to
Yeah,
round?
we're getting close to the end of
Why would we
this.
not make it to round 10? And then I realized, oh, wait, sorry. Okay.
It could end 7-2. I don't think it will, right? Team Secret, they've had a tough time this game, but they're on defense on Consulate. They're on basement now. They should be able to win one of these next 2 rounds at least, and I think both is very achievable.
Time flies when you're having fun.
It does, Parker. It does.
This match just felt like an eternity with you.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
Oh, no, it's an insult directly to your face.
Okay.
You're
Wow.
welcome. Why don't you sit on that, let that one marinate for a little bit there, sweater boy.
Really only Jum top floor. He is kind of alone. There might be players down below to help him out, but even then, not really.
No real standout performer on the side of Team Secret. Jum is definitely capable of it. I'll have to sit this one out. He's found by that logic bomb and then punished by Furia. 2 on the run. Haven't lost any HP whatsoever. Control of the top floor now, Jesse. This is a bottom floor execute, so once you cut through that top floor, you got to turn and pivot over. Buck of Herds doing some damage to Groovy, getting him before he can hit the hatch.
Uh-oh.
Troubling signs for the Europeans.
Secret brought so much utility just for the roam, not for the site. The fact that they're now losing on the roam is a disaster. If they just go back and hunker site, they don't have the util for it, so they've got to step up and get aggressive to get this man count back. How do you, though, with these drones and the logic bombs?
The only thing I will say about this bunker setup that might unfold is that there are 3 Kiba barriers ready to be deployed by Virtue. That will buy you some time. The old Azami, where you need explosives to take care of them, that would be very, very daunting. But now you can just mag dump into them, and they'll break over time. Virtue uses 1 over towards pipes.
2 nitros as well.
Imagine he's going to want to use 1 on that yellow door to buy time.
Maybe a back hit here.
Adrian has also gone all the way to the top of Spiral Stairs and is looking for a flank. That is an intriguing prospect, given how many players on Furia are still alive. You're going to have 1 to 2 of those Brazilians watching for the flank. Dokkaebi of KZ and a potential collision course, and he wins the engagement. There go all the Kiba barriers from Virtue. Savage taking down KZ. That was the Dokkaebi over towards Spiral Stairs. Now Virtue posted up, watching the garage. A vault in will make this Furia team very vulnerable. They're running out of time. Virtue's last one to be found, and he tries to hide. The clock was his best friend, but it doesn't quite get there. Furia moves to map point.
A little scary with that clock on the side of Furia as the push ended up being a little bit slow. There was about 10 seconds left on that clock, but they eventually find the rest of those kills. Well, winnable for Team Secret if a couple more gunfights went their way, but just didn't materialize. I think you're never going to be pointing the fingers at the anchors there. The roamers not being able to get anything done. It felt like they got picked off very solo. Jum was top floor, and then on his rotate back to the main floor was picked off, no help around him. Then the vertical picks came through to get more of those frags inside of Piano. It just didn't feel like that roam was set up in a way where where the roamers were in position to help each other, you know? It felt like they really were solo individual roamers rather than being able to play together. Now it's going to be 6-2 as the scoreline. We have a slight tech issue. Shouldn't be long.
Tech issue's not afflicting Secret, by the way. The tech issue is seemingly befallen Nade.
Yeah, Nade's not chosen an operator right now.
He had his headphones off, as you saw very briefly when the round came to an end. Seems to be back on, and there's the pink super light on his mouse pad as he locks in Capitao for the time being, but every single attacker is capable of changing their lineup once they see what is being presented by the defenders. Some last-minute changes by Secret. They lock in the Bandit and the Pulse, seemingly out of nowhere. This isn't our first Pulse at the event, is it?
No, it's not. But it is really falling off in terms of pick rate. We do see Pulse rarer and rarer. This is one of his best sites, so it's not a surprise to see Pulse come out on piano. Playing inside of the garage can be really powerful because a lot of that floor is soft, and you can, in theory, deny any plant with the Nitrocell Pulse. You would have to go through the floorboards if they plant just on that left side of piano because a bit of that is hard, but for the majority of this floor, you can deny the plant with a Nitrocell. So you do often see Pulse down below. They've also got a Solus, who could be playing in the basement as well and doing the exact same thing, denying a plant on any soft floor. Sometimes you'll see the Pulse go in the basement and the Solus play up above to deny a plant. Right now, even Adrian on the Pulse is playing up above, but I anticipate when we get to the last, minute 30, one of the two will rotate down.
Look at the information on this lineup, by the way. 2 bulletproof cameras, one brought by Joom, one by Savage. All of those goo mines will act as mini alarms as well when they get stepped on. You've got the Pulse, obviously, with the cardiac sensor, and then you've got Solus being able to see with her gadget. That's a tremendous amount of information that Secret is going to be able to collect. Now, just because you have access to that doesn't necessarily mean it's actually going to work. There's a possibility that all that information does very little, and you still get run over by Furia. Only time will tell, but there's certainly an idea that Secret is putting forward. Adrian takes matters into his own hands. Down goes Herds. That's your one of 2 hard breachers. Potentially your main hard breacher on the ace, depending on where they wanted that Hibana nade to go. Great first pick for Team Secret.
That's a lot of util off the board. Might slow things down when they get to their execute, but KZ's far deeper than they realize, and he finds a bunch of damage on Virtue, the head as well. Equalize at 4.
Rams will go to work upstairs. Those boogie drones tearing through the floor. Not just doing destructive work, but also awful lot of noise. Logic bombs will go off. KZ no longer having any gadgetry available other than the flashbangs. He knew Adrian was trapped down below, and there goes the Pulse. Where, oh where is that Solus? Potentially also lurking and roaming around, and yes, Savage tucked in over towards yellow stairs. Lowest amount of kills on the team. Seemingly opposite performance that he put in yesterday.
Casey's been around the world for the 2K on this round. He went top floor, mid floor, bottom floor. Watch out in a city near you to see if he's coming to your town.
Ooh, where do I check?
Twitch.tv/Rainbow6.
Firing it up right now. It says he's not coming.
He's not coming to Boston?
No, he's not coming to my town, Toronto.
Oh.
Yeah. It says he's in Boston right now.
Ooh, okay.
Tickets are available.
Okay.
This is very quiet, intense, frankly, between these two teams. Furia with 4 alive, Secret with 3. It's the Secret's map. They're going to fight for their life. They equalize. KZ goes down. Down goes Groovy. Down goes Joom. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Solus of Savage is caught over towards yellow as well. 3 players from the World Champions all looking for this final kill. They've got their own map up next, and they want a reason to celebrate. Savage gets 1. The time about to run out. Nade will need to plant. Savage against Nade with Fellapox to watch, and it's Fellapox to do it. It might have been Team Secret's map on paper, but in actuality, the Brazilian squad of Furia takes it, and they take it in a hurry. Furia prevails on Consulate.
Gonna need to see a bounce back from Team Secret. That was not the map that we saw once and twice up against Shopify Rebellion yesterday. That looked much more like map number 3. 2 in a row, including yesterday, that Team Secret can't seem to get a handle on the game plan. They fall to Furia. They'll have a few minutes now to regroup as Clubhouse is up next. Things could get very, very scary for Team Secret if they can't get that one done.
Yeah, I mean, Furia could have a 2-0. Do they get it? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns the answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother. Into red time we go. Where's the response? The couple's through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des.
It is, and look at the cover. J9 is on the back room. It's killed 4.
This is it. You look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slipping, finds himself a second, make it a third. It's a 3-kill.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
Can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes deep. Shotgun. And he swings on to Dodes. Vintage Breeders showing up. Running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees, information. Shaiko pushing for it. Nafe is there.
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Creeps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Creeps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
He and Rhymes with Buck. They will get the flanked out leader. Again, taking another 1v1. He knows the plan is close and he gets the headshot kill.
But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reeps might be able to hop up before he gets there.
I'm sure Secret envisioned a different result when they picked this map, but you can envision all you want. You got to actually manifest the result that you desire, and in this case, it was Furia all the way down, outfoxing Team Secret every step of the way on Consulate. Team Secret struggling to muster more than just a couple rounds here, and boy, oh boy, did Furia get the job done very quickly. Jesse, what's your main takeaway for Consulate?
Main takeaway is that they really weren't being able, or they weren't map clearing at all. They wanted to, especially those attacks, they wanted to go direct to site time after time, and they just weren't able to have success in the early round. It felt like Furia were often getting those opening picks. It felt like Furia were often heading into that layer next to you with a bit of a man advantage. Even when they weren't, it was blunders that were opening up clutch opportunities. It was good clawbacks from Furia. Maybe Secret would get an opening 2K, say from Jume on a Blackbeard, but it didn't seem to matter because there was always a response coming out from Furia. This is not an easy team to play against, right? This is, by many estimations, the greatest team that has ever played Rainbow Six Siege. You can debate that one, but they're definitely top 2. Furia have been so good for so long, and Secret are finding out the hard way. Like, this is not an easy team to go up against. You can see the stats now on our screen. The majority of Secret players, nobody had a terrible game. I don't think you put this on any one individual. Certain rounds were better for some players than others, but it really did feel like all together they weren't able to work as a team to have that roam clear, to have that roam game. And it always just felt like their anchors were being put in a difficult situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to pinpoint for me what exactly the main issue was on Team Secret. This is the 4th map in a row now where Groovy has underperformed his contemporaries and underperformed the rest of the team. He had a good performance out of Adrian. I mean, at least one of the better performances. But when it's a 7-2, there's not really much that you're going to be able to do if you're part of that too. When you go to Clubhouse, things are going to change, right? Clubhouse is a bit less flexible than Consulate. Typically, when you play Clubhouse, you know what's going to happen half of the time without even needing to spawn into that round. Could we see a bar stage emerge? That would be quite fascinating.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking about bar stage. You called it a good site.
I did not call it a good site.
You called it a viable site.
I said all 4 sites on Clubhouse are viable.
And I said absolutely not. Bar stage is horrible. Please stop agreeing with Flynn.
I don't agree with Flynn.
And then Flynn DM'd me. He said bar stage is a great site. Ha 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 ha. So he had his day. You're empowering these beliefs in him. You're a bad influence.
I regret what I said.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
United in our hatred of Flynn.
It's a formerly disgraced caster. Now graced caster. As he does LATAM and NA LCQs. He beat me in fantasy hockey the other week.
I'm playing fantasy hockey this week.
Actually, no, that's not true. I think we drew.
I'm currently losing to him. I'm having a rough season.
That clutch he did of Nello on, what was it, Navi. Still think about it.
No, it's one of the greatest calls of all time.
I don't agree with that. I think it was a good call.
Okay.
I don't think it was one of the greatest.
I mean, it gets played a lot.
Well, it was a good moment on Coastline. We don't see Coastline much anymore. We don't see a lot of gridlock plays, but I mean, Ambi just aced on gridlock yesterday, so
it's weird that teams don't pick close Coastline anymore. It's that in Oregon.
Oregon and Coastline really haven't been played very much of this event. It's kind of strange.
Yep.
I don't really know why. You hear that?
I do. There's a bit of audio issues.
Very poppy. Very poppy. Or it's because I say the word. Don't know what the delay is in getting into the next map, but when you look at Clubhouse, it has been one of the most played maps here at this event. In fact, there hasn't really been a lot of diversity in the maps that have been played up to this point. Obviously, no Coastline in Oregon. We talked about that.
Yep.
No Villa, no Fortress, no Yacht. None of those have been played. Skyscraper just got picked for the first time today as well. We hadn't seen any Skyscraper before that. Had very little border, very little cafe, very little layer.
It's honestly, I mean, we've had a bit of layer on other streams, and it's honestly a bit exciting because it implies that we're going to see more of it later, right? We might see these other maps, if they're being hidden by teams, a lot of the time a team will want to restrict their map pool a bit in the earlier phase of the tournament, especially if they are confident in the games that they're playing and if they're confident in the teams that they're going up against. Might save some of these maps to bring them deeper into the pool so they can come into those later, tougher games in playoffs with fresh strategies, with fresh ideas that haven't been seen before. So I'm looking forward to seeing some great lair setups in the latter half of this tournament because we haven't seen too many just yet, and that's still a very new map.
Take some time for teams to adjust to a new map. Took them a long time to gel with Nighthaven Labs, and now it's seen as one of the best maps by a huge portion of the pro community. We'll go back to one of the maps that launched with the game, and that's Clubhouse, albeit looking a little bit different now than when it first debuted. Let's the very first ban, Jesse. Who's up next?
Capital.
Oh.
So, Furia banned first. They took out the Blitz. Team Secret banned the Capital. Again, Furia will be banning shields likely throughout this series, simply due to the fact that they are so good on the side of Team Secret playing with those operators. Do ignore the writing on your HUD. Team Secret have already banned Capital and Legion. Furia get the final ban, and it will be a Valkyrie. So, Furia keeping it consistent here.
Explain to the people what you mean by that, by the way.
There's just a little bug on the HUD where it says the wrong team if the attacking team is in orange. So it will show you that Furia banned Capital and Legion and that Secret banned Blitz and Valkyrie, but that's wrong. That's incorrect. That's flipped. In Rainbow Six Siege, it always goes defender ban, attacker, attacker, defender ban, right? So the defense bans first and last. The attack bans second and third. And it works normal for the players, to be clear. So the players don't have to deal with that. That's just a spectating thing.
By the way, meant to mention this right when we came in. Somebody tweeted at me, because I still get notifications for the platform even though I don't really use it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, the new operator is a dog?
I told you, if you just keep spreading false information on the broadcast, people are going to believe you. Some people are struggling with sarcasm.
So what happened was yesterday we were talking about, I can't remember what, and Jesse's like, yeah, I can smell it. And I said, how can you smell it?
One of the players said I smelled him. We had a listen in. One of the players was like, I smelled that guy. I think it was somebody on Shopify.
I think it was Rexon.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about smell-o-vision, and I said that the newest operator actually comes with a peripheral that you plug into your computer or your console device, and you can smell the other operators, and it's a dog that runs around.
Nade got dogged.
Right by kennels, actually.
Yeah, outside of kennels.
He got put in a crate.
Oh, boy. Shipped down to the spectating client, where he'll get to watch. AZ just caught a drone. You saw that animation pop up. It's now on the top floor. He's not really in a position where he can drive it. Maybe if he hides behind this bar, he could take a look. Too much pressure, though, at the moment. Felipox and Herd's not too far away. Furia, just like map 1, they want to get aggressive in these early rounds. They want to start the pace, especially with Nade down.
I mean, you saw him slow walk you. How was there so much delay? He failed the QuickTime event, unfortunately.
Uh-oh.
Oh my, not this again. This is a great round from Team Secret. Holy smokes, Felipox. Mountain will breathe down his neck. There's only one more he has to deal with. And he manages to take him down. He almost gets the ace, but Groovy shuts him down at the final moment. Let's go. That was so close, way too close for comfort. Felipox with 4 kills and almost aces on round 1. Should not have been that close for Team Secret.
Good effort from Felipox, but ultimately they do shut it down. Interesting to see that roam. It wasn't very committed to the top floor. It was very much a mid-floor roam from Furia with a lot of bodies up on that mid-floor, and they kind of all got rolled over at the same time, but there was a Blackbeard sprinting through sight. So on all fronts, Team Secret come out on top, and I mean, that's what we wanted to see after Fossa. We wanted to see better roam clearing, better early game from Team Secret. Got to see a bit of that in round number 1. They can keep that trend rolling. They won't head back to the basement bomb site for a little while, most likely, but Clubhouse is one of those maps that can often feel very default. Often we see the same little mini-games. Can be very util heavy. Team Secret ignoring all of that, saying, what if we just ran through these roamers and got the picks? And they did just that. Now we head over to Gym Bedroom, where Fury are going to be looking to run a cache extension. They start to set up over towards the east side of this map. Even 92 with some intel. Felipox is going to be playing Rafters, perhaps, on the Wamai as well. No, he was Rafters. Red Stairs instead might be the play.
Didn't really get to see the Skobos do anything on the previous round.
It did get one pick and head back to site.
I know. It was the pick on the pool table. But
yeah.
This is a very good map for Skopos because when teams go to drone here, it takes about a minute 30 to 2 minutes to full clear this map.
Yes.
Now, if you can drone the site and get a good read on where those defenders are, you don't necessarily need to drone the whole thing if you know, okay, well, we got all 5 of them in sight. And you'll see this with teams when they tackle that basement bomb site in particular, is they'll acknowledge that, okay, everybody's on the bomb site, let's figure out next steps. Skopos makes that a little bit trickier.
Yep.
Because you will often have one of those robots hiding in maybe the shower upstairs, and then you'll have one down in the basement. And it might be in a spot that you don't necessarily think of. Great for flanks.
For sure.
Just got to time it well. It's an operator with a very high skill ceiling. And whether the operator is perfectly viable or not, I think a lot of teams haven't quite mastered how to use the new Greek op.
Some cool plays that we do get to see out on Clubhouse. Chalet sees a bit of cool Scopus play as well. We see it on Lair, actually. Is a great map for Scopus, too. Not being brought out this time. I think Secret are wanting to clear this cache extension. They've got a lot of players over here, but it's a minute 30. We're just opening the CC wall, so It's a bit slow to clear it. They do have full control of Garage, and they are pushing into the red stairs.
Oh!
What?
Philippox wins that one, but they double up on him on red stairs. There's another body not too far removed inside of Cash. JV92 now on the run. Joom and Savage are down. Adrian taking an awful lot of damage in the process. He outduels JV92. Only one shield remains, and it's not an attacker. It's the Clash in the hands of Nade. Realizes he might need to be a bit of an active gun. At this point, it's him and Herds. Adrian having a great start to this map. He was one of the better players. Map number 1 at Consulate. Nate is in a really awful spot here, and I don't think he's going to be able to get the jump. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Can indeed.
The shield kind of protected him for a moment there. Still playing the mirror window. 30 seconds remain for Team Secret to find these last 2.
Adrian going for the defuse plant. Nade taking down Virtue. Off of the plan, Adrian goes. Damage is being done from Herds. Seeking some shelter by the mattress. Herds worried about Jacuzzi. The Ace sprinting in towards bathroom to try and deal some damage. But right now, Nade is evading him for the time being. Meanwhile, off site. They lost it.
Yeah.
Wow. Excellent play by Team Secret yet again, and Groovy puts a nice try in chat.
All 3 of the shields didn't really find much success. I will say the shields from Team Secret did a good job of distracting, causing chaos up those red stairs. It turned into an absolute calamity as 3 Furia players ended up dying over towards that Cash side of the map. The shields themselves also, as I said, went down, but it's okay because they managed to get that space for their teammates. At the end of the day, you don't need the shield players to be getting frags. You just need them to get space so that the other teammates can start popping off around those shields, and that's exactly what happened for Team Secret. They really are using this double shield combo to such effectiveness. They've long been the shield team inside of Europe, and Furia playing down in Brazil. They're quite used to playing shields, playing up against some strong shield teams as well, with how many good shield teams there are in that region. Secret stand a little bit more alone as the top shield team in Europe.
How many times did you say that yesterday, by the way?
What? That they were a good shield team?
Top shield team, not good shield team.
Well, the thing is, no other EU teams rely that heavily on shields. Like, BDS don't play that many shields. Virtus Pro don't play, like, any shields. G2 play some shields, admittedly, but G2 are... G2 are G2.
G2 won their game against Team Liquid today.
G2 aren't a bad team. G2 are just a lottery ticket every single game. You never know what you're going to get. I always say G2 have the highest highs
but
and
Jesse,
the
I
lowest
love
lows.
Gamba.
Well, then G2 might be the team for you. I don't know, Parker.
Okay.
I like G2. I like G2.
Oh, I lost it all.
But they certainly control when they want to.
G2 won today. They are 4-0 at the current moment atop their group. And because Joel / Team Joel, as it's affectionately referred to as, have already gone home, the rest of that group is safe. What is going on? Groovy just shot the Blackbeard in the back. This is such a messy execute. Groovy walking in. He and Virtue have taken so much damage. What the hell is going on here? Everybody firing at everybody? The attackers have control of the bomb site. The defenders have relinquished control. Jesse, the schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
Where the hell is the defuse kit? It looks like it is down there.
That is a great question. KZ over his side of Moto takes down Groovy. Virtue on a single point of HP. There's still half of the round left, by the way.
I don't think Virtue's going to use it all. He immediately goes down to KZ. Nice little cleanup. Again, they try for the fast sight hit. They did that to an extent on round number 1, but much more ready for it on the side of Furia. Great anchor play coming out. Those SAS players on the side of Furia. Make sure they lock that down. It was a fast hit through blue. The fuse kit was down inside of Armory super early in that rush, so we didn't really get to see the game plan unfold in the way Team Secret wanted it to. That is now the first round that Furia have won, and notably they've won it in the first quarter, which means they'll be able to play it again through this half, and that's important because a map like CCTV, Church and Arsenal can be really, really good on a map like Clubhouse, and yeah,
that was not an insignificant amount of damage, by the way, to Joom, and Joom got down to second later as he was wondering why he got shot in the back. That's not ideal.
They had blue control. I mean, they should have realized, hey, this is where we're at. But, you know, in the chaos, things happen.
Through 3 rounds, Groovy and Adrian sit at 10 kills apiece. This is the best start to a map that they've had here at the 6 Invitational. Really has been quite lackluster for these 2 players. Joom and Savage have had slow days, though.
For sure. Joom is playing constant shield, so I don't want to dig into his stats too badly. It's the Blackbeard, so it's a shield with a gun, but...
I mean, Blackbeards can also fry.
Yes, they can, but the way he's been playing it has been more like a shield and less like a fry cook, you know?
Right. Both of them rocking shields, by the way. Joom and Savage, the 2 players that we talked about. Active guns in the hands of the other 3 players. I guess there's an active gun in the hands of Joom, but just maybe a bit differently. Black Mirror ejected on the CCTV walls, so on repel, Groovy will continue to fire in. Nobody from the defenders playing in that position. KZ and JV92 both in good position right now on rafters as grenades get sent out and Adrian loses an awful lot of HP. The zombie unbanned, this is exactly what you come to expect. KZ gets picked back up by his own stim pistol.
Great dock usage.
Excellent docking.
You don't often see this in Rainbow Six Siege because Doc is not a very high-value pick, but in a position like Rafters where Capital bolts and nades are so effective at downing those players without taking direct gunfights, that is where Doc shines.
Very rare to see such extreme docking on your screen.
I'm really trying to ignore it, Parker.
What, ignore the great dock play?
No.
KZ was excellent.
Ertz is lurking in the kitchen, by the way. Not going to be immediately impactful, but just keep an eye on that. Late in the round could have some kind of an impact. The focus for the attack is largely on Garage, though. KZ sitting up here still with JV92. Secret don't have an answer, and they're kind of in a danger spot of stalling out.
I mean, obviously, jokes aside, Joom used both of those frag grenades perfectly on the KZ. The only reason why Furia didn't suffer a worse fate is because of the operator in that position.
Yeah.
So it was played very well by Team Secret. Furia just respond with the only operator that's well-suited for this. I guess a Rook technically could have worked because you can pick yourself back up with the Rook armor. That's the new withstand that's been added.
Right.
Other than that, Team Secret really at risk of stalling out. What a shot by KZ on the Groovy. Groovy's been having a much better map so far. We'll have to wait out the next round. Now it's Savage taking some damage at the hands of Philippox. Joom looking for a pick up on Rafters as he and the Mountain are right now just out of pace with the rest of this team. 30 seconds to go. Joom dies. Savage needs to work his way up those rafter stairs. He's bogged down. Virtue's the one holding Diffuser. He's got 15 seconds to get up to Cache CCTV. He's by the main door, Jesse. Team Secret are stuck in the Brazilian quagmire. That is Furia, and it's a flawless round for the defending world champs. Very well done by Furia.
It's still 2-2, and there's only, 2 more rounds and a half, but honestly, attack timeout might be deserved after that. Twister decides it's not necessary. The problem is maybe too apparent for the players on Team Secret. So slow. Stalled out. I mean, they had one game plan that was nade out the players' rafters. That didn't work, and then we're sitting bottom garage. We're sitting outside the map. We're waiting for something to happen. And KZ says, I'll make something happen. Goes for a couple of big swings in that round and hits some beautiful shots. The reigning 6 Invitational MVP is one player that you never want to be testing. Team Secret, when you give him that opportunity, when you let him just take the fights that he wants to take, he's going to start hitting shots eventually. 5-2 now is KZ. Philippox 7-3 as well on the side of Furia. It's really been their game today on Clubhouse. These last couple of rounds are an opportunity for Secret to grab the lead, take a 4-2 split going into the second half. It's been odd. It's been an oddly paced half. Some rounds are explosive into the site immediately. Some rounds are stalling out the whole time. You got to strike some kind of a balance if we're Team Secret. Take the first minute 30, clear this cache extension. Take the next minute 30, execute on the site. Don't lose too many bodies. I feel like they need to rein it in a little bit because either they're going for quite gimmicky, I should say, shield rushes on certain parts of the map, or they're stalling out. They're not finding any way to get going, and they won't be bringing shields in round number 5, so they need some other way to start these pushes.
Maybe a punch hole with the ACOG in hand for the castle of KZ.
Look at the player cam. He's looking at his teammate's screen. He's trying to see somebody else on a default or some other kind of info. Just laying things.
He's playing it off. What are you cooking up down there?
Nothing to find so far. They will be starting somewhat on this cash side, but immediately now we see the team start to rotate more towards Jacuzzi. Logi Hatch going to get opened up. KZ finding nothing in the basement.
I was actually wrong about the map stats, by the way. I guess we've just gotten lucky with the Clubhouses. Clubhouse is actually the second least played map after Skyscraper.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bit puzzling. Most played map is Chalet, and then Bank shortly thereafter, and then Lair right after that. Lair only having 3 of the bomb sites played. Chalet has had a pretty even swath. Blade, has there been a bar stage from Clubhouse? No, there's not.
We saw this.
Great site.
We saw this style of push from Secret yesterday in their match against Shopify, where Adrian is really just lurking and trying to deny this window so his teammates can stay safe.
Oh, JV92 is prepared for Adrian. That's the Lion who didn't even get to use a Lion scan. Did you see?
Nope, I didn't see one.
Didn't see nor hear it go off either. Deathmark will go out, and I think this is the right time. Joom held off the score sheet so far on Clubhouse, and he's going to track down the Azami of Herds as KZ catches him running up the stairs. KZ had spent much of that round down in the escape tunnel, dirt tunnel as you want to call it. JV92 had to deal with 2 separate targets. Savage wins that one. Virtue and Groovy taking a bit of damage. Not too much. Time is starting to be a concern for Team Secret. KZ can hit a flank. Numbers advantage for Furia allows KZ to do that, and he will have no problem overwhelming one of these attackers.
Destruction being controlled now by Team Secret because a player lurking Logi. That could be a huge problem.
I don't think they know either.
No, they've got no idea.
Savage just needs to step up, and Philippox can kill him through that hole into construction. Philippox is going to get him in just a second. One's good enough. How about a second? No. Savage manages to get out of the way. They find KZ on the flank, and now Savage will hunt down Philippox, who's got the shotgun out. And the Type 89 will go. Philippox hits the ground. Nade a kill off screen. On their map, Furia takes the lead.
They're reading them so beautifully on the side of Furia. Like a book they read. And honestly, it feels like Furia know every move you're going to make. That round really was reminiscent of a round that we saw last night in their match against Shopify. So you got to imagine Igor, the coach of Furia, did a good amount of VOD review last night. Able to watch some of that, help out his teammates. Even still, though, like when they had the players outside of those main windows, you saw they tried to open up the con window, but there was a mute jammer on a castle barricade. So now the Hibana can't open that up. And now you can't even play by the windows because your one player, Adrian, that was playing Raptors, ends up going down as well, who was supposed to watch that angle for you. So it just got really messy from Team Secret. And all the things they tried to do were preemptively being countered by Furia. They got to find something new here, some other way to start off on the right foot. Clubhouse can be quite defender-sided at times, so even if they do lose 4-2, the game's not over. They have the ability to bounce back.
I like that you say can be defender-sided.
Okay.
Because right now, through the 3 plays, this will be the 4th time that this map has been played so far in this event. It is a 50-50 map.
Wow.
49% of rounds won by the defenders, 51% of those rounds won by the attackers. 39 active rounds, not including the 5 that have been played so far. That's really quite fascinating.
Yesterday, for Team Secret, it was a attacker-sided map. They won just 43% of their defenses against Shopify. They will need to do better than that if they want to beat Furia, no matter how this first half ends.
There's one more 50-50 map, by the way. It's Chalet. Most played map. 112 rounds have been played on Chalet. 56 rounds won by the attackers, 56 rounds won by the defenders. And honestly, pretty even numbers across all the sites, too. Chalet is the fairest map for teams in the map pool at the moment.
Love Chalet.
I do as well.
Joom trying to get his first kill of this map on the Blackbeard now. We'll be playing down towards the main stairs. There is no roam game from Furia this time around, so it will be kind of a late execute. This is the first time we really see the standard basement. Philippox, surely.
No. Herds' Nitro Cell works. Philippox with the follow-up. Team Secret had an electrifying start to this map, but since then, Jesse, it has been Furia all the way down. It's almost as if they needed some time to settle into a different pace from Consulate. With this being Furia's map, Secret opted to start on attack. That means Furia will likely excel when the side swaps.
Yeah.
It was incumbent on Secret to win 4 rounds in this first half. They are far from that. Got a read on blue. They know one is coming in that direction. Not blind at all. Groovy and Virtue with 2 kills, but there's more than enough backup. KZ with the very final kill. And it's a 4-2 first half for Furia. As we said, they didn't choose this side. They now go to presumably the better side, and frustration must be setting in on the side of Secret.
Again, those early round entries on defense is something Furia do so extremely well. You know, their ability to just work a pick in the early round. They are never afraid, even taking steps like what we saw from Philippe around main stairs, to swing out up against a Blackbeard, use the Nitro Cell as a bit of a distraction, and then hit a beauty flick to get that Blackbeard. That's something that Furia will do time and time again. They are not afraid to make early aggressive entries on the defense. Even in a 5v5, it's been so consistent, even on strong bomb sites throughout their time in Rainbow Six Siege over the last couple of years. They've been known to make moves like this, and it's working against a team like Secret, who maybe playing in Europe might not be as used to such an aggressive style. I say that. They've played a multitude of international events. They scrim against these teams all the time. I don't really think it's an experience problem on Secret, but whatever the case is today, they're kind of falling for that, and Furia, these aggressive moves that they're trying to pull off are not getting punished. Not that it's easy.
Keep in mind, the spanner that got thrown in the works of this group is that most teams thought that CAG would finish bottom of the standings.
Yep.
They are right now sitting at 5 points. No team that has accrued 5 points in the group stages have ever gone home. That means you would need a historic collapse from Cyclops for them to be the team that's eliminated. That means that their position is probably quite good, as is FaZe Clan, as they're above 5 points too. That leaves Shopify Rebellion, Team Secret, and Furia all fighting to avoid being sent back before we can get into the second phase of this event. Right now, it's anybody's game. All 3 of those teams have put up really good showings in a variety of maps. But at this present moment, it's Team Secret who's maybe a tiny step behind Shopify Rebellion and Furia. The second half doesn't start off any better than the first half ended, Jesse. Groovy dies to Herds. Oh no, Herds gets picked apart by Savage, who's right now upstairs inside a kitchen. He goes on drone, gets the kill, hits the hatch, and he's gone. A nice answer back from Team Secret, despite suffering that first blow.
Yeah, 1 for 1 is not bad at all. What happens with Joom is really going to define the rest of this round. If he kills Philippox on the Ying, that is such an important pickup that might just be enough to win them the round, even though he's here though.
Joom has 2 operators technically. Now he has none. He dies after taking down Philippox. KZ trades right back. When Furia were at their best, this team worked in groups and were able to very quickly trade each other out. They always knew where they were. And while they often are a team of individuals, there was some good coordination between them. This looks more like the old Furia than we've seen in quite some time. They've honestly had plenty of time to workshop it. It's been 6, 7, 8 months since we saw them at the last event when they were knocked out by Team Liquid in the Manchester Major back in May. Since then, Furia missed the Major in Montreal and, well, haven't lived up to, I think, their own expectations.
So 40 seconds to make this 3v3 execute work now. JV92 is going to bring Diffuse Kit in through dirt. He's got teammates, looks like nades over by Kitchen. KZ on the top floor as well. Could go for a moto drop, depending on where they want to end up pushing in the end here. Notably, everybody is going to be solo, so watch out.
JV92 gets the opening pick. Might have just bought himself some time. He wanders on in. The Bees will isolate over towards blue. They force Virtue right into JV92's waiting arms. And now it's Adrian trying to wrap around the back of Church through the hallway, finding Nade. JV92's confidence shaken, but for a moment, KZ will need to watch over towards blue, and he gets the final pick. Adrian is sat down, and that's a 5th round for Furia. as they are speed running this best of 3.
They just make it look like a day in the office, don't they? They make it look so easy, Parker. Even when they lose some of these early operators, I said Philippe going down might be the thing that ruins that push for them because they lose their Ying, their primary execute op. But what do? They just lurk one guy down dirt tunnel with the fuse kit, I may add, who finds 2 separate picks. And, you do got to be a little critical of Secret, maybe in that bomb site. Not reacting very well to where that push was coming from JV92, but even still, Furia, their composure, their ability to play that late rounds, the ability to play multiple different positions. Oh, no. I told you JV92 was a bit of a clown, didn't I?
This was a great shot. Look at that.
Yeah, he's a talented clown. Nobody's taking that away from him.
There was opportunities for puns for talented clown, but I just rolled with it.
Okay.
Better to be a talented clown than a talentless clown.
I would agree with that.
I'm glad that we could agree. I think we're at our best when we're friends with each other and not adversaries.
Every player on Furia is so talented, though. It's why they're such a strong and dominant team.
You can't keep getting away with it.
They all play their roles so well. People often ask who's the best player on Furia. And I don't think it's even really a fair question because everybody
just spray paint my mouth.
Something so different on that team. Are you going to compare JV92 to KZ to Nade? I mean, they work well as a unit, and that is their strength.
KZ is woken up after a bad game that we saw against CAG Osaka. God knows Furia needed that. It's okay if Philippe Hawks and Nade don't kill as well as the rest of their teammates. That's what their role is designed to do. Philippe Hawks didn't get that memo, though. He's got 10 kills so far. He's actually leading the game at the moment.
Philippe Hawks are IGL. You're not supposed to get kills.
Saves over the rest of them. Gives them to Groovy. Though I will say, Groovy and Adrian are both sitting at 6 kills each. This is significantly better than what we saw out of them yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. JV92 is forced out of this position over towards Catwalk. Erds is the only player who's taken any damage, and now he's been dropped. I'm very curious as to... Oh, I think he fell off the roof.
That was after he got down. He got shot to be downed and then dropped off so that he could get picked up later. Not the focus, though. They've got to clear this cache extension first, and it's being rather difficult for Furia.
Joom is finished off by JV92. Joom at 1-8. That is an unideal scoreline at the moment. Groovy will now watch red stairs, and JV92 is within the vicinity. So JV92 could do some damage, but there's a Kiba barrier that will give Groovy a bit of protection. Groovy needs to pick his engagement. Nade's also out on that catwalk. Down goes JV92. KZ will follow shortly thereafter. Groovy looks for one, and he will secure that pick onto Nade. It's Herds and Philippox as the last two remaining make that just Philippox. It's a very tough position to be in. He's not going to find a single kill.
Flame up, bro. Yeah, boys. Let's go. Come on.
They sweep through him. Furia will have some stumbles even if they win this map. Team Secret desperately needing that round to stay in the action.
Like this from Twister, the coach standing behind the team. He's got to get some energy into these guys. They've got to use that round win to roll it into more. This comeback is not impossible, but it will be difficult, and even more so. They don't believe in themselves if they're not hyped up for during these big moments where they do win those rounds. It was just a classic, solid, zombie-focused cache extension, and I mean, sometimes that's all it takes. JV92 managed to crack it open a little bit with the Blackbeard, but it didn't matter in the end. The trades came out quite nicely from Team Secret, and they worked around those Kiba barriers, worked around their reinforcements. That's all it takes. Teamwork and multiple different angles can be enough to win those gunfights. It is not easy to clear a cache extension like that. Didn't see anybody from Furia going down below, which opened up that space for Secret to take it. And now they can hold cache once again because it's not going to be an extension. It's going to be the bomb site for CCTV cache.
I'm going to kind of wag my finger a little bit at Furia and their droning for that particular map, or in that particular round on this map. I didn't really see much gain from intel either, and I mean, Furia is a team that isn't really known for extraordinarily good droning. All of the things we talk about with Furia, very little of it really does come down to what might be the strongest gadget in the entire game. If you're going to brute force your way into the bomb site, you got to win your gunfights, and that's obviously a major problem here. This is a... Wow. Almost never see that bandit trick.
Yeah. He gets it done, though, and then the Kiba barrier covers his retreat. That's good tech.
Brilliant stuff. And he's got the castle barricade blocking the door as well. They have completely devised this plan to stop a single can opener.
Boy, they thought of everything.
Admittedly, while it's just a can opener, keeping that garage panel closed is huge for the defenders. It won't last that long because it's actually very easy to shoot that bandit battery.
Yeah, that gives them an angle onto Adrian now, of course, up top rafters. You might think, why are they even breaching that? But obviously, it's a very popular angle to deal with that one position that Adrian's now playing. Sitting on the default cameras. These Kibas, these castles, they've all been a huge problem for Furia. They haven't brought much util to clear that out. There's 2 nades on the side of Herds. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult to take rafters here. I don't know what the game plan's going to end up being for Furia. Maybe I just walk the Monty in, I suppose.
Will he get an escort up these stairs? That's the question. Zombie's still playing in this position. Fleepox will see that as a very distinct silhouette as Groovy bops up and down on that position. You're going to need to put some pressure on either this castle barricade or on the wall. Another player from Team Secret sits in that angle, grenade primed and ready, and they'll get dropped right on their head like an anvil. Down goes Adrian. No real opportunity there. Now JV92 will try to engage. It's a tough shot to make. Groovy manages to evade the grenade and goes for a second. How about a third? No, his luck will run out. Fleepox punishing him, and now Raptor control will go to Furia. They have to translate this to the bomb site with 50 seconds left.
Take a moment here, reposition KZ Red. It's the pick.
That's Red control. You've got Raptors control. You can now slowly squeeze these players out. Savage will assume the position on top Red as KZ is now fallen downstairs. Monty inside of the bomb site is a huge impediment. And Fleepox will get the diffuser to the halfway mark. Savage tempting over towards the breach. He stops it. Where's the coverage? KZ was caught. Unfortunately, as he was trying to rotate back to the bomb site, the smoke managing to get away. KZ with limited intel, limited time. It's just him and Savage in a 1v1. And KZ misplays it, but he doesn't know where Savage is, so he takes a guess, and the guess is not good. Another round for Secret. They're 1 round away from closing the gap.
Savage, the IGL, gets it done in the 1v1. Big moves coming out from Secret to win that round. It would look very scary in the 2v3 once that Monty plant started to come out, but it was really that aggression from Secret in the late round, making the moves to go for the swings and retake that space, retake that man advantage, and Savage steps up late. Massive plays coming out from the players on Team Secret. They continue the momentum, and they're now just 1 round away from striking distance and tying up the game. Good play from Groovy up inside of Raptors as well. We didn't see it, but there's the typing. He said, JV, are you still here?
JV said yes, by the way.
Yeah, he responded, I am.
Kudos to him for playing along.
Yeah, he's a good sport.
All the way over on the A stream, by the way, we have Virtus Pro and W7M going to a 3rd map.
Oh.
That's the major defending champions of W7M. Virtus Pro, it's been a long time since they won anything. But they are consistently a force to be reckoned with.
We keep casting the same couple of groups, Parker. I feel like we haven't seen those teams at all.
We have casted the same 7 teams. I don't know who made this schedule. It wasn't us. We just keep on the same, oh my, Virtue, run, 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 run. That's a Blackbeard. Grenade will go down. He wants to exchange his own Nitro Cell, and it will get the down. Oh my. Fleepox will need to be retrieved. Virtue lost a lot of life in the process. Blackbeard is back up, but he and Herds will suffer greatly for this. Furia still have a timeout if things continue to go from bad to worse. This is the downstairs bomb site. Furia are trying to get there very quickly. They're wasting no time at all. Maybe 92 liked this position before when he was here on the Maverick. Now he's on Sledge, and he still wants to play this tiny pixel angle inside a dirt tunnel.
Doesn't have Diffuse Kit this time around. We can play a little bit more aggressive.
Leaphox did. It's been traded off to Nade now. Logic bombs will go. This is a really tough angle. Oh my, almost caught with his pants down. The grenade works. It sends Adrian sky high. Savage is there to follow up. I don't want to say that JV92 could have been a bit more patient with his gun out because he still did get one. But with the HP of Herds and Philippox, Furia cannot be happy with the state of the game at the moment. At least they've done some damage to Savage and Virtue. It's a little bit over a minute still to go in this round. Attackers are supposed to have the advantage here. Or else why would Secret go to this side to start with?
I mean, again, a lot of teams do just like starting on the side that is more difficult to get it out of the way. Something G2 have talked about in the past. I know Liquid like that as well. This might just be the side that Secret are feeling better on. Although they're going to have to hold down the site 3v4 as Savage falls to Herds.
Virtue's got one lined up. He was prepared and ready for Herds in that position. Where will the Blackbeard go? Based on the blue silhouettes on our map, they are all spread out. Leaphox inside a dirt tunnel. Now there's damage from KZ to almost kill Joom, who might be going 1 in 10. Keep a barrier dropped. Grenade goes over. Joom will indeed go 1 in 10. It's Virtue and Groovy as the last two alive. Groovy looking to break double digits. Nobody other than Savage on this team has been able to pull it off. Savage had a bit of a slow start, but he's picked things up. It's all up to Groovy to try to hold this intact. He gets one over towards blue. Diffuser going down. Philippox watching. Around the boxes is Nade. Down goes Philippox, Nade, and Groovy in a 1v1. A single point of HP for Groovy. Nade just needs to play this one well. And Secret wins on time. He bailed on the plant. I thought for certain that Diffuser had gone down. He must have gotten off at the last second to go into that engagement. Furia seemingly letting emotions get to them. Over the last 2 rounds, there's been some panic in the side of Furia. I am not surprised at all to see them call their timeout. They're not playing like we know they can.
No, I mean, Nade pulling off at the last second there. He saw that, he heard the sprinting. It was a little bit farther away than maybe he thought. Took a couple of gunfights there at the last 1v1, but just couldn't find it in time. And Groovy, maybe we shouldn't have typed at this guy. He is now top fragging the team and just one behind the top frags of Furia. He has been popping off ever since JV92 typed in the chat. I don't know. Feels a little bit like he's heating up. That push from Secret, a bit all over the place. Push from Furia, I should say. Felt good. The defense was struggling to hold on. Dropping bodies left and right as Philippox on the Blackbeard was making a ton of space for his teammates in that 3v3. But the response was always there on the clutch gene. It runs in the family of Groovy. I really like how they were willing to expand outside the bomb site in that round, both inside a dirt tunnel and then main stairs. We saw it from Adrian, then we saw it from Virtue. They were really happy to just push up and stop Furia before they really could set up around the bomb site, and that made it into a 3v3 push rather than an awkward kind of 5v5 where Furia probably would have been more favored. That's something that Furia themselves did quite well on the defense, getting those opening picks, working that early advantage on defense. Secret have done a great job of it here in the second half, and not for that exact reason, they have tied it 5-5. We might just see Skyscraper after all, Parker.
I'm starting to get that feeling, Jesse. And honestly, I really don't want to say what I'm about to say, but a lot of these last 2 rounds have not made me feel like it's Secret winning the rounds. It feels like on the last 2 rounds, it was Furia losing them. That last round in particular. KZ's 1v1 against Savage, that one literally can go either way.
Sure.
But you got Groovy on the run in a 1v3. Bogged down inside a church, all you need to do is stick the Blackbeard in a position where he can't be dealt with. Have them trust in the plant. Groovy's been playing around blue for most of these rounds. You should have some knowledge of his spot. Good clutches usually involve your opponent making a mistake.
Yeah.
Furia made some mistakes in that previous round. Ruby capitalized off of it. Kudos to him for that. Furia are far from a perfect team, but some of these mistakes seem below their potential.
Yeah, Furia, though, they've got their tack timeout. Now they can kind of reformulate a plan. Gym bedroom will be our bomb site for round number 11. And instead of clearing through the cache side, Furia are opting, looks like they're going to go straight direct. Jacuzzi wall being opened up early. Diffuse kit's still over here. They might get some players down below, try to walk up the main stairs at some points. Probably going to have some pressure on the Logi hatch. Yes, it will be JV92 down here.
That's a heck of a shot. JV92 trying to take the head off the Azami. That did not work well for Furia the last time they tried that in Rafters, if you recall.
And KZ doing exactly what we saw at a Team Secret. With one player lurking Rafters to deny this
it was
cache
Adrian.
window. It was Adrian, yeah. There's nobody even in CCTV nor cache. Virtue's not far away, but that means that they can start playing these windows with some safety. It can be a little scary sometimes playing the site windows on this bomb site, but they've got the cover.
Birds eliminating Joom, looking for another as the Azami is just close enough to that bed to be dealt with. Grenade goes in as one player will drop off. There goes Adrian. Savage now down as well. Philippok's the only casualty on the side of Furia. A very different team has emerged from this timeout. KZ reads Virtue's return to the site at top of red. And it's the defending world champs now sitting on series point.
Big thing that changed between last round and this round, they didn't lose any bodies before they went for their execute. That was a full 5v5, and Secret weren't able to work any of those picks. You saw a slight opportunity as Groovy took a gunfight over on the gym hatch, but otherwise, Furia had everything they wanted. They had all 5 players, and as soon as somebody said 3, 2, 1, go, they went. We were watching that for the POV of the Nook over by Rafters.
Oh, here it comes.
JV, last time you typed, it did not go well, brother. I'm just saying, be careful. It is series point for you, and Furia have played well so far today. That was a great final round, but you're only one away from overtime.
Joom doesn't even dignify that with a response.
It's hard to type when you're 1-11, I gotta say, Parker. It's
what
hard
can
to type
you say
back.
at that point? Like,
yeah.
Whenever I play games myself and I'm doing poorly and somebody smack talks me, I'm like, I just sit there so defeated because I know there's nothing I can actually say. What am I gonna do? You got me.
My 1 kill was really impactful, actually.
I don't even know when Joom got that 1 kill.
I have no idea. It was early. He's been on 1 for a minute now.
You want to know a fascinating fact?
Tell me your fascinating fact, Parker.
We are heading to round 12.
Wow, fascinating.
Furia has 11 first bloods.
Jeez.
Now, mind you, 2 of them were trades.
Sure.
Round 2 and round 10 were both trades, so there was really nothing gained from that. But that means in 9 other rounds, Furia has been able to, or well, I suppose technically 8 rounds if you included this as the 12th round.
Right.
They have had a sizable advantage for a period of time, and yet they haven't been able to translate all of those. Conversion rate has not been great for them. They've dropped 4 of those rounds where they struck first. Some maps you see, you get the first blood, you win it all.
Yep.
This time around, Furia has been so strong. Uh-oh. Oh! He thought he had nade dead to rights. Virtue slaughtered as the metal shielding falls off of the wall. Bad start for Team Secret. Now they'll be hunted down by one of those logic bombs. Groovy misplaying a Kiba barrier. Adrian getting aggressive not too far below. Both of them harassed by drones as they're thrown in towards the bomb site. Adrian's also lost some of the protection over towards that top of blue.
Just another opening pick, Parker. Written in the stars. They're still just outside the bomb site trying to work a pick. Drone goes in, so does Hurts.
That is a very brazen play. They talked about Joom, and he gets 2 kills, and he might have just turned the round on its head, Jesse. Again, JV92 shouldn't be typing to these players.
Somebody disable his keyboard. He can keep the keys that need to be played the game. WASD is fine, but somebody's got to disable the rest of them.
He's not allowed to crouch or run. Or slow walk.
He's got to get one of those MMO mice that
Or
has
lean,
like
or
100
lean.
buttons.
Down goes Adrian at the hands of JV92, so you'll have to shut down these last 3 players. Savage on the vigil with the Boss G. He's going to have the SMG-12 as his secondary. He's playing far enough back that Boss G did get nerfed, but it's still enough to drop players at closer range. You're only going to have 2 opportunities, though. That thing kicks like a mule. Him versus JV92. He's missing the first shot. Disoriented by Nade. JV92 with another. Running forward. Down goes Nade. Frozen out of the sight. June tossing out a Nitro Cell. It's all up to Groovy. Groovy clutched just a couple rounds ago. Can he pull it off again? This time, it would send his team to OT. Philippox getting the diffuser down, absorbing an awful lot of damage. Groovy still at full HP. But look at Philippox and JV92. Both so low. JV92 is the last word. And he stabs a dagger through the hearts of Team Secret. Tense moments for the Brazilians. But Furia get the job done. A 2-0 victory. And Team Secret still winless at the 6 Invitational.
And that's why he's allowed to type. To be clear.
You can't just change your mind like that.
Listen, when he gets a 4K on the round, I absolutely can. JV92, fantastic final round there. Obviously stepping up big time for Furia. The respect being paid now as they will shake hands. It's all fun and game inside the server.
It's not real.
No. These players know that. Smiles on the faces. Team Secret, not going to be happy with that performance, though. At least yesterday, you could look back at their series against Shopify Rebellion and say, well, Secret, they played really well on at least 2 of those maps. Today, didn't feel like it was the same. Their clubhouse was okay. I liked the comeback. Their defenses looked pretty solid, but it just wasn't enough against the world champions.
And honestly, props to Groovy for having an incredible match. He showed up when they needed him the most, but Secret just couldn't close it out. The rest of the team not doing well enough. That's it for this series. There's another one coming up. Let's throw to a quick break, and then we'll talk about what we saw between Furia and Secret.
Available now.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother. Into red time we go. Where's the response? The couple's through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des.
It is, and look at the cover. J9 is in the back room. It's killed 4.
This is it. You look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Des. Make it a third. It's a 3K.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target.
This can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. And he swings on to Dodes. Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees, information. Shaiko pushing for it. Nath is there.
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Creeps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. What a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
Being rhymes with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plan is close and he gets the headshot kill.
When he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know. The 1v2.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Well, it was a 2-0 for the defending world champs, showing why they won the hammer on home soil in Brazil not long ago. But while they might not be as formidable as they once were, Furia are still fearsome as ever. Team Secret have had a rough start to the 6 Invitational. Jesse, they had their hands full against Shopify Rebellion yesterday, but at least they got to map 3 before the magic ran out. This time around, it was an 0-2 loss for the Europeans. For a team that repeatedly makes the top 8 at an event, what is going on with Secret?
It just feels like there's some consistency issues from them. They're playing the same couple of maps, playing some similar strategies back and forth, and we're just not being able to see them contest against the best of the best. This is a tough game up against Furia. They had a tough game yesterday. They're in a tough group, and these tough games are going to keep coming, but they've got to be able to find some way to break through at some point. We're seeing bright spots from some of these players for sure. Groovy, as you mentioned before the break, had a great game here today on Clubhouse, but it just wasn't going to be enough. You see the stats ahead of you. He did top frag, or top EPS, I should say, for the team. Top frag did technically go to Savage for Team Secret. On the side of Furia, it was really a 3-headed monster. Fleepox, KZ, and just at the end there, JV92 stepped up massively in this game to take down Team Secret. Got away from them a little bit in that 3-round stretch there on the second half, but in the end, it was still Furia's game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Furia is that they've got 5 players that can get kills, right? Nate has had a bit of a disappointing event so far in terms of the kill department.
Nate won a hammer putting up stats like that. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I know. And I think Nate's a great player. I'm just saying that he's the lone standout in the wrong direction. I'm just trying to do a small contrast here, right? Like, we can't just sing all of Furia's praises. We got to talk about some of the downsides. And I will also say that Furia showed some issues with drone work, intel work, and getting a little bit too overconfident. And yeah, against lower teams, you get punished. Or you're not going to get punished so much. But against a team like Secret, when their gunners are gunning, you're going to get punished. And Secret did that on a number of rounds.
Maybe typed a little bit too much, too. Seemed like they were powering up the enemy a little bit. But still ended up working out.
That's it for our third match. We've got one more. You're in very good hands moving forward. Who's it going to be? What teams are going to play? Who's going to win? Find out in just a moment. Jesse's going to go skiing.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the
drop, maybe expecting a run through from front entrance, which there was one player that was stationed there for W7M, but by everyone evacuating the site, when that drop did come through and the plant was coming through, no one was close enough to actually stop it in time, and so the plant is successful. Now, if they had nitro cells, maybe a different story, then maybe it's the correct play. But you're giving up site, plant is successful, and you don't have top floor control.
That's the moment as well, obviously. Dan went above by himself, I believe, towards the end and reclaimed the verticality. There might have been somebody else that took the longer route through behind that we didn't see that engagement from, but still, it almost felt like when they did try that flood back in, it was a bit too spread out. You obviously had joystick in the bathroom position. You had, I think it was always trying to force his way towards the main door and the main way in towards the site itself, and via potentially detention or jail pressure. You had Dan going above.
I mean, to be fair, I guess because they did lose top floor, you can't really sit site because of the vertical pressure. So I understand from that reasoning, but there was also no one that was super close to the site.
Yeah.
Like holding on the doorways and playing quick contact. They were all really far back, like supply, back of main lobby. And so therefore, when W7M did get into the site, no one's close enough to contest.
One apiece. And, well, let's see if they can be the next to sort of set themselves back in, or actually, really, for the first time this series, we have truly traded rounds. Before it was, you know, they've wrested control from each other, they've cut each other's momentum off, but it's been good tying bits together or just grabbing control and having it back in towards their favor. Border loves to be a brawl, though. Border is brutal when you break it down, especially with teams that are more than happy to find themselves in towards gunfights. The hot pings on a player that's not going to sit around too long. Pasha is obviously on that armory position. He can try and cut himself back, but always is the one that cuts him out as Dan gets Dodez, gets a bit of revenge, even revealed on the camera, but it doesn't really matter. Seemingly the fight happened whilst players were trying to pick up and rotate towards sandwich window to cut off somebody else entirely.
Yeah, I just love the way that Virtus.pro are playing Border right now. They're not looking afraid. They're moving around the map quite well. They're taking these spawn peak battles. They're swinging, taking fights, always understanding with the shotgun up close. He's always just going to be able to find a quick kill. He does it again. 2 found in the same round from the same position. W7M not learning from their mistake prior in this round. Only mere seconds ago. 3 kills for Always. And it seems as if on the verge of a second round being found now for Virtus.pro. Don't tell me it's going to happen again.
He really wants it to, but it's Shepard that finds the back.
He's probably going to vault it at this point because it's 5v1.
Why not? He actually threw the C4. He was too far away. Dan just getting the end of it. I love that. It was like he was aggressively fishing. He followed the reel in, saying he's going to turn his back and run away from it, or he's going to aim down and try and shoot it. It didn't work. But if he had his secondary out, it probably would have. I mean, there's the timeout. An early call here from W7M.
Well, I mean, not much is working for them, is it? I mean, the one round that they did win came down to a dots 1v1. And even in that round, Virtus.pro honestly looked probably in a better shape for the vast majority of it.
Clarity.
We need a translator.
No, but I think you know, with the gestures, you can get some.
You can get the body language for sure.
You can get some body language. Feels like he sort of.
They don't look stressed.
And,
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not as if this is like a do or die elimination game, bottom of the group or anything like that. But
it's a sort of conversation that you can have with teams that are expected to win. Look at, for example, BDS, another tournament favorite apart from these other two who had a rough opening day. They bounce back later on.
Yeah.
If you're going to lose the game, it may as well be in the early stages where you can have conversations like this. It was very calm. It was learning from it. And, you know, different teams react in different ways, but still, the best teams are going to want to take these losses now so they can improve upon them, learn from them, and push it. Maybe, you know, in a few rounds, it might get a little bit more intense. But for now, you can see that they sort of have a little bit of clarity. And I don't speak Portuguese.
No.
But it felt like they were saying, do this, sort of get yourself here. Blah, 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 blah.
Well, I wonder if they were talking about maybe playing more as a team, because a lot of that last round especially just kind of looked like a ranked game where everyone just runs around, tries to get their solo entry, and then they die, and it just completely falls apart in terms of the round. Whereas for W7M, typically they play as that sort of team-orientated style so often on a lot of different maps. Right now on Border, they look a little disjointed. in their approach, the way they're running around the map or trying to hit certain positions or clear out certain positions. You know, you think about like if you want east stairs, you've got to pop east stairs pressure, you can get passport control, push through from lobby, you can do all these kind of things as a team. They're not really doing that right now. It's a lot of this kind of like, I'm going to peek the window. I'm going to take on Always, who's got a shotgun up close. I'm going to do it by myself. It's like they're not looking to me as if they've got a set plan in dealing with some of these power positions. That may change now out of the timeout.
I mean, that's the thing, right? But look at Dan. He's obviously pulled off a bit of a blinder in this area last time round. He's much more aggressive, and they realized it. Dan dashes himself back towards Fountain, where he pulled up 3 kills last time. There is some of the sort of depth in the shoulders of support as a full team push here comes through. You said you wanted it. It's starting to happen, but they're not quite able to pull a body out of the end of it. They've got to try and make something happen, and it's Dan under pressure, but underneath.
Yeah.
There's a bit of danger there from the Nook.
More importantly, though, it's W7M with, you know, 3-4 bodies all around the same area of the map, so they're playing more like a team, and then you can allow Loban on the Nook to go for that lurk, go for that roam, and he's found 2 on it as well. A successfully well-set play from W7M in this round as Dots also gets involved. Dan is very low inside of Fountain, so the trade was always going to happen as Joystick now by himself at a 1v4. A far better round from W7 on the attack. They had a set plan, a set play, and they've executed it perfectly as a set team. Much, much better.
And again, can't speak Portuguese, but if you can read body language, the gestures there from the whole team, to be honest, actually, was there you go.
It's a pretty
that is how
classical
it
sort
goes.
of round. 3-4 bodies, same sort of area. We're going to hit the site. We know what we're going to do. And then Loban, go do your thing. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. They could have easily won that round, even if Loban had died by himself and it's a 5v4. But instead, the Nook lurk is perfect. He's putting... And it's also that kill onto Shepard. That is the Nook from Loban that's putting pressure onto an area where his 3 teammates are trying to hit.
Yeah.
So again, it's all still much more connected, and they flowed a lot better in that round because of it. Whereas the previous rounds, they're all just off doing their own thing. It's clearly not working. It's disjointed. That is a good example as to what W7M really opt to be doing for the remainder of this first half.
2-2. Hey, that thing that I said hadn't really happened to start to 2. We're trading rounds. It's back and forth, but also look at the nature of the rounds. Armory now, back and forth to either team at this point in very different ways. The last time was a flawless, with Dan getting a 3K. It's an entirely different resurgence there from W7M. Now on towards Vent, where it did come down to the 1 versus 1 in the plant situation as well. But surely there's lessons learned there. Obviously, during the timeout, Virtus Pro got just as much time to talk. We'll see if that's something where they're able to piece together maybe a way that they can feel more confident. They gave up the territory because they didn't trust being underneath the danger of what was lurking above on the verticality, but from this point onwards, a quick read through here of the Flores drones. They're sort of realizing that, well, maybe there isn't a huge amount in the way. Let's get rid of this castle barricade and we might be able to get a bit of a direct route on towards the site itself. They have the shield, and you can try and get yourself a bit of a reverse plant as the bees come out, the coverage of the smoke. Dots is in, the shield's on his back, and he's going to try and stick a plant. They're going fast, and Shepard does get one, but this should be a confirmed post plant right underneath the window, which is going to be so tough to retake. They move their way across and keep a body balance, but it's traded back and forth inside of 4 versus 2, but Always is caught out deep on the run and the rotate to get 1 kill. But as I said, it's so awkward. They're going to have to try and play themselves up. The bees will give some of the game away. The castle on the window! Keep it in your pocket. They've got to rotate their way round and punch it. But at this point, Xenox, it's just hold on. Keep your nerve and keep the round.
Castle barricade just won you the round. They had no answer for it. And as you said, the rotate had to come through, but it was always going to be far too late. As soon as that castle barricade goes up, the round is done. An incredible, genius play from Dan. 3-2 lead for Virtus Pro. Another defensive round acquired on border is setting them up absolutely perfectly. Dan has been sensational in this series. And yeah, the plant did go down, but to the credit of VP, they were the ones finding the kills. Dots tried to get himself out of that position on the blitz, but he then made his side vulnerable, and he gets taken down straight away. And yeah, I mean, I think even Dan, he had no panic. He realized straight away, as soon as that castle barricade is up, we've won. He had someone to cover the single doorway on the long rotate.
I mean, to be fair, Shepard's cover, massive.
Oh, absolutely.
I think he pulled a triple kill.
By the time he got the kill, it was almost diffused anyway.
Oh, 100%. But I mean, I always have a soft spot for a castle play like that. There's something just so karmic about it that it's hard to put words in. It's a play that you can only really get in Siege, and it's so fundamentally Rainbow Six. It's great moment, and you know, cool as you like. He knew the game, he knew the play. He's 8-2, Dan, across this map so far as well. He started strong, and that has just continued. 3-2. Will this be a deadlock half of back and forth? Or for the first time on Border, can a team tie 2 rounds together? That's sort of the main question we have right now, because at this point, no one is really stepping down. Slight adaptation, not so much as a drive on towards the hard breach as it was last time. They've got themselves more in with chance at the aggression. They're not gone back to the Nook. It sort of worked well once, but they don't really want to double down on trying
it. Pass up pretty early into the round. That's better for W7M. And kind of going back to what you were talking about, whether this ends up being a bit back and forth. Border 56% defensive win rate at the tournament so far. Nice kill from Dots onto Always. Gets rid of the mute. And even though W7M's defense on this map isn't necessarily that great, I think 3-3-half is going to be fine for both teams and really sets us up for hopefully a standstill finish for this series. But this is an absolute slaughter in the 6th round. W7M, they just look pissed off. They look like they were so mad with the way that last round played out. Losing it to a castle barricade. Talk about a swift response from W7M. Flawless to close out the half. 3-3, all tied up. And dare I say, I know I've referenced that semi-final of Montreal between these two teams, but the similarities are striking. We were in this very position on the 3rd map at 3-3, and then was W7M that went and won the next 4 rounds straight. That was on Chalet.
Wow.
Another tech.
Another tech.
Pause and another pit stop. Oh, I mean, it's in the midst of the battle as well. I mean, I feel like this is the kind of technical pause neither of the two teams would want.
No.
Halftime, final map, 3-3 scoreline, all tied up. A winner will be determined very shortly, but we hold for a pause now, unfortunately. And look, honestly, it's been back and forth, quite literally. No team has actually won 2 rounds in a row so far in that opening half.
Opened with a flawless for one team, ended with a flawless for the other as well. And it was just brilliant. I mean, we're obviously getting the full dissection of the kills there, but I think you put it very well. They were angry. The way they were just clearing and pushing and pushing and pushing. They followed down to the ends of the earth. It's a 5 versus 1, and they wanted it to be done.
Yeah.
They wanted to move on, and as you said, it's why it's probably frustrating for both teams having to take this moment to pause. It gives everybody a moment to pause at this point.
I don't want to pause, though. I want the game to continue.
I think
I'm loving it. This is a really, really good series. I mean, I wouldn't go as far to say that obviously it's not the best series that we've had so far. I think there's been some maybe better ones, but maybe even less quality in those. I think the quality in the series between these two teams has been a pretty high level. Yes, there's been mistakes and errors. That's always going to happen when you play 3 maps of Siege.
Yep.
But overall, if you look at the body of work, these two have put on an absolute show, and it's been a very enjoyable experience. I don't actually even know who deserves to win. You go back to the social prediction for this match, it was 51-49.
Yeah.
It's a coin flip right down to the end.
I mean, everybody at home who voted on that, yeah, you're pretty spot on right now. It is entirely even-handed. It's equal plays. It's equal amounts of successful plants to successful plant defuse.
Let's go. We're getting back in.
At this point, though, it's, you know, anyone's game. Who's going to be the first to wrest control? Will it be perfectly mirrored? We are not starting upstairs in Armory. We're actually down in Vent here. Dan is back on the Blackbeard. They have the Nomad this time to try and control the space. They sort of made comment about it on the previous map that it wasn't something that Virtus Pro were truly putting themselves behind. That direct sort of objective play of an operator set up to try and control it. Nomad is brilliant on Border. You're looking at a very isolated rotate. There's only the 2 stairs unless you sort of bring in the man who Dodez is that can shake up some of the momentum with the jumping up of hatches, but just having some extra control, because the amount of times, to be fair, that we saw throughout this entire series, Virtus Pro being surprised by a W7M player coming up behind them, getting a kill, getting a moment, getting a knife all the way back to the beginning of Clubhouse. Well, yeah, they have that within their arsenal now, and they have that within that controlled space. The solace of Dash. We've seen some great Solace play on this map. I wouldn't say I've seen any this tournament. We've only cast this map, I think, once before, and there are a couple of moments you can have them, but I think it's just going to be a bit of this aggressive drive.
So it comes down to a final couple of rounds now to determine which of these two teams will claim the majority of the points from what's been an epic duel. If VP can close this map out, first place is just going to be almost all but assured with a victory tomorrow against Scars. It will assure it. That's how close they are to topping this group.
I'm not entirely sure why the 2 smoke canisters were already deployed here. They didn't really catch anybody out. No one was close enough. There is a bit of damage done to Dan from the side on the left, and there's some run out of tension around the corner. The blinds come across. Dan wants to be the difference, but look, there's the motions I talked about. They're so good at this. W7M, they try and manipulate themselves into these little tricky positions on towards the door of Passport here, get in underneath, get the angle up. Volps has the crossfire, and Virtus Pro, all of them pretty much, they're trying to force this problem, but it's not a problem that can be solved. Even amongst the Bs, Volps and Lobin are able to find one head each. You lose Dan, you lose Joystick.
Yeah, third opening kill as well for Lobin in only 4 rounds. So he's been able to be the entry for W7M. I know they're on the defense now, but he did it on the attack. Now also, you know, finding those early battles to go his way, even to begin on the defensive side in the second half. Sets them up nicely, 2-player advantage. 60 seconds for VP to try and get themselves back into this round, but it's going to be a difficult task in doing so. Lobin's low, has no gas babes though, so it doesn't even really matter too much if he does die on the smoke, as he's already expended those canisters.
At this point, 2 bodies missing, one of them being the Blackbeard and the sort of star player of that play. What are you going to try and get your drive through? Always. The initial top-rated player is able to find one underneath, but underneath what? He's inside the site. The rest of the players are above him, and he's going to see if he can make an opportunity. This is when the Solace should show up and do something, but nobody is close. We're suddenly in a post-plant situation, and at this point, W7M, they still have the man advantage. They can try and clear it. They have lots of time. It doesn't feel like it, but now with one more body gone, well, it feels pretty good. Will they be able to hold on to this? Will there be a response here? There's the shot through. Huge play there from Pasha, who gets himself out, concerned about the damage above, but Shepard is suddenly won vertical control. They're above it. They're around it. They've got to try and lock down Pasha, who's doing his best to find a fight, but he buys time. But a 1 versus 2. The vertical control is in their power. One of them's holding on to it. One of them's going for the coverage. They're spraying through. He just has to waste another 4 seconds. He can't find the angle. He's missing the player. He could not get the threaded needle. A difference of inches. And before a ref tells him to sit down, he's up and celebrating. Virtus Pro, they're not able to get it, but it was so much closer than it should have been.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolutely tense round. We'd hate to probably be a fan of either of the 2 teams watching that one, because it really was the kind of round can go either way. Felt like Shepard was still in a really good position to find the kill, at the very least to stop that initial counter defuse towards the end. If he does that, at that point, even if he dies, they probably don't have the time. But this is such a messy round after the 5v3. The 5v3 at the start is clean from W7M, but it's like, how does always just walk into the site? Like, how does that even happen in the first place? And then Dash, I mean, I understand you get on the plant, you've got certainly a lot of bodies that can throw, but he just does it so early. They're not even worried about where are the remaining members of Virtus Pro. He then dies because of that bathroom pressure, that hold. Yeah, there's like 6 seconds left on the clock. That was so, so close. Shepard really was in a solid position to clutch that round for Virtus Pro. But W7M, for the first time on this map, and will be the first team to do so, get 2 rounds in a row.
Couldn't have been closer. And, you know, it's not the first from nothing. Here's something that we've seen from either of these teams too far. But, you know, if you're still going to sort of nitpick, you're still going to look at the problems that might have occurred there, the long fight that was, the heavy need to try and pull attention towards the top cutting across, being caught by the player on towards break. And you can see the W7M, they're making sure that there's always this idea of pressure. They're so happy. Take a couple of steps to the side, put some attention on towards it, and keep the presence out. But there's more width coming through here from the approach of Virtus Pro. Sure, Dan and Joystick, the first two bodies gone last time, are once again trying to surmount the problem that is East, but it's Pasha. Actually, that gets caught by Dash, traded back, at least in body count, and there's always finding dots. Suddenly, that has flipped over, and there's not a kill over the gap next, so instead they're just going to pull themselves back out. Lobin and Dodes, they've doubled themselves up here towards 90, with Dash not too far away, but always he's starting to eye up the site on the far side, making his way.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what Secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold. It's all falling apart here. A 5 versus 3 goes awry.
The map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills.
Tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and June, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. June has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, caught it! 30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets a lot. Oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of the What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around.
Oh!
And he misses his shot. The box is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, we praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is.
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
He's getting it down. The punch. Gavin through the wall. From zeros to heroes. And now to a grand final. KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to hot and cold, looking away at the moment.
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagona's holding diffuser, but it's Gavin.
Dance, Gavin, dance. He's won all 3 rounds.
Everything we knew. They are your Manchester Major Champions.
Welcome back to the 6 Invitational. We're getting back into it. Last game of the day on B Stream. We've taken the late shift for once, Nick. We've been doing early games so far, but we're finally into it. It's coming down to the end of the day, but it's been a long one today. There's been a lot of games going on, a lot of exciting ones. Furia's Secret just played out. That was pretty good. Furia ended up getting it done in 2. Secret a little bit disappointing, but it's nice to see the reigning world champions back in form.
Yeah, nothing worse than a former world champion either not qualifying at all or just falling so flat. It was like, you gotta defend the title, bro. Like, come on, try harder.
Former world champions not qualifying. You would have a little bit of experience with that, wouldn't
Technically,
you?
we did qualify.
No.
Okay, we made
Was
it
that
to
the
the
guy?
event. We got invited, okay?
You got
Fine.
the Ubisoft pity
we
invite,
got the
bro.
pity invite. We tried to decline it.
And then you got knocked out by an APAC team.
And then the Brazilian team that was NIP, which we shit talked all year that year. So unlucky.
Good memories. Well, let's remember what happened today. It's been quite a few games. Raza had a decent showing. I actually bumped into Raza himself.
I heard in the bathroom.
Yeah, in the bathroom earlier today. He was having a good time. I think he was pretty happy with how the team went, despite BDS taking the win. BDS definitely needed that win after losing to DZ yesterday.
Yeah. We actually cast this match earlier today, the good old DC versus the Falcons. Pretty good. Win the 3-mapper, max OT of course, which is needed when you got Darkseer involved in the mix. There's a bit of a masterclass in the fragging department from both teams. A little bit TDM at times, but
a bit of a weird match, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how to describe it, but a couple of things happened in this match that I wasn't really sure about. Map 1 was really great for Falcons. Map 2, bit of a toss-up. And map 3, DZ just ran away with it.
Yeah.
Consulate was not a good look for Falcons. Bit of a shame after having, well, it was 6 map points across the series that they failed to convert. Bit of a rough look for them. And of course, Furia Secret ended up doing really well. In this, this is confusing because we were looking at the DZ replay. This is actually the Furia Secret game. And this is the former world champs. They were pushed a little bit by Secret, not on the first map. It was a 7-2, but Clubhouse got pretty close.
Yeah, I think it was like Furia the big lead, like 5-2, then Secret got back to 5-5, I believe. I saw this like passively in the green room. And the thing is about Secret is that I think a lot of people that don't work EUL have a hard time placing them in their mind. I know that I did as well, but I'm also a little bit biased because I play with Doom in a German Tier 2, Tier 3 league, and we play every single week together.
Really?
And he's just owning. We won every game so far.
Damn.
He dropped 16 kills, I got 0, not just IGL, and it's all good.
Yeah, we did see a little bit out of these guys when we did a little bit of EUL back in stage 2.
We did.
They capitalized massively on that shield meta when it came on out, and I think maybe there were a lot of criticisms of are they going to be able to hang since those shield metas have come through? And yeah, Jim, he had his fair share of moments, ended up losing the round. Anyway, just to, wag that in your face. Furia were back into it, though. I was really impressed. It's just hard to see what happened to this team this year, right?
Yeah.
The best team of last year, back when they were W7M, like, not even close. Like, Copenhagen, Atlanta, 6 Invitational, coming back against 5 match points. They were on for the chop. They were doing so good. Failed to qualify for one of the majors this year, and now back into it. And it does beg the question, like, where do we stand right now with the best teams in the world? We've started to see a little bit of how things are shaping up here, and there's no team that is looking perfect, right? Like even BDS,
yeah,
a lot of people,
like everyone's beatable. FaZe talked about CG.
Yeah.
So like they can't be the best in the world then, right? Or maybe CG are the best in the world.
What the hell is that about, by the way? We will get to CAG a little bit later. We get to see them take on another behemoth. But yeah, speaking of, we saw them play Furia, and it was a close game, but Furia ended up winning it. Where do you sit at the moment? Like, let's say we had to do a little bit of a power ranking.
Okay.
Top 8 teams at the moment at 6 Invitational.
Grab my piece of paper here.
Got our piece of paper. All right.
So I got my phone for visual reference as well.
Well, I've got it on my laptop here.
Okay,
all right.
perfect.
So we've got a couple of teams that are obviously in the conversation. So obvious one, BDS, the runners-up at both majors in the last year.
BDS.
Another obvious one, Furia,
easy.
reigning world champions. FaZe, because they're just always near the top and yet
They're
haven't.
FaZe clan, 3C no scope, baby. Like you can't count them out ever.
Yeah, they
Wrong
also
game, but
they haven't won anything since the Sweden major in
They've
Yavle
been
4 years ago.
The most consistent org in the game's history, probably though. Top 4s, grand finals, top 2s. They don't win every time, but they get stuck to finals. It's pretty good.
Okay, so who else is in this conversation for top 8?
I'm gonna say top 4 even. My dark horse this event, Shopify Rebellion.
What you were gonna say that?
I rate this so much. They came as Sonics, of course. Got different org, but I think they have such a high potential. Not top 8, top 4.
Okay,
we can keep building.
Shopify. Well, that's 4 teams so far. I want to chuck another one in the mix.
Okay.
Hey. VP. I feel like VP have earned
it. Are they top 8 ready?
I reckon they're definitely top 8.
Didn't they just lose?
No, they just won, didn't they?
Did they win?
Wait,
I thought they lost.
I'm blanking.
We gotta check.
Who did they just play?
W7M. I didn't see the match, but I saw that they played each other, and I thought they lost.
I thought they won. Never mind.
Did they lose?
I don't know. It's not updated yet.
Okay.
It's A stream. Who cares about A stream?
Either way,
anyway?
yeah, we'll be better stream.
All right.
Okay,
so,
I'm gonna put VP. But on the lower side of the list.
Okay,
like
sure.
8 side, right?
Sure. All right. 5-4 W7. So the game's ongoing, by the way. Spoiler alert. VP looks pretty solid though, and also best player in the tournament so far is always.
I want to throw in G2. I think a lot of question marks before the event. They go through LCQs, but they qualify for it. They look today against Liquid the sharpest they've been in a while. They did the whole Unus IGL, no longer Alamau, Laura and him on entry now instead. It's a much better look for this roster.
I was talking to Ace in the green room. We were having some dinner before, and he said G2's looking good. They're going to be in the final.
Oh, the
And
final?
that's what
Okay.
he reckons.
Okay,
And I'm
bang.
like, dude, these guys are an LCQ team.
Yeah.
It's not 2023
Bottom seed,
anymore.
by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold. Okay, so we
got
haven't
6 teams.
I reckon out of those top 6, before we get into the game, which is going to be Shopify versus CAG, who do you reckon is going to take it if you had to pick one now?
One team to take it all? I would be like super safe and Safe Ace Clan.
Okay,
But
yeah.
I would love BDS Shopify Grand Finals. I would love that.
It may well be the case. We've, of course, seen both of those teams play or about to play here on the B stream. BDS took a 2-0 over Raza earlier today. And right up next is CAG versus Shopify Rebellion, one of the most promising teams out of North America. But they're about to be tested because CAG are looking like the Grim Reapers at the moment. They already took down W7, or they already took down... Which,
Furia,
sorry.
And map off face.
Okay, there you go. They already took down Furia. They already took a map off of FaZe. That's the finalists from last year. Can
incredible.
CAG keep that momentum up now against Shopify Rebellion?
We had a cast meeting on the first day here, and I was like, I think CAG is the best they've ever looked, but then a group of devs, they're not going to make it that far. They've proved me wrong. Shopify Rebellion, though, my dark horse. I rate this so highly. Troy on the IGL. Ambi, this young gunner potential, had an incredible ace on Bank a day or two ago. A very quick one as well at that. And he's one of the highest rated players of this event. So I just feel like there's so much potential here with this roster. They got so much experience. And I feel like they have no chip on their shoulders. Plus a new big org to support them. They got everything going for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a huge combination. They've got one of the most experienced players of all time, Canadian, the only player to be at every SI as a player. 23 events, 17 of those is qualified for the main stage. Great boot camp in Toronto, thanks to Shopify Rebellion. And as you mentioned, Ambi, he is the youngest player at the event right now. And he's already hit an ace. And they're going up against CAG, Osaka. Quite a team. These guys have been around for a long time, and they have quite a reputation. We've coined the term cagging to describe the way that these guys seem to... I don't even know cagging. It's like...
Your throw and unlosable situation, basically.
Yeah, okay. It's funny because I feel like cagging has like just so many different ways that you can use the word. It's a versatile term. Let's see today if Shopify Rebellion are going to get cagged. Let's go to the map picks. It's CAG to pick Lair. First on up, the newest map in the pool is going to get a look in from the Japanese squad. What will the Americans reply with?
Interesting. I didn't see CAG going for that. Clubhouse? Okay, so for a new map to very old school structured, I think for Shopify Rebellion, matching CAG, who's known to be a more aggressive team on a structured, strat-based map, makes so much sense to me. But I will say for viewers that aren't familiar, CAG in recent time has become more structured, more fundamental, and more strategical. I think they can fight back on Clubhouse nowadays, but they wouldn't 8 months ago.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen a lot of Clubhouse out at CAG recently. It's one of their less played maps. It's one of their most banned maps. But of course, we're going to start on Lair, which CAG are a bit of a fan of. They did lose it to FaZe Clan, and Shopify Rebellion actually demolished Team Secret on this map just yesterday, 7-1. So in theory, Shopify Rebellion's probably pretty happy with all of these map picks, boiling it down to Skyscraper. Should we get there? This map is typically a pretty solid one for CAG, though neither of these teams play it a lot. The last time we saw Shopify Rebellion go here, they did lose it, however, in the NAL to Wildcard. So perhaps, should we get to map 3, the advantage may flip, and I'd probably be picking CAG. But for the first two, it feels like Rebellion are going to have the upper hand.
I guess the only thing that kind of sways me in Rebellion's favor on the third map is that they start defense on Skyscraper, which you gotta play both sides, sure. But on that third and final one, you get 4-2 half. CAGs, they start, doubting themselves and not feeling it. That could, of course, play into one team's favor massively.
Counter argument, Skyscraper is a Japanese map. The Japanese team's going to win it. Also, by the way, today, I don't know if anybody noticed, I'm wearing my Hibana jacket.
He's being biased.
I was like, guys,
he's being biased.
We're casting a Japanese team today. First time I've casted a Japanese team at this event. I'm glad it's CAG because I don't think Scars would be worthwhile casting at the moment with how they've been. But yeah, I'm super keen for this. If CAG can keep up what we've seen in their games against Furia and FaZe, then damn,
competitive match.
This is going to be a good game.
Got the little screams there, getting ready, getting fired up. We're about to enter the map in just a second here. I didn't think that this was going to be one of the games. I was like, this might be a super close banger. But given the recent results on both these two squads, I think CAG, they have what it takes, as does Shopify Rebellion.
Dead on. I never would have expected that this is a matchup I'm getting as excited for as I am. But CAG, after taking down Furia and taking a map off of FaZe, it's time to see what they can do against the Rebellion. Shopify to try and defend their advantage here. You guys at home have picked them for this matchup. Let's see as we dig into CAG's map pick what we're going to get to.
Wow, okay, so the Maverick ban here, again, going structure over anything else, making the problem-solving more difficult for the attack inside. Rebellion, they will, of course, start on defense. That makes a whole lot of sense to me. CAG, they answer back with a Dokkaebi, that global gadget, the entry, the intel game. It's a pretty stable, pretty solid ban. You can never go wrong with Dokkaebi getting removed.
That's right. I mean, you get rid of that Dokkaebi and suddenly droning is even more important.
Yes.
Dokkaebi is a little bit of a cheat operator, right?
Oh, is she now?
She is. Just like you
She's
pick
kinda
your,
strong.
You pick your Dokkaebi and you're like, who cares about droning? I'm just going to hit that logic bomb and walk in the building and use my ears to figure out where these players are. We're going to have the Japanese operator Azami taken out as well by CAG themselves. Up to Rebellion now to round off the ban phase. Are we going to see Mira sneak on through? Are we going to see the
no idea what
Goyo?
they're going to do here.
Clash. Anderson's quite a Clash player. There you go.
Okay.
Well, Anderson almost needs no introduction. One of the most infamous Shield players in the game right now. A bit of a unit as well. I don't know if you've seen his
He's
gym progress.
big, man. Oh my god.
He is huge.
He lifts.
You definitely want to get rid of the Clash against Anderson.
I like this. I feel like... So one thing that I always liked from Sonics, especially back when Super was the head coach, they seem to do a lot of prep work for operator bans and being very flexible in who they remove from the table, where there's other teams that just default ban the same attacker and defender every single time to get the same outcome in the match. DC, actually, when Troy was on that roster, tended to always ban the same operators. So combining Super with Canadian and just like the sheer raw gunpowder in the other 4 players seems like a scary combo to me. And if you watched yesterday's game for Shopify Rebellion, Canadian was fired up.
Yeah.
He was screaming, he was yelling, he was spitting smoke, taking the nastiest peach to SMG-11 and hitting shots. I love when Troy gets active, because if he falls early in battle, he can IGL and lead from behind, just watching all the cameras and player point of views.
That's it. I think Canadian is a showman.
He is a showman.
One of the most showy showmans, and he loves nothing more than to be on stage playing, especially with the North American crowd behind him at Six Invitational. There's no doubt that Rebellion are going to be gunning for a spot at the top 6 to try and make it to main stage here, SI.
Not just that, but again, we gotta talk about this every time we see Lair now. Rebellion, they passed the vibe check because they got banned in the first round. I know.
You're obsessed,
I gotta
bro.
keep saying this. If you don't play better on Lair, you are blatantly trolling, and they got 2 brow combined with it. I think the strat for Rebellion right now is to make it difficult for CAG to achieve their basic goals. Getting the walls opened up, getting map control, and just take it from there.
Looks like CAG have gone for a little bit of a lurk. They're in the map on the ground floor, and that Deimos from Shuri is going to be deadly at playing from below. We've talked about this before, Nick.
Yeah.
There are so many different ways to deal with this bandit, but on the account of the Maverick being banned by Rebellion, it really does force this vertical play from the attacking side to flush that bandit out from below while you breach those walls.
The only thing is, we gotta be, I don't want to say quick, but quicker than this, because if it takes too long to deal with the first set of bandit batteries, well, there's a second pocket. Selma going out inside of Ops room, but Shopify Rebellion, they've reinforced every single wall towards the bomb side. 2 here for Ops room, 2 towards the bomb side interior, and 2 in the exterior. So with half the round already being burned away, they gotta start speeding up to deal with Ambi, who's actually dropped downstairs instead. To double up with Surf, getting active on their own, so to speak, if you will.
Not sure how I feel about this. CAG still really have not made a huge amount of progress on the breach game on site. Ambi has fallen back, as you said, so they won't be worrying about him juggling. I think there's information as he backs on away. Still a minute left to play. There's a nade, attempts to come out from Shuri, but he takes a lot of damage. Ambi, the young gunner, still looking for something.
Oh,
Shots
that's
from
cheeky.
Shirineko on the upside down rappel will put him down. An entry from Anderson, unsupported. And CAG allow the numbers to slip away.
Surf's got a strong position in the staircase.
What is
Swings
that,
to the gas
Surf?
instead. It's kind of a troll play if you ask me, with 60 seconds left. Rixon's there on the frag at the back. Back to a 3-on-3. Favoring defense, of course, always in even numbers, and those exterior walls still closed for Canadian to hide behind.
Anderson died, has the Blackbeard with that diffuser in pocket. It's really forced CAG's hand now to try and reclaim it. The advantage has slipped away from them. Canadians in such a cheeky position as well. Nobody's going to check this. No drones are active now for CAG to try and scout out these positions. The 3 remaining players all with gun up. Diffuser reclaimed now for BlackRay as he starts to force it down a C4. But good he is now from BlackRay as he baits it on out. Azoto canister from Canadian as he goes for a swing, but Shiraneko covers to perfection. Rexon the trade, and another one! Rexon goes nuts! A quad! And the clutch! Rebellion making it look too easy.
Out of nowhere. Oh, the team shot the C4!
Canadian is tilted, bro.
Oh.
He said, I don't know, I might have shot an accident. He said make noise, bro. I was just shooting shit, bro.
No, that's crazy. You're telling me that they're playing for content? Shoot the C4 in there, force her to lose a gunfight so Rexon can clutch up afterwards? Genius play Rexon Grixer. That duo goes way back.
The Rexon Grixer combo, they know how to do it.
Oh my
god,
days.
that's amazing. This was a troll play from
Yeah, they served
Anderson.
troll this, I gotta say.
Well, so did Anderson, bro. Like, why is he going all the way up the mezzanine taking fights as Blackbird with Diffuser?
I wanted to hear that. You shot my C4! Oh, man.
Amazing. I mean, well, CAG really should have won that round. You would have thought
They
so.
did win it, and then they lost it.
I can't believe Rexon found all 3 of those damn kills. CAG have got a few things to think about. Particularly Anderson. I know I've already roasted him, but dude, like, after the gas up we gave you for playing shields, don't go taking fights like that. It's completely unnecessary.
It's very risky indeed. It's always triggers Troy's position before he ripped the C4 was so awkward. He had C4 in pocket, 3 2-barrel canisters, but he's playing the hide game behind the couch. You can't use utility and hide, but if you don't hide, you give away this like massive surprise factor. So I really felt for him. He ripped the C4, doesn't achieve anything. I'm like, oh man, feels bad. But hey, teammates had to back it up. I will say for CAG though, it didn't look all that bad. Sure, Ambi died downstairs and then served trolled on the staircase, but other than that, CAG, they got the breaches done, almost all of them, not the exterior one, of course. They got rid of the bandit technically by forcing him to go downstairs instead. Ambi chose it, I guess. So CAG have shown us already in the first round they can problem solve. They do have small gaps in their attacks.
Annie has now switched over onto the Montaigne. Personally, I think this is a good pick. I think this is probably even better than the Blackbeard for Anderton. Lucy, Banshee spotted. This is just a roam on the top floor. His bomb site is downstairs. Surf's on for a roam here.
Yeah, I like it. Just the map control, kind of slowing things down. This Monty from Anderton, he's respecting the potential, okay, corners, C4s. He's waiting for his teammates to like drone downstairs to ensure, okay, below the Monty is clear, he can advance forward. They don't want to risk losing anybody early to Rebellion's roam game right now, and I think that's a very wise choice. If you go too fast, you could just get picked apart.
This is a dangerous barricade, Rexon.
That's very...
The timing almost there by a millisecond.
Now it's going to be broken in 1 second.
Yeah, a bit unnecessary there. Gave away his position. The second Banshee spotted and dispatched with... CAG is doing pretty well here, but Rebellion are looking to continue peeling back. Grixer might be able to bait for his teammate Rexon, though. Is Anderton going to be aware of it? Spots out one. Grixer springs up for a kill. And the second one, Chibisu goes down, and Anderton forced back into the bathroom. Not much in it now for CAG. As desperately BlackRay comes to try and support, but Grixer doesn't have to overexpose. The goo mine reveals the position. Rexon doing a little bit of damage. It's pretty much over now. BlackRay finished off. Grixer has just made this look far too easy. Shiraneko will find the first kill. Okay, that's something for Anderton at least. 2v2. Maybe this is winnable after all.
Sure looks that way. Gotta peel back now. Rex and MB both falling back towards the bomb site with 30 seconds left. But this is where Monty once again comes into play. Smoke grenade, shield. He's gonna be okay here. He can keep getting punched, but he shouldn't be in any danger. Rexon has 0 care in the world, by the way. What if this guy swings the hatch? Then what?
Oh,
like that.
The double
like
drop.
that.
That's perfect now from CAG. Rebellion had such an advantage. And now it's up to the youngest player at SI to try and clutch up. SMG in hand, but the Gridlock track stingers are making this too slow. Brings out the shotgun. Doesn't have the time to get the plant denial. No impact grenades as well. As he continues taking damage from these track stingers. He tries to get back to sight. If there's anything going for him, it's the Anaton's low HP, and he's got the down on a Shiraneko. The wall bang and the information. Can he beat the Monty? All he needs is one bullet to the feet against one of the best Monty players in the world. But with the new guard break system, Anaton is not in the advantage he once would have been. Ambi just has to land one shot. He's committing to it. He's got time, but there's nothing left in it. Anaton has survived. He has withstood, and it doesn't matter what Ambi does. The round is over. He might be able to get the kill, but Anaton gets the last laugh.
They get up, they hooked even. Phenomenal 1v1 multiplayer. I know a lot of people say with the shield nerfs, shields aren't that strong any longer. If you see a good shield player in action, Anaton, one of the best in the world, you will just see how strong they can still be. Sure, you're not as lethal, but your strategical input is still also valuable. How he played the 1v1 against Rexon, waiting for his team to come behind him on the hatch drop. He unextends. Worst case, they trade. Best case, it's a 2v1. Poor Ambi. He's always running away from the bomb side.
Such a tilter.
He's just giggling. Ah! What is that?
I love these guys. CAG are going to be one of the funnest teams to watch. Why is it that always the Japanese teams are hilarious?
They're just so, they emote so much.
They do.
You get like your average NAU player is like, yo, up bro, fist bump, whatever. Like no one, not no one. Some people, of course, take it to the extreme and they really over-exaggerate their expressions. I feel like Japanese people are a lot like that in their culture in general.
Yeah.
How they greet each other, they bow, etc.
I feel like they just like, they don't care about being cringe or whatever. Like they're just being themselves. They're having fun. They're having a laugh about it. It's hilarious. You need that energy. And I know we're only 2 rounds into the game. It's very early days, but
great start.
It's a great start for the series for us, the viewers, but also for CAG, like an unwinnable round, and it goes like that.
Yep.
Insult added to injury. Yeah, it's a rough pill to swallow for Rebellion.
I do think that Shopify Rebellion now with that previous round will also change their limitations, if you will. They were being overzealous. Rexon got a 4K the first round, Grusha a 3K the previous, and they kept fighting top floor for, I want to say no reason, but they are pushing their own limitations, I think. Now they're going to respect CAG a little bit more, perhaps in those situations, fall back earlier, you know, discipline, maintain the manpower. They've limit tested, if you will. This time they got opening kick though. Rixer found Chibisu on the nuke. That's a pretty nice conversion clean off the board. But you still got a lot of lethality. You got Deimos, you got Blitz. CAG can still roam for entries, but Canadian on the Echo here will make life very miserable if you are a Blitz player.
Yeah, I love seeing a bit of Echo play. It's come back into fashion, which is lovely.
Yeah, it really has this event.
Come back with a vengeance. Well, we're back to the same bomb site, if I'm not wrong, actually, this round. Back to Bunkston briefing again. Yep.
Now, CAG's way forward.
Okay.
I got it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yokai down.
That's actually huge. And I think there's still one other. Yeah, there's still a second one upstairs in the mezzanine.
What is this? The aggressive
That's an
play.
aggressive push.
Does Anaton know about it? I don't think he's aware because the sound of the Selmas might have masked it. Meanwhile, Surfer's gone down in the smoke. That's a dangerous play to lose, but it might not matter if CAG are just going to fall like that. Nice shots from Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, losing a body early like that is going to limit how many places you can attack from all at once. And Lair is a lot about split pressure. With 2 remaining attackers, not a whole lot of split pressure can be achieved when the Echo Drone's alive. I love our ability to pick off the bomb site for retake swings. They don't swing that one, though, surprisingly enough. But they're ready for it.
Thought he would. Player right around the corner here. That's Andy.
Oh,
the timing. Beautiful little shotgun from Rexon. Finishes him off. It's up to Shiraneko now against 4 players. There's 2 right next to each other. They really are buddying up. And Ambi's going to find him. Nice, easy lockout there. And, of course, Super sets in a suit.
Maybe him and Call Out, the 2 best dressed coaches, I reckon.
Yeah. He's gone for the CEO look, though. He's wearing like a T-shirt underneath it, not a collared shirt. It's funny. That's like the I'm a tech. No. It's the I'm a tech bro.
Oh,
like
is it tech bro? Okay.
The tech CEO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got your sneakers on, your suit with a white T-shirt underneath.
Yeah.
I see that. I see that.
Gone for the matching suit, though. Bold choice. I feel like he's better dressed than most of the casters.
You know, I think it was yesterday. He was wearing like a gray tones, like suit that had texture on it. And I was like, that guy beats any of our outfits so far. It's like, we saved the nice stuff for the finals. I mean, I guess if you're a player, team, or a coach, you're not going to risk saving the best for last because you might not make the finals, you know? So he's going to swag out from the beginning all the way through. They're going to make it far, though, I reckon.
I hope he's got a few outfits then, because we're going to see a few more games from Rebellion yet at this SI.
Yes, we are.
That's a good topic. Like we talked about how each group at this event has 5 teams in it. First place gets you straight into the upper bracket and with a bye, so you're only 1 game away from main stage. Second and third place get you in that upper bracket without a bye. Fourth place, you get into the lower bracket. Fifth place eliminated. Rebellion, realistically...
Also, second place picks the third opponent thing, though.
That's right, yeah. Second and third place, there is a difference there in terms of second place. You get an advantage in the seeding and being able to pick who you play.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, in this group in particular, this is the group of death, Group B, right? FaZe, CAG, Shopify Rebellion, Secret, and Furia.
Stacked.
Unbelievably stacked. You've got both finalists from last SI, and the best team from North America, and the best team from APAC, and Secret, who are pretty good.
People expected more from them, okay?
They haven't
shown
up
yet.
It's early days.
Yeah. We're workshopping it.
Rebellion is certainly going to be gunning for that #1 spot, and it is possible, despite the caliber of teams in this group, but they really need to polish off this in a 2-0 fashion to be in with the best shot possible.
And this would be a 2-0 angle for Shopify Rebellion to like really... Oh, Ambi's there out of nowhere, gets the gun to Shuri. Demo's off the board.
Nice
and the thing about Ambi is that this kid's like also like he was like 12 when he started playing the game. I remember he has this clip on Cafe. He's like flicking the floor, just wallbanging people in train below him. And people are like, yeah, this kid's cheating. There's no way. He plays like a super high sense. Kind of like Reaps from Joel. And just a completely cracked individual player. And I don't think every team could take Ambi and get the most out of him. But someone like Canadian, someone like Super, from like a support coaching staff and player situation, I think they're the right people to get involved with if you want to like become a young gunner. We saw Canadian on Dark Zero growing up so many individual young players as well to who they are today, like Panba. Gavin was there. Obi's there currently. Nice to see.
It's actually Ambi's birthday sometime next week.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What's the date today?
I was going to say.
It's the 5th. It's Ambi's birthday in 4 days' time.
So during phase 2?
Yeah, turning 19 years old.
Oh.
Youngest player at the tournament.
He's going to lose so much skill power.
Lose the 18 buff.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a shot. I don't know how
Right
Black
below.
Ray got exposed to that. Through the vertical.
Ambi's
Coverage
there,
is
Surf
just
is
not
there.
there. Surf is there for another one. A bit of an awkward exchange here. Chibisu and Surinako to try and pick back the pieces of this round. Funny spot there for Surf hiding behind the table. He had a gnarly angle. Surinako trying to find it, but hasn't peppered enough bullets that way as of yet. Chibisu making his way up the stairs. Canadian dialing back the clock and going for a vertical C4 as he is wont to do. Up to Surinako now in a 1v4. Rebellion looking to extend their lead. They know exactly where he is. Rexon claims the final kill. Rebellion are looking very solid here. They have lost 1 round so far, but their defense is definitely on lock.
I really like how they play Rainbow Six Siege. It gives me... I hate like referencing it, but like there's the current style of Siege, which you call like fast-paced TDM meta.
Blitz
And there's
chess?
Yeah, Blitz chess. And there's the old style meta, which is like classical chess. And I really love how they're combining both elements because they do have an old player in Canadian who mastered that older style, but they have the firepower and the newer kind of generation to also enable the Blitz version, where it's going to be faster paced, more together, a lot more gun skill oriented. And I think what they're getting with this in these rounds is they're playing the bomb site and the floor below. They're taking gunfights horizontally, C4ing vertically, and they're always playing 2 layers off the map and always having the next step in mind. So there's a lot of foresight in their gameplay instead of panic. I love seeing that because it feels calculated, it feels smart, it's consistent. And so far for CIG, they're trying to figure things out in the moment, where Shopify Rebellion, being a defending team, of course, they got their pre-planned structure ahead of them saying, hey, if we get this situation, this is going to be the answer. If they try and plant here, this is the counter.
CIG now taking their tactical timeout. A little bit of a chance to talk to their coach and figure out exactly what the next move is, as there's just 2 more chances to get some attack rounds. So it's still possible to even this up. Where do you think Lair sits in terms of attacker defender sided. I feel like it's defensive, like most maps are, but not crazy.
No, not crazy.
I'd be wanting 2 rounds of attack. I'd be happy with 2. I wouldn't be happy with just 1.
You really shoot that low for yourself? You'd be happy with 2?
I would be happy with 2.
Who's your teammates? Because I'd flame you if you said that to me. Oh, you know, guys, if we get 2 maps, no, we're getting 4. Okay, then you only get 2, and you're like,
well,
we'll
you
take
can't
2.
get 4 now, so it's
okay, not now.
well, it's a double-sided coin, right? Because if you set your
So
sides,
you move the goalpost. Guys, we get 6 rounds. You lose the first one, we get 5 rounds.
I'm on that train because, like,
Okay.
yeah, look, if you set your sights too high and then you don't achieve it, then suddenly your confidence gets
Disappointed?
rattled,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
And I don't want that to happen. Like, I think
Okay.
CAG could be like, oh yeah, we could definitely get 3 rounds here. If we don't, it's okay because we're guns and we're gonna come back on defense. But
Okay.
we can definitely get 3 more rounds here.
Okay. I like that.
The first time we're going to the basement, by the way. I can't believe how deep we are into this game and haven't even gone to the basement yet.
So that's the interesting thing about Lair. It's still developing, of course, in the meta, but there's a lot of mixed opinions on bomb site rotation preference. And how it plays out in ranked is... Okay, it's kind of similar to pro play, but a lot of pro teams always say that that top floor bomb site defense feels like such a bait. But in every game that we've seen so far, it seems like the top floor side is the most preferred of the entire game.
I think the top floor is just like, it's simple in terms of
It's
you can
simple,
look at it and be like, all we have to do is breach here, here, and here, take this, and then plant.
Yeah, but defenders like, if we bandit trick this wall and don't get it, also easy.
Or if we C4 the planter here, or if we cause a ruckus around the mezzanine, like there's a couple of ways that
it's
you
simple
can...
from both sides, kind of.
Yeah, yeah. And
But
yet,
then it becomes complicated.
we have seen teams struggle to attack that top floor site, and this game is no exception. The only round 1 was on bunks and briefing. Now we go to lab in the basement.
Yeah.
And vertical play is going to be present. No ram, but the buck from Shuri to try and tear up this floor and put some pressure onto the players downstairs.
Not gonna lie, I low-key would have loved like a Goyo here instead of the Bandit, just for more time deny. And
Dude, I thought you said Bandit's like the best thing since sliced bread on Lair.
Okay, but you got Kite and Bandit, and you got a spare battery in pockets, just too few walls to Bandit trick, right? This is good though. The drone intel is a Kite fall upstairs instead. They go get it. But now they got Bandit, but not tricking the walls. What are they doing? 2 rounds there, great. But imagine you had Goyo. You'd stall even longer. Anyway, I do like that, again, Sheriff Rebellion's strat right now is to make life difficult for CAG. They're a great team when it comes to gunplay for CAG, entering, getting aggressive, getting chaotic. They're denying them that option and making them struggle through hard destruction, soft destruction, verticality, and they don't have enough things to get every hatch or every wall. All they have left in pocket is 1 exothermic charge. They've got almost no ways into the building, and there's still 2 2-block canisters in pocket.
Yeah, that's my concern here for CAG. Rebellion, they might be a player down. They've done a phenomenal job at keeping these walls closed, and they've got 3 dedicated operators to do that. And as the timer ticks down, Grixa on the smoke and Canadian on the Echo will be able to deny most of the time left remaining. CAG, what are you going to do? 20 seconds. You have to get around it. You have to start getting active. A spray through the smoke from Ambi. And CAG, they pass like ships in the night. Anaton to turn on Surf. Numbers still in favor of CAG. As Anaton starts to form up with the plan, Canadian doesn't have the plan. Denial. He himself has lost his head into red time on the 0. Shuri to cover. And CAG, in a blitz of 20 seconds, storm into the site.
Such an odd time there for Surf and the player of CAG, passing, like I said, ships in the night, trading C4 for his own life. As far as I saw, there was a Yoga drone left alive for Shopify Rebellion when the round ended, yet we saw Troy sprinting through the bomb site in desperation, trying to shut down the plant. Maybe it was mispositioned, or he didn't feel like he could go on cameras, or maybe he had a gap. But the smoke he was running through, it disappeared. Time was up, and CAG had good crossfires enabled. They had the crosses, the cover was there. And CAG, very impressive round. They didn't have the hatch, only had 1 wall opened up, and they were brute forcing it through a door. And I feel like old... Hello, guys. How's it going? Do you want a blanket? It looks kind of cold in the ground.
It looks cozy.
It does,
Surf
I mean.
and Rex and having a little bit of a cuddle in bunks.
So
the bed is right there, by the way, guys. Like, why are you... It's nasty. You're sitting on the floor. That's nasty.
Nasty.
Bed's right there. There's even 2 pillows.
They're
You guys
trying
could
to
just
get
cuddle
low
up.
for the drones, James.
Who do you think is the big spoon?
I mean, clearly right now it's Rexen, no? Oh, hold up!
What are we doing here? Are we
What
allowed to
is
show
this?
this on
And
broadcast?
they're out.
I don't think we're allowed to show that on live broadcast.
So, of course, the people that are watching at home, why are they doing that? They're not trolling. They're not disrespecting COG.
They're hiding.
They're trying to hide their operators from any potential drones in the drone phase, so they won't see the Kaid and Tubra operators. This means that when the round starts, then they might get surprised that, oh, they got Walt and I.
They haven't brought the right operators.
They haven't brought the right operators. There is secondary MPs on the Grim. That's hard to deal with against this operator. There's no Twitch. Maverick is banned. Again, excellent foresight from Rebellion on how they want to approach things.
Yeah, you can see from Rebellion, this was a game plan from the get-go.
Yes.
Ban out Maverick and then lean into wall denial. We've, like you said last round, had Kaid, Bandit, and Tuber out.
Yep.
Now we've got the Kaid and Tuber out. It's all about keeping those walls closed, keeping Lair a fortress.
Fortress is actually a different map.
Oh, sorry, is
Yeah.
that? No. When's that coming to Pro League?
I don't want to talk about that because I hope never. Unless it gets some major changes. But Lair does give me Fortress vibes in terms that it's a lot of 90-degree hallways followed by other 90-degree hallways. Long lines of sight in that regard.
No, Pengu, this is Lair, not Fortress.
We're not on camera, so I could slap you, but I won't do it. I won't do it.
Ow!
No! That was you clapping your
Nick!
hands! I swear, I'm not a violent person.
Nick, you just slapped me in the face! Ow!
Nah. We don't get down like that here, okay? We're good people. We're happy. Ambi's on the ground, unhappy, taking down Bashir and Nico. As a surf, a double aggressive play, crawl back into hiding, my friend. I think you're dead. There it is. A good trade from Rexen, though.
I don't get it, man. Like, they're leaning into this hard breach, and then they're
Then they're
spawn
swinging.
peeking and playing aggressively outside. Like, Black Ray took all of his damage off of a spawn peek, somehow survived. Now they've overextended and lost 2 players. Fortunately for Rebellion, Anaton is down and Black Ray's low HP, so it doesn't take much to get to an equality here for numbers in terms of Rebellion bringing this back, but yeah, it's still a long way to go, and you can see Grixa on a 1-speed Malusi feels the pressure to make a move. Canadian as well, looking to get aggressive. Is this unnecessary? I think it might be.
I'm not sure. I think right now you're just so committed. You have no C4s left. I do see that angle. You can play on side with 50 seconds left, but I think Grixa has to commit to the flank here. He's in a good spot. 50-50 gunfight.
Oh,
shit!
How on earth do you win that, buddy? Grixa. He's usually a bit of a demon, but he lost that fight. Got deleted. Shurip's taken a hell of a lot of damage, though. 4v2 for CAG as they look to even up this half with 30 seconds left on the clock.
2 attackers on health. They can't breach the side walls. Canadian as well as Rexen. A couple of bullets can make a hell of a difference right now.
Doesn't know where they're coming from.
Landing.
The plant is going down. Black Ray's
Oh, it's
finished
over.
off Rexen. Canadian taken out. Easy as you like. No, Nick, I don't think they will be happy with 2. They'll go for the full 3 rounds as we move into the second half even.
It's very impressive, actually. CAG definitely on a surprise factor, dealing good at... I want to say they did good at adapting with their operator pickup, but it does come down to, I think, Shepard Rebellion, as you said, kind of throwing their bodies at the problem in the wrong way. You're playing into the wall deny, you're playing for time deny, then they start swinging. Maybe something happened in the run that we didn't pick up on, like they got a certain map control, or they got verticality done on the bombs that we see right now, and therefore, Shepard Rebellion said, guys, we gotta get active, try and play for pigs, and they just lost the gunfights. That's entirely possible. We don't always have casters have the full picture or full knowledge of the intent of the round, but it did look a bit odd to us for sure.
I'm amazed, honestly. Like, when did CAG get so good? Like,
I'll tell you when. We cast them in stage 2 a few months ago, and you and I both made points that they look so good.
Yeah, but
Well,
still,
when did it happen?
They
Yeah.
went to the Montreal Major,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
And they still bailed out early. Like, they were losing to Chiefs.
I know it happened, some interim.
And then
like,
what happened? It was like we went off-season, Montreal Major ended, we had a bunch of T2 competitions around the world, and in APAC we had the APAC Cup, and CAG flew to Melbourne in Australia for that, and no one was regarding them highly. A lot of people were expecting other Chiefs, even Direwolves who'd done really well, or the X-Bleed, now Joel roster.
Yeah,
I think,
T-Rex.
yeah, totally. I think a lot of people were expecting Joel to win that tournament. CAG beat them pretty handily.
Oh, they were dominating that tournament.
They did, and then coming to the 6 Invitational qualifiers again, like everyone was expecting it to be Chiefs or one of these other teams. No, CAG took it. And out of nowhere, these guys have just flipped. Something changed after the Montreal Major.
I want to say during stage 2, we saw the glimpse of the early stage of the change with less practice. And I think they just kept honing that same play style. Because there used to be this, you know, chaotic. Seemingly, it makes no sense. Super risky game style. And it was fun to watch, but they always kept losing, right? And now they're playing older style Siege and slowing things down and playing more methodically. And they spent now like a good 6 months, 5 months honing that. And I think this is the result. They've come into their own. They got a new shared understanding. And they're all buying into the same system. Plus, they go through like no roster changes. They have incredible synergy.
Almost a year, by the way, since Shiraneko and Shureep joined the roster. And that's the biggest roster revamp we've seen from CAG for a hell of a long time. In contrast, it was only about 2 months ago that Shopify brought on Surf and Canadian and moved Seth as well to coach away from general manager.
Yeah. So communication, synergy, the fundamentals, they are all there for CAG. What they needed was an upgrade in stylistic choices, gameplay, and just much like Rebellion, they also are playing Waldeneye. Oh, that's close.
Cheeky!
Wait, hello?
Nice little swing there from Rexon. I'm really loving this from Rebellion on the attack. Utilizing that sends to perfection. Grixer on that operator at the moment. And it's enabled a great entry here from Rebellion. They've got that advantage. Shibasu wants to go for an aggressive swing here. It would be ill-advised as Surf has jumped inside. Rebellion are poised.
Yeah, can they get the walls though? I hear Selma going off, so I guess they are. Amos tracker out, Monty alive still. This staircase gunfight can get very tricky very quickly.
Shoddy.
Let's have the shotgun in hand though. And we can just hold this ground. 2 nades to stall as well. 35 seconds. Plenty of time for Rebellion. They need Canadian on the Monty to get intel. Rixer finds one. That's a really good start.
Rebellion are doing so well not to overextend here, to play patiently. And it may bait out a good shot. Jibisu, the last one standing. He'll find one. Nice shot on a Grixer. Shotgun comes out. Spots the player against Surf. But he does best him. And Rebellion have retaken the lead.
You see how close it is. Comes down to a 2v1. Monty halfway across the bomb site can't quite help. So effectively a 1v1. If Monty's last alive, I don't see how that's going to go well for Shopify Rebellion. That's wild. That's with CAG losing their early manpower. Playing that 4v5 round, essentially. We're in for a competitive match. Mind you, CAG picked this map. They were very well prepared. Rebellion, they showed us the defense of the Waldeneye. CAG, they matched in the first round. They're playing Bandit and Two Brow. In the end, Shopify Rebellion, they broke apart the entries instead of the walls, and that got them back into that round.
We're going to see potentially the shield come out for Canadian as well. Clash ban against CAG means that that's one key tool out of their arsenal they won't be able to utilize in this second half. I wouldn't have been surprised if we did see Anaton pick it if it was left open.
Oh, for sure. I could see that.
Even if you combo it with things like that Echo, we're not actually going to see the shield from Canadian in the end. A bit of a swap around. The Rams come through, the Jackal, so a lot of good ingredients to go for a map clear and then play Vert.
Almost no hop reach. Same for CAG, like they're just bringing the Selma and no can openers.
Can openers on Grixer.
I literally checked for it and I didn't see it.
Yeah, that's okay. You're a bit of an old man now, so.
Yeah, I guess I am.
You have
at this
glasses.
Point. You can see my.
Yeah,
you can see them.
I don't know why I looked at you and I didn't see your glasses.
The thing is, even without them, I can see everything the same as usual, except it's hard to see the player names.
So what if you can see really well right now with your glasses off? What's Grixer's secondary gadget?
Grixer. Gotta find the name. So he has grenades and can opener in one door in pocket.
Oh, so he does have can openers.
Oh my!
So they do.
Gotcha. Okay.
Caught it in 4K, mate.
Nice, nice. Well, in my case, it was 480p, but yeah, I had to squint my eyes like crazy. Okay, so I stand corrected. If you have can openers, this makes a lot more sense to me now because they can get the hatches
Still, it's not
and
a
the
ton
walls.
a hard breach, especially considering, like you said, like Mav, Ban, Bandit's present. Those CAG aren't leaning into it as much as Rebellion did.
No, you're right. I do like the Hibana here. I guess the only thing that I didn't think of like early is if you EMP a wall and just like throw a Selma charge, it's very quick. You can't penetrate it as easily. With the X-Kairos, it takes a good while.
Yeah, it's easy
I think
to
that's
trick
the
those.
thinking here for Canadian. It's risky, it's slow, it's inconsistent.
Even the can openers are quicker than
Yeah,
Hibana.
they buffed it extra faster now than we were a year ago.
Gemini spotted, taken down. Oh, Canadians hated. That's the primary hard breacher. Yeah, taken down by Shureep on the Legion. Here comes the vertical game, though, with the Ram opening up the floor. It's, I believe that was on the top floor, though. No, sorry, it is the first floor security. I don't know. Maybe I need glasses. So this is not a great start for Rebellion, let's be real. You lost your hard breacher. Yeah, you've done a bit of a map clear, but you've not found any kills on the back of it, and Shiraneko is still on the first floor.
Yeah, this is...
He's got like 5 players in the room next to him.
Oh, they're coming. Do they know her? Or their ADS thing? They're coming 1 man, 2 man, take the fight. If he gets one, it's fine. He doesn't. Back to a 4v4, but time still favoring CAG, of course. Last bit of vert will get made. Daggle with no scans left, mind you. The one saving grace for Shepard Rebellion, they got 2 they're gone.
What?
Okay, no smoke grenades.
Shirip's just come back up the stairs and taken down Ambi.
Oh, he's toying with them.
And now he's going all the way to the top floor. He's rotating across the map, 30 seconds in the round, and Rebellion are so far from being able to execute on the site. They're a player down. There are still Yokais on the board, on site as well, and Shurip has doubled back around through Armory again.
I love this. So much pressure being applied. And Super Rebellion, you won't see this coming.
Oh, okay. Down the hatch they go. Chibisu and Black Ray to hold on. And it's easy as you like for CAG. Rebellion, I think they need a map. They're looking lost on Lair.
The question for me now is, does Super call a tactical timeout soon, or just like ride it out? The benefit is you have somebody like Troy Canadian who knows the strats as well as the coaching staff as well, probably. He can lead these guys through any battle, any hurdle in front of them. But also... Is what's going wrong for Super Rebellion identifiable? And it's like, okay, guys, this is why we lost. Let's fix it. Or is it more of like, oh, what is going wrong, guys? We can't quite figure it out. Because if Super has the feeling that the players have a good take on it, you won't call a timeout at all until necessary.
I feel like it's maybe a 50-50 between sometimes the timeouts are called for strategic reasons, like the coach can see something that the players haven't thought of.
Sure.
And sometimes it's mental. And for me, I always go to the mental side more. And Rebellion, I think, have really good mental. Obviously, you got players like Canadian, even players like Grixer and Rexon, who have been playing since forever. I don't expect Rebellion to be like on tilt, getting too mad at each other.
No, I don't see that.
I don't think they need Super to come in and help with that kind of stuff. So yeah, there hasn't been a tactical timeout called as of yet. Maybe if CAG can start to extend a little bit of a lead here on defense, that will change.
It's early days, right? They've only shown a couple of attacking rounds, 2 so far actually played out, so they have so much more in store. Second rotation, so after this bomb site, that's when you get to get the second go at things. Perhaps that could be a place for change.
Worth keeping in mind as well. This is CAG's map pick after
It is,
all.
yeah.
But if you'd asked most people before this tournament started, I don't think they'd be expecting CAG to get a map off of Rebellion, let alone FaZe, let alone beating Furia 2-0.
Yeah.
CAG have shown that they are not to be underestimated in this tournament.
I think the upside for Rebellion is that they're playing them on day 3. They've seen what CAG are capable of. They're not going to just be like, oh, they're easy, they're pushovers, right? No.
No.
We got to prep all night for this one, baby, because this is the real deal right now. Outside of CAG, though, APAC as a full-on region has been pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, to say the least.
Confirmed to go home. PSG might be going home tomorrow if they don't win 2-0. A lot of things are going the wrong way. Scars, very underwhelming start to the tournament yesterday against Space Station Gaming.
Yeah. I heard some of the casters say that Scars are looking like the worst team at the tournament by far in that match they had yesterday.
That's true. That was said. I felt bad for them when I heard that.
Yeah.
It's like, not Scars, man.
It's a shame. Scars and CAG obviously both playing in the Japan League together. Scars are a good damn team in that league. They look so deadly, and yet
they own that league.
Yeah, even over teams like CAG who are performing better on the international stage. Good hard breach onto site now. Rebellion inching closer and closer. The pressure talking up. CAG sitting back. Still 5v5.
It's Ambi upstairs and Nomad just locking down the flank with all the air jabs, watching himself, just with the verticality. And you got 3 people on the side. They're going to use the Sense gadget to deny the left side, try and get it planned down.
Beautiful.
And the 4th guy backstabs.
Well, this is just so wonderful, isn't it? The usage of that Sens, and then it gets cut down. Surf finds a kill on that Sens. Canadian will go down. Why is the plant not happening here? Surf will find another, but I'm not sure if there's enough as of yet to keep this going. Coverage from Ambi, trying to push for the kill. Shurip can't get it done. It's all up to Chibisu now. He's found Surf, but it's a long way to go on the site, and Grixel will find him. Beautiful little execute there from Rebellion, and a real masterclass of how to use that Sense.
Such a simple attack, and it's so effective. Only one thing, Canadian swung into the other side past the Sense wall with Diffuser in hand. I was like, What are you
Yeah.
doing?
I mean, you know, sometimes the dementia sets in.
He's like, where am I? What was my job again? And then you got like Ambi, who's literally 18, be like, okay, Grandpa, come over here. I'll help you out. The thing is, Canadian is like, it's such a valuable character to just like bait with, because he walks in, makes a mistake, or he dies or whatever. You get one of the sharpest minds to call the strats, and you get some of the sharpest gunners in the server to take over that position.
Yeah, and they don't always overlap those two things. There's brains and then there's brawn.
Oh yeah, and but it's such a simple round, and if you're CAG and A, you don't know what's gonna be happening because you don't see the top down like we do, and B, you're not expecting a sense to be in action. I mean, you're not gonna have an answer for that push because you don't have many options really, and Sense is an operator that I think is not brought out enough. I have a tier list that I always update when I stream and make content, and I put Sense in like A tier, but like ranked and competitive. But I also said I think it's an S tier operator once teams figure it out in like a 5-stack environment. The only real counterplay is impact grenades and C4s because self-destruction can destroy the little projectors on the ground and it makes the wall go away basically.
Yeah.
Unless you're bringing those impact grenades and keep them in pocket on the site, you can't counter it.
Absolutely.
Very strong.
Yeah. Once teams figure out Sen's a little bit more, it's being pioneered at the moment by teams like Rebellion who have brought it yet again. Also, not to mention, I mean, Grixa here is running the 417 DMR, which is already very popular on operators like Lion and Twitch. Yep. But even the primary, I forget the name of it, but it's like
a PDW mixture thing, right?
Yeah,
PDF or
PDW. No.
FTP, I don't know. It's a
PDF. That's when I go back to my day job. But it's got like a belt-fed magazine with like 40 bullets in it, I think it is.
41, yeah, 45.
Well,
like that.
40 bullets in the magazine, one in the chamber, if you want to get technical.
Whatever.
Already a bit of a skirmish happening. Sharif's died. Thankfully, his util will survive the rest of the round. Rexon on the glass. It won't be able to peer through the Sens as projectors, thanks to the rework. The Sens, but he will be able to look through his own smokes. And now the pressure on poor Chibisu here on that warden. He's the perfect operator to contest the Glaz. He was spotted by the Deimos. The flash is ineffectual. Rexon elsewhere has found Black Ray. Ooh, that's cheeky, using those air jabs. Eventually it does detonate, and two players jump on his side. A shotgun into one. Does he expect the second? Grixa will trade. But blood has been drawn now for Rebellion. CAG keeping their heads just above the water.
Ambi, he's in.
He's found that kill as well. Shiraneko now up against 3. Grix are already low on HP with that diffuser, but here comes the Deimos tracker. Ambi to spray him on down. Too good there for Shopify Rebellion, working those rounds piece by piece on the attack. They are looking deadly.
Again, it's such a simple style of play, but it's so damn effective and beautiful to watch. Essentially what Shopify Rebellion are doing is making CAG fight smoke walls, smoke grenades, Deimos trackers, all this utility and distraction. And while this chaos is happening, Ambi walks into sight with the nuke scan active, past the bulletproof, past the Yokai drone, past the default camera, and all Shopify need is one of those 3 areas to succeed, because that creates a way into the bomb site to plant. Window jump in, beat that gunfighter warden, that's one way. Deimos on bathroom window going rocket stairs, the second way. Ambi flanking bomb site is the third way. One of those 3 works, you're happy daisies. 2 of those 3 succeeded.
Yeah, Rebellion are really just looking like such a well-formed squad at the moment.
It's so calculated. There's so much intent behind.
Play it together. They play it coordinated. It's looking fantastic. Now, onto the defense for CAG. 2 more left remain. They have struggled on this side. They've lost 3 defenses already. We thought that they were doing really well in the first half with 3 attacks, but yeah, this defense, I mean, 1 out of 4 they've played has been successful. Rebellion are just so deadly on this attacking side.
That's the thing. I don't think CAG have played poorly or they've been weak. I don't think they're fumbling or trolling rounds. I generally just think that this is Shopify Rebellion understanding, not even the meta, but they're forcing their way of playing the game on their terms. And CAG don't know how to respond to it because what the hell are they doing? This is so outside the usual norm of Lair, of Rainbow Six Siege's current meta game, and CAG just don't seem to have answers for it.
Now, Rebellion are ahead of the curve in
They are.
terms of the meta at the moment. They haven't brought the Sens this round, but that Nook has come back into play as well. The FMG got a bit of a nerf not too long ago. Nock had a bit of a nerf in general, the Gadget. And we didn't see it immediately come back into play, but it's made its gradual return. Rexon is certainly putting on a bit of a clinic with that op at the moment.
Yeah, it's where they nerfed the Gadget to the point where you now generate footstep sound a lot louder or whatever. Before you had like a slight noise reduction, but the Gadget lasts longer now and only drains when you spot it on cameras. So, one of those.
So he activates his Gadget and he can start moving up.
See, it doesn't charge on the bar. Like, it stays on max energy until you're actually spotted by camera like now. And if he moves and whatnot, I can see it'll drain.
Yeah.
It's genius,
So
really.
it starts draining when he's not walking or crouching. He starts to sprint, then it will drain. So he can just hold his position. ACOG on the FMG as well. He's just waiting, calming with the rest of his team. Got a look of confusion on his face.
He's like, what's that?
I heard Surf throw out an incendiary bolt as well on the crossbow.
While this is happening, the other 4 players are working together, either droning for him, checking out the bomb side, maybe looking for those Fenrir mines because they will still spot the Nurk. Gadgets don't stop working just because the cameras do. And it's only a minute left, actually. This one has flown by, and Rebellion have not achieved a whole lot inside the building, mostly from the exterior.
And that Tubarao is going to really slow down this push as well. Not a lot of time left on the clock, and Tubarao still has one more Zoto canister. Rexon needs to have an impact. He's not going for a backstab. He is the tip of the spear onto the bomb site. Canadian has fallen. A nade to go out. There's no information. There are players above spraying down. Rebellion just simply have not made enough headway on this map so far to try and form up and execute. They are going to need to frag out. Shuri finds one, finds 2. He goes massive. 3 kills before being shut down. All up to Surf in a 1v4. Rebellion were hoping to close it out here and now, but CAG are not done yet. Nice. This game will continue. One more round for the Japanese to push overtime.
That looked really good for CAG. They played a bomb site that's very small, very compact, and they only really played in 2 areas. Those far back on the bomb site and right above it, and it just meant that Nurk can't find any openings, there's no backstab potential, and if Shopify Rebellion don't fully clear the top 4 portion, they got bomb site on a lock and key from above. Shopify tried to go for direct attack, kind of, but kind of not at the same time, and just couldn't find any openings. So if CG can close that net and make it as small as possible, and just only exist in that small circle, that could stop the current trend of Shopify Rebellion. And that's where we gotta see again. Shopify Rebellion don't play one style of siege. They can go off the nuke, they can go fast, they can do the rush strat, they can do slow takes. So I think it's an ever-evolving, ever-adapting situation for CG where they can't get stuck doing the same counters because they won't be met with the same attack.
It's true. I think the onus is on Rebellion, though. In that round in particular, like you compare it to one of their previous attacks, it wasn't like there was a set play from the get-go they were clearly intent on doing. They didn't breach the main wall on site, and they didn't clear the top floor. You can't get away with not doing either of those things on that bomb site. I don't know whether it was perhaps they were hoping to find a gap and they were playing a gap finding strat.
A kill or
yeah, it's like you play a gap finding strat. If you don't find a gap, you're cooked.
That's how it goes.
Because you haven't done the due diligence of breaching the walls that would be required for a heavy execute strat.
Yep.
So Rebellion, perhaps a bad call, perhaps just banking on something that didn't come by. But they have one last chance on their attack to get this done without pushing OT.
From nuke to gridlock.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens, I guess.
Yeah, dude. It's like you're not getting kills on gridlock. Actually, no, it was who was it? It was Rexon.
Rexon played Nook last
Okay,
round,
yeah. You're not getting kills on the Nook. You have to play the slowest operator in the game.
It's funny because Sledge recently got buffed, right? People call it buff. I call it Nerf.
Can't believe we haven't seen much Sledge recently.
I mean, it's kind of a poo-poo operator.
Dude, don't say that about my boy.
No G11, like the hammer is so underwhelming compared to Ram and Bog. Nades don't matter. And also, going from a 3-speed to 2-speed, it feels more fun, it feels faster paced, but you're more vulnerable to C4s, not impact grenade, vertical damage.
Maybe you can run away from the C4s faster, bro.
If you hear them getting ripped, that is. I always
sounds like a skill issue, man.
Honestly, I'm like the worst guy with C4s. I get 0 kills with them, and I always die to them because I don't hear them getting ripped. That's my bad, I guess. I'll get better. I'll do better.
It's alright, bro. You're safe on the desk. They can't get you here. The C4s can't reach you while you're casting.
I'm safe here. Concrete floor. Many stories up. Anderton took a bit of damage there, unsure from where. I guess the vert from above. And 1 minute 30 took a very quick pace for Rebellion. They got the Ram, they got the Gridlock. Secondary Shoddy Goddy that can do some destruction as well. Jackal Track, 3 of those in pocket. Quickstep finding one piece out of nowhere, and CIG just falling apart. That's also Smoke dead.
I don't know if that was just holding the line of sight into the OBJ. There we go. Good reply. Strange of Ambi to stand on a red ping. This is a big flank from Shurif. The Ram looking the wrong direction. Surf goes down, but not before he's able to find that pick onto Anaton. And now it's a 2v3 for poor CAG to push overtime.
Shopify didn't rush the bomb set there, maybe because Goyo 5, maybe missed position, but often when you get flanked in a 4 versus 2, you just rush the sole player on the side. You don't want to gamble it, don't want to risk that instead. They took a 3 versus 2 on side now. Shurif dropped, he's dead.
Chibisu now in a 1 versus 2 after that trade. He's got information. The red ping's coming on out. He's got to win the fight against Grexon. Here comes that C4 shot out of midair. First spray down. Second one he can't get. He's old as shit with the best gun in the game, and he's just won the first map for Shopify Rebellion. CAG pushed him deep, but the Americans and that lone Canadian, well, they're here to play.
Oh, and this is going to set the tone for what can very well be a great best of 3, going the distance, not in overtime, but in regulation. That was CIG's map pick off Lair, and oh boy, I will say, they are impressing me already. CIG certainly look great.
That they do, but the job's not done yet. Rebellion look to make this a 2-0 on the second map. CAG look to come back after this break.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller, eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço, nós temos a questão da lateralidade. No jogo, é a gente se posicionar de uma forma correta. Então, a gente fala, vira para a esquerda, vira para a direita, olha tal canto. Então, tudo isso faz parte também do ensino da educação física. Então, sempre eu tento trazer algo que eles possam entender que isso eles podem levar para a vida inteira.
E aí, amigo, o que tu acha que vai rolar nesse EV aí? Como é que vai ser?
Ai, eu espero que pelo menos tenha brasileiro na final, né? A expectativa pelo menos é essa.
Do jeito que tá todo mundo jogando, eu acredito que vai ser.
Né?
Eu torço muito pelos brasileiros, mas assim, os times gringos.
Map 1 done and dusted. Rebellion coming out on top despite some good moments from the Japanese. It was a solid fight, but man, it's such a treat to watch Shopify Rebellion play. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I had them before watching them with this roster, before watching them in this tournament. That's my dark horse, top 4, super hyped and excited for a North American team for once. And I started doubting myself, being like, are they the real deal? Should I be excited? This is the first time I get to cast them and really watch their gameplay, and I gotta say, they've surpassed my expectations. I really like what they're doing. They feel ahead of the curve. They got the clutch potential, they're fragging, they're problem solving. But CAG didn't make it easy for them, and I love that it's getting competitive because this group of death is really living up to its name. Any team can really take it.
Totally. Everyone was saying this is the group of death, or maybe except for CAG.
Yeah.
CAG have absolutely started competing.
But it's a fair statement before you saw them play, right? Where it's like, oh, they're gonna fall short, but they really aren't. I mean, look at the stats here as well. CAG, they kept toe-to-toe. Almost everyone is like close to neutral with like a 1.0 KD, for example. Blackgrave fell a little bit behind 5 and 9, but that's really it.
Yeah, and even on the Shopify side, like very much well-rounded. Canadian might have only got 3 kills, but damn, they were impactful kills.
He won the last round.
He got a 1v1 to win the game, so credit to him. The rest of the squad firing on all cylinders. And yes, absolutely, we have high expectations for Shopify. They made top 8 at the Montreal Major, top 6 at the last 6 Invitational, back when they was Sonics as well. And here, as Blackray's having his banana break between maps, Clubhouse is the next map, and that is Shopify's map pick. We talked a little bit about Clubhouse off air as well.
True.
Very excited to see this one. Shopify are a great team on this map.
Yeah, I can really see their current playstyle from Lair transition so well into Clubhouse, because it comes down to strategy, timing, having multiple win conditions, the front take with the backstab. And I do think that CAG could struggle a lot more on a map that is more structured, where they're forced into a more linear playstyle. But I also know that we have seen from them, they are capable of attacking themselves. I think their defenses might be a problem. They might not have the answers and the counterplay on the fly to deal with Shopify Rebellion will bring to the table.
Well, just to put this into perspective, right? We know that Shopify is really good on this map. As a bit of an explanation, a win yesterday over Team Secret, a close one at that, 8-7. Prior to that, the day before, against FaZe Clan, a 5-7 loss. So a couple of cracks maybe in the history for Shopify. But you look further back, 7-4 against Team Liquid at the Montreal Major, 7-0 against G2 at the Montreal Major.
Ooh.
Shopify, they've always loved this map. It's a really solid one for them, but there is a lot of material out there to study for CAG. Flip side, very much the opposite for CAG. They've only played this once recently. It was in the 6 Invitational Japan qualifiers, and it was a 7-1 domination over Kinotrope, who's a very solid team.
Yeah.
So maybe the one thing going for CAG here is that there just isn't as much material on how they play this game out there. So Canadian, Seth, and the rest of the squad don't have nearly as many VODs to watch and figure out how the Japanese play this. They're going to have to come into this with their own game plan rather than playing counter strats.
Interesting. Speaking of recent history and how many times they played Clubhouse, going into today, before any matches were played, Shopify Rebellion had the most rounds played at this event with 74 rounds.
Wow.
For example, CAG, we're sitting on 58 in comparison. So obviously Shopify Rebellion, they've played very good teams. They're in group of death. They've had the 5-7 losses, 7-5 victories, overtime, etc. So it's been very close. But the more you play at these events, again, the more strats you're showing. And if you don't have the adaptability or the deep strat pool, you'll eventually be figured out by opponents. So for Shopify, one thing they could work on is close kids out faster, hide more strats.
Yeah. Well, you can see they have quite a deep strat book as we see.
Oh, yeah,
is that
it's
Ambi
thick.
flicking through it? I can't see his face from
it's
here.
Ambi, the young boy.
The young boy himself.
It's like a little
that
school
is a
presentation.
thick
Oh,
binder.
it's so big.
Look at the size of that binder, bro.
Oh,
I'm
man.
having a look at on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Does that say Master Denial?
It does say Master Denial. That's what
Is
I'm
it
seeing
all
as well.
all the plant denial spots for Master Bedroom, perhaps? Super's going to be so mad that we're like studying his.
So
info on
maybe
stream.
take a
It's
photo,
like
zoom
full
in, flip
maps.
it.
Can I just say that looks like thick paper?
It does look
That
like thick
paper, I
yeah.
bet that paper's like 50 cents a slip.
Okay.
That stuff
They
looks.
got a new
that's-
org. They can afford it. They got that funding, the backing, the support. I mean, that's the upgrade right there. You get the thick
You
piece
get
of
the
paper.
thick paper. It's basically cardboard. Chisel it into stone if you want. It's nice.
Recyclable, you know, environmentally good.
It is nice to see new organizations enter into Rainbow Six, even in, what are we? Are we in year 10 yet?
We are in year 10 after this
After
event.
Six
We're-
Invitational.
This is the ending of year
heading
9.
into year 10. How exciting. And also, I will say as well, I know Parker was very happy about this. Toronto-based organization,
He's so
Canadian
biased.
org, with the most famous Canadian player at its head as well. Otherwise, a very American roster. And no doubt they'll have the crowd on their side. If and when they get to main stage, I think most people would be surprised to not see Shopify Rebellion make the main stage at this event. They're probably going to be one of the tournament's favorites by the crowd at the very least.
Oh,
I
yeah, I
think
mean, any team with Tron is a crowd favorite.
absolutely.
Like, you could be with 4 Swedish players in America and they still cheer for that team like it depends on. Like,
Why
it depends on it.
Swedish?
Because, like, the most random, out of nowhere, no one gives a damn place in the world. It's like, think of Sweden, Fabian, that's it. End of story. Meatballs,
Spoy?
IKEA. Okay, Spoy's like half American at this point.
True,
Like, he's not
true.
even full Swedish.
True. Oh, well, it's time to get into map number 2, CAG versus Shopify Rebellion.
Whoa.
Almost messed that one up. Shopify Rebellion about to get into it. This is their map pick. They are Clubhouse Demons going up against the Japanese, fighting to stay alive in the group of death. Map number 2 is up on the docket. Let's see if CAG can fight back.
We're going to start off the same spot as always, the operator band phase, and trying to see if anything sticks out from Lair. Of course, you saw the operator bands off. I cannot even read my notes. Asami and Dokubi from CAG.
Dude, your handwriting sucks.
Maverick and Clash from
That was-
Shopify Rebellion.
That was right.
I gotta fix my handwriting. That
You
is
do,
so
man.
terrible.
I do wonder if we'll see that Clash band come through again. The Dokubi.
I'm not sure if you banned the Clash on Clubhouse. I'm not sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if Anderson brings it. Maverick. Okay. So this is the same bands. Just to clarify, guys, there is a visual bug at the moment in the operator video phase. Because CAG are blue team starting defense, actually when it says CAG banning, this is actually Rebellion banning
Yes,
right
it's
now.
right.
So far we are doing the exact same bans as we had on map 1. CAG banning Dokubi, Rebellion banning Maverick. Are they going to get rid of the Clash? No.
Asami.
This time it's the Azami, which does leave CAG open for the last ban to try something new.
Yeah, it could be a Kite or a Two-Brow if they didn't like what they were bringing last time for Shopify Rebellion. Mira actually being brought out instead.
Caillou, Tubarão are in and Maverick is out. This is going to be really awkward for hard breaches.
I like the Asami ban from Shopify because Asami has a much broader impact on all 4 bomb sites. Clash can be played on maybe 1 or 2 of those. Mira, kind of like, not a basement only, but it's certainly the strongest point of the Mira. And then like gym defense, of course, as well. So, yeah, broad term versus the specific counter-stratting. I like this. The scene is set, nothing to the norm, but I think you are correct. Hard breaching could be very difficult with Kite, Two-Bro banded open, and Maverick being banned.
Yeah, that Mav ban's what scares me here. Of course, it is up to CAG to capitalize on it, and immediately Tubarão, Caillou have come through.
Like that.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a juggle game, but immediately a lot of hard breach available. Grexa on that Hibana for hatches. Rexon on the ace as well. And the Thatcher, I mean, Ambi was tempted to switch off of it. I don't
That's
think
a
you can.
crazy repick.
Don't think you
Thatcher
can
onto
afford to
Thatcher.
get off Thatcher on Clubhouse with Caillou
No.
open and Maverick banned, dude. Oh, we are going to see some changes last second, though.
Hey, Osa Capital.
We want a shield change over from the Blackbeard to the Osa for Canadian. There'll be secondary tin can openers, no doubt, on Rexon. No, he's got Claymores. Ooh, there's actually not a lot of hard breach on the cards then.
This kind of screams kitchen attack to me, like kitchen dirt with Osa Capital, Hibana. But of course, what this does, it might be, okay, kitchen makes so much sense here, sure. but it is a super flexible lineup. You can go blue, you can go church, you can go motor door. I like that Shopify keeping their options open despite probably having a very clear-cut plan in mind. I really like this from CIG. The Kite Claw in the dirt tunnel, which is where most top reads will start and open up first. And if an EMP from Envy comes out, they got Tuberao. They can freeze it, they can get the Kite Claw going again. Just keep wasting time and burning utility from the attacker side. Gotta see the room clear first. Surf doing the drone work upstairs in gym. Looking to take the main stairs in control and start approaching that map control. Blue staircase cut off, far being droned out. CAG, I do feel like, yes, you're playing a heavy turtle strat right now, but imagine you start like master bedroom staircase, kill one drone, fall back, start garage, kill one drone, fall back. You will buy yourself 20 extra seconds because you're slowing down the attackers. You're giving Shopify a full clear away from the map. This C4 could be good if Surf oversteps his welcome, but no.
This is a wild contest from Shurip. He's been droned out. He wants to play aggressively on the main stairs since there is a bulletproof camera to support him. Droned again. They're going to try and watch his retreat. C4 doesn't find anything, but CAG get away with their life, and I call that a win.
Yeah. It's a nice minigame. CAG a year ago, I think they just swing that, they die. This time the C4 cover's there. They hurt the rib, Surf backed off, respecting it. But you do trade a C4 for, I say nothing, but your teammate stayed alive. That's great. You're seeing the fire goes being popped right now. I cross all 2 plays, 2 Tuberals in pocket, 1 C4, 3 Toxic Babes. Shopify right now with their current positions, it does look like that early call with the kitchen drop is very likely. You can drop with the Oza shield covering, put that down, you go for a plant attempt, you can fire and smoke off the AK's position. The only awkward thing, the Warden from Monsieur Nico is active in play. Shark Canadian has to be super cautious where he goes for a plant or he might just die for nothing.
Still a Nitro in pocket for Anaton as well. Is he in position for it? Here comes the drop. Grixa loses his life, getting overly aggressive, and Dirt was never cleared, so here comes Shuri, but covered from above by Surf, and the plant begins to go down. Shiraneko trying to deal damage, but there's no C4 to speak of, and so the plant gets confirmed. Ambi bot main to hold down the fort, to put Black Ray out of his misery. 4 players left up. A gas is far too late. As Troy Canadian hides behind his shield, relocated. Nice shot from Surf above the hatch. He's farming here. Shiraneko, 1v4, not likely to happen. Rexon somehow weathers the storm of those sprayed bullets towards him, and it should be pretty easy for Rebellion to lock out from here on out. CAG did not have the denial required, and it's too easy for Rebellion in the post. Not even Dirt required.
Nope.
Just dropping down the hatch and locking in.
This is a round where I feel like CIG, they fell short. Modern Shopify, they outplayed them. They had 3 Toxic Babes, they had a C4, none of which got spent at all. The Black Ray, who played Tuberao, he died fighting from Moto to bottom main staircase as the bomb was going down. He had the C4, and you had Smoke, who used these Toxic Babes after the plan was already succeeded by Troy. So it felt like they had the right tools to deal with the problems, but the players were not in the right positions to actually do so. I feel like that was too simple to work for Shopify, but sometimes it works.
Yeah. I mean, a C4 would have completely changed the conversation. And we do have Anaton on the Clash.
You know what they also got? They got 2 rotates in gym.
Oh, no, not this again,
yeah,
bro.
They do. Look, they got the rotate right there, baby. Oy! I love this rotate so much. Now, I will say caveat. When you play the Clash, crouch rotates like that normally are fine.
They suck.
But when you extend them to be big and open and tall, then Clash can walk through those rotates while being extended with the shield. And it just gives you more freedom as the Clash player of Anaton. I believe the rotate between Master Bedroom and Office did have a very big wall opening, so they have kept it into consideration. Actually, no, I don't think that's going to fit.
Never mind.
Either way, Anaton on Clash.
Anaton's a big guy. What can you say?
He's a big guy.
I mean, he goes to the gym 7 days a week.
He squats like 200 kilograms.
Dude, he's insane. He is so jacked. Do you reckon he's going to put down a second piece of barbed wire or not?
No, dude, he's like, I can lift this. Oh, he put it down.
There we go.
I can carry this. The only thing is, there is no wall deny. And it's not that you must bring it, but this is the issue. It's such a free, quick use of exothermic charges with no cost utility. And it just means that if Shopify Rebellion, they recognize that there's no wall deny, which they have very quickly, they're going to have so much extra time to problem solve the Valkyrie cameras, the Clash itself, and find the right openings. And they got Amaru, they got Ying, they got the Sense. They want to go up to Gym Hatch, create chaos, shut off the lines of sight, just go for a cheeky plan attempt. And if CAG once again don't read into this correctly, they have no counterplay.
Look at that. On the balcony outside.
Yeah.
Can we
Or
just have a look?
Sens
There's
wall,
the
or-
Sens wall. Spectate Rexon for a second, Sky. Look at these. The
They're gonna
Sens
cut
wall.
off the window. Yeah.
So, that's genius. I'd never thought of that as a way to counter the peaks from outside of that window.
Yep.
But he can just activate that Sens wall whenever he wants. At the moment, he's covering it because he's baiting someone to enter. Ambi's going to go up the hatch and decide. What is this? A genius play from Shopify Rebellion, but he's exposed to the Clash, who's just looking at him and continuing to zap him. There's going to be a peek, no doubt. A C4 goes out. Shimoneko denies the plan. It was a bit of an overlook here from Rebellion. No way to prevent that plant denial from going down. A nice idea, but the attention to detail simply wasn't there. Now they have to get desperate. Canadian vaulting inside, but he wins his fight on Shureep. And it might not matter, but that plant has been denied.
Good start on here from the Rebellion. They don't got to stress the plant right now. 1 minute to go. They can just stabilize first, get another kill, and now Canadian can move into the
going
rotation. Try
on?
to get a plant down, maybe.
Oh, this is cheeky. Looking for another one. Aniton. Devilish with the clash, but the round is still Shopify's nonetheless. Bit of a strange execute. Flaws in the plan, perhaps, but got the job done at the end of it.
Ambi said, I went up the hatch as a Clash just staring at me. And he wasn't sure what to plant. I think two things can happen there. Either you use another Sense Projector to cut off the door from Jim so that you can't see, anybody there, or Ambi just picks like a different corner, of course. But we saw the vision. It was, again, that was planned out from the second they saw the bomb site. Where the Sense Projector walls would go, Ambi going up the hatch, 2 players on the breach. Again, there's so few gaps in the attack. And eventually, CSG, they make the right play. They double C4, they advance, they push aggressively, but then they start getting too chaotic in the server, I think, and they lose grasp of what they have to do. The second that C4 kills Ambi on the plant, they don't have to stay aggressive anymore. They've shut down the plant, they've taken off the Sense Projector walls. I think they could just kind of chill back, reset, and then see what happens next.
Yeah, a little bit of a flaw there from
kept
CAG.
fighting.
Rebellion are just so damn good on their attacks. And it's not just this map. Lair was the same.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? I was feeling for CAG's defensive rounds on Clubhouse, not their attacks. But lo and behold, CAG is starting defense. And it was by design. They chose this because it was Shopify Rebellion's map. That means CAG's 2 starting side. They said, we'll start defense, guys. Usually that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Not right now.
You don't want to be defending against Shopify Rebellion. They won 4 out of their 6 attacks on Lair. Here on Clubhouse, 2 for 2 already. They just really are ahead of the meta. They know how to use this Sens. Here comes the Glaz. He's got an inkling. Not sure what the idea is with that Tuberau. Here comes the fire. Spotting the player for a brief second.
One more fire.
Shuri loses a lot of HP, and the fire will finish him off. Beautiful work. The combination of the fire and the Glaz takes down that player in Rafters very early, and that's usually, it takes, what, 2 minutes to achieve that? They've done it in the first 60 seconds of the round. Grix has now found Aniton from the roof. It goes from bad to worse for CAG.
This is the best way to describe Shopify. They have found very simple, easy, quick solutions for very difficult to deal with problems. Not just on Clubhouse, but also on Lair. And to make things actually worse for CAG, they've double reinforced off the catwalk walls to garage from the bomb site. That means they could just literally walk it for free now, smoke or no smoke, take this in control, get a flying drone downstairs and lounge, get served into catwalk, reach this wall open, and then you just plant.
Shibusu has to get out of dodge as the main breach is now open. A minute and a half, 5 versus 2, already poised for a potential plant position. This is a dream come true for Rebellion.
Yeah, now surfing Garrett, walking on that catwalk staircase, gonna breach the wall to the bomb site, and then it's gonna be game over or round over for CAG. They have 1 C4 in pocket. I mean, you need Blackberry and TP to just pop off in gunfights here, winning every single engagement because strategically they can deny 1 plant. They got 5 attacking players though.
Nitro still in pocket for Chibisu, but this needs to be an unbelievable hero play from him and Blackray. They need to go for a kill on this player on the balcony, and they know it, but there's a stack. 2 players outside. Canadian just thoroughly clearing all of this util. There is still a bulletproof camera in CCTV. Here comes that C4. Is it too early? It finds Canadian. That might not be enough as Ambi's finished off Blackray. 1v4 now for Chibisu. Ace required. Second kill found. Oh, another one! Chibisu's gone nuts! 2 more players to find, but Surf doesn't let it slip through his fingers. That was far too close for Comfort Rebellion. A near 1v5 for Chibisu. The sigh of relief as the Americans do just get it done. 3 rounds in a row on this attacking side, forcing out the tactical timeout from CAG.
Such a valiant effort attempt there from Chibisu. If only his teammate didn't die as early as he did, but it shouldn't come down to the clutch factor. That's not quote-unquote good enough, right? We gotta see CAG step it up in the early stage of the round. They can't lose catwalk in 30 seconds without, forcing anything out of the pocket from Shopify. It took 2 fires and 1 smoke grenade. That's something, but it's certainly a valuable trade for the attackers. They can talk amongst each other, with their support staff, but so can Shopify. Both teams can talk to the coaches at the same time, even if it's one team calling the timeout.
CAG have tried 3 different bomb sites now. Church, basement, second floor, gym bedroom, and second floor CCTV cache. Arguably in the worst order, like from the best to worst.
Yeah.
Now they have to decide where do they go back to. I feel like the basement, in theory, is going to be their best shot.
It was the best look for sure.
Yeah, Rebellion just have such a good set on all of these bomb sites. This next kill, I actually thought this was a down for a second.
Yeah, it's the same because he crouched.
Yeah. If that had been a down, it could have been very, very possible there for Chibisu. But yeah, like you said, should not be a hero play.
You see Troy being frustrated with that, right?
He's like, God damn it, how did we almost lose that?
It was so clean till it wasn't.
Never underestimate these Japanese players. I mean, APAC in general, and they cop a lot of flack, but these guys are gunners. Chibisu, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Back down to the basement is where CAG go, and they need to find something now. This is a defense-favored map. Rebellion are so good at attacking. CAG need to gun for the next 3 in a row to bring this back.
So far, Shopify, they've been just thriving off pocket strats and one-off executes, and this lineup looks a bit more like a staple. I mean, Monty on this basement attack can go anywhere. Blue, kitchen hatch, down the main staircase. You can go for a room clear. Once again, so many options, so much flexibility. The fact that we see double Heartbreach stature blocked screams to me full map clear, full map control. We can pick and choose any way that we want. Even got that double triple down on Heartbreach can openers on Canadian's Monty. So technically 3 Heartbreachers. We see this master bedroom, Garrett's drones. That's going to be all a top floor clear. You just walk on in, block and then do some verticality, hold the main staircase, cut off the blue stairs. And again, CAG have completely surrendered any form of roam game. They're not even attempting at roaming. So they're giving so much time for Rebellion again.
I like the flexibility in the lineup from Rebellion, like you said. Having all that hard breach redundancy just means they've got options. It's funny, sometimes Rebellion has an idea before the round starts. They're like, we're going to go for this, we're bringing these exact operators, and then you have a round like this where they're like, oh, well, we have all these options. We're going to start by just doing a map clear, but if we see a gap, we can rotate, we can adjust, because we have all very generic tools. They don't have anything special, like a Sens or a Ying, like we've seen in the past. They got the Monty, I guess.
Yeah.
But they can adapt based on what looks easy, what looks like the best, most promising option at the time.
And this goes back to old-style Siege, where before you had 6-pick and attack or repick and such, you had to pick the most broad operator lineup for almost every single round because you didn't know what you were up against. The whole attack or repick, where you can change all attack and operators, is still technically a new thing in Rainbow Six Siege. And I feel like the idea of broad-term operators has not gotten lost by some rosters, but forgotten about a little bit. This again, very quick roam clear. They can play it safe, not avoid the C4s if he's going out. Try and get the hatches. The 2-round might complicate this hatch, however, as the EMPs don't deactivate the freeze. And a minute to go, we gotta start seeing this kind of strat come to mind. That this is where Monty's great. You walk into Moto, you can just walk and block the door, and now brute force the hatch. The issue is, I don't think they're gonna have enough EMPs or Harveys to get the church triple wall opened up itself. And if this doesn't get opened up, unless maybe they do get it, I don't know how they're going to enter the bomb site.
This triple wall should be opened eventually. The last Zoto canister. There's 3 breaches on that wall.
He's running in?
This is a desperate push from Ambi, but he finds it! Another one for the young gunner! Look at him go! Nothing can stop him! A quad kill! Running it down the hallway and carving CAG a new one!
Super put it best. Another clip! That is ridiculous. If you haven't seen Ambi's A's on Bang, it was the exact same thing. He just walks in, bang, 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 flick spinning, getting all the kills, covering himself with a chassis as well for the 4th player. ridiculous. When you saw Canadian run it down, off-pace play, completely caught GG by surprise.
What do you say? That guy got baptized? What an absolute mad lad. Ambi just farmed. Is this T-Hunt? Look at this.
Bang.
Bang.
Left.
3.
No idea where the fourth guy is.
4. That was a 5-second 4K, by the way. That's another fucking montage.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
God
I mean,
damn.
in other games, these kind of clips happen with a decent frequency.
No, not in Siege. We never see that.
We can go a full event without seeing a clip like that. And we've gotten 2 in the last 3 games.
Unreal.
And I love how Troy is willing to be the clown of that round. He looks so silly. He ran through a smoke, instantly died, but the fact is, he was playing the distraction game for the rest of his team.
Yeah.
The Selmas went off, you know, Ambi pushes the hallway, and it works so well.
Dude, how have COG let it slip to this position? From 2-0ing Furia to taking a map off of FaZe, to starting pretty strong on Lair, to now getting embarrassed on Clubhouse. It's not even like CAG are playing terribly. Rebellion are just that good.
I think this is what happens when you trend set. Nobody who's not already seen or played against this will know what to do against it until you get that experience. By playing the same as every other team at this event, like playing the aggressive Furia-style meta gameplay, it's expected, it's predictable. Rebellion are very much shaping it to be their own style. And it's so hard to do it so far. Now they're fast, right? They've been slow, they've been steady. Now they rush the building, they get a kill. Chibisu trades back onto Ambi. He was 9-2 until this moment. And still it's 4 versus 4. Anderson's almost dead. Canadians on Monty. They got the Jekyll for roam clear. They can stabilize and reset this round and just go again.
CAG really feel that pressure to continue fighting, though. At least they did take down Ambi, as you said. He was 9-1 before he died just now. 9-1. Rebellion really are the trendsetters. Nothing particularly special this round. Look at this aggression from Chibisu, but you can see Grixer outside is actually actively watching this door. He's got a read. I don't know how he does it, but Rebellion has such a good read on CAG right now. CAG have not been playing hyper-aggressive this whole time. Thankfully for Chibisu, he does get back just in time to avoid the swing from Grixer. Meanwhile, Canadian is playing a little looky-loo into sight. Sharif's trying to tempt him. Trying to get him to march a little bit too far forward, walk into that crossfire, but experienced veteran like Canadian's not going to fall for that.
He's also taking the attention of 3 separate defenders, and again, even this looks like, oh, it's a waste of time, what are you doing? No. They know where 3 defenders are playing from, and they're pushing in Dirt Tunnel, they're pushing Blue Staircase, and Main.
Oh, that's awkward. There's information now. The position of Shiraneko revealed. Shuri finds one, looks for another one. Scopos down. Canadian and Surf. Canadian's found his kill. How do you die there, Chibisu? Anaton versus 2 now. Surf is low HP. Canadian, though, on the Monty. He's the real demon. He's the real one to duel here. Anaton forced back. Low HP already as Surf gets in the building and lands a shot straight between the eyes. That is what we like to see. 5-0 for Rebellion.
Too easy. And again, it goes back to, I don't think CAG are blundering these rounds. I don't think they're playing it poorly, but it looks so helpless.
They're just getting
What are
owned.
they supposed to do here, right?
They're getting outclassed.
They are. And I love this. I think we've had a very long time in Siege where the meta doesn't change very often and it sticks around for a very long time. The util meta lasted for over a year. The Finger meta and Grenade meta lasted for 8 months. The Asami, Fenrir, Melusi, Solus meta lasted for a year and a half. And even though there's different operators, it was the same kind of style of Siege across the board. Now we're seeing a potential, and this is my prediction that Fox and I spoke about this the other night actually here at the event. We both see a world where we start seeing more of the older style, structured, kind of util meta returning because it's been a forgotten art. And teams don't know how to play against it as effectively, but on the other side, teams are not practiced at it either. If you're a team that starts trendsetting these old ways of playing the game, you will catch opponents by surprise until they catch up and learn it. If you can keep evolving with a decent frequency, like every 6 to 8 months, for example, you can simply be so far ahead of most of the average Pro League teams by just simply standing out and being different.
And on the attacking side, that's exactly what Rebellion have done. They're innovating with the sends. They're playing differently around the Monty. They're doing so many new things. Look at this aggression now from Shuri. He's been spotted. Can he take a body with him? He needs one. At least 7 bullets left in the magazine. He's out. And he does drop down back to the site again. A C4 doesn't find anything for Anaton. Aggression now from Chibisu. I feel like the way that Rebellion... Oh, wait. What is this? Rexon's just in the site. Ambi's found 2!
What?
How does he keep it going? Another one for Rexon! An air jab to cover off the flank.
The round's over.
Rebellion is in the site. And not just the round, but it seems like the game may be over as well. It's Shiraneko up against 5 players. Is he even going to find one at this point? It's an embarrassment for CAG. First kill for Shiraneko. Diffuser down. And 4 angry players waiting to receive him. One above the hatch. Rexen will find him from in the side. It's a 6-0 lead for Shopify Rebellion.
He was prone. Yeah, he was. Hey, full focus. Full focus.
Dude, you're up 6-0. Shut up.
Yeah.
Full focus.
Can you play the game?
Job's
like,
not done
hello?
yet. They're arguing. They're like, oh, where was that guy in dirt? Was he
Yeah.
prone? You stole my kill. This has been an unbelievable showing from the best team in North America. Up against the best team from Japan, who really surprised us in their first 2 games here. CAG, they haven't done enough yet to qualify, to guarantee that they will qualify for the playoffs. They need to keep the fire alive. But Rebellion, I mean, they've been a wet blanket, if nothing else, on all of the CAG fans' hopes and dreams.
This is round number 7. Is that correct, James?
Yes, it is.
This is the 5th round of basement.
Oh, no.
Basement, gym, CC, basement, 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 side swap, basement. This is the most basement club I've ever seen because you tend to win this bomb site. And the worst part is, 4 times attempted by CAG, 0 victories. There's a very real chance 1 attempted by Shopify Rebellion, victory, 7-0, done deal.
I have a
That'll be
feeling,
statement.
like CAG, surely they're rattled at this point. Like maybe they'd have more luck on their attack, just because Rebellion is so damn good at the attack. I can't expect them to have as much success on defense. But you got to be rattled. You got to be like completely shafted.
I think if CAG start attack, it could be like a 3-3 half, 2-4 half, and then they get shafted. But now they're giga shafted with nothing to show for it, and it feels really bad.
Yeah, we just had a spawn peeking smoke, by the way.
I mean, Surf is blatantly trolling again. Second layer on the staircase.
Dude's 10-1.
Yeah.
The dude is 10-1.
Yeah, he's obviously trolling. If Surf was locked in, he'd be 15-0. That's what I'm saying.
Imagine being Super. You're standing behind the players, and you're like, guys, focus. And then you see your newest player on the roster, who's playing Smoke, 10-1.
I mean, I like it though. It feels like the discipline of Dark Zero combined with the innovation and funsies of, well, Sonics, I guess, if you will. And you have Canadian and Super working hand in hand with such a high potential young roster. Gotta see it from a strategical point here though. Kai Claw, whoop, that's 6 pellets gone. Or 8. I didn't quite count, but it was in that area. Job well done for Canadian. They have 3 2-barrel canisters. They have smokes. They have triple C4. They have an answer for every plant position possible with CAG. And if you're on the attacking side right now, I think they need to get a kill or 2 before going for a bomb set execute, because they don't have the tools to deny all these things. This Soul Kai Claw on Dirt Tunnel alone is such a problem for them.
You can already see the cogs are whirring for CAG.
Gotta need it out.
How do we clear this
Try
setup?
again.
There we go. How much util are we going to waste?
I was gonna say. Oh, they sell mad as well? Okay, so they get Kitchen Hatch. They breach Dirt Tunnel. Nobody's there to enter. And they've done some Vert. So they're gonna have Monty drop. Try and go for a plant against triple C4, triple smoke grenade, triple 2-barrel canisters, double impact. That's a lot of explosives. But hey, try as they might.
A lot of information here. The gas to try and keep them at bay. You can see Chibisu was so tempted to make something happen there. Meanwhile, Anaton, 1-6 on this Monty. Gets up nice and close. He's worried about the crossfire, but again, Surf, good thing he didn't die spawn peeking because his smokes have been instrumental in preventing the rush now.
Can you push this?
30 seconds left. He's going to go straight through. The pre-fire doesn't find it. He can't see anything inside the smoke.
He's out.
And somehow Canadian gets away with his life. CAG, though, they continue fighting for it. Ambi comes to life with the DMR. And now Black Ray coming in from the side, coming in from short. Is he going to check his corners? Shiraneko and Anaton together have teamed up for 2. Anaton for another. It's all up to Ambi, and he doesn't get it done. A 7th round of attack, 1 in Clubhouse as CAG find their first of the map.
I think that round is exactly where the old style of CAG they thrive. I had no idea what was going on. I think the person, I didn't see what it was, the Grim I believe, that pushed into blue for the backstep, I think he dropped Kitchen Hatch and sprinted through the entire thing, and him and Troy crossed each other as he exited third. Something crazy happened, and it's so hard as a player in that server to keep track of what is actually going on. Okay, no replays. I was going to see if I could figure out what was happening, but there isn't. It's fine.
Man. I was
That's okay.
barely trying to catch up with that round.
There was so much happening, but I want to hype up the comeback story here of CAG, right? But I know they got the first one. It looked good, but it is such a long way back into this. It's got to be exhausting mentally to have to problem solve with such accuracy round after round after round.
Yeah. The fatigue's surely going to set in at some point for CAG. How many match points, series points, can they fend off here to try and march their way towards overtime?
I see a fuse. I like seeing
Fuse
fuse.
Monty. This is surely not double shield.
It's not double shield.
There's
I think it's
no
going to
way.
be EMP on the main wall, and you fuse one side, thermite the other.
Has he got the AK? Has he got...
Come on. Get off the drone and turn on. No, it's
I
not.
want to know if he's got the AK or if he's got
me
that
too.
shield.
We get it. There's a guy in the bathroom, okay? I get it.
Stop being a team player and making calls and
Yeah.
show me what weapon you've brought. Come on, Annie.
Oh, he's low journey for the injuries and strip side. You know,
Oh, this is
that's
so
respectable.
frustrating. Come on. Hey, he's got the AK.
Ah, he's got the
Okay,
AK.
okay.
All
It's
that
not-
excitement for
I'm
nothing.
disappointed.
Oh,
Not double
man.
shield after all.
Oh, so, okay, we see the vision there. 2 guys in the strip. There's a bit of roam clear, some map control. We see the main players of the Thatcher, the Thermite, probably the Fuse going towards the CCTV breach. Monty on Jim's side with the can openers. Gibbsu downstairs below. The CG are fighting for like full map control, if you will. And this makes sense with Monty. Get back to just go master bedroom, get out the roamers, take map control. That's it. You're chilling.
They're playing so thoroughly too. I mean, even looking at the way Chibisu entered, was worried about it around the downstairs.
Yeah.
He had a drone ahead of him, and then he redroned, and then he redroned again, and then he stopped, checked. There's been information though. Rebellion are well aware of CAG taking from Master across.
I like this. I mean, you can see Rebellion, they have 0 interest in this half of the map. That's a choice. It's risky, it's hard to hold it. And I also think if you Shopify Rebellion, you're not expecting CAG to be like a super precise, execution-oriented attacking team. So they want to force it into a plant position, if anything, it looks like. Use Child goes off, then gets rid of the kite call and the 2-block canister. Wall gets opened up. Excellent. Now we see the silhouettes. They're rotating the other 3 players, Fuse, Thermite, Thatcher, to the main wall. So EMP, Fuse, Thermite, that gets opened up as well. CAG have done both of their objective plays successfully after the freeze is open.
Yeah, unfortunately
It'll be about
for
20 seconds.
Anderton, that cluster charge didn't manage to detonate early enough. Surf's about to, is he on cameras? No, he's just holding his gadget ready to deny it again.
Yeah. Another 12 seconds of stalling. A wall will get popped. Surf risking an aggressive spot here because the exothermic charge will pop in about, what, 5 seconds or so. He's going to swing the breach, it looks like, and go for an aggressive play.
Cluster charge is also going to pop.
Oh, they kite tricked it last second. They got it. That's going to stop CG's entire push, actually. It's a time for plan B. They got to brute force it now.
Shuri does have a tin can opener, but I'm not sure if he's going to be in position to do it. He's still hanging out in connector. Oh, that's a very risky cluster charge to place on down.
On in.
And so they make their way into sight. Surf takes a hell of a lot of damage from that cluster charge. Flashbangs go out, and the kill feed comes to life for Kag. Rexon and Canadian now. Canadian himself caught out downstairs. A desperate C4 from Rexon nets in nothing as Shuri will confirm that plan. Upside down rappel on the site window. Nets Anaton the final kill. An 8th round of attack. 1 on Clubhouse. The CAG is starting to look like the real deal.
Hey, CG said, if you guys can attack in these really weird off-meta ways, so can we. And I really want to praise the adaptability there because they had a very clear vision. Master bedroom, get the wall, rotate, get the server wall, and it looked like they were going to get it. And at the 30-second mark left in the round, it gets sapped. They don't get the main breach. And without any sort of hesitation, they have a plan B available. 51 CC window, Monty walks in deep, Fuse Charge, Flashbangs. You get 3 kills at the same time while also covering the C4 tent from below on main door. They had everything covered. They were so ready for that. Massive praise for CAG, but again, a long way ahead of you. 4 more rounds like that, and you're looking at overtime.
Surf's now hiding the clash for Rebellion. Rebellion, they really love hiding their operators, don't they? Here in Logistic, I mean, we're not seeing a ton of aggressive drone work from CAG, so I'm not surprised that the clash would be hidden regardless of whether he's hiding in Logistic the whole time.
Meanwhile, Anderton stuck the Kali's from the very beginning. Is this guy a genius or what?
He's just a gamer, dude. He knows what's up.
He knows ball.
It's vibe-based, dude. It's
like,
just
the vibe is giving Clash.
The Siege gods are talking to him. I think Anderton has a spiritual connection with Clash. He just knows when she's in the server, doesn't matter
All
which
shield
side.
operators. It's like, yeah, guys, the next 4 rounds, Charlie and Monty. After that, he's done playing it. Like, what do you mean? It's like, I know. I just know. Should we talk about Blackbird being 0-7? Does not matter.
I don't know. How much do you want to hoe in?
No. I just feel like him being 0-7 literally has had no implications of the match because it hasn't been down to gunfights.
No, it really hasn't.
Like, it's completely snuck under the radar for me.
Yeah.
But he is 0-7.
Yes, and we talked about CAG. Like, they don't have any players. I think before today, they had their top player was
Blackray.
It was Blackray, and
Yeah,
he was ranked 21 in the tournament, which is not high, considering how well CAG had done.
Yeah,
that's 4 teams worth of players above him.
That's a crazy stat.
But what it tells me, right, is that CAG, they've been doing well, but it's been very team-based, right?
That's a good thing, yeah.
It's not, yeah, it is a great thing. It's actually a very good sign that the team's been playing well holistically. They're not relying on hero plays.
They've lost both their exothermia charges, 3 Foster charges, 2 Kali lances, 1 summer charge,
kidding?
And the wall is closed.
How did they only use 1 Kali charge?
2 Kali charges.
Oh, 2. Sorry.
4.
Sorry. How'd they only use 2 in that time?
I don't know what...
How'd they not destroy the bloody claw in doing so?
I'm a little bit confused as well. I don't even know if they use the Kali lenses for that or the Castle Barricades maybe, actually.
Perhaps.
She's on the Garrett Truth, I believe. Yeah, so maybe it wasn't even used for that.
This is awkward, man.
But this is often why teams, they go like, you know, you play Thatcher and Sophia, you EMP in case of a Kite, you stun in case of a Bandit and wall gets opened up. He is dead. Oh, he just ran in and killed him.
Maybe this is possible
They're just
here.
running in and killing them.
They said, okay, you can deny a hard breach.
What?
Doesn't matter. We'll find the picks. Ambi's found 1. He's not going to be able to save his teammate, though. Surf is on the floor. He'll be finished off before too long. That means the numbers advantage is still squarely in CAG's favor. They might not need the breach on that main wall, but it will mean they have to tunnel their way through just a few entrances to the site.
I respect that so much. Is again, we can't get the walls, guys. Plan B, just literally sprint in and catch Canadian off guard. Take down Surf on Clash as well. Simplify the process. Revive the old CAG minus the cagging. And just get things done. Upside down rappel. Flashman's going through. Jump in the window we go. Try and get that plant down.
Good smoke, but a C4 pre-ripped. It won't be heard. It's tossed on out. No information. Shot out of the air. Anderton's in the building. Dreadmine masking his vision, but he takes it down. There's information on that player as well. Logistic,
no.
but Ambi, he's still fighting. Grix has gone and found 1 as well. And it's Anderton and Shiraneko versus Rexon in a 1v2 to try and finish off Max Point. All Rexon needs to do is deny the plan. Is Anderton going to get it done? He can't because Rexon's got him dead to rights. The new meta masterminds are making a mess of CAG's miracle run. It's first place in the group of death for Rebellion.
That was my first time our first time at that, casting some Rebellion. I want to do more of that. That is phenomenal to watch. CAG, the scoreline was 2-7 against Top Powers. I want to see so many more rounds because CAG were warming up on the attacking side. It came down to the wire. A good old 1v1 to end it. Shopify, they are that team.
What a gift to be able to see a match like that. These guys are so damn good. Shopify on their attacks, next level stuff. On the defense, coming down to these clutches. Even CAG, I mean, credit to them.
Yeah.
Well-earned handshakes here, and it's nice
sure.
to see Super Seth. As much as he talks on Twitter, he is a real gentleman when it comes down to these matches. Shaking hands. CAG disappointed, but they have had a phenomenal run so far. Even how far they managed to push Rebellion.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed by what CAG managed to achieve, even finding from 6-0 down 2 rounds of attack against all odds.
If you see the mind game they played on them, it was handshake followed by fist bump, the handshake followed by fist bump. They were surprising CAG even outside the server on the handshakes there. Oh, the mind games.
Too good.
That was so good though. I love that. And it was just from the very beginning, it was just, there were no slow rounds, no boring rounds, no like what is going on, it makes no sense. There was what's going on, this is crazy, but a high level siege.
So
There's
good.
the end.
Here was the
1v1.
final round. All it came down to was Rexon in the 1 versus 2. Red pings from his teammates. Cool, calm, and collected in the clutch. Too good from Shopify Rebellion. And it's a 2-0, the full 4 points that they needed to take first place here in the group of death. With both of last year's 6 Invitational finalists, they've rocketed above both of them. They've left CAG in the dust. And even though it was a 7-2, CAG still put up a fight. Shopify are just that damn good.
And look at the numbers. I mean, Black Race 08, I want to say here, normally I'm very harsh on players for dropping donuts and whatnot, but I truly don't think this is going to have like a massive impact on what happened in the server. It was so strategical, execute, communication, positioning, etc. But all across the entire series, Black Raid got heavily countered or struggled to find his footing. It was 5-17 across those 2 maps, 5-7, 2-7 scorelines.
You want to talk about MVP of the game, 25-13, almost a 2.0 KD for Ambi. And yeah, that insane clip, that 4K. Dude just marched all the way up the long hallway. I'm so impressed.
Baptized the guy.
He did. He quite literally baptized him.
I love that.
Fantastic showing from Shopify today. I got to say, this new look Rebellion roster is exactly what I've been wanting to see. Yeah, it didn't happen overnight when they brought on Surf and Canadian, when we saw Super move from general manager, previously as Sonics, to back on the coaching staff. But, dude, it took a little bit of adjustment time. Now this is looking like the best NA team that we've seen for a pretty damn long while.
Oh, it does. And I know people are going to say, oh, it's early, they beat CAG, but like this is Group of Death. There are a lot of really good teams here. And more importantly, they're beating these teams playing a different and new style of Siege. And to me, that's the most exciting part about this because they're playing their own game. They're not mimicking others.
That's the thing. Like most of the time, teams look to the best teams in the world. You're like, okay, how are Furia playing the game right now? They just won 3 back-to-back events. How are they playing it? You know, even Beast Coast, who won in Manchester, it's like, well, how are they playing the game? Nobody's thinking that. Nobody's like watching, okay, who are the best teams in the world playing? Shopify is like, okay, we see the patch notes. We see Senza's getting a rework. We see the shield meta is on its way up. It still has its place. How do we structure ourselves? How do we slot ourselves in to this new up-and-coming meta? And what it's going to mean is these guys are going to be like genre-defying. These guys are going to be like, in a way, we've talked a bit of a meme about all these metas of the past, but we went through the Mozzie Mute meta, the SSG meta, and it was their performance at 6 Invitational 2020 that established that. And I have a feeling that now Shopify Rebellion starting to bring this new bit of spice, especially into their attacking side with how insane their attacking win rate is. Teams are going to start to notice, and even the Brazilians are going to have to start adopting it.
That's it. All it takes is one team to show what is possible. There was a time where Ying was, in the game. No one played Ying. Then you start seeing Apex play Ying Shotgun doing crazy stuff on Bank, and teams go, wait, if Apex can do it, and we're better, we can make it even spicier.
We can do it, but better.
Oh, better. That's pretty much how it goes.
Let's have a look at the Group of Death and how it's panned out so far, though, on the standings. And, rocketing all the way up, doubling the points of Furia and CAG beneath them. Unreal to see how Shopify have formed up.
I'm not going to lie, like, this is surprising. This group was so hard to call. I put CAG to go out of the group. Secret is still in it, by the way, not out confirmed, not yet at least. But I had CAG go out, but they would make it far in every other group than this one. And I'd also, just to myself, I thought this SI in general was so hard to call off the rip due to the nature of we haven't seen teams play for a good while. The meta could be shifting. We don't know. We had the shield meta. They got nerfed. Pipe got introduced. There were so many changes.
Yeah, and it still remains to be seen how the Group of Death will pan out. We've got 2 more playdays to go in Group B. Let's have a look at tomorrow, of course. We've got 2 streams going on. Group A, Group D here on one of the streams. This will be the B stream tomorrow. G2 Joel, I mean, sadly,
doesn't matter,
I think we know how that one's going to go. M80 Unwanted, though, I think that's probably my most hype game for tomorrow.
Yeah, domestic matchup, really?
Well, but it's the wanted versus the unwanted, right?
Oh, wow.
So M80 purchased the old Beast Coast roster, poached 2 of their players, and unwanted have actually played surprisingly well so far as well. So I think that's going to be a great one. Also, for me, probably SSGW7M.
I was going to say, I'm such like a domestic matchup hater that I'll take SSG W7M, but there is good storylines with the I know you're a sucker for storylines. So
I'm a
Wanted,
storyline
Unwanted,
boyo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, it's good games.
I want to hype up the Scars VP match as well. Sadly, Scars really haven't shown up so far, but VP have actually
They
been
played today, right? Or have
I
they played
haven't
yet?
seen.
Maybe they're ongoing while we had
have a
this
look.
game. Because I'm curious how it went today for them. Because SSG yesterday, and today they would have
apparently
played
they
someone
haven't.
else.
They haven't played. No.
But they're supposed to.
Oh,
no?
OXG.
Yeah, OXG.
So OXG vs Scars is currently ongoing.
Okay. And they're not winning.
Spoiler alert, yeah, it's 1-0 in favor of OXG. If you guys go and switch over to the A stream, you will see that. But that's all from us for today. We'll be joining you for the A stream tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for watching today on Group B and how things have panned out in the Group of Death. It's been fantastic. What a pleasure to watch Shopify Rebellion and our first cast for them, of course. Group stage here at the Six Invitational is not done yet. Go over to the A stream and watch the rest of today's playdate, and we'll see you tomorrow.